Chapter 1 I Want to Confess My Love to the School Beauty. September 5th, Sunday. The last day for freshman registration at Jinan University. Nearing 12 noon, Lin Beiyang, a freshman, and 3 other roommates in the dormitory came to one of the school cafeterias to eat. Brothers, I found a beautiful girl at 9 o'clock. The 3 of them looked in the direction the voice indicated. There were 4 girls at the table. One of them was very outstanding in appearance, making people unable to help but take a second look at her. The person sitting next to Lin Beiyang whispered, "Her name is Shin Xinjuan, and she's the freshman campus beauty." "You Xiaobai, how do you know she is the freshman campus beauty?" "Hey, maybe you don't know, a few days ago, the school forum voted for the freshman campus beauty, and Shin Xinjuan was among them. This morning, she temporarily ranked 3rd with 1,100 votes. The boy who spoke just now was called Gao Yang." He was shocked at this moment. "What? How come I don't know that?" Yu Xiaobai smiled. "I thought you all knew. I'll send the link to the dormitory group later. Everyone has 5 votes. You can vote for one of them, or you can split the votes among 5 people." "Okay, send it to me right away." Then Gao Yang browsed while eating. Yu Xiaobai noticed that Lin Beiyang didn't seem to notice anything, so he asked, "Brother Lin, why don't you click on it and take a look? Everyone has 5 tickets." "No. No way, you don't even look at the school beauties. Are you deliberately not looking at them, and will secretly look at them later?" Yu Xiaobai said with an understanding look, "Don't be shy, there's nothing wrong with taking a look." Lin Beiyang shook his head and said seriously, "No, what's the point of just looking at it? I'm going to confess my feelings to her, and I'll have plenty of time to look at it every day in the future. Of course, I don't mind this little bit of time." "Tisk brother Lin, stop talking big. Even without confessing your feelings, I admire you for being able to look me in the face for more than 3 seconds. Yu Xiaobai looked unconvinced. Gao Yang and another person also expressed disdain. "I think Lin Beiyang is just talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Brother Lin, I admit that you are 1.85 meters tall, have good looks, and have some abdominal muscles, which makes you very popular among girls, but once you put on your glasses and look so gentle, how could you do such a thing? Lin Beiyang's appearance is good in all aspects, but he gives people the impression that he likes reading and has good academic performance." Confessing love to the school beauty when meeting her for the first time seemed impossible to the 3 of them. At this time, Lin Beiyang suddenly stood up and walked out. "Brother Lin, what are you going to do? I told you, go confess." After saying that, he took the plate and left, leaving the 3 people looking at each other in bewilderment. After placing the plate in the designated location, Lin Beiyang walked to the other side. Today is the day for welcoming new students. A school music club is performing in the cafeteria to attract new students. This is their target. After communicating with the senior student in charge of reception, Lin Beiyang got the opportunity to sing a song. "Hello everyone, I am a freshman from the School of Economics. Next, I will sing a song called 'Love Is Not My Choice' for a girl present here. I hope you will like it." As soon as he finished speaking, the cafeteria exploded. Then most of the attention in the cafeteria was drawn over. Everyone thought it was someone from the club coming up to sing, but who knew it was actually a freshman? I was very curious. What I was curious about was not the freshman coming up to sing, as this was not unusual. Not only did a senior confess his love to a junior, a senior confessed his love to a junior, and 2 freshmen confessed their love to each other. What's curious is that a freshman wants to confess his love in public. This is the first time I've seen such a public confession like today. The 3 people in the dormitory were stunned. He looked towards where Lin Beiyang was in disbelief. "You really want to confess?" Yu Xiaobai looked unconvinced. Gao Yang nodded, "It should be. I thought he was just saying it casually, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. I'm afraid he has some kind of social disorder." Another person in the dormitory, Zhao Tongpu, said, "Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be rejected later?" Yu Xiaobai disagrees with this. "It's okay. If it were any other freshman, who would dare to do this? Regardless of whether they succeed or fail, at least their courage is commendable. What if they like someone like Brother Lin? Maybe they can become the first person in our dormitory to get out of being single. It seems to make sense." After adjusting the microphone and guitar, Lin Beiyang began to sing. "I can't forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. Your image in my mind. It won't go away. Oh my god, Brother Lin sings so beautifully. Are you sure it's not the original sound or the pre-recorded sound? Gao Yang followed up with a sentence. Zhao Tongpu couldn't help but exclaimed, with this voice, he can easily win a prize in any singing competition. I didn't expect Lin Beiyang to be so talented. After he started singing a few lines, the three people in the dormitory were all shocked and could not believe that it was his voice. On the other side of the restaurant, Shin Xinjuan looked at Lin Beiyang who was singing. Seeing this, her roommate laughed and joked, this boy is handsome and sings so well, but there's no need to stare at him all the time. When Shin Xinjuan heard this, he quickly turned around and his face turned red. No, I didn't. It was because he sang so beautifully, and it was a love song that I watched him twice. Do you dare to say that you didn't watch him just now? Of course we did, but we weren't like you, staring at the little brother, ha. You guys are so annoying, I won't watch it, okay? At this time, another roommate of hers said, Shin Xinjuan, maybe that boy is going to confess his love to you. I saw his eyes looking towards us just now, maybe that's him. The roommate who was joking just now followed up and said, you're right, I also feel that our Shin Xinjuan is not bad looking. She was ranked among the most beautiful girls in the school forum a few days ago. Even on the way to the cafeteria just now, someone asked for her contact information. He quickly said to the two of them, hurry up and eat. Only eating can shut you up. Lin Beiyang looked at the reactions below and smiled slightly. He knew that once he opened his mouth he would attract everyone's attention. A week ago, Lin Beiyang accidentally obtained a system. I originally thought it was fake, but after trying the newcomer rewards given by the system, I realized it was not fake, but was truly bound to a system. I was so excited about this that I didn't sleep well for 3 days. Just after the registration ended yesterday, the system released the first task. After seeing the mission reward, Lin Beiyang couldn't wait to complete it. Today, after Yu Xiaobai reminded me, I took action. The new player reward he received when binding the system was that he had god-level singing ability. What this means is that no matter what song he sings now, he can produce a voice comparable to that of a singing god. It would be strange for ordinary students not to be attracted by it. Even if you participate in the most popular music program on TV now, you can easily win the championship and make your debut. If Lin Beiyang had the idea of becoming a singer, he would really like to try it. Lin Beiyang had been paying attention to what was happening on Shin Xinjuan's side. This song is sung for her. In case the protagonist is about to leave, he will stop immediately to express his love. I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you. Don't dare to get too close. I'm afraid I have nothing to give you. Loving you also requires a lot of courage. I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you. Maybe one day I won't be able to help myself. Missing you only makes you suffer. I had no choice but to fall in love with you. I had no choice but to fall in love with you. I had no choice but to fall in love with you. When the song was finished, the whole cafeteria burst into thunderous applause. Chapter 2 mission rewards have been received. More and more people gathered on the second floor of the cafeteria. There weren't many people at the beginning, but after singing the first few sentences, more and more people came into the restaurant. Some of the people were originally inside. Some people were just passing by the cafeteria and were attracted to come up after learning that there were freshmen performing songs and confessing their love there. Some people were called over by their friends to listen to music. Lin Beiyang's target, Shin Xinjuan, did not leave and was also listening to the song seriously. At this time, he smiled and said, it seems that everyone likes my song Love Is Not a Choice. Thank you for your support. I just said that this song is sung for a girl. I wonder if you will like this song. After hearing this, some girls started screaming. Most girls hope it is themselves. Whether from his appearance or his singing just now, Lin Beiyang is a good choice to be a boyfriend. Who is she? Little brother, tell me who it is. Yes, I like it. Little brother, is it me? I am willing to be your girlfriend. Please tell me my name. The people below started to make a noise. At first I asked who it was, but later it became myself. Lin Beiyang didn't expect to cause a commotion. Especially the few people in dormitory 301, who clearly knew who it was and were joining in the commotion. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, Shin Xinjuan from the School of Economics, this song Love Is Not a Choice is sung for you. I hope you like it. Then he looked at where she was. Shin Xinjuan, whose name was called, looked confused at the moment. At the same time, the people in the cafeteria looked in the direction Lin Beiyang said. Who is Shin Xinjuan? Is he a freshman? Who is Shin Xinjuan? Hey, I remember there was a school beauty named Shinjuan among the freshmen this year. Could it be her? Someone who knows Shinjuan said, it should be her. I just saw her eating in the cafeteria. Listening to the discussion around him, Shinjuan glanced at Lin Beiyang on the stage and couldn't believe that he really said his name. Shinjuan, come on, the little brother is really confessing his love to you. Think about whether to agree or not. After listening to her two roommates, she reacted immediately. I have no idea. How could I not know? Hurry up, hurry up. It's a pity that you didn't confess to me, otherwise I would have agreed on the spot. Feel more eyes cast towards me. Shinjuan shook his head, I really don't know. After that, he covered his face and ran out, quickly disappearing in the cafeteria. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Beiyang's mind. The school beauty confession mission has been completed. The system rewards 1 million Chinese yuan. It has been issued to the only bank card. Please check it. The source of funds has been resolved by the system. The host does not need to worry about the source of funds. Please feel free to use it. Hearing this voice, Lin Beiyang knew that the system task was completed. I took out my phone and saw that there was indeed a text message that had just been sent. Your account with the last digit 6077 received a transaction of 1,000,000 Huaxia currency at 12:29 on September 5, and the balance is 1,005,120.00. Looking at the extra 1 million yuan in the balance, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. The task is to confess your love to any campus beauty. Regardless of success or failure, there must be no less than 100 people around you when you confess. So Lin Beiyang thought of confessing his feelings in the cafeteria. If there are more than 100 people eating at noon, it meets the system task requirements and the task will be completed immediately after the confession. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate, telling him not to worry about funds and to spend as he pleased. To be honest, if there was a problem with the source, Lin Beiyang would not dare to spend it. If you think about it carefully, even the system can appear, so what is the difficulty in solving this problem? After returning the guitar to his senior to express his gratitude, Lin Beiyang left the stage and returned to where he had just eaten. Brothers, let's go. Brother Lin, you just. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Beiyang smiled. It's okay. I was going to confess my feelings, but now the protagonist Shinjuan has left. Why are we still here? Let's go back to the dormitory. Good. The other three had not yet recovered from their shock. After being reminded, he slowly stood up and prepared to leave. Just as they were about to reach the cafeteria entrance, three boys blocked their way. Taking a detour, the three people blocked their way again. They knew very well that they were blocking their way on purpose. Classmate, please make way. Don't leave in a hurry. Your name is Lin Beiyang, right? When his name was called, Lin Beiyang stepped forward and said, Yes, I am Lin Beiyang. I mentioned my name before I confessed my feelings, so I don't see anything wrong with being called by it now. Good job, kid, you are quite brave to do such a thing in the cafeteria. Hearing this, Lin Beiyang immediately understood. It turns out it's related to the confession just now. Classmate, there shouldn't be a rule that prohibits confessing in the school cafeteria. I apologize if I disturbed everyone's meal. Lin Beiyang's meaning was very clear. He was saying that the three people in front of him were meddling in other people's business. These past few days, some people confessed their love directly in the classroom, but it is not allowed in the cafeteria. Why? Besides, everyone was just a spectator and didn't feel disturbed. Just as he finished speaking, the man in the middle said with disdain, Of course you can confess. Our school and the cafeteria don't have any rules against confessing. It's just that you confessed to the wrong person. Our Donggu has already fallen for Shinjuan. Isn't it a slap in our Dong Ji's face to do this in public? I'm sorry, we don't know any brother Dong. Please let us go back to the dormitory. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. I'll introduce myself to you now. With this person's detailed introduction, Lin Beiyang learned the identity of this Donggu. Brother Dong's name is Rin Shandong. He is a junior in their School of Economics and also a minister of the Student Union of Jinan University. His family is in business and is quite famous in Jinan City. Under the influence of his family, he started his own business in his freshman year, and now owns a company with a market value of more than 30 million. He is a typical rich second generation and has a good mind in business. Shinjuan reported on the first day, and because he happened to be a student of the School of Economics, he was in charge of reception. From the first moment he saw her, he said that he wanted to pursue Shinjuan, so that others who had such ideas would consider their own strength and ability. Needless to say, the old students know his strength. After learning about it and understanding the situation, some freshmen basically chose to give up. Only a small number of people chose to contact Shinjuan secretly in private, and Ren Xiangdong turned a blind eye to it because he had confidence in himself. Until today, when Lin Beiyang confessed his feelings in front of so many people, he angered him, so he found 3 people to come and get Lin Beiyang's attention. Lin Beiyang was busy with the start of school these days and did not hear such news, so he set his target on Shinjuan. I don't know anything about this. Chapter 3. What I fear least is threats. He couldn't help but smile at the threat. Who I confess to is my own business and has nothing to do with others. There don't seem to be any rules when it comes to pursuing girls. The leader spoke again. Your confession to others has nothing to do with us, but your confession to Shinjuan has something to do with us. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. I only know that no matter whether it is school rules or other regulations, there is no rule that forbids confession. If your Donggu has confidence in himself, then compete fairly. If your Donggu does not have confidence, I advise him to give up as soon as possible. He is not suitable for Shinjuan. Lin Beiyang omitted Shinjuan's last name, making the address more intimate and his pronunciation more emphasized. It is equivalent to a response to the provocation just now. Others are afraid of him, but Lin Beiyang is not. Don't forget that he has a system now and a company with a market value of 30 million. In fact, I confessed my feelings to Shinjuan in the beginning just to complete the task. After all, we happened to meet in the cafeteria, and I might not have this opportunity again next time. If you change to another school beauty, you will also confess your love and just complete the task. I can't confess my feelings during military training or the welcome party, that won't work, so the cafeteria became the best choice. This was the first time they met in the cafeteria today. Lin Beiyang admitted that Shinjuan was really pretty, but he didn't have any particular feelings for her. Now he was suddenly amused by such provocation and simply uttered some harsh words. Let us see what the so-called Donggu will actually do. Are you sure? Don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Of course I'm sure. Do you still want to beat me here, or stop us from leaving? Lin Beiyang narrowed his eyes. If they really want to stop us, they can only force their way through. The 3 people in the dormitory nearby prepared to take action at the same time. This is the cafeteria, of course we won't do anything reckless. I hope you don't leave the school. Threats? What I'm least afraid of is threats. Maybe I'll leave the school tonight, and you're always welcome to follow me. Lin Beiyang said with a smile. He gives people a very gentle appearance, but that doesn't mean he is really gentle. He seemed to be a good student with good grades, but in fact, he had 2 conflicts with others in high school and almost made things worse. Okay, it seems like a new student is really fearless, so you can give it a try. You can do whatever you want. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. I just like Shinjuan. If I like her, of course I have to pursue her. Don't you agree? Besides, a good dog doesn't stand in the way. To the astonishment of the 3 people, Lin Beiyang pushed away the 2 people who were blocking the way. He wasn't very strong, but because of his height, the 3 of them made way for him and left the cafeteria. Walking out of the cafeteria, Gao Yang gave Lin Beiyang a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you were so handsome just now. I think so too, especially the phrase, a gentleman seeks a beautiful lady, which gives me confidence. I will give it a try in a couple of days. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. Why? Xiaobai, do you have someone you like? You should know that I am from this city. In fact, with my college entrance examination scores, I can go to a bigger university in Beijing. All 3 nodded. During the chat, Yu Xiaobai said that his college entrance examination score was more than 100 points higher than the school's admission score, and he could rank among the top 10 among all the freshmen. The reason I came here is for a girl. We were classmates in high school and I have liked each other since high school. My application is exactly the same as hers. She is now a freshman in the School of Foreign Languages. A gentleman likes a pretty lady and should pursue her. I can't miss her. I didn't expect that you, Xiaobai, actually have such a secret. I support you. I support that, too. And me. The people in the dormitory are very supportive of Xiaobai's pursuit. After expressing his gratitude, Yu Xiaobai frowned and said, Brother Lin, you might be in trouble for offending Ren Xiangdong just now. What's the trouble? His father is a well-known entrepreneur. His family's company is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He has donated nearly 10 million to the school. It is said that he has a very good relationship with a vice president. It would be easy for him to make things difficult for you in school. Lin Beiyang knew his worries. He patted her shoulder and said, "It's okay. This matter has to do with me, not you. Just come to me when the time comes." "Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Even though we just met, we won't stay away from each other. I just want you to be careful and try not to make any mistakes. Don't give Rin Xiangdong any evidence against you, otherwise it will easily turn a small matter into a big one." Yu Xiaobai reminded. "Of course not, it's still easy for them to cause trouble. If Rin Xiangdong is really confident in himself, he will definitely choose fair competition. If he really uses shady methods in private, I really despise him." Having never met Rin Xiangdong, Lin Beiyang didn't know him very well. But it has already happened, there is no chance to regret. What he was going to do next is just like what Yu Xiaobai said, he didn't violate any school rules, so he couldn't be expelled. Although the current system rewards are only god-level singing ability in 1 million Chinese yuan, I believe that they will accumulate slowly, and by then tens of millions or even hundreds of millions will be no problem. When you think about it this way, there's really nothing to worry about. Don't worry, Beiyang. As long as it doesn't go against principles, I, Gao Yang, will stand by your side. Gao Yang was the first to express his position. Zhao Tongpu followed up and said, "Me too." How can I, Yu Xiaobai, be absent from this kind of thing? Add me in." After seeing the three people express their opinions, the four of them smiled at each other and walked towards the dormitory. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Beiyang kept thinking about how to spend the 1 million. For rich people, 1 million may not be a big deal, but for a freshman, it is a lot. Lin's father and mother are ordinary wage earners. Let alone 1 million, if the family has 100,000 yuan, they are considered wealthy. I thought about doing business, but I felt that I was not cut out for it. If you want to invest but don't understand anything, you might lose everything quickly. It would be better to deposit the money in the bank and earn interest, but Lin Beiyang was somewhat unwilling to do so. Finally decided to enjoy the short time of having money. Before going to college, my daily living expenses were at most 20 yuan, and I had to think carefully before buying anything. This 5,000 yuan was saved from junior high school to high school, and was used as pocket money before the Chinese New Year and on a daily basis. The reward this time is 1 million, maybe the next task will reward 5 million or 10 million. I just don't know when the next mission will be released. Lin Beiyang has only completed the first task and is not clear about the rules for task release. It seems to be triggered randomly, and the reward is also random. This means that the release conditions of the next task are uncertain, and the task rewards are also uncertain. Chapter 4. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a meal. Back in the dormitory, Yu Xiaobai asked curiously, "Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? You were absent-minded all the way. Are you still worried about what happened just now?" "No, I was thinking about something else." He couldn't tell the three of them that he was thinking about how to spend the 1 million yuan in his bank card. "Okay." Yu Xiaobai turned around and said, "Brothers, we will start military training tomorrow. I suggest we have a dinner party tonight." "I'm fine." Gao Yang said first. Zhao Tongpu smiled and said, "I have no problem with that either." Yu Xiaobai looked at Lin Beiyang. "Brother Lin, what about you?" "Of course, no problem. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have suggested going out for dinner tonight." As soon as he received 1 million yuan in his account, the first thing he wanted to spend was to treat the three people in the dormitory to a meal out in the evening. "I thought about sending some money home, but gave up the idea. I just started school and I brought home tens of thousands of yuan. My parents will definitely suspect that I have done something bad. When the time comes, I will buy each of them a mobile phone online, which can be said to be my own pocket money. As for other large purchases, you still have to take your time. By the way, Xiaobai, as a local of this city, you should know which one tastes better," Gao Yang asked. Yu Xiaobai nodded. "I know there is a restaurant near the school that tastes really good. It's the best meal I've ever had, but it's a little expensive. The average cost per person is about 1,000 yuan. I went there once with my dad." Except for Yu Xiaobai, a local who has a relatively good family background, the family situations of the other two are similar to Lin Beiyang's. They looked embarrassed when they heard that each of them needed 1,000. 1,000 yuan is equivalent to half of a month's living expenses. After this meal, I'll probably only have instant noodles for the next few meals. Of course I have some spare money, but I still can't bear to spend 1,000 yuan on a meal. Gao Yang shook his head. It's too expensive, let's just find a random store in the food court at the school gate. Zhao Tongpu echoed. Yu Xiaobai was also a little embarrassed. He just said this subconsciously, forgetting the spending power of his 3 roommates. If a meal costs 1,000 yuan, it is acceptable for him to treat everyone to a meal with his pocket money, but 4,000 yuan for 4 people is not affordable. Not to mention that they come from a very ordinary family. At this time, Lin Beiyan walked to the middle and said, "Let's go to this restaurant. I'll treat you tonight. It's only 1,000 per person, which is not a problem." Lin Beiyan wanted to eat at a high-end restaurant from the beginning, so he prepared 10,000 yuan for it, which averaged out to 2,500 yuan per person, which was completely enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 looked at Lin Beiyang in surprise. After being stunned for a minute, Yu Xiaobai asked with a smile, "Brother Lin, stop joking. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. You just said 1,000 yuan per person, and the total for 4 people won't be more than 5,000, so treating us isn't a problem." Lin Beiyang spoke very seriously, making it difficult for the 3 to doubt him. After repeated questioning and confirmation, the 3 finally believed that Lin Beiyan was really treating them and they immediately became happy. Who wouldn't be happy to have a free meal? However, Yu Xiaobai was still a little worried. He felt that even if Lin Beiyang's family was well off, it would not be too well off, and 5,000 yuan would not be too much for him to take out at one time. So he said, "Brother Lin, let's do this. No matter how much you spend, I will pay 20% of the total cost. I can't let you bear it alone." He calculated that 20% should be around 1,000 yuan, which was still within his affordable range. When the other 2 heard what Yu Xiaobai said, they felt a little embarrassed and said that they would each bear 10% of the total amount. To be honest, Lin Beiyan found it difficult to refuse because he understood what Yu Xiaobai meant. He is prepared to spend more, 20% may be a bit more. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this, each of you pays 300 yuan, and I will cover the final total cost. If you don't agree, then we won't have dinner tonight." Having said that, the 3 of them did not refuse anymore. 300 yuan is easily affordable for them. The 4 of them stayed in the dormitory until 5:30 in the afternoon, and after packing up, they prepared to go out. After hailing a taxi at the school gate, I headed towards my destination. On the way, Lin Beiyang was wondering when he could be rewarded with a car so that he wouldn't have to take a taxi when going out. I turned 18 before the summer vacation, and got my driver's license during the summer vacation, so I could drive the car directly. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Gao Yang couldn't help but exclaimed, "I finally understand why the average consumption per person here is over 1,000 yuan. Other restaurants can't compare to this one." It was also the first time for Lin Beiyang to come to such a high-end restaurant. The sense of luxury that came over him made him realize that the food here was not cheap. Normally when I pass by here I would just take a curious look, but I didn't expect that today I could walk into the restaurant and eat openly. Yu Xiaobai smiled and said, "Of course. The 1,000 per person I mentioned is the minimum cost. If you want to eat well, it starts at 2,000. If you want to eat well, it's more than 5,000 per person. Of course, we can choose the cheapest cost today and just enjoy the taste." The people who heard it were dumbfounded. A meal costs 5,000 yuan per person. If 10 people come to eat, it will cost 50,000 yuan per meal, which is a huge sum of money for ordinary students. "Come on, let's go in. Walk." As I reached the door, a waiter came over. When he was far away, his face was full of smiles, but when he walked closer and saw how they were dressed, his face immediately fell. He said absent-mindedly, "Gentlemen, are you here for dinner?" There was no concealment of the contempt on his face. "What else can we do if we aren't here to eat?" Yu Xiaobai naturally saw her expression and said with a bad look on his face, "That's not what I meant. A meal for 4 of you will cost at least 5,000 yuan. Are you sure you can afford it? Judging from your appearance and how young you are, you must be students from a nearby school. Don't let us notify the school to come and pick you up when you can't pay." The waiter seemed unwilling to pretend anymore and directly named them and explained his thoughts. Lin Beiyan's face didn't look very good at the moment. The restaurant is a service industry. No matter who the 4 of you are and whether you can afford the money, you should observe the most basic etiquette. The 4 of them were just freshmen, except for Yu Xiaobai who was dressed a little better. The three of them were dressed in ordinary clothes, typical student outfits. We are here to eat. Just entertain us. Whether we can pay or not is none of your business. Lead the way. The waiter's expression changed, and then he said with a professional smile, "The four gentlemen, please come in." After watching the four people walk in one by one, he muttered quietly, "I wonder what you will do if you don't have money to pay the bill. It's a pity that we have to waste several hours again. What bad luck." Chapter 5, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. After bringing the four people to the hall, the waiter pointed to a table and said, "You sit here." The environment seemed good, and Lin Beiyang looked around and found a booth. Pointing upwards, he said, "Let's go to the booth." As soon as I finished speaking, the waiter said in a mocking manner, "This is your first time here." Whether it's my first time here or not has anything to do with sitting in a booth. If there's a minimum consumption requirement, you just need to tell us. You are such a bumpkin. It has nothing to do with the minimum consumption. Our restaurant has a membership system, which is divided into 5 types: silver membership, gold membership, platinum membership, diamond membership, and purple gold membership. For the first-time consumption, you can only sit in the hall. If you want to sit in a booth, you must be a platinum member. The minimum requirement for a private room is a diamond member. Lin Beiyang glanced at Yu Xiaobai and asked him if he knew this rule. Yu Xiaobai came here with his father. It was his first time here. He had no idea about the rules here and shook his head. Then tell me how to become a platinum member. Poochie. The waiter couldn't help but laugh out loud. You still want to become a platinum member? You can eat your first meal in the lobby and become a silver member of our restaurant first. Lin Beiyang is already a little angry. The four of us were indeed dressed as students, but no one said that students couldn't come in to eat. As a result, the waiter kept looking down on and mocking him. After seeing that the environment of the restaurant was good and hearing Yu Xiaobai say that the food was very good too, he decided to come here to eat often in the future and just become a member. It would also be good for the waiter who looks down on others to have a look. And eating in a booth is definitely much better than eating in the hall. I just earned 1 million, and I don't believe that I can't get a platinum membership. I'm asking how to become a platinum member. You just need to answer me the conditions. Okay, since you're not giving up, there are 2 ways to become a platinum member of our restaurant. The first is to accumulate a consumption of 100,000 yuan, or to accumulate a top-up of 150,000 yuan. After saying that, he looked at Lin Beiyang with an expression that asked, "Can you afford it?" 100,000. This is too much. Gao Yang couldn't help but exclaimed. Although Yu Xiaobai's family is well off, he was still surprised to hear the 100,000 yuan. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "Okay, then apply for a platinum membership. We can't accumulate 100,000 yuan in consumption, so let's just top up 150,000 yuan." Several people looked over. "Brother Lin, stop making trouble. If it's 15,000 yuan, we can still get it together, but this is 150,000 yuan. Let's just have a meal in the hall. It's not like we come here often." Yes, Beiyang, eating in the hall is the same as eating in the booth. There is no need to be angry. The 3 people in the dormitory persuaded him that Lin Beiyang was not angry or disappointed. Up to now, I didn't give them the impression that I was a particularly wealthy person, so they thought I was just saying that in anger. Besides, how could a student who has just entered college come up with so much money? Hearing Lin Beiyang's words, the waiter's face immediately changed, and he said angrily, "Okay, so you came here to have fun, not to eat at all." I said, "How could a few poor students afford to eat? It seems that I need to teach you a lesson so that you know that the pot is made of iron." Then he took out the walkie-talkie. Security, there are people causing trouble in the restaurant, come and maintain order." The other 3 immediately panicked. Gao Yang quickly said, "I'm sorry, we really came in to eat, we don't have any other intentions, at worst we won't eat." Yes, we don't mean anything else. We really just came in to eat. You only realize now why you came in. It's too late." The waiter stared at the 4 people with a gloomy face. At this moment, Lin Beiyang still had a smile on his face. He looked at the 3 people and comforted them, "It's okay, I'm here. Someone is causing trouble somewhere." I saw 4 security guards hurried over with sticks in hand. The waiter pointed at the 4 people and said, "That's them, a group of poor students. As soon as they came in, they said they wanted to apply for a platinum membership card. They also said they were rich. Do you think they look like rich people?" The leader saw it and immediately shook his head. It's been a while since anyone has come to cause trouble. I remember the last time was 3 months ago. 3 people got drunk and wanted to cause trouble, and ended up staying in the hospital for a week. Considering that you are students, 3 days should be enough for you to stay in the hospital. After saying that, he was about to attack several people. What's going on? Just as Lin Beiyan was about to stop him, a voice came from the other side. The 4 of them stopped what they were doing and waited respectfully for the person who was speaking to come over. The man came over and asked, "What happened? Why is there so much noise? It has seriously affected the dining of other guests." Seeing this, the waiter said, "Manager Wang, these 4 people are students from a nearby school. As soon as they came in, they asked me to deposit 150,000 yuan to apply for a platinum membership card. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble, so I called the security guard to kick them out." The man called Manager Wang looked the 4 people up and down again. "Is that the case?" Manager Wang asked. Lin Beiyang saw that Manager Wang seemed to be a more reasonable person. He stood up and explained, "Manager Wang, things are not as he said." "Then tell me what's going on." "We are students, and we just wanted to come in and have a meal. The restaurant should welcome us." Manager Wang nodded, "Of course, no matter who you are, we welcome you to the restaurant to eat." Lin Beiyang continued, "It's good to welcome you, but your employees didn't seem to welcome us. They spoke to us in a very sarcastic tone from the moment we entered the store. We were very calm the whole time, and this is what happened in the end. I think the restaurant should have surveillance cameras, and they would have known it at a glance." "Can you watch the surveillance whenever you want?" "It's obvious that you didn't come to eat, but to cause trouble." Before Manager Wang could say anything, the waiter started to refute. As the manager of a restaurant like this, Manager Wang understood that what Lin Beiyang said was the truth after hearing this. "After thinking about it, I realized that they were restaurant employees after all, and they wouldn't say anything in public. Besides, there were 4 students sitting opposite me, so there was no need to say too much." Then he smiled and said, "If our restaurant employees do something wrong, they will be punished. But there is nothing wrong with you coming to the store to cause trouble." Lin Beiyan finally understood that he wanted 100 lashes, 50 each. He shook his head and said, "Manager Wang, I think you have a misunderstanding. It is true that your waiter was at fault, but we were making trouble. I really want to get a platinum membership card and come here to eat often." Now it was Manager Wang's turn to be a little undecided, mainly because Lin Beiyan's expression was too confident. To be on the safe side, just continue with what you are saying. "Okay, as the restaurant's duty manager tonight, I am honored that this gentleman can become a platinum member of our restaurant. I believe the conditions are clear. It is unrealistic for you to spend 100,000 yuan for your first time. You can choose to deposit 150,000 yuan in advance, and it can be directly deducted from your purchase each time. I can arrange it now if you need it." Manager Wang's meaning is very clear. "We welcome you to apply for membership, but we will not show any leniency if you come here to cause trouble." Lin Beiyang dared to say this because he had money in his bank card, so of course he was not afraid. Chapter 6 New Mission Released. Just as I was about to answer, the system's voice suddenly came. "A new mission has been released. Apply for a diamond membership card for Tianyue Restaurant. The mission rewards top-level fighting skills. There is a new task. I was originally planning to apply for a platinum membership card, but now that I have the task, I must apply for a diamond membership card. The mission rewards are pretty good. You can tell what top-level martial arts are used for just by hearing it. I happen to have a conflict with someone today, and I can still use it next time if it really comes to a point of physical combat. Even if you don't need it, you can use it for self-defense. By the way, Manager Wang, I wonder how much money I need to deposit to apply for a diamond membership card?" Lin Beiyang asked immediately. At this point, even if Lin Beiyang asked to apply for a Zijin membership card, Manager Wang would respond. "If you spend 500,000 or deposit 750,000 into your membership account, you can use the private room with a diamond membership card. There is no limit on the number of people, but there is a minimum consumption. You can enjoy a 20% discount on each purchase." Lin Beiyang nodded. Discounts are secondary. Being able to spend 500,000 in a restaurant like this and to dine in a private room is a symbol of status. Then Lin Beiyang took out a bank card from his left trouser pocket. "Manager Wang, please get me a diamond membership card and directly deduct 750,000 from the card." When they saw Lin Beiyang take out his bank card, the expressions of the people around him changed. The security guards looked like they were just watching the fun. They were called over by the waiter, and in the end any problems would not be blamed on them. The waitress's face looked unhappy. She knew that if there was really 750,000 in Lin Beiyang's card, it would be difficult for her to complete her mission today. A man dressed like a student can easily come up with more than 700,000 yuan, which means his family has at least close to 100 million yuan in assets. As for the other three people in the dormitory, they were shocked. In the eyes of the three, Lin Beiyang has average financial conditions apart from his good looks. Who would have thought that now someone would suddenly take out a bank card with 750,000 Chinese yuan and apply for a so-called diamond membership at the restaurant? Although the money is deposited in the restaurant, I don't know how many meals it will take to spend all the money. What if the restaurant goes bankrupt and runs away? The possibility is small but not impossible. Manager Wang looked at the card in his hand, a very ordinary bank card. However, 90% of people believe that there is money in the card. He smiled and said, "It's no big deal, sir. Your surname is Lin." "Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, I will handle it myself." Manager Wang then asked someone to bring the cash machine over. Several people waited quietly. Looking at Lin Beiyang, who looked calm and confident, the three people in the dormitory felt relieved and felt that there would be no problem. The waiter's palms were full of sweat at this moment, and he could only hope that there was no money in the card. After bringing over the cashier machine, Manager Wang quickly completed the card swiping steps. "Mr. Lin, please enter the password." "Good." Lin Beiyang took a look at the payment amount, which was 750,000 renminbi. After entering the password, the ticket was printed out in front of everyone's witness. Now it is certain that 750,000 yuan was spent. Manager Wang then took out a card and handed it to Lin Beiyang. "Ding, the mission has been completed, and the top-level fighting skills rewarded by the mission have been automatically learned." Lin Beiyang was very happy when the mission reward arrived. "Mr. Lin, this is our restaurant's diamond membership card. You can show this card next time you come and someone will take you in. If you forget to bring your card, it doesn't matter. You can reserve a mobile phone number and receive a verification code next time you come." "Okay, thanks." Lin Beiyang guessed that this was to prevent someone from forgetting to bring the card, or the card was left behind and picked up by others, who would then come and use it. I took a look at the diamond membership card. Lin Beiyang guessed that the cost of making the card was probably several thousand yuan. The card number was 000391, which meant that there were 390 diamond members ahead of him. Calculated based on the lowest amount of 500,000 yuan, it would be 200 million yuan, which is an astronomical figure for Lin Beiyang now. "You're welcome. It's what I should do. Here's your bank card." Lin Beiyang's expression remained unchanged when he got the bank card back in his hand, but his heart was bleeding. "I just received a reward of 1 million, but I have already spent a quarter of it before I can even start to utilize it. Is there anything else you need?" Manager Wang asked with a smile. "There is one thing I need, but I wonder if you, as a manager, can make the decision." As he spoke, Lin Beiyang glanced at where the waiter was. "Ha ha ha." Manager Wang laughed. Then he said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Lin. As the manager on duty, I have great authority. Unless you want to buy this restaurant, I can't make the decision. Everything else is fine." Lin Beiyang followed suit and smiled. I didn't realize Manager Wang had a talent for humor. "Okay, I have something that I hope you can help me with. If the result satisfies me, maybe I can upgrade to your purple gold membership card in the future." "Mr. Lin, please speak. I won't go into details. Your restaurant should have surveillance cameras. You can check what happened from the moment we entered the store to what happened just now. I hope there will be a satisfactory outcome." Having said that, Manager Wang clearly understood what he meant. He smiled and replied, "Mr. Lin, please rest assured that you will not appear in our restaurant again. I don't know if you are satisfied with this result." A student could easily take out 750,000 yuan, so he guessed that the money in the card was no less than 5 million. Faced with such a customer and an ordinary waiter, Manager Wang naturally knew what to do. If Lin Beiyang knew what he was thinking, he would be embarrassed because there was only 1 million in the card. "Manager Wang, how you deal with this is your business. My friends and I are going to have dinner now. Diamond members can use the booths." "Okay, I understand. Diamond members can dine at the booths. I'll arrange it right away. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. Please let me go this time. I won't dare to do it again next time. When I was about to leave, the waiter came over and apologized, crying. Lin Beiyang shook his head. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Some things are best not to happen a second time. Maybe you can change your job. Working in the service industry may not be suitable for you. Lin Beiyang was not a stingy person. But I'm going to spend money here, so why should I endure the ridicule of a waiter? Besides, we finally got a reward of 1 million, but we spent 750,000 in one go, so there has to be a result. Mr. Lin, I really beg you, my family still depends on me for support, I can't lose this job. No one paid any attention to her. The four of them walked straight towards the booth. Manager Wang said with a discerning look, "Security, kick her out." Lin Beiyang didn't care about her thoughts. If he treated her well from the moment she entered the store, not only would he lose his job, he might even get a tip. Chapter 7 Eating. At the booth, Manager Wang personally brought over the menu. Mr. Lin, this is the restaurant menu. Please take a look at it with your friends. Good. Lin Beiyang took the menu and handed it to Yu Xiaobai. He waved his hand and said generously, "See if there is anything you want to eat. Just order whatever you want. I just deposited 750,000 yuan in the restaurant. I will need it sooner or later. Brother Lin, why don't you order the dishes?" Yu Xiaobai said a little stiffly. Yes, Beiyang, this is my first time in such a high-end restaurant. I don't know what to order. Gao Yang took over and said. The change in attitude made Lin Beiyang feel helpless. He knew that he had frightened the three people by taking out 750,000 yuan at once, including Yu Xiaobai, who came from a well-off family. He thinks he is a super-rich second generation and feels there is a gap in his status. Anyone would feel uncomfortable for a moment if they found out that a friend who looks ordinary is actually super rich. Lin Beiyang smiled and said in a different way, "It's okay, just order whatever you want to eat. Don't forget that each of you paid 300 yuan. Don't you want to eat the dishes you like?" Ha ha ha. The three of them couldn't help but laugh when they met each other. Lin Beiyang resolved the awkwardness easily. Each of them contributed 300 yuan, which was equivalent to ordering food with their own money, so of course there was no problem. Regardless of the price of the dishes, at least it's not free food and drinks. After the three of them took turns ordering dishes, the menu returned to Lin Beiyang. Brother Lin, we each ordered a dish we liked, now it's your turn. The three of them only ordered one dish each. Lin Beiyang did not let them continue to order food, knowing that they would be rejected directly if they told him. Then, without looking at the menu, he said, "Manager Wang, what are the signature dishes of your restaurant?" "Mr. Lin, we have 3 signature dishes today." Manager Wang introduced the 3 dishes in detail. Lin Beiyang nodded and said, "Okay, then serve us one of today's 3 signature dishes." He glanced at the menu, pointed at a wine on it and said, "Also, serve us a bottle of this Chateau Lafite red wine." "Okay, Mr. Lin, do you have any other instructions?" "Not yet. Please wait a moment. The dishes and wine will be here soon." "Good." After Manager Wang left, Yu Xiaobai was a little worried. "Brother Lin, are you sure you want a drink?" "Sure, it's just a bottle of red wine. It won't make you drunk. We have to drink a lot for the first dinner party. We can't just have a bottle of beer here." "Forget about the beer." Yu Xiaobai shook his head, knowing that drinking beer in a restaurant like this would be out of place. "Brother Lin, isn't the price of that wine a bit expensive? I think it's over 10,000. As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, the other two were very surprised. They thought the wine cost only 1 or 2,000 yuan at most, but they didn't expect it to cost tens of thousands of yuan. Hearing this, Lin Beiyang laughed. "It's okay. Don't forget that I have saved a total of 750,000 yuan in the restaurant. I don't know how long it will take to finish the meal. To be honest, I have never drunk such expensive wine. I'll just give it a try." Lin Beiyang really wanted to try it. "The red wine I drank before was only about 1 or 200 yuan, and the more expensive ones were 3 or 400 yuan. I have never tasted red wine that costs $10,000, so I want to see what the difference is." "Then we won't be polite," Yu Xiaobai said excitedly. "Let's not say polite words between us. Brother Lin, I finally understand why you are not worried about Ren Xiangdong. It turns out that you are very powerful. Lin Beiyang certainly didn't understand what he meant. Ren Xiangdong's family is rich and he owns his own business, but Lin Beiyang looks no worse off. If the strength is equal, there is really nothing to worry about. 15 minutes later, Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, I thought a bottle of red wine that costs 10,000 yuan must be delicious, but it seems to be no different from a bottle of red wine that costs 100 yuan. Looking at the red wine in the glass, I don't think it's any different from cheap wine. Then he said self-deprecatingly, I am not a professional, so there is no difference when I drink it. Yu Xiaobai stared at the red wine in the glass and said, to be honest, I couldn't tell the difference. I was lucky enough to drink a 3,000 yuan red wine once, and it seemed that there was really not much difference. At this time, Zhao Tongpu said, maybe it's because I'm a local, I feel that the wine is not as good as the one I bought online for 89 yuan. If you can't appreciate the wine, just eat the food. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. We ordered 6 dishes, which cost more than 5,300 yuan, and the 4 of us ate them with gusto. A bottle of red wine cost 11,999 yuan, but none of the 4 people could appreciate it. It would be better to order a few more dishes and have a bottle of drink for a dozen yuan each. If I had to spend my own money, I wouldn't know how heartbroken I would be. After a moment's thought, I realized that I didn't have that much money, so the assumption was not valid. By the way, are you interested in the message that our class teacher sent in the group this afternoon? Gao Yang asked the 3 of them. The 4 of them live in the same dormitory and naturally study the same major, finance, and are in the same class group. According to the arrangement, we will gather in the classroom at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Mainly to run for class leaders. Next there will be military training, and after class leaders are selected, they can assist the class teacher in better management. The class teacher is not responsible for teaching the classes, so he or she usually teaches several different classes. A class may have 30 or 40 students. It is difficult for the class teacher to manage them all alone. At this time, class leaders are needed to assist. Gather at the big playground at 10 o'clock to hold a military training mobilization meeting. After the meeting, the group was dismissed and the 14-day military training officially began in the afternoon. The class teacher posted the entire process in the group in the afternoon. Yu Xiaobai spoke first. Originally, I was not going to run for class leader, but considering the situation in our dormitory, I decided to run for study committee member. Apart from other things, I believe no one can beat me in this aspect. Zhao Tongpu wanted to say something, but was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Lin Beiyang encouraged him and said, if you have anything to say, don't hide it from us. After being encouraged, Zhao Tongpu nodded and said, I want to run for class monitor. Seeing the 3 people staring at him, he continued, I have been the class monitor since junior high school, and the class monitor for 3 years in high school, so I don't want to miss out on college. The most important thing is that I heard that the class monitor will have more advantages in the evaluation of some scholarships. Class leaders seem to have advantages in this regard. I will definitely support you. Yu Xiaobai expressed his support without hesitation. I'm not running for election, but I support you. Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. Running for class monitor is a good thing. You should be brave enough to do it. We are your strongest support. Brother Lin, aren't you going to run for class leader? Yu Xiaobai turned around and asked Lin Beiyang. I won't run for election. I'm not very interested in being a class leader. If you go, I will support you unconditionally. Lin Beiyang refused. I might have run for election before, but since I got the system, I have lost interest in this kind of thing. The 3 of them thought his refusal was normal and did not ask any further questions. Then it was confirmed. Yu Xiaobai is running for study committee member, and Zhao Tongpu is running for class monitor. Chapter 8. I took the wrong way back to the dormitory. Upon learning that Lin Beiyang's table had paid the bill, Manager Wang hurried over. Manager Wang, what's going on? No, I just want to ask if Mr. Lin is satisfied with today's meal? Lin Beiyang smiled. If nothing else, the service and problem solving at this restaurant was excellent. Regardless of whether everyone can do this, at least the manager Wang in front of me is very satisfying. I am very satisfied. I am very satisfied with Manager Wang's reception and the problems he solved. It seems that it is a normal choice for me to deposit 750,000 yuan in the restaurant. Next time I need to eat, I will definitely choose this place first. Satisfied is really satisfied. The latter sentence was said to him. No matter what happens today, the money has been deposited and there is no way he would not use it. Ha, as long as Mr. Lin is satisfied, you can contact me in advance if you want to come over for dinner later. I can arrange any requests in advance. After saying that, Manager Wang handed Lin Beiyang a business card. When I took it and looked at it, I saw that Manager Wang's name was Wang Weiji. The business card has a phone number and WeChat QR code printed on it for contact. Lin Beiyang nodded and said, "Okay, I will contact Manager Wang in advance if I need anything. It's getting late and we have to go back to the dormitory. We won't stay any longer." Wang Weiji understood the meaning of the words. He made way, "Mr. Lin and the other 3 gentlemen, please." The other 3 were taken directly over. For Manager Wang, it was obvious that Lin Beiyang was the leader, so he did not ask the other 3. Lin Beiyang didn't hesitate and took the 3 of them out of the restaurant. Wang Weiji accompanied the 4 people all the way to the door. Looking around, I found that they had no intention of driving, so I subconsciously asked, "Mr. Lin, are you waiting for a taxi?" "Yeah, we're freshmen and we don't have cars." Wang Weiji suddenly thought of what had just happened and almost ignored it. "How about this, our restaurant has a special vehicle for picking up guests. I'll have someone take you back to school right away." Lin Beiyang was a little surprised to hear that the restaurant offered such service. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. "No, the food in the restaurant tastes very good. I'm a little full from the meal just now. It's only about 3 kilometers from here to the school. We can walk back to help digestion and get familiar with the situation near the school." Seeing Lin Beiyang's refusal, Wang Weiji said nothing more. He watched the 4 people leave before returning to the restaurant. Of course, the 4 people who didn't look back didn't notice this scene. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhao Tongpu said a little embarrassedly, "Beiyang, I suggest you walk back to school. You won't mind, right?" Originally planning to take a taxi, Zhao Tongpu suggested walking back. "The reason is that the 6 dishes just now were so delicious and the portions were so filling that I felt a little full." His stomach's digestive ability is not strong, so if he took a taxi directly back and lay down in the dormitory, it would be difficult for him to digest and he would feel uncomfortable. After saying it, I was worried that Lin Beiyang would refuse. Worried that rich second generations like him would not choose to walk back. After hesitating for a moment, he finally brought it up. Lin Beiyang replied nonchalantly, "It's okay, I think what you said makes sense. I was a little full from eating just now. Anyway, the school is not far away, so it's just right to walk back." Lin Beiyang was essentially no different from them, so he naturally would not refuse the suggestion of walking back to school. "That's good." Judging from the tone and expression, he didn't mean to be perfunctory, so Zhao Tongpu felt relieved. After walking for about 20 minutes, Gao Yang suddenly exclaimed, "Brothers, we seem to have taken the wrong road." Hearing Gao Yang's words, the 3 of them stopped at the same time and stared at him in confusion. Yu Xiaobai touched his head awkwardly. "I remember the way back to school is this way. I saw it on the map just now and it said so too." Gao Yang held up his phone, pointed at the map and said, "The route is correct, but we should have gone left at the last fork in the road instead of going straight. We can go back now, but we have to take a detour of at least 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers is not very far and it usually takes about 40 to 50 minutes to get there on foot. As a result, we are taking a detour now." Lin Beiyang asked helplessly, "Then how far are we from the school now?" Gao Yang looked at his phone and said, "There are still 2.5 kilometers to go." They looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. It took about 20 minutes to walk, which was equivalent to only 500 meters. "Why don't we take a taxi back?" Zhao Tongpu said at this time. He felt a little embarrassed. If he hadn't wanted to walk back, he wouldn't have taken the wrong road. If he had taken a taxi, he would probably have reached the dormitory by now. Just as Lin Beiyang was about to speak, Gao Yang exclaimed again, "Wait. Gao Yang, could you please stop being so shocked and just say what you want to say?" Yu Xiaobai, who was thinking, was startled by his sudden voice. Gao Yang has a very loud voice. He is a little taller than Lin Beiyang. If Lin Beiyang looks like a gentleman, then the first impression he gives people is that of a strong man. He is 1.85 meters tall, weighs 70 kilograms, and has muscles that are visible to the naked eye. Although he is only 19 years old this year, because of his figure, people who don't know him would think he is in his 20s and is a fitness coach. Lin Beiyang still remembers it now. When I first saw Gao Yang entering the dormitory, I thought he was someone from a nearby gym distributing advertisements, but then I realized he was my roommate. Hey, I have made a new discovery." "What new discovery?" Yu Xiaobai asked. Gao Yang said, I just chose the driving route to the southwest gate, and it showed that I still had to walk more than 2 kilometers. However, after I chose to walk, a new route appeared. It was a small road that was about 1.5 kilometers long. After passing through it, I would reach the west gate of the school. Isn't the west gate a bit too far from the dormitory? Zhao Tongpu said. Jinan University covers an area of 4,100 acres and has 5 school gates. Their dormitory is closer to the east gate, so going through the west gate is equivalent to crossing the entire school, which seems to be the same as taking a detour to the southwest gate. Brother Lin, do you think we should walk to the west gate or take a taxi to the southwest gate, or go to one of the other gates? Lin Beiyang prefers to take a taxi to the east gate. The east gate is the closest gate to the dormitory, and you can reach it in a few minutes after entering. At this moment, he suddenly saw something beside the road. We neither walk to the west gate nor take a taxi to other gates. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. Are there any other ways to go back to school besides these 2? Brother Lin, how do we get back? Hearing Yu Xiaobai's words, Lin Beiyang pointed to what he saw and said, rely on this to go back. When the 3 of them saw this, Gao Yang laughed out loud, why didn't I think of riding a shared bike back? I can ride directly to the downstairs of the dormitory. There is a place to park shared bikes. I think all of you guys can ride a bike. Meeting. The bike is fine, it's easy. After getting the answer that everyone could ride a bicycle, the 4 of them each picked up a bicycle and rode towards the west gate. It's too far to walk, but riding a bike is different. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there. Chapter 9 Encountered Trouble. It is called a small path, and it really is a small path. In the dim light, it is difficult to see the road conditions clearly. There is no choice but to turn on the flashlight on your phone to see potholes that may appear on the road at any time. At first, 4 people rode side by side. Since they discovered the potholes on the road, the 4 people formed a line and moved forward one by one. 5 minutes later, Yu Xiaobai, who was riding in the front, suddenly braked. The 3 people behind braked immediately and almost collided with each other. Gao Yang complained, not knowing what was going on, Xiaobai, what were you doing? You stopped suddenly and almost fell down. Yu Xiaobai listened to Gao Yang's complaints and ignored them. Then he frowned and said, someone is blocking our way ahead. After hearing Yu Xiaobai's words, the 3 of them hurried forward to check. He was talking about someone blocking the way, not that there was anyone there, which meant it was intentional and he wanted to see who it was. When the person blocking the way came closer, the 4 recognized him at a glance. Lin Beiyang suddenly became alert, and the other 3 also stared at these people. It's you. It's us. You didn't expect that. The leader said disdainfully. The people standing in front of him were none other than the 3 people he met in the cafeteria at noon today. I really didn't expect it. Lin Beiyang shook his head. It's really unexpected. The threat at noon sounded fake no matter how you looked at it, but these 3 people took it seriously. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but find it a little funny. I told you at noon to be careful. We are all students in school and we cannot have conflicts. Who will know about it outside the school? Lin Beiyang stepped forward and protected the other 3 people behind him. He is not panicking at all now. The reward for the previous mission was top-level fighting skills. Although I haven't tried how powerful it is, it should be enough to deal with the people in front. At worst, I still have 3 people on my side. Aren't you afraid that we will call the police or report it to the school? Lin Beiyang asked. In fact, they know in their hearts that they are not worried. Otherwise, it would never be done in such a high-profile manner. The leader smiled and said, to tell you the truth, this would not have happened tonight, but I happened to see you walking on the way back to school, so I followed you to see if there was any chance. If you had taken the main road, we would have had no chance, but who knew you would choose to take this small road instead? Unfortunately, this small road is a surveillance blind spot, so who would have known about it? So while we were waiting in the front, there were people waiting in the back. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from behind. Lin Beiyang's face darkened. Of course, it wasn't a problem when there were only 7 people in front. He could deal with 4 of them by himself, and the remaining 2 could be dealt with by the 3 of them. Now there are 3 more people behind me, which makes things difficult. There are 4 of us on our side, and there are 10 of us in total. We were chatting on the way and didn't notice anyone following us. If I had known I was being followed, I would have definitely taken a taxi back to school. They wouldn't do it in public. Seeing that Lin Beiyang didn't speak, the leader said arrogantly, "Aren't you listening to the eloquent? Now keep talking and see if we can be convinced by you. Brother Lin, what should we do now?" Yu Xiaobai, who was standing on the left, said worriedly. These people blocked them here, and it was obvious that they were serious about it. Why don't we call the police? The person who spoke was Zhao Tongpu. His voice was trembling and it was obvious that he was very scared. Lin Beiyang shook his head. It's too late to call the police now. They can attack at any time. Be careful. Whether they are trying to scare you or really attack you, remember to protect yourself later. It would be fine if they were just threatening me so that I would notice it later, but I'm afraid they would really do something. Lin Beiyang was not worried about himself, but he was worried about the other people in the dormitory. If you are alone, you can try it yourself. If we really have to take action, it will be difficult to protect them and deal with these people at the same time. After thinking for a while, Lin Beiyang said, I was the one who confessed and spoke. It has nothing to do with my roommates. Let them go first. It was obvious that they were coming for me, so there was no need to bring these 3 people in. After they left, Lin Beiyang had no more worries and was ready to try out top-level fighting techniques. Ha, I didn't expect you to be so loyal to each other. Just because they are your roommates? Everyone is responsible for their own actions, and there is no other idea. The leader nodded, okay, sure. I was just going to teach you a lesson from the beginning. It really has nothing to do with your roommates. You can let them go. Lin Beiyang was fully prepared to take action, but he didn't expect that he would agree. You 3 go ahead, I'll be back soon. No, we can't leave. How can we leave you, Brother Lin, here alone? Yu Xiaobai was very scared, but he still wanted to stay. Gao Yang immediately stepped forward and said, Brother Lin, we won't leave. We don't believe they really dare to do it. It's easy to find evidence. Even Zhao Tongpu agreed and said that he was unwilling to leave. Lin Beiyang felt warm in his heart. The fact that these 3 people were able to stand up at this time shows that they are sincere and are not so-called fake friends. You know, we have only known each other for 2 days at most, and it is not easy to achieve this. It can be seen that he is willing to stay from the bottom of his heart. Because the people on both sides have given them the opportunity to leave, they can leave. Still choose to stay. If it were someone who was more opportunistic, he would probably have distanced himself from the matter from the beginning. But Lin Beiyang was unwilling to let them stay. Since he dared to stop them, he must be fearless. Don't forget that Ren Xiangdong is behind him. In addition, except for these 3 people who are students, the other 7 are not students. It's very likely that he's a small-time gangster or something like that. Some of these people might have been in there before, but let us not worry about that. Lin Beiyang can't gamble. After all, this incident was caused by myself. If it wasn't for the purpose of completing the task, I wouldn't have chosen to confess in the cafeteria. It was just because I met Shin Senyu that a series of events happened afterwards. Naturally, I don't want them to get involved. Lin Beiyang shook his head and said with certainty, No, you must leave first, don't worry about me. To reassure the 3, he continued, To be honest, I've learned taekwondo, martial arts, and other self-defense skills since I was a child. 3 or 5 people together can't beat me. Don't look at their numbers. If they really fight later, I can still find a way to get away. But it won't work with you here. What if I can leave but you can't? Do you understand me? The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Brother Lin, are you telling the truth? Yu Xiaobai was still a little worried and asked. Of course it's true. Considering my status, I have to learn since I was young. Lin Beiyang knew that the 3 people had misunderstood his identity, so it was a good opportunity to use it now. As a second-generation rich kid, isn't it normal to learn some self-defense skills? Chapter 10, An Easy Solution. The 3 agreed to leave first. Before leaving, Yu Xiaobai whispered, Brother Lin, be careful. Call someone over right after we get out. They won't dare to do anything if someone comes. Lin Beiyang refused. No, it will be too late to call for help if we really want to. You should go back to school first. It is 9:18 now. If I am not back to the dormitory by 10 o'clock, you can tell the class teacher or call the police directly. If you want to take action, just wait until they leave. It would take at least half an hour to go out and call someone back, which was totally too late. If you succeed, you can naturally return to the dormitory before 10 o'clock. If we fail, we won't be able to go back after 10 o'clock, and it won't be too late for them to call someone over. Yu Xiaobai was a little hesitant. Lin Beiyang said again, don't hesitate. If they suddenly change their minds, none of us will be able to leave. Anyway, after leaving here, go back to the dormitory first. Good. This time, Yu Xiaobai finally made up his mind. Afterwards, Lin Beiyang gave instructions to the other two people, and only after getting definite answers did he let the three leave as soon as possible. Only after watching the three people disappear into the darkness did Lin Beiyang feel relieved. The three people in your dormitory have already left. It's not that you don't have a chance to leave. It depends on whether you are willing to cherish it. Lin Beiyang frowned. What's the meaning? The leader smiled and said, the problem lies in your public confession to Xin Xinjuan. If you can apologize to her again in public and explain that today's confession was a joke, the conflict between us can be written off. How about that? Aren't you afraid that I will agree now and regret it later? Humph. The man sneered. Go back on your word? There is no way you can go back on your word if you promised me, Zhang Dabiao. If I can catch you tonight, I can catch you in the future as well. As I said before, as long as you leave the school, I or my brothers will meet you at any time. Can you guarantee that you will not leave the school for the next 4 years? Hearing this, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Zhang Dabiao asked in dissatisfaction, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just suddenly found it funny. Stop laughing. Think about my suggestion and give me an answer. Lin Beiyang shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't think your suggestion is good at all. I don't think I have done anything wrong. Why should I apologize, and apologize in public? Am I a joke? He thought it was an opportunity, but it turned out to be an excuse for him to apologize. Lin Beiyang couldn't apologize in public and confessed that he was just joking. Zhang Dabiao rubbed his hands together, as if ready to fight, and said coldly, it seems that you don't want to drink the wine, brothers, teach this kid a lesson. Okay. Someone in the crowd immediately echoed. Lin Beiyang got ready and replied, come on if you want to fight, stop talking nonsense. Zhang Dabiao thought Lin Beiyang would be scared to death, but he took the initiative to provoke him, which made him even angrier. Hit me hard, remember don't hit the face, don't hit the vital parts, hit the fleshy parts. Lin Beiyang thought that this group of people must have fought a lot. Know where to play and where not to play. First of all, if you hit your face, it will be easily seen. The face is relatively fragile and you can't cover it all day long. Besides, there are so many people, and it would be easy to get into trouble if they hit vital parts. As for the places with more flesh, they are generally more resistant to beatings. Fortunately, they were unarmed and had no weapons, so Lin Beiyang thought they should be able to handle it. As people came forward from the front and back, Lin Beiyang did not take the initiative to attack, but observed the movements of several people. Superior. Someone said something, and 5 people rushed directly towards Lin Beiyang. The other 5 people stood on both sides to observe the movements to prevent Lin Beiyang from suddenly escaping. They also know that it will be difficult to catch up once they run away. Lin Beiyang seized the opportunity and kicked the man closest to him in the thigh. Ah! The man instantly fell to the ground wailing. Seeing that the other man's fist was about to hit his face, he easily dodged it by turning sideways. Taking advantage of the inertia, he hit him in the chest with an elbow. Just like the first person, he fell directly to the ground. Feeling a noise on his back, Lin Beiyang subconsciously reached out to grab it. He just happened to grab the third person's wrist, bent it downward with force and squeezed it. He heard a snapping sound, as if a bone was breaking, and again a wailing sound was heard. Within half a minute, 3 people fell to the ground. The sudden change shocked everyone present. They thought it would be an easy task, but they ended up losing 3 people. The 2 men who had just acted as if they were about to fight instantly took a few steps back. I saw what happened to those 3 people, and I knew it was painful. The remaining 2 wanted to retreat, but Lin Beiyang refused. He spotted the person behind him, took a running start, jumped into the air, and kicked him on the back. Due to inertia, he fell flat on his face and couldn't even get up. The last person was so frightened that he trembled. Seeing the stunned crowd, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but laugh and said, Zhang Dabiao, huh? Your brothers seem to be a little weak, no one can last a single blow. You. Zhang Dabiao was speechless. He saw the scene just now clearly. Although each of Lin Beiyang's moves seemed to be unsystematic, in fact, each move was very fierce, able to defeat the enemy in one move without causing any damage to the enemy's foundation. At most it will make people feel pain, and it won't be particularly serious if they go to the hospital for a checkup. What do you mean by I? Are you still going to fight? If you don't continue, I'm going to leave. If you want to fight, you can come together. Hearing this, several people shook their heads. Lin Beiyang said jokingly, how about I just use one hand? His confidence comes from the top-level fighting skills rewarded by the system. Every move he made just now seemed to be imprinted in his mind. Not to mention 5 people, even 15 people could be easily dealt with. I dare not, I dare not. Zhang Dabiao quickly waved his hand to refuse. Although they were not beaten, the pain of the 4 men could be felt, and their wailing echoed in the silent path. I didn't expect you to be so flexible, but aren't these your brothers? Are you just going to leave them alone? Zhang Dabiao was embarrassed. If I answer I don't care, there will definitely be estrangement and conflicts with these so-called brothers. If I say I care, I can't beat Lin Beiyang. Okay, I know the answer from your hesitation. Help me push the bike over here. Lin Beiyang pointed to the shared bicycle lying on the ground. Okay. Zhang Dabiao carefully picked up the fallen bicycle and pushed it next to Lin Beiyang. Lin Beiyang took the bicycle and looked at him and said, you can choose to call the police for what happened tonight, or you can choose to swallow your anger, but I don't want the same thing to happen again next time. After saying that, he got on his bike and left. They didn't dare to call the police, so they could only choose the latter. Zhang Dabiao, feeling relieved, saw the remaining people standing and staring at him, and said angrily, why are you looking at me? Go out and call an ambulance. Chapter 11, outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road. 9:48. When he arrived downstairs of the dormitory, Lin Beiyang looked at the time on his mobile phone. After parking the shared bicycle, go upstairs quickly. As expected, the 3 people in the dormitory were very anxious at the moment, but they had no choice but to go back as soon as possible. Gao Yang, why don't we call the police? As we reached the dormitory door, Zhao Tongpu's voice came from inside. Gao Yang then said, Beiyang told us to make plans if we don't come back by 10 o'clock. We still have 10 minutes, so let's wait a little longer. Yes, wait a moment, I believe Brother Lin will be fine. Yu Xiaobai's voice followed. The two decided to wait a little longer, and Zhao Tongpu did not object. No, I'm back. Just as the 3 of them were discussing how to solve the problem, Lin Beiyang pushed the door open and looked at them with a smile on his face. The 3 people who had been frowning just now suddenly became happy. Yu Xiaobai hurried forward, grabbed Lin Beiyang and looked him over, then said in a worried tone, Brother Lin, are you okay? Gao Yang and Zhao Tongpu also came over and took a closer look. Beiyang, did they give you any trouble? Seeing their concerned expressions, Lin Beiyang responded with a smile, don't worry, this matter has been resolved. There will be no more sieges in the future, and it will be quiet for a while. Lin Beiyang's reaction left the 3 people puzzled. The situation at that time was likely to lead to a fight. Not only was he back in good shape now, without any signs of fighting on his body, but he also looked uncontrollably happy, indicating that the problem had been properly resolved after they left. Brother Lin, are you kidding me? Do you think I was joking? I just convinced them with my virtue, and they accepted my opinion, so they came back. Lin Beiyang originally wanted to use force to subdue the enemy, but after thinking about it, he changed his approach. If I tell the 3 of them that I beat them until they were convinced, they will definitely not believe it and will continue to ask questions. Just find a random excuse to get away with it. Unless something unexpected happens, Zhang Dabiao and his group will definitely not tell this matter to anyone, and will just keep it to themselves. 10 people surrounded one person, and as a result, 4 of them were knocked down. The remaining 6 were so scared that they dared not go on, and it would only be embarrassing to talk about it. I guess few people would believe it. It was obvious at first glance that Lin Beiyang was not a good fighter, so how could he possibly beat 10 people with his bare hands? As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 20 hands. Conquer people with virtue? The 3 of them had puzzled expressions. If those few people could also win others over with their virtue, the situation of being surrounded would not have occurred. But the current situation is that Lin Beiyang returned to the dormitory unharmed. Okay, don't look at me like that. Anyway, the matter is resolved. Don't think too much about it. But Brother Lin, even if the people who surrounded us tonight don't continue to cause trouble, what if Rin Shandong tells them to do so? And they said they ran into us by chance tonight, but it seems to me that they followed us in advance. Yu Xiaobai still said with some concern. Lin Beiyang shook his head. This matter should have nothing to do with Rin Xiangdong. He probably doesn't know about it yet. After all, today is the last day of the orientation and there are many things to do. At this time, Gao Yang stood up and said, "No, Beiyang, you may not have seen it. Someone on our school's forum posted a video of the entire process of your confession in the cafeteria today. The video quality can be said to be ultra high definition, from going on stage to leaving, the whole process was recorded clearly. It's hard not to know about such a big fuss. Maybe he was the one who asked these people to follow us out tonight." Yeah? Real. Gao Yang then dug up the video. Lin Beiyang read it carefully and found it was exactly the same as he said. The entire process was recorded very clearly, even Shin Xinjuan's reaction was recorded. Those who didn't know would think that Shin Xinjuan ran away because she was shy. In addition, the background at the end of the video is people shouting the 3 words "promise him." Lin Beiyang frowned. If Rin Xiangdong is really such a person, then what we see now is just an act. Rin Xiangdong gives people the impression of being a gentle and refined person, not someone who would do such a thing. However, you can only know a person's face but not his heart. Perhaps only those who are closest to him know what kind of person he is. It is difficult for outsiders to see or guess. After thinking for a moment, Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, "Regardless of whether it has anything to do with Rin Xiangdong, at least this matter has come to an end for the time being. If it has nothing to do with him, then the same thing will definitely not happen again. If it does have something to do with him, then as the saying goes, if an enemy comes, we will stop him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. What is there to be afraid of? His family has hundreds of millions of assets, and he only has a company with a market value of 30 million. So what? I'm not bad either, am I?" After saying that, he asked the 3 people. Lin Beiyang understood that if he wanted to make them not worry, he could just pretend to be a rich second generation and that his family was not short of money. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the worried expressions of the 3 people instantly relaxed. Only then did they realize that Lin Beiyang was able to take out hundreds of thousands of dollars and deposit them into the restaurant's account without blinking, which meant that there was at least millions in the card. With pocket money reaching millions, his family conditions must not be too bad. "Brother Lin, is this what you call playing the pig to eat the tiger? The clothes and pants you are wearing don't cost more than 200 yuan, plus a pair of shoes that cost more than 300 yuan, and your glasses cost about 1,000 yuan. But you have over 1,000,000 yuan in your card. If you don't know, you would really think you are from an ordinary family. You don't understand this. As the saying goes, wealth should not be shown on the outside. Look at those truly wealthy people. Who would talk about their wealth every day? It seems so. That makes sense." Looking at the 2 people's subconscious answers, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. "By the way, Brother Lin, do you really like Shin Xinjuan? Why are you asking this?" Lin Beiyang glanced at Yu Xiaobai. "It's okay, I'm just curious. Although Shin Xinjuan is the school beauty, you are equally good, Brother Lin. I think you are a perfect match." Lin Beiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Okay, stop being curious and go to bed early. You won't be able to sleep in tomorrow." At this time, Gao Yang came over and asked, "Beiyang, you look like a love expert, can you tell me some secrets to chasing girls?" He is not an expert in love. The only time he was in a relationship was when he was in the first year of high school. It lasted for half a year. He couldn't let go of the person after they broke up and had no intention of falling in love until he graduated from high school. After thinking for a while, he replied, "I'll give you 9 words." "Which 9 words?" Zhao Tongpu also came over curiously. "Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, there is fragrant grass." After saying that, Lin Beiyang picked up his wash basin and added, "That's it." As for the meaning, you can slowly understand it. After Lin Beiyang left, the 2 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. "What's the meaning?" "I don't know either." Yu Xiaobai at the side couldn't help but laugh and said, "The original text of this sentence is outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the green grass stretches to the sky. Can you tell me which 2 words are missing?" Gao Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, "I know, there is no word billion." Yu Xiaobai nodded seriously, "Yes, that's right, just don't use billion." "Ah." Gao Yang was confused. Now the 2 of them didn't understand what it meant. Chapter 12 Another School Beauty. The next morning, Lin Beiyang was awakened by the long-lost alarm clock. I worked as a part-time worker for 2 months during the summer vacation, and then spent the remaining half-month at home playing. I have to sleep until 10 o'clock every day at home. The more than 5,000 yuan in my bank card was earned during the summer vacation. Brothers, get up. Don't forget that today is the first day of school. Lin Beiyang looked at the 3 people who were still sleeping and quickly called them to get up. Although it is not a formal class, it is considered the first gathering after the start of school. If you are late, you may become the focus of attention in the future. When the 3 heard Lin Beiyang's shout, they were suddenly awakened from their sleep. Gao Yang thought he had overslept, so he quickly asked, "What time is it?" "Don't worry, gather in class at 9 o'clock. It's 8:10 now. Get up, wash up, make your bed, and walk to the classroom." "That's good." After the 4 of them packed up, they locked the dormitory door and went to the classroom. The School of Economics where they are located is not far from the dormitory, about a 10-minute walk away. For example, some teaching buildings that are far away may take more than 20 minutes to walk. When I arrived at the classroom, there weren't many people inside, only 7 or 8 sitting sparsely. Seeing them come in, everyone looked over. Of course, all eyes were focused on Lin Beiyang. The public confession took place in the cafeteria yesterday. There were nearly 200 people present. Through word of mouth and the video on the forum, more and more people knew about it. Especially after knowing that I was a freshman in the School of Economics, more people from the same school paid attention to me. Lin Beiyang did not react to the gazes cast at him. I knew this would happen after seeing the video last night. The entire classroom can accommodate 42 people. There are 2 tables on both sides near the wall, and 3 tables in the middle, making a total of 6 rows, which is very easy to count. Lin Beiyang looked around, then pointed to a spot near the window outside and said, "Let's sit over there." The other 3 had no objection. Finally, we chose the second to last and third to last rows by the window. "Brother Lin, it seems we are here early. It's better to come early than late. You choose your seats yourself, not in advance. Do you want to sit closer to the podium?" The 3 of them shook their heads, "No." "That's right." After they entered the classroom, more people came in one after another. After a while, more than half of the classroom, which was empty just now, was occupied. The people who came in looked at everyone in the classroom just like them. Lin Beiyang was naturally the focus of attention, and soon everyone in the classroom knew that he was the boy who had confessed his love to her in the cafeteria yesterday. Some are curious, some are disdainful, and some are uninterested. Then 3 more girls entered the classroom. The moment he entered the classroom, everyone's attention was drawn to him again. Gao Yang couldn't help but whispered, "Xiaobai, is she Suyu?" Yu Xiaobai, who knows everything, continued, "Yes, it's Suyu. Otherwise, how could anyone else be so pretty?" Seeing that the 3 seemed to know each other, Lin Beiyang was a little confused. Yu Xiaobai explained, "Brother Lin, I asked you to watch the campus beauty pageant yesterday but you didn't." She was one of the candidates and ranked 9th in the final result. She is also one of the top 10 campus beauties and is as good-looking as Xin Xinjuan. Xin Xinjuan is the type of beautiful girl next door, while Suyu looks like the type of queen. The 2 have different personalities and dress differently, but Yu Xiaobai is right, they are both very beautiful and look similar if you only look at their faces. I see. Doesn't that mean our college has 2 campus beauties, and both of them are freshmen? No, it's true that our School of Economics has the most campus beauties this time, but there are more than 2. There are 4 in total, including a freshman and a junior. Because our school has the most female freshmen this year, there are also the most jokes. After Yu Xiaobai finished explaining, he suddenly looked at Lin Beiyang with ill intentions and said, "Brother Lin, you are not interested in someone else again, are you? Don't forget that you still have Xin Xinjuan, so give her to someone else." Lin Beiyang's face suddenly turned dark. He was just asking out of pure curiosity, why did things become different when it came to him? Go to hell, who do you think I am? I fall in love with everyone I meet. Brother Lin, then tell me what type of girls you like. Lin Beiyang thought about this question for a moment and answered, "I prefer fate. It's best if we get along well." What? Round head? Hearing Lin Beiyang's words, Gao Yang exclaimed, "Beiyang, everyone has a round head. Square heads are rare. You just fall in love with everyone you meet." As expected, is this the common trait of the second generation of rich people? Lin Beiyang's eyebrows were almost frowned. "I said we are compatible, not round head." I think your head is quite square. Hey, I was just kidding. 5 minutes later, 3 more people walked into the classroom. The man walking in the middle looked nonchalant, and the 2 people behind him looked like followers. I guess it's another young master from that family coming here to study. After taking a quick look around, the man saw Suyu sitting in the 4th row in the middle, and his eyes lit up. He walked straight over to the girl on Suyu's left and said, "Beauty, how about giving me this seat?" The girl glanced at him and shook her head. "We are in the same dormitory, you should find another place." Upon hearing this, he walked directly to the 5th row without saying anything and said to the girl in the middle, "Beautiful lady, how about giving up your seat to me?" I got the same answer right away. He didn't get angry. He took out his phone and said, "How about this? The 3 of you should be in the same dormitory. Give me the 3 seats and I'll transfer 500 yuan to each of you. How about that?" Lin Beiyang, who was sitting here, knew what this person was up to as soon as he heard it. It was simply because he saw that Suyu was pretty and wanted to get closer to her, but the seats in the middle were all full, so he just paid to buy a seat. Really? The 3 girls became interested when they heard it. "How about this? I'll transfer 500 yuan to each of you, and then you give me your seat. Giving up your seat will earn you 500 yuan, and everyone would be willing to do such a good thing." Soon, he transferred 500 yuan to each of the 3 people. After receiving the money, the 3 people happily found new seats and sat down. Looking at this scene, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but shook his head. Suyu had a very strong temperament, and her clothes looked expensive, so her family was probably very wealthy. It is extremely difficult for a girl like this to win her heart with money, so this man is bound to fail. Moreover, when the 3 of them sat down, Lin Beiyang saw obvious disgust in Suyu's eyes. If the other seats in the classroom were not too scattered, there would probably have been a possibility of changing seats. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lin Beiyang. Chapter 13 Mission Reward, 1 car. The class teacher is a middle-aged man. Lin Beiyang guessed that he was around 40 years old, but he said he just turned 32 this year. It can only be said that he grew up too fast. It's no wonder that he guessed he was around 40 years old. He wore a white polo shirt, black suit pants and a pair of black leather shoes. The hairstyle has reached the middle stage of the Mediterranean style. It seems that in 2 or 3 years at most, the middle part of the hairstyle will disappear completely. The best way is to shave it all off and leave a bald hairstyle, which may make you look younger. When he first came in, he was holding a water cup similar to that of an old cadre. At first glance, he looked to be no more than 40 years old. The class teacher is Zhou Lixia. In his own words, he was not born on the day of the beginning of summer. His sister's name is Zhou Lichuan, and she was born on the day of the beginning of spring. Because his parents were not well educated, they simply named him Lixia. Just as everyone thought, he also has a younger brother named Zhou Liqiu. Of course, there were only 3 of him, his siblings, and Zhou Lidong was not there. Students, I have something else to do later. Without further ado, I will tell you about the military training this afternoon. Then you can elect class leaders. At that time, several class leaders will help me keep an eye on and prevent students from going to the military training site. Lin Beiyang felt that he should be a person who does things in a decisive and efficient manner. It only took 20 minutes to finish explaining all the precautions. Then he continued, "Next, we will elect class leaders. Each student will run for election and then vote. The elected class leader will tell me the result. Now I would like to trouble these 2 students to preside over the election." As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 girls sitting in the first row on the right. "Are you all right?" They both shook their heads at the same time. "No problem." "Okay, here is the list of class leaders. There are 8 of them in total. I suggest you start from the bottom." "Okay, teacher." Before leaving, Zhou Lixia said, "I hope that the students will actively participate and cooperate. If you don't want to run for election, don't make trouble. If there are people who make trouble, wait until the election is over and the class monitor will report their names to me." After saying that, he left the classroom. Sure enough, everyone became much quieter after the warning. Even though I'm already a college student, I've only just graduated from high school and I still have a natural fear of teachers. After the 2 girls came on stage, the man on the left said, "According to the instructions of the class teacher, we will first elect a sports committee member. Are there any students who want to run for the position?" When they heard about the position of sports commissioner, there was nothing they could do and no one stepped forward to run for the position or sign up. There are 37 people in the whole class, including 26 girls and 11 boys, and most of the sports committee members are boys. After waiting for 2 minutes, no one came forward, which made the two of them feel a little embarrassed. Lin Beiyang whispered, "Gao Yang, why don't you go? Your physique is just right for it. Otherwise, you'll be wasting time all the time. At most, you'll be needed during physical education classes and sports meets. It's not that I came here specifically to help out, but I thought since it can't do any harm, I might as well agree to it." Hearing Lin Beiyang's proposal, Gao Yang nodded. Then I raised my hand and said, "I'm running for election." Gao Yang became the sports committee member. Since no one else stepped forward, even the campaign speech step was skipped and no one had any objections. Several other positions were then selected. When it was the turn of the arts committee member, the two girls had just finished speaking when someone said that this position belonged to Lin Beiyang from our class. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Only then did they remember that there was a boy in their class who sang a song in the cafeteria to confess his love. The man who had just started the commotion continued, "Anyone who has watched the video knows how good Lin Beiyang is at singing. Anyway, I think he is the only one who can do it." There were people who were planning to run for election, but after hearing this, they gave up the idea. After all, no one dislikes the song once they have heard it. In the school forum, in addition to discussing confessions, more discussions are about how singing sounds. There were 3 options at the time: good, bad, and never heard of it. The result was that 91% of people said it was good, 4% said it was bad, and 5% chose not to hear of it. A girl on the podium covered her mouth and smiled. "Excuse me, Lin Beiyang, are you willing to be the arts committee member of our class?" What a joke. I have never been a group leader since I was a child, but now that I am in college, I suddenly have to become the arts and literature committee member. I'm still not interested in changing to another position. So what else is there to say? The answer is definitely no. Ding, a new task has been released. If you agree to become the class arts committee member, the task reward will be a Bentley Bentayga, the latest model with the best configuration. I do. There was originally a word no in his mind, but Lin Beiyang swallowed it back and only uttered the 3 words "I do." I really didn't expect that this could trigger a new task. And the rewards sound good. Lin Beiyang doesn't know much about cars, but he knows that a Bentley starts at least 2 million. What's more, it's the latest top-of-the-line model, so the price is expected to be even higher. Okay, are there any other students who want to run for the arts committee? There were 2 or 3 people who had ideas just now, but with Lin Beiyang around, they simply chose to give up. They had watched the video and heard Lin Beiyang singing, but they had no confidence that they could surpass him. After watching for a minute and seeing that no one raised their hands, the girl smiled and said, "Since no other students want to run for the arts committee, congratulations to Lin Beiyang." Just as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the mission has been completed. The mission reward is a Bentley Bentayga, the latest model with the highest configuration, which has been parked in the school's public parking lot, parking space number 69. The key has been issued to the left pocket of the pants. Please check it. The vehicle system has automatically completed the registration. Please drive with confidence. Hearing the sound of mission completion, Lin Beiyang couldn't stop feeling happy. The system is very considerate. The registration, license plate and registration are all done. You can drive it directly without going through any other formalities. Brother Lin, isn't it necessary for you to laugh so happily just to be the arts committee member? I remember you said before that you would not run for any class leader. Yu Xiaobai couldn't help but say as he looked at his happy expression. You don't understand. I'm happy because of something else. To be honest, he really didn't want to be the cultural and arts committee member, but he had already agreed and couldn't go back on his word. What if you change your mind and the system takes back the reward? Besides, there is not much for the university's arts and culture committee member to do. Compared with a car, it is like one is in heaven and the other is underground. I touched the left pocket of my pants and found something there. I knew it was the car key as soon as I touched it. I couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Beiyang opened his mobile phone and searched the price of the latest model of this car. The price is over 2 million, without any optional extras. If you choose optional extras, it should be around 3 million. When Lin Beiyang thought about the fact that he had a car worth more than 3 million, he couldn't bear it anymore. All he wanted now was to finish class as quickly as possible and then go to the parking lot to check on his car. In the past, when I was walking on the road and saw cars worth millions, I fantasized that one day I would be able to drive one. Now, hasn't it come true? Chapter 14, Election for Class Monitor. It was no surprise that Yu Xiaobai took down the position of study committee member. He listed his college entrance examination scores one by one after his campaign speech. There was a burst of exclamations from those below. We all participated in the college entrance examination application stage and knew that with such grades, we could easily go to a good university. As the name suggests, the study committee member must be good at studying. In the end, she got 10 votes more than the other girl. After the election for study committee member, the next position is league secretary. There were 3 girls who went on stage to give speeches, including Suyu. As soon as she came on stage, she behaved in a calm and confident manner, without any sign of nervousness at all, and there was not a single hitch in the entire speech. When it came to the voting stage, there were 11 boys in total, and at least 2/3 of their votes voted for her. Lin Beiyang was no exception, and of course he was interested in her campaign speech just now. Then came the election for class monitor. This is the most important thing for class leaders. After all, you can contact the class teacher at any time, and you can be the first to know about any events or activities in the college or school. It is bound to have many people participating in the election. When the girl on the stage said it was an election for class monitor, 3 or 4 people raised their hands. Even the girl on the stage who was in charge of counting the votes indicated that she wanted to run for class monitor. After some confirmation, there were finally 5 people. The 3 girls quickly finished their campaign speeches one by one. Next came the boy who had paid for his seat. Lin Beiyan was a little surprised when he raised his hand. With his expression, he probably wouldn't be able to say anything, but don't forget that he has money. In order to sit closer to Suyu, he was willing to spend 1,500 yuan to buy a seat. Suyu is the league secretary of the class. If she succeeds in becoming the class monitor, she will have more opportunities to interact with him in the future, and maybe she will also spend money. After he stood up, he smiled and said, "Hello, classmates. My name is Zhao Jiwen. I am running for the position of class monitor today. I think the position of class monitor is more about seeking benefits for classmates rather than seeking benefits for myself. So if I succeed in becoming class monitor, I have the following arrangements. First of all, after I become the class monitor, I will take my classmates to Tianyue restaurant for dinner tonight. This is a restaurant where the average cost per person is over several thousand yuan. This is the first dinner gathering among our classmates. Secondly, I see that there are more female students in the class, and I believe that everyone likes to drink milk tea, so we will arrange afternoon tea time twice a week. You can order some milk tea and cakes you like, and each person has a quota of 50 yuan each time. Third, we will set up a class group later. I will send out red envelopes of at least 2,000 yuan in the group every Friday afternoon as a weekend benefit for everyone. That's all I have to say. I hope everyone will vote for me next time." Sure enough, it was just as I had guessed. Lin Beiyang knew that the only thing he could offer was money. But I have to say it is very attractive and irresistible. You may think the first point is nothing, after all, it is just a meal, no matter how expensive it is still a meal. But you can take photos and post them on WeChat Moments or something. There are more than 30 people in the class, and I estimate that it will take at least 50,000 yuan to get it. The last 2 points are what people are most concerned about. Afternoon tea twice a week, calculated at 50 yuan each time, is about 2,000 yuan each time, and more than 10,000 yuan a month. At least 2,000 yuan in red envelopes every week, which is close to 10,000 yuan a month. It seems that Zhao Jiwen's pocket money should be around 100,000 yuan a month, so it is relatively easy for him to take out this much. Lin Beiyang had to admit that such an arrangement was very tempting. Most of the 37 students in the class come from ordinary families. You can have free afternoon tea and get free red envelopes. It doesn't matter who you vote for. Just as Zhao Jiwen said, the class monitor should seek benefits for his classmates, not for himself. Although the first 3 girls also said that they would serve their classmates, they only said it lip service and could not clearly explain whether they would provide service or what kind of service they would provide. Zhao Jiwen's move is equivalent to clearly marking the price. Based on Lin Beiyang's previous practice, everyone would probably vote for him without hesitation. Who doesn't want to have a chance to grab red envelopes every week? Zhao Tongpu seemed to have anticipated something and shook his head and said, "I'd better give up." "Why give up? Just give it a try," Gao Yang said in confusion. Yu Xiaobai, who should have supported it, also nodded and said, I think Xiao Tongpu is right. It's best to give up. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Jiwen should be the squad leader. Gao Yang then realized that Zhao Jiwen really did offer benefits. Lin Beiyang originally wanted to help Xiao Tongpu, but then he thought it was unnecessary. If you want help, you have to offer better conditions than Zhao Jiwen. First, invite everyone in the class to have a meal. Of course, I am very familiar with Tianyue restaurant, and I still have more than 700,000 yuan saved in it, so it is not a problem to treat everyone to a meal. Secondly, afternoon tea time can also be enjoyed twice a week, so the amount must be increased to at least 70 yuan, or 80 yuan. Finally, as for the red envelopes, Zhao Jiwen needs to get at least 2,000 yuan per week, and he needs to say more than 3,000 yuan per week. This amount of money is not a problem for Lin Beiyang now, but he can raise the price, and Zhao Jiwen will definitely raise the price again. From the way he spoke just now, it can be seen that he is a person with a strong desire to win, and he will definitely follow suit. It could easily turn into a price war between two people. At this time, all three of them looked at Lin Beiyang. Looking at the eyes of the three people, I knew that they were waiting for me to make a decision. Now the three of them regard him as their backbone, and if they continue to do so, Zhao Tongpu will run for election without hesitation. Now that he had made the decision, Lin Beiyang shook his head. Tongpu, give up for now. It's not because of the money, but it's unnecessary. What if we start a fight and the red envelopes alone are raised to 10,000 or 20,000 yuan? With so much money, it's better for the four of us in the dormitory to go on a trip. If you need help, I can provide it as well. Lin Beiyang explained the reason. Zhao Tongpu nodded, I think what Beiyang said is right. With this spare money, it's better to go out for a trip. To be honest, this is the first time I've been out of the city. When I have money, I must go out of the province and visit the capital. The other two didn't say much, thinking that what Lin Beiyang said made sense. I originally thought that the position of squad leader should be a great possibility, but unexpectedly, Chang Yaojin showed up halfway. The most important thing is that it is difficult to refuse the benefits he proposed, unless you offer better benefits than his, otherwise you will be the object of dissatisfaction in the whole class. Zhao Tongpu then announced that he would give up the election. When it came to the voting session, the four people chose the better one among the three girls. After the votes were counted, Zhao Jiwen became the class monitor with 25 votes. The second place girl only received 8 votes, which can be said to be an overwhelming advantage. It seems that it is difficult for everyone to refuse such free benefits. Chapter 15 Encounter with Su Yu. Lin Beiyang was absent-minded for the whole morning. After the class leader election, there is free activity, which is limited to the classroom. Some were playing, some were chatting, and some were playing with their cell phones. Lin Beiyang's thoughts had already drifted to the car. I just wanted to eat quickly after class at 11:50 a.m., and then go to the parking lot to check on the car. After finally getting through get out of class, the first thing I did was to eat. Seeing that the meal was about to end, Lin Beiyang said, You guys go back to the dormitory first, I still have something to do. What happened to Brother Lin? It has nothing to do with Ren Xiandong, right? It has nothing to do with him. It's my own business. Good. After hearing that it was not about Ren Xiandong, they did not continue asking. Who doesn't have something to do? After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Beiyang walked towards the public parking lot. The school has an internal parking lot for teachers or students. There is also a public parking lot for students, parents, etc. to park. Following the navigation, he found the parking lot. Each parking space was numbered, and Lin Beiyang saw parking space number 69 at a glance. When I arrived in front of parking space number 69, I saw a Bentley parked there. After touching the car, Lin Beiyang knew that it belonged to him. He took out the key, opened the car door easily, and got in immediately. The car that I have never touched before, not only does it feel like it belongs to me when I sit in it. At this time, Lin Beiyang saw what was on the passenger seat. When I opened it, it turned out to be the vehicle information. The system is very considerate. You can drive the car directly after getting it, and you don't need to worry about other things. After checking around, Lin Beiyang started the vehicle carefully. Although I haven't driven for a while, I haven't forgotten the knowledge and skills I learned. After the excitement, Lin Beiyang drove the car out of the parking space. The first thing to do when you get a new car is of course to go for a drive. When I drove to the entrance of the parking lot, I didn't recognize the automatic lifting barrier. Sir, please open the door. The old man at the booth glanced at Lin Beiyang without any hesitation and said calmly, "Parking for 2 hours and 58 minutes will be charged as 3 hours, 5 yuan, payable in cash or by scanning the QR code." This made Lin Beiyang a little confused. The system is only responsible for parking and is not responsible for the payment of parking fees. I quickly took out my phone and said, "Scan the code to pay." Then the security guard took out a QR code. After scanning the code to pay, Lin Beiyang drove out. The entrances and exits of the parking lot are outside the school. Lin Beiyang never thought of driving into the school. There was nothing worth showing off. Moreover, the speed limit inside the school is very slow, so you must drive out. With a car worth more than 3 million yuan driving on the road, Lin Beiyang could clearly feel the gazes of surrounding vehicles and passers-by. Although it cannot be compared with luxury cars worth 6 or 7 million or tens of millions, it is at least a car worth more than 3 million, which can attract some attention and eyes. After taking a walk outside, Lin Beiyang still couldn't stop feeling excited. A car worth more than 3 million yuan just drives differently. Suddenly I remembered that the current mission reward is a car worth more than 3 million yuan, and whether there will be more expensive cars in the future. I dismissed the thoughts in my mind, and now it's good enough to have a car to drive. When I returned to school, I learned that the parking fee for one day was 20 yuan. Lin Beiyang still parked his car in the public parking lot. As soon as I got off the bus, a familiar face appeared next to me when I got off the bus on the opposite side. Lin Beiyang didn't expect to meet Suyu here. When I saw the car she was driving, it was just as I thought, her family must be relatively wealthy. This is a Porsche. Lin Beiyang doesn't know much about it, but he has seen it and knows that it is a Porsche 911. The price is estimated to be around 2 million. The price is not as expensive as Lin Beiyang's car, but it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Suyu was also surprised. It is normal to have your own car when you go to college, but I didn't expect that this car is worth millions. Judging from Lin Beiyang's clothes, the total value of his entire body would not exceed 1,000 yuan, but the car he drives is worth millions, which gives him a very low-key feeling. Student Suyu, what a coincidence! What a coincidence! Suyu looked at the car behind him and asked with a smile, "Your car?" "Yes, although I'm still studying, it would be more convenient to have a means of transportation to travel." You are very low-key. A car worth millions is just a means of transportation. The clothes you wear look very cheap. Who would have thought that the car you drive privately is worth millions? Even I feel inferior when compared with you. Ha ha ha, a car is just a means of transportation. How can it be used for other things? Besides, when it comes to clothes, the most important thing is to be comfortable rather than expensive. I only like clothes that cost dozens or hundreds of dollars. Lin Beiyang thought, is this just pretending? Or is it that I am a sheep in wolf's clothing, looking very powerful but actually not that powerful? Suyu nodded seriously, but also a little curious. Zhao Jiwen, who had been harassing me today, thought that he could buy everything he wanted with a little money. He said he would treat himself to lunch at noon, and he drove a car that cost more than 300,000 yuan. However, the way he did things gave people the feeling that he was worth tens of millions. Overall, he gave people a very disgusting feeling. Directly rejected the invitation to lunch. Look at Lin Beiyang in front of him. He is also rich, but he is very low-key in this regard. The two of them walked towards the dormitory while talking. Jinan University has special dormitory divisions. The buildings on the left are boys' dormitories, separated by a small garden in the middle. On the right is the girls' dormitory building. Lin Beiyang, I'm actually curious about something. Curious about what? Suyu smiled and said, last night at the school forum, most of the discussion was about you. Are you always so bold? Lin Beiyang was stunned for a moment. Suyu gave people a very cold feeling. When she was in the classroom in the morning, she always had a cold face. Now she looks even more beautiful when she smiles, and I never thought that someone who looks so cool could have such a gossipy side. Chasing a girl is a very bold thing in itself. If you are not bold and proactive, how can you have a girlfriend? You have a point, but I think being bold has its time. Sometimes being bold is a good thing, but sometimes being bold and taking the initiative is a bad thing. Lin Beiyang didn't know why she suddenly brought up this and could only respond with and ah. The two were talking and laughing without noticing anything, but people passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances. Suyu's beauty is there, not only boys like to look at her, even some girls can't help but look at her. Lin Beiyang just became famous yesterday and is still fresh in everyone's mind. Of course I remember that I confessed my love to Shin Xingjuan in the cafeteria yesterday, but how come today he was walking with another girl who was equally beautiful, and we were talking and laughing all the way? If you don't know, you might think they are a couple. Suyu is pretty, but Lin Beiyang is not bad either. This news spread in a small area. Chapter 16 Dating Pictures. When they returned to the dormitory, the three of them looked over at the same time. Seeing that he was staring at himself, Lin Beiyang looked in the mirror and found that there was nothing wrong. Confusedly asked, "Why are you staring at me?" "Good, Beiyang, you are hiding something from us." "That's right, you said you had something to do at noon, and we thought it was something important. So this is what happened." Even Zhao Tongpu said maliciously, "Beiyang, next time you are going to do something, you can tell us directly and won't tell anyone." "Is it necessary to hide it from us?" The three of them were talking at the same time, which gave Lin Beiyang a headache. He didn't know what was going on. "No, I don't understand what you three are talking about. Keep pretending. Don't think we don't know. Tell the truth now." Yu Xiaobai said as if he had caught something on Lin Beiyang. Lin Beiyang was even more confused. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that there was nothing else hidden from them. Could it be that he was discovered when he was driving out or driving back? If that's the case, it's possible. I thought for a moment that if they saw me, they would rush over to me. He shook his head and said, "Just tell me what it is." "If I knew, there's no way I wouldn't tell you." Seeing that Lin Beiyang still didn't say anything, Yu Xiaobai said, "Since you don't want to say it, then I will take out the pictures and see how you can refute it." After that, he took out his phone and started to work. "I posted it in our dormitory group, you can take a look first." "Okay." Lin Beiyang opened his phone and saw two pictures in the group. Yu Xiaobai said again, "Brother Lin, the person in the picture is you, right?" "It's me. The clothes are obviously mine. The person next to him must be Suyu." Lin Beiyang looked carefully and found that the two pictures were taken from the back and the side. The two of them were just on their way back to the dormitory from the parking lot. Needless to say, it was himself and Suyu. At this time, Gao Yang said, "Beiyang, you can't deny it after seeing the picture. It turns out that you had other things to do at noon, and you went on a date. I thought you would continue to pursue Shin Xingjuan, but the reason you didn't take any action was that you already had someone else." After hearing what Gao Yang said, Lin Beiyang immediately understood. "Finally, I know why they have this expression." I was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Someone posted the photo and it was seen by people in the dormitory. In addition, he said he had something to go out for at noon, and with this picture, people mistakenly thought he was out on a date with Suyu, which caused such a big reaction from the three people in the dormitory. I quickly explained, "It's not what you think. I really had other things to do when I went out at noon. As for coming back with Suyu, we just happened to meet. We are classmates in the same class, and we both have to take this road to go back to the dormitory, so we will definitely walk together." After saying that, the three of them looked like, "Just say it, let's see whether we believe it or not." Well, if we really were going out on a date, we would definitely have contacted each other. You saw everything I did when I came in just now. I can show you my friend list and call records. Lin Beiyang felt that he needed to explain it clearly. They will think so, and so will others. I don't think it matters and don't want to cause trouble for Suyu. Brother Lin, are you telling the truth? After he said this, the three people in the dormitory began to believe it. You can't go on a date without knowing each other. Lin Beiyang spread his hands and said helplessly, "Of course it's true, I would lie to you, this is the first time I saw Suyu today, how could it be a date?" Now the three of them believed it a little. That's what I said. How could Brother Lin be that kind of person? Yes, it seems that we have wronged Beiyang. It is not true. Seeing the three people's sudden change of attitude, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. Okay, take a break for a while. Military training will start in the afternoon, and it will be too late to rest by then. By the way, Brother Lin, I saw today that Zhao Jiwen seemed to be quite interested in Suyu. These pictures were posted on the school forum. I think Zhao Jiwen will see them and will come to cause trouble. Lin Beiyang thought of this after he realized that he was misunderstood. Shaking his head, he said, "It's okay. There was nothing between Suyu and me." Lin Beiyang didn't care about this at all. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously, Yu Xiaobai naturally didn't say much. Military training starts at 2 p.m. But we have to gather at 1:30 for a mobilization meeting before the military training. Lin Beiyang rested for a while, and seeing that the time was almost up, several people walked towards the military training ground. There are thousands of freshmen in the entire university, and a single playground cannot accommodate all of them, so different playgrounds are allocated according to the location of each college. Only the mobilization meeting for military training is held on the same playground. Just when they were halfway there, the four were blocked. At first glance, it was Zhao Jiwen. Lin Beiyang thought it came so quickly. Is there anything I can do for you, squad leader? Gao Yang stepped forward and stood in front and said. Obviously, he also guessed Zhao Jiwen's purpose. Seeing Gao Yang standing in his way, Zhao Jiwen could not help but take 2 steps back and said, I need to find Lin Beiyang for something. Lin Beiyang felt that there was nothing to worry about, and this made it seem as if there was really something going on between him and Suyu. Signaled Gao Yang not to block it. Then he smiled and said, the monitor wants to see me for something. The 3 of you go to the playground first. I'll be there soon. After Zhao Jiwen called the 3 people from his dormitory away, he looked at Lin Beiyang and said unhappily, Lin Beiyang, I heard that you went out on a date with Suyu at noon? And you went back to the dormitory together. Squad leader, is this what you are talking about? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Seeing Lin Beiyang's indifferent look, Zhao Jiwen suddenly got angry. Don't you know that I'm pursuing classmate Suyu? Lin Beiyang smiled and shook his head. I really don't know about this, and Suyu and I didn't go out on a date, we just met on the way back, and we took the same road back to the dormitory, so isn't it normal to walk together? You don't need to be so excited. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Did the monitor forget what I confessed yesterday? I can't possibly mess with 2 school beauties at once. Zhao Jiwen nodded slightly. He felt that what Lin Beiyang said made sense. He boldly confessed his love to Shen Xinjuan yesterday, so why is he dating Suyu again? Somewhat worriedly, he said, what do you mean? Lin Beiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Squad leader, you can believe me or not after I say this. After saying that, she ignored him and left. Looking at Lin Beiyang's back as he left, Zhao Jiwen clenched his fists and said, whether it's true or not, if I see you and Suyu so close next time, I'll make you pay. You look like a poor boy, and I don't believe it. Then he followed up. Chapter 17 Military Training? Brother Lin, Zhao Jiwen didn't say anything, did he? No, I think I explained it clearly enough. Let him do whatever he wants. If Lin Beiyang didn't want to cause misunderstanding and trouble, he wouldn't even bother to explain. The military training mobilization meeting ended quickly. Then, according to the previous assignment, each class was taken to the military training venue by their respective instructors. When they arrived at the place, the instructor in charge of their class's military training gave a few points of attention and told everyone his name was Deng Jun. Then the 14-day military training officially began. The temperature in Jinan City in September remains around 30 degrees. 2 p.m. is the hottest time. Fortunately, Jinan University has good green areas, and the playground where they were located was blocked from the sunlight by the woods next to it. Apart from feeling hot, at least you won't be exposed to the sun and get tanned. Military training is included in the academic performance. Of course, if there are special circumstances, double certification from a Class 2 or above hospital and the school clinic is required. The first step of military training is basically to stand at attention. After the instructor gave the order to stand at attention, everyone stood still. At this time, the instructor began to look around the crowd and immediately pointed out anyone who was not doing it in a standard way. Half an hour later, some people began to become unstable. After almost 3 months of summer vacation, we had to go to military training right after the arrival. Some people have not yet adapted to it. From the beginning till now, Lin Beiyang's posture has not changed, and there is no sign of movement. The foundation of top-level fighting skills is to have a good body, so after learning, although his physical fitness did not increase directly, Lin Beiyang could feel that his physical fitness increased indirectly. He felt that he could stand from now until the end of the military training at 5 o'clock without any problem. At 3 o'clock sharp, everyone in military training had the opportunity to rest for 5 minutes. I relaxed instantly. At 3:05, we continued to stand at attention. They will spend this afternoon and the whole day tomorrow standing at attention. In the words of the instructor, standing at attention is the foundation of other training. If you can't even stand at attention well, nothing else will be very good. Fortunately, there is a 5-minute break every hour. Most people would find it difficult to stand all the time. At around 4 o'clock, after looking around, the instructor returned to the front. I looked at everyone and said, "It's 4:35 now. I know you're very excited because it's almost 5 o'clock, but because of this, your military posture has serious problems. So from now on, for the next 25 minutes, if anyone's movements are not standard, we will extend the training by 1 minute until everyone can do it well. Of course, if someone can't hold on, you can report it. I will report it to your counselor and directly record it as a failure in the military training." After hearing this, some people instantly lost interest and standardized their actions, fearing that the time would be extended due to their own faults. However, not everyone can do it. At this time, Zhao Jiwen raised his hand to signal. "Speak." "Instructor, I have been doing very well from the beginning until now. I can't be implicated by other people's problems. Whoever's movements are not standard should have their time extended by 1 minute until they are perfect." This sentence expresses what most people think. After finally persevering to the end, one would definitely not want to be implicated because of some people's reasons. No one wants to stand for even 1 more minute. The instructor glanced at Zhao Jiwen and said, "I remember you seem to be the monitor of this class." "Yes, I am the monitor." "Well, since you are the class monitor, you should take the lead instead of distancing yourself from it. Of course, I think your suggestion is worth using." Just when Zhao Jiwen was secretly delighted. I only heard the instructor say again, "Let's change it to whoever has a problem will stand for 1 extra minute, and the class monitor will also stand for 1 extra minute, setting a good example for the other students." This time, Zhao Jiwen was confused. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Instructor, my opinion is not good at all. Let's forget it. You are right. We are a collective. We share the joys and sorrows together." Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He knew that Zhao Jiwen was unreliable. As soon as it had something to do with me, I tried my best to distance myself from it. Later on, it only concerns oneself, and one is unwilling to do so when it is possible to prevent others from being punished. It ended up being a joke. It will easily cause dissatisfaction among some people. Lin Beiyang actually didn't particularly approve of the instructor's approach. Girls make up 2/3 of their class and are physically weaker than boys. People like them can still persevere, but some girls find it difficult to persevere. It is easy to make some small movements or non-standard movements. As you stand for longer periods of time, your physical fitness will become increasingly degraded, and more problems will arise. You can't just stand there forever. "What are you laughing at, boy in the last row?" Everyone's eyes then turned to the location the instructor mentioned. Lin Beiyang pointed at himself uncertainly. The instructor nodded and said, "Yes, it's you. What are you laughing at?" Report, "I'm not laughing at anything. If you have any objections to my approach, like this monitor, you can raise them." Lin Beiyang quickly shook his head to indicate that he had no objection. "Well, since you have no objection, let's extend it by 13 minutes and stand for another half an hour. The timer starts now." As soon as he finished speaking, the criticism immediately turned towards Lin Beiyang. Lin Beiyang didn't expect that the instructor would extend the time just because of his smile. "Be quiet, keep quiet. If anyone else has the same opinion as him, please report it." The whole place suddenly fell silent. I am worried that the time will be extended again because of my own reasons. Ding! A new task has been issued. I have agreed with the instructor to do 370 push-ups and bear the punishment alone. The task rewards 5 points of charm. The current charm value is 70. Lin Beiyang didn't expect that this could trigger the mission. I listened to the task instructions and understood what it meant. As for the mission rewards, Lin Beiyang also understood. Increasing the charm value is equivalent to increasing the degree to which others like you. It was originally 70 points, and after completing the task it will be 75 points, which may make you more liked. Considering the content of the task, this is an opportunity to show yourself. You have to know that 370 push-ups are not 37 push-ups. Being able to complete all of them will already attract attention, not to mention that after the charm value is increased, you will probably become the focus of the whole class. Perhaps the system gave him a chance to show off. Since the task was issued, it meant that he could definitely do it. In this way, the extra 10 minutes can be reduced for the students. Not only will it not cause dissatisfaction, but it will attract attention. Lin Beiyang thought about it and naturally had no reason to refuse. He also didn't want everyone to be punished because of himself. Obviously, 10 minutes is not a long time, and we will definitely do what we say, but for everyone who has been standing for an entire afternoon, it is a torture. Chapter 18 Shock. Lin Beiyang raised his hand and said, "Report." "Speak." "Instructor, I was the only one laughing just now. It has nothing to do with my classmates. I am willing to take the responsibility for the extra 10 minutes alone." Lin Beiyang thought about it and wondered how he could make an agreement with Deng Jun to do push-ups. "I didn't realize you were so responsible. Since you think you're fine, then it's okay for you to stand for another 370 minutes. There are 37 people in your class." After these words were spoken, those who had been dissatisfied just now were now left with only sympathy. 370 minutes is 6 hours, you have to stand from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Even if you can't stand for 5 hours, you will stand for a while longer. "Instructor, I wonder if there is a different way." "Speak." "I want to replace the 370 minutes with 370 push-ups. If I can do that, no matter what the students do next, we will be dismissed at 5 o'clock. If I can't do that, I can stand for 370 minutes. According to the system, Lin Beiyang proposed doing 370 push-ups. If nothing unexpected happens, the instructor should agree, otherwise he would not issue the task. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was drawn to him. The instructor couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Boy, don't say anything careless. 370 push-ups are not something that ordinary people can do." "Instructor, I am serious. There are 23 minutes left, so the time will be based on these 23 minutes. 370 push-ups." Lin Beiyang was indeed serious. He just calculated that it is about 16 per minute, so he should be able to do it. Seeing Lin Beiyang's serious look, the instructor was a little uncertain. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, if you can do 370 push-ups in the remaining 22 minutes, not only will everyone be exempted from all punishments today, but you will not have to undergo military training later, and you can also help me with military training." "Good." Hearing this, Lin Beiyang agreed without hesitation. "Step out." "Yes." "I'll ask you one last time, are you sure you want to do 370 push-ups?" Deng Jun looked at him and asked. As if to say, this is the last chance. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. "I'm sure of that." Lin Beiyang confirmed seriously. "Okay, let's start now." After saying that, Lin Beiyang started doing push-ups. This afternoon, all the teams were basically standing at attention. The scene happening here quickly attracted the attention of the instructors of the 3 surrounding teams, and they all came over. After learning about the agreement between the two, one of them said, 370. "This guy is really bold. Even I can hardly guarantee that I can do 370 in a row in the standard posture, let alone his small physique." "Yes, if the movements are not standard, then it is possible to do it. It is very difficult to do it according to the most standard movements. It doesn't look like someone who can do it, but your courage is still commendable." "Deng Jun, you knew he couldn't do it, so why did you agree to it?" Deng Jun smiled and said, "First, we need to dampen his enthusiasm so that he doesn't try to attract attention by forcing himself to do something even though he knows he can't do it. I will consider him successful if he can do 185 of them with standard movements, not to mention 370. While speaking, Lin Beiyang had already done 65 consecutive ones in 3 minutes. This surprised the 4 instructors. One of them said admiringly, "Not bad, more than 60 in 3 minutes, and the posture is very standard. It looks like he hasn't reached his limit yet. Maybe he can really finish it." Even Deng Jun was very surprised. Another person followed suit and said, "He is just a freshman, and he may not look good, but he can do more than 60 standard push-ups in a row. He is a good candidate. Just keep watching." Deng Jun said calmly. After 6 minutes, Lin Beiyang chose to rest for half a minute. "I counted as I went along and now the number is 120, which is 1/3 of the total. It just says to finish it within 22 minutes, but it doesn't say you can't take a break in the middle." After what felt like half a minute, Lin Beiyang continued. "Another 6 minutes and 15 seconds passed, and I chose to rest again. The number this time is also 120. It took 15 seconds longer than last time, and there are still 9 minutes left before the agreed time. This time I rested for about 1 minute before starting again." This time the 4 of them were completely surprised. The total of the 2 times is 240, and there are only 130 left towards 370, so it seems there is no problem. 360, 361, 368, 369. When there were only 10 left, not only was Lin Beiyang counting himself, but the whole class was counting for him and cheering him on. 370. After finishing the last one, Lin Beiyang stopped and stood up. Instructor, I have completed 370 of them. I think I am within the time limit. Deng Jun was still in shock. Listening to Lin Beiyang's question, he subconsciously looked at the time and said, "No, it's 4:58 now, 2 minutes ahead of schedule." "Okay, instructor, according to our agreement, I have completed 370 push-ups. Can we disband on time at 5 o'clock? Deng Jun came back to his senses and nodded. "Of course, our agreement counts. You can disband on time at 5 o'clock. As for you, according to our agreement, you don't have to do military training from now on. You can help me watch every day or go to rest directly. I will give you 100 points for the military training." Deng Jun did not regret it. There is no reason to regret. Military training will be graded. It would be unreasonable not to give Lin Beiyang 100 points considering that he did 370 push-ups in 21 minutes. "Thank you, instructor." "No, this is what you deserve." Lin Beiyang smiled again. "It is an unexpected benefit that we don't have to undergo military training anymore, and at the same time, my classmates won't be dissatisfied with the extra 10 minutes. At the same time, it also caused shock to the instructors, so it can be said that it was all good." Ding! The new task has been completed. The task reward of 5 points of charm has been sent. The current charm value is 75. By the way, the mission was also completed. Whether the charm has changed or not, we will know it after asking the people in the dormitory later. After the other 3 instructors whispered a few words to Deng Jun, they returned to their own teams and prepared to disband. As for Deng Jun, his expression was completely different when he looked at Lin Beiyang. There was shock, appreciation, and satisfaction. Then he looked at everyone and said, "According to the agreement I made with this male classmate just now, you can disperse on time. As for the problems that occurred in the last 20 minutes, I will not pursue them. But don't be happy too soon. There will be no such opportunity tomorrow. I will strictly enforce it. In addition, this student will be my teaching assistant from now on. Of course, don't feel dissatisfied. If you can do 200, you can enjoy the same treatment as him." After saying that, everyone shook their heads. Not to mention 200, even 100 would be difficult. Seeing that no one spoke, Deng Jun nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, dismiss." Looking at Lin Beiyang, he said, "Student, please stay for a moment. I have something to say." Chapter 19, Late. "You 3 go first." "Brother Lin, what about you?" Yu Xiaobai asked. "I just heard that the instructor wants to talk to me about something. I guess he wants to talk about my next job as an assistant instructor. I don't know how long it will take. If you want to go out for dinner, you can go first. I can find a place anyway." Lin Beiyang didn't know what exactly happened. In case the wait time is long. Zhao Jiwen said he would treat Lin Beiyang to dinner tonight, and he would not go back on his word. Lin Beiyang was no stranger to this place. The 3 of them thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back first. Brother Lin, please contact us when you are done." "Okay." After watching the 3 people leave, Lin Beiyang walked to Deng Jun again. At this time, several other instructors were also talking about something. Seeing him coming, they all stared at him with smiles. "Classmate, what's your name?" Deng Jun asked. "Lin Beiyang." "Lin Beiyang, that's a good name. To be honest, we were surprised that you did 370 push-ups at once. Do you like to exercise normally? I don't think you look like someone who exercises regularly." Lin Beiyang smiled and replied, "It's not a regular training, I just think it's always a good thing to exercise occasionally, and push-ups are easier to do, so I'll do more and more slowly." Just find an excuse to prevaricate. You can't say that you have a system. Not long ago, you were rewarded with top-level fighting skills, which also made your physical fitness very strong. Deng Jun didn't doubt it and nodded slightly. As a freshman, it's not easy to achieve this. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? It means that even here, you have excellent results. In fact, doing 370 push-ups is no problem, but doing 370 push-ups in a completely standard way is the most difficult. Lin Beiyang had no detailed concept of quantity. It was purely out of the idea of completing the system task that I proposed to do 370 push-ups. Under normal circumstances, I would definitely not choose to do this. Instructor, I didn't have any other thoughts just now. I just didn't want my classmates to be punished because of me. In fact, I was a little exhausted when it came to the last few dozen, but I still gritted my teeth and persevered. Lin Beiyang did not lie about this. After doing about 320 reps, I could clearly feel my hands getting sore and I felt like I might fall down at any moment. After all, the physical fitness has not improved much. It's okay. If you can really finish 370 of them without any problems, that would be incredible. Then we chatted about other things for a while. Deng Jun then said with a smile, "Okay, go back first. You will follow me in the rest of the military training. If you want a rest, report 1 day in advance. You can have this privilege. And I also noticed that you maintained your posture very well throughout the whole process of standing at attention this afternoon. Thank you, instructor. Go back." Good. After Lin Beiyang left, someone next to him looked at his back and said, "Deng Jun, why don't you just tell him about that?" Deng Jun shook his head, "Don't worry, there are still 14 days left. Let him get familiar with it first." "Okay, remember to follow up on this matter." "I know." After leaving the playground, Lin Beiyang looked at the time. It was already 5:40. Before I knew it, I had been talking for a full 40 minutes. I opened the address book and called Yu Xiaobai. "Hey, brother Lin. Xiaobai, are you in the dormitory or have you already gone to the restaurant? We are now hailing a taxi at the school gate. Zhao Jiwen told everyone to go there by themselves and gather at the restaurant entrance at 6 o'clock sharp. Brother Lin, should we wait for you?" After thinking for a while, Lin Beiyang shook his head. "You guys go first, I'll go back to the dormitory to take a shower and then I'll be there." Good. I returned to the dormitory, took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and then went out and locked my room. He decided to drive there so it would be more convenient when he came back. The 3 people in the dormitory will know about the car sooner or later, so it's better to tell them earlier. Besides, Lin Beiyang had no intention of hiding anything. Now in the eyes of the 3 of them, I am a typical rich second generation. My family is relatively wealthy, and it should be normal for me to drive a car worth more than 3 million yuan to school. Yu Xiaobai originally had a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. It was a reward his father gave him for taking the college entrance examination. As a result, because he applied to Jinan University, his father got angry and forbade him to drive to school. Cars are meant to be driven. Lin Beiyang is not stupid. He doesn't drive the car but takes a taxi instead. When we arrived at the parking lot, we found that Su Yu's car had not left. We guessed that she had taken a taxi to the restaurant. This is normal. Although her car can seat 4 people, the back seat space is very crowded and it would be very uncomfortable to sit in it. It would be better to take a taxi. Lin Beiyang's car was different, a standard SUV that could easily seat 4 people, just enough for the 4 people in their dormitory. At 5:58, Zhao Jiwen looked around at everyone and said, "Students, please check your dormitories to see if anyone has not arrived yet." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Yao Yang then said loudly, "Lin Beiyang from our dormitory hasn't arrived yet." Zhao Jiwen nodded and asked again, "What about the other dormitories?" Soon I got the response that everyone was present. Upon learning that Lin Beiyang was the only one who had not arrived, Zhao Jiwen looked somewhat unhappy. He was photographed returning to the dormitory with Su Yu at noon today. Although he believed it a little after the explanation, he still felt uncomfortable. During the military training in the afternoon, I was reprimanded by the instructor as the squad leader. Looking at Lin Beiyang again, he took the punishment himself, did more than 300 push-ups, and was praised by the instructor. It was a world of difference. Moreover, the girls in the class liked him very much, which made Zhao Jiwen unhappy. Originally, he was the focus, but now Lin Beiyang has become the focus. Ask him how long it will take to arrive. It's almost 6 o'clock. If you go too late, there won't be any seats. Although Tianyue restaurant is expensive, there are many people eating there. Okay, we'll ask right away. Yu Xiaobai called Lin Beiyang. Hearing the phone ringing, Lin Beiyang, who had just parked his car, picked up the phone. "What's up, Xiaobai?" "Brother Lin, it's 6 o'clock now. Everyone is outside the restaurant, just waiting for you to come. How long will it take?" Lin Beiyang didn't know how long it would take to get from the parking lot to the restaurant, but he estimated that it wouldn't be long, so he replied, "Soon, it will take at most 5 minutes." Good. Zhao Jiwen learned that there were still 5 minutes to go, so he urged, "Tell him to hurry up. If he's not here by 5 minutes after 6, we'll go in first." 2 minutes later, Lin Beiyang trotted to the restaurant door. Zhao Jiwen looked at him and had to admit that he was very handsome. "I dislike it even more," he said in a choking voice. "Lin Beiyang, why are you so slow? Everyone is waiting for you. What if you come in too late and there is no seat left?" "I'm sorry, everyone. There was a traffic jam on the road. I'm sorry for wasting your time." After what happened in the afternoon and Lin Beiyang's improved charm, the girls all said that it was okay. Seeing this, Zhao Jiwen didn't say much and led everyone into the restaurant. Chapter 20: The Embarrassment of Having No Place. As everyone walked inside, Zhao Jiwen showed off. He showed off that he had been here before and that 5 people spent more than 10,000 yuan on dinner. The 3 people in the dormitory looked disdainful. They came here for dinner last night and the 4 of them spent nearly 20,000 yuan. Just one bottle of wine costs tens of thousands. Of course, he didn't say it like that. "Everyone, please keep quiet after you go in. People who can eat here are not short of money. It will be troublesome if we offend the real rich people. I will find a way to ask the manager to arrange a seat for us in the lobby together." Good. We understand and will keep it quiet. Then, someone asked, "Squad leader, why can't we go to the private rooms? We won't disturb others there. 3 private rooms should be enough. If that doesn't work, we can squeeze into 2 private rooms." Someone immediately agreed. The private room has a large space and table, and the environment is more closed. After knowing the price, I can accept more than 10 people at a table. Zhao Jiwen immediately shook his head. "You know what? This restaurant adopts a membership system. If you want to dine in the private room, you must have a diamond or purple gold membership card. Brother one, don't you have a diamond membership or a purple gold membership?" In their opinion, the membership system here should be similar to other membership systems. Zhao Jiwen, who led them here, will have a membership card. "I don't have one. To be a diamond member, you must spend 500,000 yuan in a year, or deposit 750,000 yuan in the restaurant. To be a purple gold member, you must spend 1.2 million yuan in a year, or deposit 1.5 million yuan in the restaurant." Some people were dumbfounded when they heard what Zhao Jiwen said. This is a huge amount of consumption within a year, which is simply impossible for ordinary people. Then Zhao Jiwen continued, "And we need to maintain this amount of consumption every year, otherwise our membership will be cancelled or downgraded based on our consumption that year. My dad does have a diamond membership card, but unfortunately he needs to be present in person to use the private room, so we can only ask around today." Immediately, a girl said, "Monitor, forget it. I think it's pretty good in the hall. It's so expensive here. It's not easy to come in and have a meal. We don't have so many requirements. Ha ha ha, the main thing tonight is to have fun. I've prepared 100,000 yuan. After we finish eating here, I've already booked a KTV across the street. We can go over and sing some songs then." "Thank you, Monitor." "Wow, you are so generous, Monitor." When they heard the number 100,000 yuan, everyone was even more surprised. They knew what 100,000 yuan meant, but they didn't expect that they would have to spend so much money on a meal tonight. Zhao Jiwen couldn't stop smiling and was enjoying the happiness brought by this gaze. Then he looked at Lin Beiyang provocatively. It seems to be saying, "So what if you are handsome, or how many push-ups you can do, you still have no money?" Lin Beiyang noticed the look he gave him, but he didn't know what was going on, so he ignored it. As soon as we entered the restaurant, a waiter came forward to greet us. "Sir, please come in for dinner. How many people are there in total? If you have a membership card, can you show it?" Because of the angle at which he was standing, the waiter could only see a dozen people and had no idea that there were people following behind them. She was already secretly delighted. According to the restaurant's rules, each person will receive guests in order, and a portion of the guests' consumption will be calculated into the commission. A dozen people like this would cost at least tens of thousands, and the commission alone might be 1 or 2,000. Zhao Jiwen said proudly, "There are 37 of us in total. Please make arrangements. I don't have a membership card. Please try to let us sit together in the hall." After entering, Zhao Jiwen was obviously much more restrained and no longer as arrogant as he was outside just now. When the waiter heard the number of 37 people, his face changed drastically. The hall could easily hold 37 people at a time, but that is no longer possible. A quick look at the data showed that there were still 3 empty seats, and a table could seat a maximum of 6 people, so there was no way to accommodate so many people. All he could do was shake his head and say, "I'm sorry, sir. The restaurant can only accommodate 18 people at most. Would you like to eat in batches or wait a while? We can reserve a vacant seat for you first. These are my classmates. It's definitely not possible to eat in batches. How long will it take if we wait? It will probably take about an hour to wait. No, it will take too long. Can you make some special arrangements?" The waiter shook his head again. "Sir, there is really nothing we can do. If you have a platinum membership card, you can arrange a booth. If you have a diamond membership card, you can arrange a private room. There are still 4 private rooms left, which is more than enough." Zhao Jiwen's face changed. If he had a membership card, he would have taken it out long ago. He doesn't have much pocket money each month and basically lives paycheck to paycheck. It is impossible to apply for a membership card. He was very clear about the restaurant's rules. If there was no food, there was no food. He had to either wait or change seats. But it was he who was embarrassed. Zhao Jiwen immediately complained, "Lin Beiyang blames you. If it weren't for you wasting time, we would definitely have a vacant seat." Lin Beiyang felt a little confused when he was blamed. "Squad leader, you said we should gather at 6 o'clock. I arrived at 2 minutes past 6. Is there no seat in these 2 minutes? Did anyone go in while you were waiting?" At this time, Gao Yang immediately stood up and said, "No, I arrived at the restaurant entrance at 5:52, and no one came in until 6:02. This time, Zhao Jiwen was even more embarrassed. 37 people gathered at the door, which quickly attracted the attention of the people next to them, who walked over quickly. "What's going on? The door is blocked. How can other customers enter the restaurant to eat?" The waiter immediately said, "Manager Wang, this gentleman and his classmates, a total of 37 people, want to eat in the restaurant. Without a membership card, they can only eat in the lobby, but the lobby can only accommodate 18 people, there is no room at all, and this gentleman is unwilling to wait." Manager Wang is none other than Wang Weiji. He frowned when he heard this. He knew what the waiter meant. According to the restaurant's rules, without a membership card one could only dine in the lobby. There is not enough space now, and people don't want to wait but don't want to leave, so this place is blocked off. There are no exceptions in restaurants. The conditions will not be lowered just because there are many people. If you want to use a private room, you must have a membership card, even if you don't do this business. Anyway, the restaurant has no shortage of business and people come to eat every day. "Sir, I'm the manager of this store, my last name is Wang. If you are willing to wait, I can have someone arrange a seat for you. If you are not willing to wait, please take your classmates and leave, so as not to affect my normal business." Zhao Jiwen's face turned red and then pale. I would get angry when I said this to the waiter, but after finding out that it was the manager of the restaurant, I could only bear it. His father had mentioned inadvertently before that the owner of this store was extraordinary. The consequences of causing trouble in a restaurant are serious. We'll leave now. Chapter 21 Angry Zhao Jiwen. Classmates, let's go to another restaurant. As you can see, there are no extra seats in the restaurant. Although I really want everyone to squeeze in, the restaurant's rules don't allow it. Zhao Jiwen said apologetically. What I mean is to tell everyone that it's not because I'm reluctant to spend money, but because the conditions in the restaurant don't allow it. Suddenly it has nothing to do with me. At the same time, I feel very happy. Didn't get to eat here but saved money. He planned to spend all 100,000 yuan on the restaurant. Now, if you go to an ordinary restaurant, it will cost you no more than 10,000 yuan. It's okay. I understand. Squad leader, you don't need to explain. We all heard clearly what happened. Squad leader, it doesn't matter where we eat, we're not picky. When the girls heard this, they immediately said they had no questions or opinions. Zhao Jiwen nodded with satisfaction. When they were about to lead everyone away, Lin Beiyang, who was standing behind, suddenly spoke. "Manager Wang, please arrange 3 private rooms for us." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was drawn over. Some were puzzled, some were doubtful, and some even expressed disdain. I thought that the squad leader had clearly asked me just now that to go to the private room, I needed a diamond membership card, and this card required a consumption of 500,000 yuan to obtain. Lin Beiyang has good conditions in all aspects, but his dressing style is rather average, so he definitely doesn't have a membership card. Zhao Jiwen was also shocked when he heard Lin Beiyang's words. Lin Beiyang, don't make trouble. If you treat us as troublemakers and don't let us leave, it will be troublesome. I can't help you solve it. After that, he quickly looked at Manager Wang and said, Manager Wang, I'm really sorry. My classmate doesn't know the rules here. He didn't mean to cause trouble. Let's leave now. Squad leader, I didn't make any trouble. No trouble yet? Can you take out your diamond membership card? Lin Beiyang touched his pocket and found the membership card inside the clothes he had changed last night. He couldn't take it out now. He searched for a long time but still found nothing in his hand. Zhao Jiwen sneered and said, let me see what you can do. I don't have any way to help you out. Wang Weiji also thought at first that someone was causing trouble. But when he saw that the source of the voice was Lin Beiyang, his expression immediately changed from serious to smiling. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, Manager Wang, you don't recognize me so soon? Ha, it turns out to be Mr. Lin, how could I forget? As soon as the words fell, everyone's thoughts changed again. This time I was surprised. Judging from their conversation, Lin Beiyang and Manager Wang not only know each other, but are also particularly familiar with each other. It seems that the situation is a little different from what I thought. Zhao Jiwen was completely confused. Why is it that Manager Wang treats himself in a businesslike manner, but treats Lin Beiyang as an acquaintance? I wondered if he really had a diamond membership card here. But looking at the clothes, it doesn't look like the real thing at all. The whole thing costs only a few $100s. But he couldn't ask Lin Beiyang whether he had a diamond membership card or not. It's tantamount to bringing humiliation upon oneself. I only heard Manager Wang say again, by the way, Mr. Lin needs 3 private rooms, right? Yes, there are 37 of us in total. 3 private rooms should be enough. If there are any inconveniences, 2 private rooms will also be fine. Wang Weiji smiled and continued, no inconvenience, I will ask the waiter to arrange it right away. Mr. Lin and your classmates, please follow me to the private room. Okay, that's troublesome. Amid everyone's astonishment, Manager Wang took him to a private room. Wow! This place is so luxurious. It's beautiful. As soon as they opened the door and looked at the environment inside the private room, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but nodded. He finally understood why one had to be a diamond member to enter the private room. Compared with the lobby outside, it was like heaven and earth. Everyone, please find a private room and eat early. Don't forget that the monitor has reserved a place for everyone to sing in the KTV across the street. After Lin Beiyang's reminder, everyone found a place to sit with their roommates or friends. This made Zhao Jiwen, who was in the same private room, so angry that he gritted his teeth. He didn't bring it up earlier or later, but had to wait until we entered such a nice private room to bring it up. Isn't this just embarrassing myself on purpose? Lin Beiyang really didn't have such an idea. It was only when he saw everyone standing still that he reminded them to sit down first. There were 12 people in total in the private room where Lin Beiyang was. In addition to the 4 people in their dormitory, there were also Zhao Jiwen and his 2 followers. Su Yu and her 2 roommates, as well as 2 girls from another dormitory were there. Manager Wang, could you give me a menu please? Wang Weiji then brought in the menu and said, Mr. Lin, this is the menu, please take a look first. Looking at the menu, Lin Beiyang didn't take it. He suddenly thought of something else. Smiling, she asked him, Manager Wang, your restaurant should have a set meal for this. Yes, Mr. Lin, do you need a set meal directly? Yes, just order the set menu. It's hard to order food because everyone has different tastes. Just order the set menu. I don't know what kinds of sets there are. Just now Lin Beiyang was thinking about ordering food. After you order, serve 3 portions of each. If you think about it carefully, he must order dishes according to his own taste, which may not necessarily suit everyone's taste. It would be best if this set meal covered most of the dishes and was more suitable for this meal. Without even thinking, Wang Weiji said, today's set menus are suitable for a table of 12 people. There are 3 types of set menus, priced at 18,888 yuan, 28,888 yuan, and 38,888 yuan. Drinks are not included and must be ordered separately. Please choose which one you want. After listening to the introduction, Lin Beiyan thought for a while. Anyway, we come here to eat. Whether the food is good or not, we eat anyway. There is still a lot of money in the card, and we will have to spend it sooner or later. Then give me 338,888 yuan set meals, and 3 bottles of red wine per table, like last time. Okay, Mr. Lin and I will confirm that there are 3 tables in total. Each table has a set meal of 38,888 yuan, and 3 bottles of red wine worth 11,999 yuan for each table. Listening to Wang Weiji's repetition, Lin Beiyan nodded. Yes, please serve the food as soon as possible. Okay, I'll ask the kitchen to arrange it right away. Does Mr. Lin need anything else? Not yet. If there is, I'll just tell the waiter. Lin Beiyan understood that he was the hotel's duty manager after all. There are other things to do outside, so it is impossible to serve just our table. It was because of what happened last night that Wang Weiji personally brought them into the private room to make arrangements. Lin Beiyan knew this very well, so he could ask the waiter to arrange the rest. Hearing this, Wang Weiji also nodded slightly. He had other things to do and couldn't stay here all the time, so it would be best if Lin Beiyan took the initiative to propose it. Chapter 22, Taking Charge. Lin Beiyan was concentrating on ordering food and had no idea what was going on in the private room. When they learned that a table of food cost more than 30,000 yuan and 3 bottles of red wine also cost more than 30,000 yuan, they didn't know what to say. I originally thought that squad leader Zhao Jiwen was polite enough to take out 100,000 yuan to treat everyone to dinner. As a result, Lin Beiyan spent 220,000 yuan in just one go. The 11 people had 3 different expressions. The 3 people in Lin Beiyan's dormitory and Suyu acted as if they were used to it. The 3 people in the dormitory knew that Lin Beiyan had deposited 750,000 yuan here, so they were not surprised that he ordered things worth 220,000 yuan. They also knew that Lin Beiyan's family must be very wealthy, but they were just relatively low-key. As for Suyu, she knew that Lin Beiyan had a car worth more than 3 million yuan, so she thought it was normal for him to spend 220,000 yuan on a meal. Others looked shocked and adoring. You have to know that this is 220,000 yuan, not 22 yuan. Seeing that Lin Beiyan took it out without blinking, it shows that he is a rich man. She has a good figure, good looks, and is rich. It meets the best standards for a boyfriend. Several girls had the same idea. As for confessing his love to the school beautician Xinjuan, he didn't care at the moment because Lin Beiyan was really low-key. It can be said that Zhao Jiwen is so angry that his teeth are itching. Obviously, I was the focus tonight, but now Lin Beiyan has become the focus. And I was the one treating, but why was it Lin Beiyan who ordered the food? I felt like I was the host. But Zhao Jiwen had no choice. After entering the private room, Manager Wang kept standing next to Lin Beiyan, not even looking at him, and was unable to even take orders. Finally, he couldn't help but said, Lin Beiyan, it's my treat tonight. How am I going to pay the bill if you order so much? Subconsciously I thought he was the one to pay the bill. I didn't notice it when I ordered, and I thought the price of 38,888 for 3 tables was about 110,000, which was acceptable. Suddenly I heard that the red wine I drank last time cost 10,000 yuan a bottle, and I immediately realized that it was beyond my budget. Lin Beiyan smiled and said, It's okay, squad leader. Consider this meal my treat. You should save your money for later. The moment he stood up and called Manager Wang, Lin Beiyan was ready to treat him to a meal. In fact, I was not going to stand up at first, but when I thought about what happened today, I had this idea. If Zhao Jiwen had not shown up midway, the position of squad leader would most likely have been Zhao Tongpu. After deciding to run for class monitor, I returned to the dormitory at night and spent more than an hour preparing the manuscript. Lin Beiyan had read that manuscript and found it very sincere and had a great chance. Due to the sudden appearance of Zhao Jiwen, he had to give up. Lin Beiyan was thinking, since you think money can solve the problem, then let Zhao Jiwen see that sometimes less money cannot solve the problem. Of course, it was not intentional to embarrass him. Zhao Jiwen had no idea what Lin Beiyan was thinking. Logically speaking, he should be happy that someone saved him 100,000 yuan. Zhao Jiwen was getting angrier and angrier, and had no intention of being happy at all, but he was helpless. I've prepared 100,000 yuan tonight, which is 3 months' worth of pocket money. Even if I want to pay the bill, I can't take out the money. I can't call my family then. The meal cost a total of 220,000 yuan, and he couldn't even afford half of it. Lin Beiyang, this meal was originally my treat. It's not nice to let you pay for it alone. I feel bad about it. Besides, I said at the beginning that I would spend 100,000 yuan to treat everyone to a meal. As the class monitor, I can't break my promise. Zhao Jiwen thought it through and decided that he must save his face. Without saying anything else, just take out the 100,000 yuan. At that time, even if Lin Beiyang paid 120,000 of it, he would be the one treating everyone at the beginning, and in the end everyone's attention would still be on him. Besides, I wasn't planning to keep the 100,000 yuan anyway, so it's better than losing all my face. He was still a little worried. I didn't perform well during the military training today, but Lin Beiyang stole the show. It was the same tonight. If someone suggested that Lin Beiyang be the squad leader, then he would be left with nothing. Now that he was still the class monitor, he would definitely have a lot of interactions with Suyu, the league secretary, during the first few days of school, and he couldn't let Lin Beiyang snatch the spot away from him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find a suitable reason to get close to Suyu. Money is secondary. There is no reason to get close to Suyu. Only then will you suffer heavy losses and look down on yourself even more. When I thought of this, I couldn't wait to bring it up. Lin Beiyang didn't think much about it, and smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Squad leader, you really don't need it. I have saved 750,000 here, and I still have more than 700,000 left. This meal is only 220,000, and I can still have more than 400,000 left. I still need to eat too many meals to finish it." This time Zhao Jiwen was completely confused. What? Saved 750,000? This was his pocket money for 7 months. Zhao Jiwen's family gives him 100,000 yuan every month, and occasionally gives him some cash, estimated to be around 120,000 or 130,000 yuan. This means that you have to save for 7 months without spending to get 750,000 yuan. In addition, based on your own consumption, it may take a year. When Lin Beiyang said this, his face was calm, as if it was a trivial matter. How can we compare now? Others can easily save more than 700,000 yuan in a restaurant, but I can't do that. For example, my dad's diamond card was upgraded through consumption. Because the company's business is mainly within the scope of sales, most of the time we discuss business at the dinner table, and slowly the accumulated consumption increases. If you were to deposit 750,000 yuan specifically in a restaurant, I definitely wouldn't do that. Lin Beiyang felt that Zhao Jiwen's words reminded him. He didn't bring his membership card when he went out today. What if he can only enjoy the discount later and can't use the money in it? Doesn't that mean he has to pay with his bank card? There is still 255,000 yuan left in the bank card, but 220,000 yuan was paid out at one time, so there is no money left in the card. The money deposited in the restaurant remained unchanged. While Manager Wang was still there, Lin Beiyang quickly asked, "Manager Wang, I suddenly remembered something." Wang Weiji, who had just walked to the door, heard the words coming from behind him, turned around and replied, "Mr. Lin, is there anything else?" "It's like this, I didn't bring my membership card when I went out, and I don't know if I can charge the card directly." Wang Weiji smiled. "Mr. Lin, don't worry. Our restaurant allows members to check online. When you check out later, you only need to show your mobile phone number and tell the verification code. In addition, Mr. Lin is our honored guest, so you can bring your card to pay next time." "Okay, I understand." Lin Beiyang could understand what Manager Wang said about paying next time. The 750,000 yuan recharge was completed by Manager Wang, so he naturally knew whether there was money in the card. If there is no charge next time, maybe people can complete it directly in the system. After making sure that Lin Beiyang had nothing else to do, Wang Weiji left the private room. Chapter 23, Find a way to separate the two. Zhao Jiwen remained silent afterwards. "I don't know what to say." Lin Beiyang chatted and laughed with the 3 people in the dormitory and several other girls in the private room. The 2 people next to Zhao Jiwen were also silent and embarrassed. Firstly, he couldn't fit into their conversation, and secondly, seeing that Zhao Jiwen was angry, he didn't dare to offend him. I was afraid that what I said would upset him, and he was already angry, so what if I couldn't control myself? After a while, the dishes began to be served one after another. Looking at the dishes that were served one after another, Lin Beiyang was very satisfied. It seems that the price of 38,888 per table is quite worthwhile. Not surprisingly, there should be signature dishes among these dishes. The overall price of this restaurant is not too expensive, the main thing that is expensive is the wine. When some people saw the dishes on the table, their eyes lit up, and since there were many girls there, they all took out their phones and started taking pictures. There were also some people who had tasted this kind of food before and those who were more shy, who sat quietly with only small reactions and movements. When the red wine costing more than 10,000 yuan a bottle was served, they kept taking pictures. Everyone in the 3 private rooms knew that this bottle of wine cost 10,000 yuan, and they ordered 3 bottles at once. How could they miss the opportunity to post it on WeChat Moments? After taking the photo, you can simply edit it and post it on your Moments. The girls in Lin Beiyan's private room were also taking pictures, but he didn't disturb them. It was not until they saw Lin Beiyan's reaction that they immediately put away their phones. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "It's okay, you can continue to take pictures if you want. You should be nostalgic for the food." Lin Beiyan didn't care. Even if they were eating hot pot tonight, they would take pictures. No, it's already been taken. Several people quickly refused. I also know that I have delayed my normal mealtime because of my own reasons. Seeing that they stopped taking pictures, Lin Beiyang said, "Let's eat, the food will get cold and affect the taste." Okay. One of the girls took a bite of the dish and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, this dish is so delicious." Another person followed up and said, "Yes, I have never eaten such delicious food." Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. The prices here are indeed expensive, but the taste is surprisingly good, and you can't get such a taste in other restaurants. If it's delicious, please eat more. Don't be polite. If the dishes are not enough, you can ask the waiter for more. Another downside to the dishes is that the quantity of each portion is not particularly large. Normally, 2 or 3 dishes might be enough for 2 people when dining in a restaurant, but here, 2 people need at least 3 dishes as a base, and usually they order 4, 5, or even more dishes. But this has to do with the positioning of the restaurant. After all, Tianyue restaurant is not an ordinary restaurant and cannot serve 2 large portions. When we were halfway through the meal, 3 girls came over from the private room next door. They walked up to Lin Beiyang with their glasses in hand and said shyly, "Lin Beiyang, thank you for your hospitality tonight. We toast to you." Lin Beiyang was a little surprised, but he quickly stood up. "It's okay. We'll be classmates for the next 4 years. It's only natural to treat everyone to a meal. No need to be so polite." As soon as I finished speaking, someone shook his head and said, "No, that won't work. Treating you to a meal is one thing, thanking you is another. Don't refuse." Oh well. Lin Beiyang did not refuse again. He clinked glasses with them and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, the 3 of them also drank it all in one gulp. This is also the reason why Lin Beiyang chose red wine. There are more girls here, and if they choose liquor or beer, they will be drunk after just a few sips. Someone starts, and others immediately follow. People came one after another to toast Lin Beiyang. He could drink quite well, but even though it was red wine, Lin Beiyang was slightly tipsy after drinking one glass after another. It's hard to refuse everyone as toast. The main thing is that you didn't refuse at the beginning, and then refused when the person behind you came to toast you, which is not good. Either refuse directly at the beginning, or stick with it until the end. Soon, the people in the other 2 private rooms finished toasting one by one. Seeing that the girls in the private room where he was were preparing to stand up, Lin Beiyang spoke first. "There's no need to be so troublesome for our table. Let's drink together." If he continued to drink one cup after another, Lin Beiyang felt that he would not be able to hold on. Seeing him speak, the girl gave up the idea. Then they clinked their glasses together. After drinking, they started talking more and were no longer as reserved as they were at the beginning. Lin Beiyang had just sat down to rest when Suyu, who was sitting on his left, took the initiative to say, "You sing very well." He knew that he was talking about the song used to confess his love, and replied with a smile, "It's just so-so. Don't be modest. I've been learning music since I was young. I've seen that video. My singing ability is pretty good if it's as good as yours. I was just playing around, it's nothing." Lin Beiyang said modestly. The system rewards singing ability, not music. It's no problem to sing, but it's more difficult to talk about some music knowledge. By the way, you sing so well, do you have any favorite singers or songs? This is Lin Beiyang's favorite area to chat about. Generally, when I have no topics to talk about with my friends, I will talk about this. Then he had a pleasant discussion with Suyu. Zhao Jiwen clenched his fists after seeing this scene. When they first entered the private room, Lin Beiyang was the first to sit down, with 3 people from the dormitory sitting on his left. Then on the right were the 3 people from Suyu's dormitory, with Suyu sitting in the middle of the 3. Zhao Jiwen followed one of the girls and kept looking for topics to chat with Suyu. When Suyu became impatient, she switched seats with her roommate who was sitting on Lin Beiyang's right and sat next to Lin Beiyang. At this time, there were 2 people between her and Zhao Jiwen, so she had no chance to talk at all. At this time, seeing Suyu and Lin Beiyang chatting and laughing happily, of course he was very angry. More angry than anything that happened today. I found myself unable to find a reason to stop the 2 from talking. After watching for 5 minutes, perhaps he could no longer bear it, so he stood up and walked in front of Lin Beiyang. Lin Beiyang, thank you very much for what happened tonight. I'll toast to you. Zhao Jiwen came over, and Lin Beiyang stood up and responded, Class monitor, there's no need to be polite. Don't forget that we are classmates in the same class. I should thank you even more because we are in the same class. How about chatting with me for a while? Zhao Jiwen felt that he had no way to stop Suyu, but he could find Lin Beiyang and make up a random excuse to get him away. In this case, the 2 of them can no longer continue talking and laughing. I have to say that this trick is very useful. Hearing this, Suyu stood up and gave up her seat, and said to the 2 of them, you guys chat. Seeing Suyu leave, Zhao Jiwen breathed a sigh of relief, as his goal was achieved. As for what to talk about next, it's very simple. Chapter 24, Later Realization. After chatting for a while, Zhao Jiwen felt that he couldn't continue the conversation. I looked at the time, it was just 7:30. He smiled and said, Beiyang, the dormitory curfew time is 11 p.m. It's already 7:30 p.m. and dinner is almost over. We can go to KTV earlier so that everyone has time to sing. Without giving Lin Beiyang a chance to answer, Zhao Jiwen added another sentence. It's mainly because we're in a restaurant and we're divided into 3 different private rooms, which makes it difficult to communicate. The first class dinner is an opportunity for the students to get to know each other and communicate. I booked a luxurious private room at the KTV across the street, which can accommodate 50 people at once. What do you think? After listening to Zhao Jiwen's words, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. He also knew that it was not very convenient to talk inside the restaurant, and they had to come separately to talk. Okay, tell everyone and get ready to leave. Okay. Seeing Lin Beiyang agreed, Zhao Jiwen ran over to inform others with secret joy. They had no objection to leaving. Anyway, the meal is over and it's time to leave. When we were finally leaving, we all gathered in a private room. Zhao Jiwen raised the cup in his hand and said, classmates, let's toast to Lin Beiyang together. Those who can drink, and those who can't drink can drink juice. Good. I agree. After everyone was ready, Zhao Jiwen said loudly, cheers. Cheers. Then the group walked outside. Seeing them coming out, Manager Wang came forward with a smile. Mr. Lin, is the meal over? Yes, it's over. Manager Wang, please help me settle the bill. No problem, please follow me. With the help of Manager Wang, it was quickly done. Until this moment, everyone believed that Lin Beiyang really had so much money. Zhao Jiwen's face looked unhappy again. I have done so much, and they are just happy for a moment, so why is Lin Beiyang so excited just paying the bill? He feels a little regretful now. I don't know if using money to become a monitor is the right thing to do. According to the original plan, I could be in the limelight in the next few days, and as time goes by, the promises I made can be gradually reduced. After all, by the end of the time, his position as squad leader had been secured. Maybe he will be with Suyu, so it doesn't matter if he is not the class monitor. The result is that Lin Beiyang has stolen all the limelight, while he has gained nothing. If he had known earlier, he should not have used such an approach. We can only place our hopes on what happens next. The KTV is not far from the restaurant, just across the street, and you only need to cross the road to get there. However, at this time, Zhao Jiwen suddenly remembered something. He forgot that Lin Beiyang's singing ability was also very impressive. Zhao Jiwen didn't pay much attention to these things, so he didn't think about them for a while. It wasn't until I reached the door that the phone suddenly rang, and by then it was already too late. I can only hope that there won't be too many performances in the future, otherwise I will become a transparent person again. When we arrived at the private room, it was just as he described, quite large. Normally, accommodating 50 people is not a problem, but it is a bit crowded, and about 40 people is the most suitable. After everyone went in, Zhao Jiwen smiled and said, classmates, when we were in the restaurant just now, it was Lin Beiyang who paid the bill, so I saved 10,000 yuan in the account. If you want any snacks or drinks, just go and get them yourself. Everyone was very happy to hear this. Thank you, monitor. Squad leader, you are so kind. Zhao Jiwen couldn't help but smile. It seems that what I did work. After entering the private room, Yu Xiaobai whispered, Brother Lin, are you going to sing later? Lin Beiyang thought about it, shook his head and said, I won't go to sing, let them have the chance, you can go if you want to sing. Then he found a spot in a corner where he wouldn't attract attention. Lin Beiyang's singing performance is average, and it is not as if he has the singing ability of a god of song, so he will specialize in singing. He himself is a person who doesn't like to be in the spotlight. Tonight, Zhao Jiwen took everyone out to eat and sing. He had already stolen the limelight once, so there was no need to do so this time. Another thing is that once I start singing, I guess no one else will pick up the microphone. Everyone wants to hear themselves sing. Students come here to sing and have fun, don't turn it into your own personal concert. The other 3 people in the dormitory also sat around him, not too close to the others. This location is not under the light and is relatively dark. In addition, Lin Beiyang's position was right in the middle, so it was difficult to see anyone else here. Just in case you aren't discovered. Hey, Brother Lin, Zhao Jiwen was really pissed off tonight. Seeing him angry, I felt relieved for some reason. Yu Xiaobai smiled unabashedly. Lin Beiyang didn't notice these. He has been busy ever since he asked Manager Wang for a private room. We will order the dishes in a while, and after they are served, people in the class keep coming over to toast us. At about the same time, I started chatting with Suyu about my favorite singers and songs. It turned out that they both liked the same singer and they chatted enthusiastically, not caring about these things at all. But I can still feel it. Because Zhao Jiwen's face didn't look good the whole night. Gao Yang also smiled and said, yeah, you didn't see his expression. He was gritting his teeth and wishing he could eat someone, but he had to remain reserved. He was really funny. I just stole his limelight. There's no need to be so angry. Lin Beiyang knew that his help would not make Zhao Jiwen happy, but would make him angry instead. It's equivalent to stealing his thunder. After all, it was he who said in the beginning that we would have dinner at Tianyue restaurant in the evening. As a result, there was no seat available, so I had to move to another place. At this time, I stood up and was arranged to stay in a private room, and was personally entertained by Manager Wang. Anyone else would feel that they have lost face and would be somewhat angry. Yu Xiaobai smiled and said, Brother Lin, he will be angry just because of this matter, but he won't be particularly angry because it has something to do with Suyu. Now Lin Beiyang understood. Is it because I was talking and laughing with Suyu in the private room, and he saw it and stimulated me, right? Yes, that's about what he meant. His expression was as ugly as it could be. He was like an ant on a hot pot, wanting to stop you but unable to find a chance. After hearing what Yu Xiaobai said, Lin Beiyang suddenly understood. He sighed and said, I was wondering why he would come to chat with me for no apparent reason. So this is what happened. Lin Beiyang only reacted belatedly now. If Yu Xiaobai hadn't mentioned it now, I would just feel confused. Then he shook his head and smiled, never mind him, Suyu and I just talked about our favorite singers. If he really wants to make wild assumptions, there's nothing I can do about it, right? Since you can't control it, just ignore it. As for an explanation, Lin Beiyang had never thought about it. It would be better if he didn't explain. The more he explained, the less Zhao Jiwen would believe it. Chapter 25, The Multi-Talented Lin Beiyang. Everyone was immersed in singing karaoke and no one noticed the situation of the 4 people. In addition, Zhao Jiwen was greeting everyone enthusiastically, so the attention was not on them. Until several people sang for an hour. Suddenly someone said loudly, has anyone seen Lin Beiyang? As the music committee member of our class, shouldn't he come out and sing 2 songs for everyone? After saying this, someone immediately agreed. Yes, Lin Beiyang sings very well. It would be great if we could listen to him. I think the song Lin Beiyang sang last time was similar to the original. After saying that, she felt like she had said something wrong, and added, I think it's better than the original. While they were talking, someone was already searching for Lin Beiyang in the private room. I didn't look for anyone just now, so naturally I couldn't see this location. This position will be obvious when you start looking for someone. After all, there were 4 people sitting in such a dark place, including someone who shared the dormitory with Lin Beiyang. It went without saying that they all knew he was here. Listening to everyone's calls, Yu Xiaobai asked with a smile, Brother Lin, everyone is so enthusiastic. Do you want to stand up and sing a few songs, or refuse? If no one calls him, he will just sit here and chat tonight. Everyone is looking for him now, hoping that he can come out and sing a few songs, and Lin Beiyang can't refuse. Let's sing 2 more songs. After saying that, he stood up. He said to the people below, okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I will sing 2 songs, but let's make it clear that I will only sing 2 songs at most. Lin Beiyang was worried that these people would keep pestering him and wouldn't stop, which would definitely not work. 2 songs are just 2 songs. No problem, it's better than not singing any song at all. These girls didn't let Lin Beiyang sing all the time. After all, they were in a KTV. If he sang alone, others would have no chance. Walking to the front, someone asked, Lin Beiyang, what song are you singing? I'll choose one for you. What song is next? After learning the title of the song, Lin Beiyang shook his head, no need to change, just sing the song. This is a very classic song that can be sung by itself. With the blessing of the god of song's singing ability, it's not a problem. Lin Beiyang didn't know which song he should sing. With the singing ability given by the system, to be honest, as long as it is a song that I can sing, the singing effect will be equally good. Okay then. As the accompaniment sounded, Lin Beiyang quickly got into the mood. When the first sentence was spoken, everyone in the private room was attracted by the singing. Both boys and girls were listening very seriously. Even Zhao Jiwen, who wanted Lin Beiyang to refuse to sing, thought that the singing was indeed beautiful. This sounds so beautiful. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Yes, I feel that Lin Beiyang's singing seems to be better than the original singer, both in terms of voice and other aspects. I think if he participated in those music competitions, he would probably win a prize easily. Did Lin Beiyang study music before? Have no idea. Listening to their discussion, Gao Yang also said with a smile, I have to say that Beiyang's singing is really good. In my opinion, it is much better than some singers. Maybe his parents are famous singers. You're right, it's really possible. Some people are born with good singing voices, but at least they need to learn it. And Brother Lin's singing is so beautiful, I guess he must have gone through very systematic learning. Yu Xiaobai agreed. Finally, Zhao Tongpu nodded and said, so our guess was wrong. In fact, Beiyang's family is in the music business. This can explain why he sings so well and why he has so much pocket money. The result of the 3 people's discussion came out quickly. If Lin Beiyang knew about this, he would definitely be in a dilemma. But I have to say that this explanation is very reasonable. At this time, Gao Yang suddenly sighed, I envy Beiyang so much. Are you envious of someone's good singing, or something else? Yu Xiaobai asked. Gao Yang shook his head and replied, I envy everyone. Yu Xiaobai thought for a while and said, you don't understand this, right? Brother Lin is a man of many talents and appearances. If I were a girl, I would also like this. After saying this, he was given a cold stare by the 2 of them. Gao Yang said with disdain, Xiaobai, if you are a girl, even if Beiyang doesn't like you, I won't like you. You make it sound like I'm attracted to you. The song was coming to an end as the 3 of them were arguing. Everyone in the private room was basically very happy, except Zhao Jiwen. I thought this was an opportunity to express myself. I have been hosting the show, occasionally talking or interacting with Suyu, and the effect is pretty good. Just when I was thinking about sitting next to Suyu, someone suddenly suggested that Lin Beiyang sing. Now everyone's attention was drawn to him, including Suyu, who was listening to Lin Beiyang singing very seriously. Zhao Jiwen was naturally ignored. There was no way to stop it, I could only sit quietly and listen to the song. Soon, after the song was finished, thunderous applause broke out in the private room. It sounds good. It sounds good. It's really nice, Mr. Lin Beiyang, please sing another song. One more song, this is the best song I have ever heard. I have to listen to another song. I can't get enough of it. I won't get tired of listening to it even if I listen to it dozens or hundreds of times. Lin Beiyang naturally heard these people's voices. Raise your hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the entire private room became quiet. I deeply feel the enthusiasm of my classmates. According to our agreement, we should sing one more song next. However, there will not be a 3rd song after this one. If you don't agree, I will not continue singing. After making sure that he was only singing one song, he switched to the next one. When the song title and information appeared on the screen, Lin Beiyang was stunned. This is a song sung by a man and a woman. I guess it was a girl who ordered it so that she could sing with her roommate, but she didn't expect that it was her turn now. It's not that it's hard to sing, it's just that songs like this are better sung in chorus. The effect of singing alone will be greatly reduced. Then he looked at everyone and said, I'm going to invite a girl to sing this song with me. Is there anyone who wants to give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of girls started chattering about it. Everyone wants to sing a duet with Lin Beiyang. However, I was worried that my singing would affect the entire song. Some girls who were confident in their singing were too shy to come up. As the singing session was about to begin, no girl stood up. Lin Beiyang guessed their concerns and said with a smile, it doesn't matter whether the singing is good or not, as long as you can sing it completely. Looking around, no one stood up. Lin Beiyang was somewhat helpless about this. You can't just find any girl to sing, it's better if they come out on their own. Seeing that no one stood up, he decided to sing alone. Chapter 26 Together. Until the last moment of the accompaniment, Lin Beiyang hoped that someone would stand up. However, to his disappointment, there was still no one. As the accompaniment ended, the singing officially began. Give you a CD from the past. Listen to our love at that time. Some will suddenly forget. I'm still in love with you. The song is Because of Love, which is a very popular song. It is sung by a man and a woman. Since no one stood up to sing a duet, Lin Beiyang had to do it alone. Just as I was about to sing the female part, a voice suddenly came from another microphone. I can't sing songs like that anymore. Hearing it, I would blush and avoid it. Although I often forget. I still love you. This was obviously a girl's voice, and everyone was attracted again. Then they all started looking for the source of the sound, wanting to know who was singing duet with Lin Beiyang. Although the female singing just now was not as good as Lin Beiyang's, it was also very good. Lin Beiyang was also very curious. No one stepped forward when we were asking questions just now, but when it came to the singing session, someone suddenly took over. He just felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Soon, the sound was found. Everyone was surprised that it was Suyu. As for Suyu, they also knew that she ranked first in the school beauty voting, and her appearance was worthy of the title of school beauty. Because of her reputation as the school belle and her rather aloof attitude, not many people are close to her. Only 2 other girls in the dormitory were close to her. It was a surprise that I would stand up and sing at this time. Lin Beiyang was also surprised. He thought it was someone else singing, but he never expected it to be Suyu. He was wondering why the voice sounded familiar, and she had been chatting just now, so he must have some memory of her. I want to ask the reason, but it is definitely inappropriate, so I can only answer with doubts. The one who had the biggest reaction was Zhao Jiwen. Going back to the dormitory with Lin Beiyang at noon can be understood as being on the same route. While having dinner in the evening and chatting with Lin Beiyang, we talked about common interests and hobbies, which was also understandable. But it's really hard to understand singing such a song together now. This song is certainly not used for expressing love, nor is it sung by couples, but it is indeed a love song. It doesn't look right no matter how you look at it for the 2 of them to sing. If he hadn't had a bit of rationality left in him, he would have rushed onto the stage and snatched the microphone from Lin Beiyang's hand. Zhao Jiwen's final bit of reason told him that he must be patient. Gao Yang, you didn't expect that. I didn't expect it. Gao Yang shook his head in response to Xiao Bai's question. Who could have thought of this? It's incredible, he added. Looking at Zhao Tongpu again, I didn't know what to say. At this time, Yu Xiaobai suddenly smiled and said, you know what, from this point of view, Brother Lin and Suyu seem to be a perfect match. Although Suyu is the school beauty, our brother Lin is not bad either. Don't forget that he is a billionaire. Although he didn't want to admit it, Gao Yang nodded and said, I don't deny this, but don't forget that Beiyang confessed his love to Shin Xingjuan, and Suyu sang on impulse, which doesn't mean anything. In Beiyang's words, he knew that Zhao Jiwen was interested in Suyu, so he would try his best to keep a distance from Suyu in the spirit of less trouble. This is what Lin Beiyang said to Gao Yang. It's not that he was afraid of anything, it's just that Lin Beiyang didn't like trouble. Try not to cause trouble if possible. Suyu is good looking and is the campus beauty, but he doesn't feel the slightest bit. But look at Zhao Jiwen's expression. He probably wants to rush over to stop him. Even Zhao Tongpu couldn't help but say, even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to charge forward. At most, he would just bear a grudge against the Beiyang government. Forget it, forget it. Let's not worry about it. Let Brother Lin take care of it himself. Yu Xiaobai ended the conversation and looked at the two people who were singing. Facing everyone's looks, Suyu showed no emotion at all. Continue to sing with emotion, because of love, I won't be sad easily. Hearing Suyu continue singing, Lin Beiyang immediately came back to his senses and sang along to the male voice part, so everything looks happy. Because of love, growth is simple. I can still go crazy for you at any time. Soon it was time for the chorus. The two looked at each other and sang in unison, people come and go. When the two of them were singing, the whole private room was very quiet. There are only two voices singing. As if it was agreed upon, there was no noise. Unlike when I was singing just now, if I wasn't singing, I would talk loudly to the people around me. So the whole private room was filled with the singing coming from the microphone and the voices of everyone talking. It's completely different now. It soon came to an end. Lin Beiyang sang in a warm voice, I'll give you a CD from the past, so you can listen to our love back then. Suyu immediately continued singing, sometimes I suddenly forget. Then the two looked at each other again and sang together, I'm still in love with you. When the song ended, the whole room burst into applause again. Louder than last time. Lin Beiyang's singing is a pleasure in itself, and with the addition of Suyu's ethereal voice, it gives people a very pleasant feeling. It is a comfortable and pleasant feeling, no less than listening to two professional singers singing. It's totally worth it. What a fantastic group this is. I suggest they just debut as a group right away. A boy from another dormitory joked. Hey, you know what, when Lin Beiyang and Suyu sang, they really looked like a very professional singing group. If they really participated in a singing competition, they might be able to get good results. Okay, students, we have finished singing the two songs. Thank you very much for your love. As the class arts committee member, I will have the opportunity to sing for you again next time. In order to avoid being booed by others and continue singing, Lin Beiyang took the initiative. I want to tell you that tonight's performance ends here. If you want to listen to more songs, please wait for the next opportunity. This time they really didn't bring it up again. Student Lin Beiyang, I sincerely suggest that you and student Suyu debut together. Yes, 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 let's debut together. 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 Listening to everyone's booing, Lin Beiyang was stunned. At the beginning, it was clearly said that they would debut as a group, but later on, the tone of the words changed. Those who knew, naturally, knew that it meant debuting as a group. Those who didn't thought that one of them was confessing his love to the other, so they joined in the fun. Even Suyu blushed a little when she heard everyone's booing. You have to know that her usual expressions are mostly serious and cold. Now they all blushed and lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. Who knew it would happen so suddenly? Chapter 27 Rescue. Lin Beiyang knew he should stand up. I don't care, I know they are joking, but it is easy to cause misunderstanding. What if Suyu is disgusted by it? Those who don't know would think that it was Lin Beiyang who ordered it. Okay, students. I know you are all joking. Let's stop here. I will give you the singing time back. Lin Beiyang's words stopped the discussion. It's like there's some kind of magic. As soon as the words fell, just like before, everything fell silent. I don't know if it's because of Lin Beiyang's charm, or because what Lin Beiyang showed today shocked them too much, so they obeyed everything he said. But it's better this way. There is no need to explain too much, otherwise it's easy for the situation to become less clear the more you explain. As expected, no one continued the discussion. At this time, Suyu gave him a grateful look. She herself didn't know what was going on just now. She felt that Lin Beiyang was very charming and had a kind of magic that made her want to pick up the microphone and sing along. I totally forgot there were so many people here. I was a little overwhelmed when I heard the booing. Fortunately Lin Beiyang stopped others in time. Otherwise I don't know what to do. Facing Suyu's grateful look, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly in response, saying, You're welcome. Lin Beiyang then put down the microphone and returned to his original place with satisfaction. Seeing Lin Beiyang leave, the girls took the microphone and started singing again. Brother Lin, it seems that you are very popular among the girls in our class. Yu Xiaobai said with a smile. It's nothing. They came here because of my singing ability. I'm not yet to the point where everyone likes and welcomes me. Gao Yang smiled maliciously and said, Beiyang, do you think Suyu will like you? Then he continued, look, when we asked who would sing together just now, no one answered. It wasn't until the female part that Suyu suddenly stood up. And it was a song like this. She must know that. I think she is interested in you, or has a good impression of you. My advice is to seize the opportunity. Even Zhao Tongpu, who usually kept quiet, nodded. I think what Gao Yang said makes sense. Although I have been single since birth, it hinders my observation. If you say that I don't like doing this, I don't believe it anyway. Yu Xiaobai was not to be outdone. See, I told you that Suyu must have a crush on Brother Lin, or some idea about him. She also said that they went home together that day. In my opinion, they must have known each other for a long time. Maybe she confessed to Shen Xinjuan just to confuse us. The one who really wants to be with her is Su Yu. Gao Yang laughed disdainfully and said, you are just talking after the fact. He looked at Lin Beiyang again and said, Beiyang, if it's between Shen Xinjuan and Su Yu, I would choose Shen Xinjuan. Su Yu looks too cold and it might be meaningless to date her. Of course, I didn't make the choice for you. Maybe you like this one. Seeing that the three people were talking more and more outrageous, Lin Beiyang quickly made a stop gesture. No, I was wondering why the three of you kept talking nonsense. I've already said that there's really no relationship between Su Yu and me. As for why she picked up the microphone and sang, I really don't know. Lin Beiyang really didn't realize that Su Yu was interested in him. And it's impossible. After all, the two of them just met today, how could they have a good impression of each other in just one day? He explained, Gao Yang, you said that Su Yu has a rather aloof personality. How could she possibly have someone she likes in just one day? Even if she really has someone she likes, it wouldn't be me. I don't think I'm qualified. Gao Yang shook his head, that's not necessarily true. She likes people who are not ordinary, but I think you, Lin Beiyang, are very suitable. After all, your family is rich, you are good-looking and charming, and you sing very well. If I were a girl, I would definitely like someone like you. Okay, let's stop discussing this issue here. Lin Beiyang had figured it out and knew that if he wasn't allowed to stop, he would probably keep talking. It was relatively normal when I first said it. If you continue, it will easily become more and more outrageous, so you must stop immediately. Brother Lin, it's okay. It's your freedom to date whomever you want. We won't say anything. But after you start dating, if she has any suitable girlfriends, can you introduce them to us? The people you know are all excellent. Her girlfriends probably won't be too bad. Although I have someone I like, Gao Yang and Zhao Tongpu don't have them. Don't you agree? Yu Xiaobai said with a raised eyebrow. As if this thing is already true. Lin Beiyang was speechless. I could only say seriously, if you continue like this, I will be really angry. When the three saw that Lin Beiyang was really angry, they quickly shut up and stopped talking. It's okay to joke around, but joking all the time will only make others angry, so the three of them still have to know their limits. When the four people were chatting, they didn't notice a small corner, and the others didn't notice it either. Zhao Jiwen, who was very active and serious just now, is now sitting here with a very bad look on his face. When the two of them sang a duet, it was still acceptable and within the tolerable range. But the booing from a group of people just now made him unable to control himself anymore, and he felt like he was betrayed. Brother one, I think it must be this Lin Beiyang who deliberately approached my sister-in-law, which is why all these things happened. Why don't we teach him a lesson and find someone to warn him? One of the followers said. Another person quickly agreed, yeah, look at Lin Beiyang, he looks so proud, and the three people in their dormitory are similar. Originally, Zhao Jiwen had no idea in this regard, but after listening to what the two said, he had some thoughts in his mind. Tell me how to teach him a lesson. Brother one, I remember you met two gangsters before. Why don't you give them a call and ask them to help teach someone a lesson? When Zhao Jiwen heard that someone was asked to come and teach Lin Beiyang a lesson, he hesitated. Another person said again, Brother one, I think it's okay. Call him to the private room to teach Lin Beiyang a lesson. He will definitely embarrass himself in front of everyone in the class. I believe that if we give them some money, they will definitely be willing to do it. Zhao Jiwen shook his head, no, you saw it today, Lin Beiyang is very strong, I may not be able to beat him. Hee, as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if he is very powerful, he can't possibly be a match for more than 10 people. Hearing this, Zhao Jiwen finally nodded. Okay, I think what you said makes sense. At worst, I can just take out the money I saved and give it away. I also want to teach Lin Beiyang a lesson. If he loses face, I'll see what he does. After saying that, Zhao Jiwen took out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 28 Give a Lesson. Hello, who is this? A rough voice from the other side startled Zhao Jiwen. I almost couldn't hold the phone steady. Staying calm, he said, Excuse me, is this Brother Tian? Brother Tian's full name is Yang Dadian, and Zhao Jiwen met him by chance. He is said to be a big brother in society, with 40 or 50 younger brothers under him, and is very influential in the entire small city of Jinan. The two of them basically had no intersection and no communication. It would be a stretch to say that they knew each other. At most, they had met and knew each other's names. If it weren't for Lin Beiyang, there would probably be no contact. Yes, it's me, who are you? Brother Tian, my name is Zhao Jiwen. Zhao Jiwen? Yang Dadian thought for a moment. It was an unfamiliar name. He said impatiently, I don't know him. Sensing Yang Datian's impatience, Zhao Jiwen continued, I am not famous, I am just a nobody, it's normal that Brother Tian doesn't know me. I'm disturbing Brother Tian so late because I want to ask you for help with something. He quickly stated his bargaining chip, it is a very simple matter for you, Brother Tian. I am willing to pay 200,000 yuan for it. Yang Xiaotian was about to hang up the phone, but stopped when he heard the number was 200,000. 200,000 is not a lot in his eyes, but a mosquito leg is still meat no matter how small it is, and who would want to go against money? Besides, you can earn 200,000 just by doing small things within your scope, so why not do it? He nodded and said, whatever it is, I can help you with what I can do. If it is beyond my ability, I'm sorry you will have to ask someone else for help. It's like this. I want Brother Tian to help me teach someone a lesson and make him stay in the hospital for a few days. Zhao Jiwen's purpose was very simple, which was to prevent Lin Beiyang from appearing in school normally. Then there will be no chance for Suyu to meet, let alone talk. What happened tonight would not have happened. There is another purpose for doing this. Now that Lin Beiyang is the assistant instructor of the military training, he has plenty of time. If he uses this authority to give Suyu convenience, maybe the two of them will become closer. The best way is to prevent Lin Beiyang from appearing in school, nothing else matters. When he heard that someone was going to be taught a lesson, Yang Dadian nodded. This was not a common thing. Who do you want to teach a lesson to? Although it happens frequently, you still have to inquire about the other party's identity. In case you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you can't risk yourself for 200,000 yuan. He's a classmate of mine. His family might have a little money. I estimate his assets to be around 10 million. This is Zhao Jiwen's own estimate. When Yang Dadian heard this, he thought that he was just a student whose family had a little money, so he didn't take it seriously at all. The person he followed had a family with assets worth over 100 million yuan, so 10 million was just a small amount of money for him. But he felt that 200,000 yuan was too much trouble to teach someone a lesson, so he simply said, how about this, you prepare 300,000 yuan for me, and I will help you break one of his legs. Don't say it's a few days, it will take at least a few months to stay. Hearing this, Zhao Jiwen felt a little conflicted. He only had a few tens of thousands of yuan on him, and he had just borrowed 200,000 yuan from a friend, so he couldn't come up with 300,000 yuan. Moreover, the conflict with Lin Beiyang was not too serious, and it didn't seem to be to the point of breaking his legs. As for teaching a lesson, in the end, since we couldn't find the person involved, we let it go. But if his leg is broken, what if he is held responsible? When I was hesitating whether to agree or not, I saw Lin Beiyang smiling, and I immediately became furious. I wondered why I couldn't do it. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, but I can only take out 250,000 yuan now. The remaining 50,000 yuan will take a day to prepare. Yang Dadian said nonchalantly, I'll give you 250,000 first. I'm not afraid that you'll default on the debt. Can you do it now? It is better to deal with it sooner rather than later. As for the difference of 50,000, Yang Dadian didn't care. If you can afford 300,000 to break a person's leg, you shouldn't be short of money. Yes, we are now in room 8888 of Mail on KTV on Jianxi Road. Okay, I'm right next to you. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Zhao Jiwen suddenly remembered something and said, Brother Tian, he should have practiced before. It should not be a problem for him to beat 3 or 5 people. I suggest that we use more people. It's okay. There are 15 brothers next to me. Is there any problem? No problem, no problem. I'll just wait for you guys to come, Brother Tian. By the way, his name is Lin Beiyang. I hope Brother Tian can keep it a secret for me and not let anyone else know. Yang Dadian understood. Don't worry, I know how to handle these daily routine matters. They have nothing to do with you. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yang Dadian felt that the name Lin Beiyang was somewhat familiar. He felt that he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. He shook his head and ignored it. After all, he was just a student and there was no such person with this name among the big guys he knew. Brother One, what's going on? Just wait. Brother Tian has already agreed. I'll pay 300,000 yuan to break his leg, and then he'll have to stay in the hospital for a while. After saying that, Zhao Jiwen looked in the direction of Lin Beiyang and sneered, I'll see if you can still laugh later. I couldn't help but feel happy when I thought about what would happen to Lin Beiyang next. It would be a very embarrassing thing to be beaten in front of the whole class. Embarrassment is a small matter. The most important thing is to stay in the hospital for a month or two, which means he will have no time to get close to Suyu. By that time, I would probably be with Suyu, and it would be of no use even if he came back. He was thinking that he must record the scene later and then find a way to upload it to the school forum. Everyone will know about the boy who confessed his love in the cafeteria. Zhao Jiwen thought that if he were to be so embarrassed, he would not have the heart to go to school. I can't help but feel happy just thinking about it. Just at this time, Lin Beiyang saw this place. I was very confused when I saw Zhao Jiwen's face look unhappy for a while and then suddenly become happy the next moment. But it was just a doubt, no other thoughts. Then, I listened to music, chatted and drank with 3 people from the dormitory. The car must be driven back to school, but you can't drive after drinking. Lin Beiyang has already booked a designated driver for 10 o'clock, so there is no need to worry about drinking. His car can easily seat 5 people including the designated driver, and the space in the back is very large. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhao Jiwen's phone rang. Hello, we're already downstairs. Is everything okay for you? Yang Dadian asked. Zhao Jiwen smiled and said, Don't worry, Brother Tian, he is sitting in the corner now. Okay, we will pretend to cause trouble for Lin Beiyang later. You don't need to point him out to us so as not to be discovered. Zhao Jiwen thought to himself, this brother is quite considerate. In order to avoid being discovered, he pretended not to know Lin Beiyang, so that the trouble would have nothing to do with him. Okay, Brother Tian. Chapter 29 Looking for Trouble. With a bang, the door of the private room was kicked open. The people near the door were startled. The 2 girls who were singing were also frightened and stopped singing. Looking at this scene, Zhao Jiwen was not at all panicked, thinking that it had finally come. Although I have only met the leader twice, he is very familiar. He is Yang Dadian. Yang Dadian glanced around and said loudly, Let me listen to the music. The girls standing near the song request booth were at a loss. Then a tattooed man rushed out from behind Yang Dadian and stepped forward to turn off the sound. The girls were so scared that they kept backing away, moving to a relatively far distance, and were obviously very scared. The other boys rushed over and stood in front. Who are you? Someone asked. Yang Dadian just glanced at him and the boy was so scared that he took 2 steps back. His large build and exposed tattoos look scary to ordinary students at first glance. Which one of you is Lin Beiyang? Lin Beiyang, who was sitting in the corner, frowned when he heard his name being called. Because of the lighting, I couldn't see clearly what was happening at the door, I just knew that it seemed like someone was causing trouble. Just as I was about to step out to see what was going on, there was a noise at the door again. You are so brave that you dare to cause trouble here. Security, kick them out. As soon as I heard it, I knew that it must be someone from the KTV who heard the noise and ran over. You have to know that the price of such a luxury bag is not low, so how could there be any trouble here? Get out of the way. Look carefully who this is. This is Yang Dadian, Brother Tian. When the manager heard his subordinates reveal their identities, he was a little afraid to step forward. He had heard of Yang Datian's name and knew he was someone nearby, but he didn't expect him to suddenly come here today. He thought it would be best not to provoke him directly. First signal the security guard to step back, then step forward. Brother Tian, this is one of the best private rooms in our KTV. If you do this, it will easily cause trouble to our guests and our business. Your trouble is trouble, but our trouble is not trouble, right? Besides, we are just here to find someone, and we will leave after we find him. the little brother just now said again. The manager could only smile again and said, "How about this? I'll contact our boss and then talk to Brother Tian and see how it goes." There was no choice but for the manager to bring out the boss. To be able to open a store here, you must have your own abilities. As a manager, he had no choice but to report it to his boss. At this time, Yang Dadian smiled and said, "Okay, you contact your boss and tell him that my name is Yang Dadian. If my name doesn't work, ask him to contact my boss Rin Xiangdong." The manager originally thought that the boss would step in to resolve the situation, but after learning the other party's name, he cursed at the manager. Tell him that he must cooperate with Yang Dadian to solve the problem. If he cannot cooperate, he can just pack up and leave. "Brother Tian, I'm sorry to bother you. If you have any questions, please contact the person involved. I will cooperate with you. I just hope that there will be no conflict with other customers. After all, we still have to do business." Yang Dadian waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'll find someone and leave after I find a solution. He came here to cause trouble for a person, not for the KTV." After saying that, the manager stood aside and said nothing more. Originally, everyone thought that the manager could step in and resolve the issue. Who knew that he would just stand aside and not do anything while talking, and now he was completely panicked. Although it had nothing to do with me, I was still somewhat scared when so many people suddenly broke in. Then Yang Dadian looked at the crowd again and said, "Okay, I'll ask one last time who Lin Beiyang is." Most people turned their eyes towards Lin Beiyang, wondering who he had provoked. At this time, no one dared to stand up and speak for him. However, some people are not very worried about Lin Beiyang. Knowing that he doesn't come from an ordinary family, I guess there is a way to solve it. "Brother Lin, did you offend anyone?" Yu Xiaobai asked worriedly. He felt that these people were more powerful than the ones who stopped them on the trail last time. After all, the people last time only dared to take action in a place where there were no people around, but this time they dared to directly break into the private room. Lin Beiyang frowned and shook his head. No, except for the conflict with Rin Xiangdong's followers last time, there was no conflict with anyone else, and the person who spoke just now felt familiar. Lin Beiyang didn't know why he had this feeling, he just thought the voice seemed somewhat familiar. "Forget it, I'll go out and take a look. We'll follow you." Then Lin Beiyang walked towards the door, and the three followed him vigilantly. "I am Lin Beiyang." "Okay, come with us," Yang Dadian said coldly when someone responded. "This is a private room and there are more than 30 people inside, so it's not easy to take direct action. It's different if you take it out. You can treat it however you want." When he reached the door, Lin Beiyang finally understood why this person seemed familiar. "I couldn't help but smile, I was wondering who was looking for me, it turned out to be you." "It's you." When Yang Dadian saw the person coming out, his face changed. He thought of what happened last time and subconsciously took a few steps back. After taking several brothers to the hospital last time, the doctor told them that the injuries of the 4 people were not serious, but they were very painful and close to fatal parts. It can be said that if you shift a little, you will probably have to spend the rest of your life lying in bed. If one person is like this, it may be a coincidence, but if 4 people are like this, it shows that this person is very powerful. "Yes, it's me. You came to see me, don't you know who I am? Also, didn't I tell you last time that if I run into you guys again, I'll bear the consequences myself? Have you forgotten so quickly? Could it be that you've forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed?" Lin Beiyang said with a smile. At first I wondered who it was, but it turned out to be this person. This man was among the people who stopped him last night. At that time, it seemed that he and Zhang Dabiao had a good relationship, and the two were talking and laughing. He didn't calm down until Lin Beiyang took action. He couldn't believe what he saw. The people who took action last night should be his men. Coincidentally, Lin Beiyang saw that there was someone next to Yang Dadian, who was also there last night. Seeing Lin Beiyang at this time, he became even more panicked. Anyone who had seen Lin Beiyang last night would be nervous. Yang Dadian quickly waved his hands and said, "Lin Beiyang, oh no, brother Lin, I really didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, I would definitely not come to cause trouble." He wouldn't be afraid if it was anyone else, but facing Lin Beiyang, he had no intention of resisting or taking action. The scene of last night is still vivid in my mind. Even though there are more than 10 people behind him, they are no match for him if a fight really breaks out. It is better to just give in. "From what you said, you want to cause trouble for Lin Beiyang, but you don't know that I am the one?" Yang Dadian didn't know how to answer. Lin Beiyang continued, "It seems that I guessed it right. tell me, who asked you to come? I originally thought that it was Ren Xiangdong or Zhang Dabia who asked him to come over, but now it seems that is not the case. Chapter 30 Accident. Zhao Jiwen panicked. I never expected that the two of them actually knew each other. The most important thing is that Yang Dadian is still very afraid of Lin Beiyang. This means that the people he called to teach Lin Beiyang a lesson would be useless and might even expose himself. The more I thought about Zhao Jiwen, the more panicked I became. I just hope Yang Dadian won't give me away for the sake of the 300,000 yuan, otherwise I'll be in trouble. Not only Zhao Jiwen was thinking about it, but others were thinking about it too. At first it was obvious that this group of people came in to cause trouble for Lin Beiyang. However, after seeing him in person, his attitude changed 180 degrees. It was obvious that the two not only knew each other, but the troublemaker actually became respectful. Of course, I am curious about the relationship between this group of people and Lin Beiyang. Some people also speculated whether Lin Beiyang was the same as them, but just had a higher status. In short, there are all kinds of speculations. 3 other people in the dormitory knew the truth. After seeing Yang Datian's face clearly, he immediately recognized him as the person who stood next to Zhang Dabio last night. When I first saw him, I was a little worried, thinking he was here to cause trouble again. The 3 were very surprised until their attitude towards Lin Beiyang changed. When I thought about what Lin Beiyang said last night when he came back that they would not cause trouble again, I thought it was just a casual remark, but now it seems to be true. I am even more curious about what happened after I left last night. I can only ask when I get back to the dormitory later. Brother Lin, that's not what I meant. After what happened last night, I told the people below to be more careful when they see you. How could they come here to cause trouble? Yang Dadian explained again. As the saying goes, a person who eats someone else's food will be soft-hearted, and a person who takes someone else's things will be stingy. It is impossible for him to receive 300,000 yuan and then turn around and betray the other person. If this gets out, who would dare to ask me for help in the future? So there was no intention of giving Zhao Jiwen away. Of course, this is the case if you can get away with it safely. If you really have no choice, you won't care so much. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but sneer at Yang Datian's explanation. The meaning of his words just now was very clear. He was instructed by someone to come and cause trouble for him. First, Zhang Dabio was ruled out. After what happened last night, he shouldn't be stupid enough to let Yang Dadian cause trouble for him again. The second is to exclude Ren Xiangdong. After knowing this, he would not let anyone come to see him. Even if he asked someone to come, he would not let Yang Dadian, whom he had already met, come. Besides, I had just arrived in Jinan City to study, so there was no way I would offend anyone. At this time, Lin Beiyang suddenly thought of someone. Glancing at Zhao Jiwen's position. He is the most likely one now. Obviously, Yang Dadian got the information that someone came to the KTV to cause trouble for Lin Beiyang, and he didn't know it was him. It was very simple for Zhao Jiwen to have someone cause trouble for him. It must be related to Su Yu's matter. In addition, he was talking and laughing with Su Yu while having dinner tonight, and after arriving at the KTV, he sang a song with Su Yu, so it is very possible. Once we know who it is, it will be much easier. He smiled and said, "Okay, this is a private room, and my classmates want to sing, let's go outside and talk." Hearing this, Yang Dadian thought Lin Beiyang was going to take action. I quickly said, "Brother Lin, if there is any misunderstanding, just talk about it here. I'm a little scared to tell it outside." He didn't want to lie on the ground, so he was taken to the hospital by his brothers. And he said it was very painful and he didn't want to do it again. Lin Beiyang knew that he had misunderstood his meaning and shook his head. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, I'm just asking some questions." Seeing that Lin Beiyang was serious, he nodded, "Okay." After getting the answer, Lin Beiyang turned to Yu Xiaobai and said, "Xiaobai, I'm going to go out and take care of some things. You can look after the private room and tell the students not to worry about it. Chat when they need to chat, sing when they need to sing, and nothing will happen." "Okay, Brother Lin." Yu Xiaobai felt relieved. From Yang Xiaotian's attitude, it can be seen that Lin Beiyang will be fine. In this case, I just need to take care of the inside. After walking out for a while, Lin Beiyang looked at Zhao Jiwen meaningfully. No one noticed this scene, but Zhao Jiwen himself saw it clearly. Ever since this happened, he has been paying close attention and dared not be careless. So, when Lin Beiyang looked over, he discovered it at once. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. I wondered if I had been discovered or guessed. Then he shook his head. I was very discreet when I made the call. I was in the toilet outside, and there were two people helping to keep watch. No one came over at that time. If I had known this earlier, I would have said it earlier. And all the call records have been deleted, so it will definitely not be discovered. He must have glanced over here accidentally. At the same time, I was also thinking about how to respond if I was really discovered. Lin Beiyang brought Yang Dadian to the special rest area in KTV. He smiled and said, "Yang Dadian, right? Now you can tell me who asked you to come. Also, there must be a reason why you brought so many people here. Tell me in detail." "Brother Lin, no one asked me to come here on purpose." Yang Dadian argued again. Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, "I know you are a smart person. Since I asked this, I must have my own guesses. I also know what you are worried about. You can rest assured that if you tell me this, no one else will know." He hadn't experienced it, but he had seen it on TV. Generally, this kind of thing is about loyalty. Judging from Yang Datian's appearance, it is probably like this. Yang Datian hesitated. He could see that Lin Beiyang was very serious, and as long as he didn't say anything, no one else would know. "Brother Lin, will you really keep this a secret for me?" "Yang Datian, you must know that now is not the time to talk to me about conditions or ask questions. To be honest, I can deal with all the people behind you with one hand. I don't want to do that, and I believe you don't want to do that either. Besides, my patience is limited." Lin Beiyang finished speaking and thought about it. He continued, "Well, let me put it another way. It was a man named Zhao Jiwen who asked you to come here." When Yang Dadian heard Lin Beiyang say this name, he knew in his heart that he must have guessed it. In this case, there is no need for me to hide it any longer. Nodding, "Yes, he said his name is Zhao Jiwen. He called me about 15 minutes ago and asked me to help teach someone a lesson. He also told me his name, identity, and location. I agreed when I heard it was a student, but I didn't expect it to be you." Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. It seemed to be the same as he had guessed. I continued to ask, "What is his reward for you and how do you teach him a lesson?" At this point, there was no need to hide anything, so he said directly, 300,000, break one leg. Hearing this, Lin Beiyang's face suddenly turned cold. He thought he was just going to teach him a lesson and give him a beating, but he actually broke his leg. It was really vicious. Snort. Seeing that Lin Beiyang was angry, Yang Dadian asked, "Brother Lin, how about I teach you a lesson in the same way?" Hearing this, Lin Beiyang glanced at him. Yang Dadian immediately added, "I don't want anything." Chapter 31 Treat Me Well. Ding. A new mission has been released. Promise Yang Dadian to help teach Zhao Jiwen a lesson. The mission reward is 51% of the shares of Taiha Mall. Lin Beiyang wanted to refuse. "I think this way of helping is unnecessary and I can repay him in other ways." As a result, the system issued a new task. The requirement of the task is to agree to Yang Datian's words and ask them to help teach Zhao Jiwen a lesson, and then the task can be completed. The mission reward is irresistible at first sight. He thought Taiha Shopping Mall should be a large shopping mall, or a department store or something like that. Lin Beiyang reported to the school as soon as he arrived in Jinan City. "This is the farthest place from the school gate, and everything here is unfamiliar to me. As for where Taiha Mall is, no one knows." "Yang Dadian, do you know Taiha Mall?" Yang Dadian was stunned for a moment. I don't know why Lin Beiyang made such a big change and suddenly mentioned this mall. But he nodded anyway. "Brother Lin, I know this is a large supermarket in the university town. It is a comprehensive commercial city and ranks second in size in the university town." "Really? I didn't expect it to be located in the university town, so it probably isn't too far away." Then Yang Dadian explained it in detail. "This Taiha city is very lucky. It was built and opened 6 years ago. At that time, it was located in the new district and the business was not very good. Then just 5 years ago, Jinan City planned to build a university town. There are a total of 6 universities in the city. After they were repaired 2 years ago, they moved here one after another. With 6 universities and tens of thousands of students, the value of this Taiha shopping mall increased rapidly." He nodded and continued to ask, "What are the prices and scale of this Taiha Mall?" "I can only say it's huge. There are parks and other facilities nearby. It has 4 floors in total. At that time, the new district was still under construction and they were attracting investment, so the total cost was about 90 million yuan. Now it should be worth about 150 million yuan. When Lin Beiyang heard the number of 150 million, his eyes lit up. Value is what he values most, and everything else is not worth mentioning. 150 million, of which he accounted for 51%, or more than 70 million. This means the reward for this mission is worth more than 70 million. Although it is real estate, not cash, the value is there. Moreover, as the second largest commercial entity in the university town, it goes without saying that the daily business will be very good. By then, the share I will get will probably be in the millions. Don't forget that you own 51% of the shares. Although it is only relative control, not absolute control. But it must be nice to be able to reward myself with the system. In short, there is no reason to refuse. Lin Beiyang patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, then help me teach Zhao Jiwen a lesson." Ding, the mission has been completed. Someone will be assigned to hand over the mission reward, Taihum all shares. Please pay attention. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Beiyang knew that the task was completed and someone would probably contact him for the handover, so he just had to wait. Seeing that Lin Beiyang agreed, Yang Dadian was secretly delighted. As long as you agree, everything will be easy. Brother Lin, are we going to break his legs as a lesson for him, or are we going to give him some other lesson? Lin Beiyang thought about it and shook his head. The system's task was to promise Yang Dadian a lesson, but it did not specify the extent of the lesson. Even if his legs were broken, Lin Beiyang would not be able to do such a thing. As for whether he could do it, it was his idea. It's not like his legs will be broken, but it will target the fleshy parts of his body. It would be best if he could stay in bed for 10 days or half a month, but it won't break any bones or cause any serious injury. Finally, I decided to just teach him a lesson, no need to go too far. Yang Dadian nodded and said, "Brother Lin, don't worry. We are very familiar with this matter and know the extent of the lesson. We guarantee that he will look serious, but in fact it is not serious. By the way, it's not convenient for him to do anything in the private room now. Let's talk about it after he comes out." This time they rushed in again, dragged Zhao Jiwen out and beat him up. It's easy to think that it was me who asked them to do it. After all, he followed her out, and not only was he fine, but in the end it was Zhao Jiwen who got beaten. It's hard not to think about this. Although I can explain to everyone what Zhao Jiwen did. But revenge is still not good. It would be best to let them do it in a place where there is no one around. Okay, I understand. Okay, I'm going back now. You guys can handle it yourself. Brother Lin, take care. Watching Lin Beiyang leave, Yang Dadian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he started to curse, "Damn it, this Zhao Jiwen actually dared to play tricks on me and asked me to teach Brother Lin a lesson. I think he is really bold. Brothers, we must treat him well tonight." After he finished speaking, someone behind him said, "Brother, who is this Brother Lin?" Yang Dadian glanced at him and said, "You saw what happened to those 4 people last night." The younger brother nodded, "I see." Then he suddenly thought of something. Yang Dadian did not deny it and said, "Yes, it was this Brother Lin who did it. Tell me who he is. Do you dare to do it?" When the others found out that it was Lin Beiyang who had beaten the 4 men last night, they were so scared that they dared not speak. That scene was seen very clearly. The 4 people kept wailing on the way to the hospital, and they were turned into this state by just one move. Who dares to touch this brow? I dare not. Okay, remember to treat Zhao Jiwen well later. They didn't dare to teach Lin Beiyang a lesson, but teaching Zhao Jiwen a lesson was no big deal. As for who Zhao Jiwen is, Yang Dadian saw him when he went in just now, so he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to recognize him later. As soon as Lin Beiyang returned to the private room, 3 people from the dormitory came over. "Brother Lin, are you okay? Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Gao Yang looked around and said, "No. That's right. After I finished speaking, I realized that everyone was sitting and talking, and no one was singing anymore. Why isn't everyone singing?" Yu Xiaobai shook his head. Everyone is still quite scared after what happened just now, so they don't have the energy to continue singing, so they all sit and talk. Lin Beiyang thought about it and agreed. Most of them are girls. They are afraid when encountering such things and have no mood to sing. Okay, since everyone is not going to sing, let's go back. Then Lin Beiyang walked over to Zhao Jiwen and said, "Class monitor, it seems that no one is in the mood to continue singing. Why don't we pay the bill and leave? Zhao Jiwen had been thinking about something and was startled by the sudden voice. Seeing this, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but ask, "Squad leader, are you okay?" Only then did Zhao Jiwen come to his senses. Thinking that Yang Dadian probably had not given him away, he felt relieved instantly. "Okay, I'll go pay the bill, and you tell the students." "Good." Then Zhao Jiwen took his two followers and quickly went out to settle the bill. After Zhao Jiwen left, Lin Beiyang said to the people inside, "I'm sorry, classmates, because of some misunderstandings, everyone can't continue singing. Let's take a taxi back to school later. After the fare is paid, take a screenshot and send it to me. I will reimburse you." When they heard that the taxi fare would be reimbursed, a hint of joy appeared on everyone's faces. Then the group left the private room. Chapter 32 surprised everyone. I'll call a car. Yu Xiaobai took out his mobile phone and prepared to call an online taxi. Lin Beiyang stopped him and said, "No need, I have a car." The three of them were stunned at the same time. They hadn't heard that Lin Beiyang had a car. "We drove out together last night, how could I not tell you?" "Brother Lin, when did you buy a car?" "I thought it would be inconvenient to go out at any time without a car, so I simply bought a car and drove back at noon today. So I said I had something to do at noon, and I happened to meet Suyu on the way back to the dormitory. As for the evening, I drove here, and I drank, so I called a designated driver." Lin Beiyang just made up for the time he had spent out at noon. They will definitely believe this reason. I thought the three of them would have a bigger reaction, but Yu Xiaobai nodded. "I see, it's normal for Brother Lin to buy a car. I actually have a car too, but my dad was mad about school and he didn't allow me to drive to school, otherwise I would have driven directly to school." Zhao Tongpu also said, "Beiyang, it would be a good idea for you to buy a car, so that if we want to go out for dinner, we don't have to walk back to school like we did last night." "Aren't you surprised? What's so surprising about this?" "I would be surprised if you didn't buy a car, Brother Lin," Yu Xiaobai said disapprovingly. Gao Yang nodded. "Xiaobai is right. There is nothing surprising about you buying a car. If you want to buy a car, just tell us directly. We can also accompany you, and there will be no misunderstanding. The car was actually bought a while ago, and I went to pick it up today. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to trouble you to make a trip. Why would we be afraid of trouble? By the way, Beiyang, what car did you buy for yourself?" Yu Xiaobai said without thinking, "I guess it's a car starting at least 500,000 yuan, maybe around 1 million yuan. Beiyang, what car did you buy, a sedan, an SUV, or a sports car?" Yu Xiaobai rolled his eyes. "Do I even need to ask? I guess it must be an SUV. I don't think the four of us can fit in a sports car. I don't think it would be convenient for Brother Lin to drive a sedan at his height. What do you think, Brother Lin?" "Xiaobai is right, it's an SUV. Beiyang, what kind of car is it? Don't keep us in suspense." The conversation between the several people was quite loud and people walking nearby could hear it clearly. They also wanted to know what kind of car it was. From this we can see how strong Lin Beiyang is. Among them is Zhao Jiwen. He had a monthly pocket money of 100,000 yuan, plus his Chinese New Year pocket money, and he saved for almost half a year and bought a car worth more than 400,000 yuan. If the car Lin Beiyang drives is similar to mine, or the difference is not too big, then his ability is probably similar to mine, but he just appears to be richer. If someone's car is not as good as his own, or if it costs more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, it is very likely that he is pretending to be rich. If the car he drives is worth more than 1 million, he is at least richer than you. If his wealth reaches 2 million or 3 million or more, you have to consider whether it is the right choice to provoke him. The only person who knew was Su Yu. She stood in the middle of the crowd without saying anything. Everyone would know when the car came. There is no need to tell others. She actually wanted to drive here, but considering that there would be drinking at the dinner party tonight, she didn't drive. Of course she knew she could call for a designated driver, but her car didn't have enough space for a designated driver, as it was not as big as Lin Beiyang's car. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "You will know in a moment." Some people who had already called for a taxi cancelled their calls and waited quietly on the side. Several taxis passed by one after another but no one hailed them. After coming out of the private room, Lin Beiyang sent a message to the designated driver to ask him to come over, estimating that the time was about right. Just as I was thinking about it, a black SUV with its double flashes on slowly approached the door of the KTV. When the car stopped in front of everyone and they saw the car logo clearly, they subconsciously made way. A letter with wings. Everyone who knows it knows what kind of car it is. They also know that its approximate price is around 3 million. They don't think it is Lin Beiyang's car. The three people in the dormitory thought the same as everyone else. Although it was consistent with their previous guess, they also knew the price of the car and subconsciously thought it was not the case. Looking at the three people in the dormitory retreating, Lin Beiyang said with a smile, "Why are you retreating? Get in the car." Yu Xiaobai pointed at the car and said, "Brother Lin, is this your car?" "Yeah, what's the problem?" At this time, the car window opened, and the driver looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "Boss, get in the car. We can't park here for a long time." "Good." Then he looked at the three of them and said, "Don't even think about it. Get in the car. Gao Yang, you sit in the front, and the three of us will sit in the back." Gao Yang is the largest among the four people, so he is just right for sitting in the passenger seat. The three of them didn't have time to think and went up one by one. Finally, Lin Beiyang glanced at Zhao Jiwen and said, "Class monitor, we are leaving first. Please take care of the other students." Zhao Jiwen nodded subconsciously, "Okay." After saying that, Lin Beiyang got into the car and then disappeared from everyone's sight. It was not until Lin Beiyang's car completely disappeared into the night that Zhao Jiwen finally reacted and suddenly felt a little bitter. He knew the price of the car, and thinking about Lin Beiyang's performance tonight, he realized that the two of them were not on the same level at all, and yet he still went to provoke him. It's too late to regret. The only consolation is that what happened tonight was not exposed. I will just consider it as a lesson learned by spending 300,000 yuan. Then he started to prevent everyone from taking taxis back to school. He didn't think much about it. As the class monitor, it was normal for him to send his classmates back first. There were mostly girls in the class. However, what he didn't know was that this was an opportunity Lin Beiyang left for Yang Dadian. The three people in the car watched everything curiously. Yu Xiaobai was the first to speak. "Brother Lin, how much did you pay for this car?" "Anyway, my 300,000 yuan car is nothing compared to yours." "About 3 million. I'm not sure. I didn't buy the car myself. This is given directly by the system as the highest configuration." He really didn't know the exact amount and could only guess based on his own understanding. "Wow, it's worthy of being a 3 million car, it's so comfortable to sit in." Gao Yang couldn't help but sigh. "Yeah, I used to think that the interiors of all cars must be similar. Now, after seeing cars that cost more than 100,000 yuan and cars that cost more than 3 million yuan, I realize how big the gap is. I can't believe what the inside of cars that cost tens of millions of yuan will look like." Zhao Tongpu said. His family is relatively ordinary, and his father drives a car worth 110,000 or 20,000 yuan. The difference between this and his family is particularly huge. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't think like that. For example, when you encounter a traffic jam, no matter if your car is worth hundreds of thousands or millions, it can only run on the ground and cannot fly in the sky. Brother Lin, you are confusing concepts." Don't think too much. If you want to sit down, we can find some time to sit down slowly. There's no need to rush this evening. "Okay, Brother Lin, don't be reluctant when the time comes. Don't worry, it won't happen." There was something else he didn't say, that there will be more expensive and better cars in the future, and you will have plenty of opportunities to drive them then. Chapter 33 Strange Phone Call. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, Lin Beiyang received a call. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Beiyang?" Lin Beiyang is still thinking about why someone is making harassing phone calls so late at night. Just as he was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered the reward for the evening mission and replied, "Yes, I'm Lin Beiyang. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Mr. Lin, I am Wang Rong, the legal director of Taiha Mall. You have acquired 51% of the shares of the mall. There is a document that requires your signature." Hearing this, Lin Beiyang already understood why he came. It's just a reward from the system. In the past, the system would directly handle everything, but this time I didn't expect that I would need to sign it myself. It's just a signature, so it doesn't matter. I can take a look at it myself. "Okay, I understand. Then when you have time, I'll come over to see you." Lin Beiyang thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow at 12:30 noon, you meet me at the Xingxing Cafe opposite the east gate of Jinan University. Is the time okay?" After dinner, I will go back to the dormitory to rest, which is just right near the east gate. Otherwise, it is quite far from other gates. Wang Rong was stunned for a moment. It is normal for Lin Beiyang to arrange the time and place. Even if the meeting is at 12 o'clock in the evening, you should still go. After all, these 51% shares were purchased for a full 90 million. Being able to pay nearly 100 million in cash at one time, the buyer's assets must be no less than 1 billion, so the identity of the buyer must be extraordinary. The most important thing is to convince other shareholders of the company to get the 51% stake. So I was surprised when I heard about the school. Mr. Lin, I would like to ask, are you a student or a teacher in the school? Lin Beiyang said without thinking, I am a student. Ah. Wang Rong was even more surprised now. At first I thought it was a big boss or a wealthy businessman from outside, but I didn't expect it to be a student. I just couldn't handle it. I checked the phone carefully and found that there was no problem, so I was sure it was him. Is there any problem? Lin Beiyang asked. No, I'm just a little surprised. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the cafe at 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. He knew why the man was surprised. After all, it would cost tens of millions of dollars to buy 51% of the shares, and I was just a student, so I was somewhat skeptical. We'll know when we meet tomorrow. Anyway, since the system has given the reward, everything must have been arranged. Who is Brother Lin? We even asked to meet in a cafe. A friend of mine has something to talk to me about tomorrow. As soon as Lin Beiyang finished speaking, Gao Yang smiled and said, Xiao Bai, don't think about it. I just heard a man's voice, not a girl's voice. Okay then, I thought it was a girl. Then he started playing with his phone again. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes, which meant that even if he answered a phone call now, it would attract their attention. If this was a girl's voice, they would probably go to great lengths to get to the bottom of it. Just after hanging up the phone, another message came on my phone. It was sent by Yang Dadian. Before leaving, Yang Dadian insisted on adding to Lin Beiyang's prestige. He said he would let him know after he finished the job, so it should be now. I clicked on it and saw a picture on it. The environment around the picture is very dark, but you can vaguely see a person lying on the ground wailing. The following are the words sent by Yang Dadian. Brother Lin, we have already taught Zhao Jiwen a lesson and promised that he will not be able to get out of bed within a week. Do you think you are satisfied? He picked up the phone and replied, Okay, I believe you did it right, just send him to the hospital. Just teach him a lesson. Lin Beiyang's original intention was to teach him a lesson, but Yang Dadian and the others have done a very good job. Okay, Brother Lin. While Lin Beiyang was washing up, Yang Dadian took people to send Zhao Jiwen to the nearest hospital and notified his parents to come over. Since he was able to contact me and took out 300,000 yuan, it means that his family may have some money. If someone finds out that Lin Beiyang is causing trouble for him, he would think that he has done a bad job. It would be better to eliminate the future troubles. After Zhao Jiwen's parents arrived at the hospital, they saw Zhao Jiwen lying on the bed wailing. Zhao's mother rushed to him and cried, Son, who beat you like this? I will make him pay. Although Mr. Zhao stood still, his face looked unhappy. At this time, Yang Dadian next to him sneered, I hit you, you want me to pay the price? Father Zhao stepped forward quickly. He could see that these people were not easy to deal with. Who are you and why did you beat my son like this? Humph, it's good that he got beaten like this. It's all his fault that he provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. We were originally planning to break one of his legs, but the person he provoked made us just teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Father Zhao frowned and asked, Who are you? You may not have heard of my name being Yang Dadian, but you should know Ren Xiangdong. Yang Dadian said disdainfully. After hearing what Yang Dadian said, Zhao's mother stood up and was about to take action. He kept saying, I don't care if you're called Yang Dadian or Ren Xiangdong, if you dare to hit my son, I'll make you pay. After saying that, she looked at Zhao's father and said, Husband, you must avenge your son. Father Zhao seemed not to have heard him and asked Yang Dadian, Is the Ren Xiangdong you mentioned the eldest son of the Ren group? Yang Dadian sneered, Just if you want revenge, you can come anytime, it depends on whether you have the courage. Before Zhao's mother could speak, Zhao's father slapped her in the face. Shut up. It's because you usually pamper him that you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke. Don't I know my own son well enough? Why would I provoke others for no reason? Yang Dadian smiled coldly. You mean I beat him for no reason? Father Zhao saw that things were about to get out of hand. He quickly said, shut up. Okay, Zhao Leijun, it's fine if you didn't take revenge when your son was beaten, but you actually dared to yell at me. Father Zhao slapped her directly. Mother Zhao looked at him in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Hit you? Do you know the Ring Group? They can bankrupt us anytime, anywhere. If you want to end up on the streets, don't take me with you. After hearing that the Ring Group could bankrupt her family, Zhao's mother suddenly became quiet and dared not continue speaking. She may not know what Ren's group does, but when she heard her husband say it would lead to bankruptcy, she dared not say anything more. Seeing that the two stopped making trouble, Yang Dadian stood up and said, okay, take care of yourselves. As for what to do when the time comes, I hope that your son and I know it very well. Otherwise, it won't be solved by a simple lesson next time. After saying this, he took his people and left the hospital. Chapter 34, Re-election as Class Monitor. Military training starts at 9 a.m. every day and lasts until 12 noon. At 8:30 the next morning, after breakfast, the four of them headed towards the military training ground. At this time, Yu Xiaobai exclaimed, look at the message in the class group. The three of them clicked on it and saw that it was a message from the class teacher. The general content is that squad leader Zhao Jiwen needs to take a month's leave due to personal health reasons. Due to the needs of class management and normal class notification, the class monitor will be re-elected. Students who are interested in becoming class monitors are asked to go to his office at 1:30 p.m. for assessment. If there is only one person running for election, that person will be the class monitor. If there are more than 2 or more people selected, a vote will be held in the class group, each person will have 1 vote, and the person with the most votes will be the new class monitor. This caused an uproar. Yesterday, Zhao Jiwen was successfully elected as class monitor with his financial ability, and he provided afternoon tea and red envelope benefits to his classmates. How come you took a month off in the blink of an eye? This means that all previous promises have been invalidated, which has made some people very disappointed. The class teacher is involved in the election of the new class monitor, so it is definitely impossible to solve the problem by using money. In other words, the new class monitor will no longer have such benefits. Some people speculated that Zhao Jiwen used the excuse of asking for leave just because he didn't want to provide benefits to everyone. After all, I have been on leave for a month, and the school has just started, so I definitely cannot serve as the class monitor. Since you are not the class monitor, you don't have to abide by the promises you made before. However, there was nothing we could do. No one knew the reason, except Lin Beiyang. According to what he told Yang Dadian, he only needed to lie in bed for 7 or 10 days or so. Taking a month off all of a sudden probably meant recuperating until he was fully recovered before coming back. Zhao Tongpu, now you have another chance to run for class monitor. You can try it this afternoon. Zhao Tongpu shook his head, forget it. The 3 girls who came before me will definitely run again. They have given speeches, so not many people will vote for me. It would be a waste of time if I go. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, it's okay to go and give it a try. I know you won't have a chance if you don't go. At least you still have a chance if you go. I think Brother Lin is right. There will be no loss if we go anyway. If we can be selected, then we will be selected. If we can't be selected, it doesn't matter. Yu Xiaobai also encouraged. Seeing that the 3 people asked him to try, Zhao Tongpu still said uncertainly, then I will try? Go ahead. Good. When we arrived at the military training venue, basically everyone was already there. Seeing Lin Beiyan coming over, everyone looked over and kept talking. Lin Beiyan overheard the conversation. They were actually discussing whether they had the idea of running for class monitor. I guess they still hope to have benefits like afternoon tea and red envelopes. After all, it seems that I am the only one in the class who has this ability. Unfortunately, I have no interest in this area at all. I am only doing this as the Cultural and Arts Committee member in order to complete the task, otherwise I would not agree. As for the squad leader, he definitely won't be chosen. He knew that if he ran for class monitor, he would probably get more votes than Zhao Jiwen did last time. There are 36 votes in total, and I need to get at least 30 votes. In this case, Zhao Tongpu will definitely not have a chance. Considering many aspects, I will definitely not go. The reason why I don't want to go is very simple. As a class monitor, there will be a lot of things to do, and I am a person who fears trouble, so how could I agree to go? Seeing Lin Beiyan coming, Deng Jun called him over. Lin Beiyang, it's 8:45 now. You need to organize them to gather in 10 minutes. Good. After agreeing, Lin Beiyang thought for a moment and said, Instructor, our class monitor has taken a month off due to health reasons and cannot come to school, so the military training cannot proceed normally. I see. It's hard to line up the 37 people in your class. After you come out, there will be 36 people left, so we can line them up in 4 rows of 9. Since there are still 35 people left, we can line them up in 5 rows of 7. Then we'll gather at 8:50, and you can line everyone up again. Okay. At 8:50, Lin Beiyang asked everyone to gather on time. Because of what happened throughout the day yesterday, the classmates in the class now obeyed his orders, so they quickly assembled in the original formation. Only then did Lin Beiyang resort them according to height. After the arrangement was completed, the second day's military training officially began at 9 o'clock. As an assistant coach, Lin Beiyang felt much more relaxed as he didn't have to go through military training. Moreover, Deng Jun did not impose any restrictions on him. He could sit when he wanted to and stand when he wanted to. If you need to be away for a while, you don't need to report if it's less than half an hour, but you need to report if it's more than half an hour. With such a privilege, Lin Beiyang naturally did not stand here all the time, but he would assist Deng Jun when he needed it. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Deng Jun asked them to rest for 5 minutes. Then several instructors from other teams came over. At this time, Deng Jun said, Lin Beiyang, yesterday the other instructors didn't believe you when they learned that you did 370 standard push-ups in one breath. They thought that the 4 of us were exaggerating. Today we want to verify it, but I think 370 is too much for you, so how about 200, or if you have other ways, you can also propose them. Lin Beiyang nodded and smiled, Instructor, I can finish 370, let alone 200. Good boy, I knew you would be able to do it. It's just that you just finished 370 yesterday. Can you still do it today? If you can't, don't try to be stubborn. You can choose another time. Or you can choose something you are better at. Lin Beiyang thought about it. If there was no need to pay attention to them, Deng Jun would definitely not have brought it up. Now that I've explained the situation to him, it's probably difficult for him to refuse. Even if he didn't say it, Lin Beiyang would still agree. It's just 200 push-ups, not a problem at all. Just as I was thinking about it, a familiar voice rang out. Ding, a new mission has been released. It requires you to fight 3 instructors in close combat and win. The mission reward is 3 million Chinese currency. Hearing the familiar task, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. The most important thing is the mission reward. Last time it was 1 million, and this time it is a direct reward of 3 million. After spending 750,000 yuan at a restaurant last time, there isn't much money left in the card. It just so happens that it was given to me this time, so I might as well take it. Instructor, I want to fight with other instructors. Lin Beiyang was not worried at all about the mission requirements. Don't forget that he knows top-level fighting skills. I'm not bragging. Even if 3 people come together, he can probably win. Are you sure? Deng Jun was a little surprised. He thought Lin Beiyang would agree, but he didn't expect him to propose this method. I'm sure, I'm confident in my fighting skills, it's worth a try. Don't force yourself even if you can't do 200 more. Lin Beiyang shook his head, Instructor, I have thought about it. Deng Jun patted Lin Beiyang's shoulder with appreciation and said, You are a good kid. At least you have the courage to agree instead of rejecting it directly. Don't be sad if you fail. The longer you persist, the more surprised they will be. Chapter 35 Fighting Contest. When they learned that Lin Beiyang not only agreed but also proposed a fighting method, they obviously did not believe it. Deng Jun, is this student sure? Sure. He doesn't know it's okay, but although our fighting skills are not strong, they are not something that ordinary people can resist. Someone immediately stood up and said, I don't think Lin Beiyang can win in this regard, and I am very confused. Deng Jun waved his hand. It's okay. I believe that Lin Beiyang will not make the wrong choice. Maybe he is practicing this. If he loses, it will be fine. But if you lose, it will be really embarrassing. I don't know if this was irritating, but one of them said disdainfully, Okay, then let him know what real fighting is, not just learning a few moves. Don't talk about that. I wasn't the only one who saw him do 370 standard push-ups. The 3 of them also saw it. The final result is really hard to predict. Then Lin Beiyang met with the instructors. At this time, Deng Jun said, "Lin Beiyang, you were the one who proposed the fight, so you have the final say on how to compete." Lin Beiyang said without thinking, "I will fight with 3 different instructors, best of 3, whoever wins twice first wins." Just after he finished speaking, before anyone else spoke, Deng Jun spoke first. "No, this is unfair to you. If you change players during the game, you are still in peak condition, and you have already played once, so you are definitely not in the best condition. They send one person to play 3 times in a row, and then win 2 out of 3. Lin Beiyang frowned. According to the system, victory does not require winning all 3 games, but only requires winning 2 of them, but there must be 3 people. If you are alone, it should not follow the rules. To be on the safe side, Lin Beiyang asked the system. However, the answer I got was the same as I had guessed, there must be 3 people. All he could say to Deng Jun was, "Instructor, I have already decided that 3 people will play 3 different games. It doesn't need to be the same person. I hope you can follow my request." Now it was Deng Jun's turn to frown. "Classmate, do you know what this means? Let alone 3 people, it's not easy to defeat even one of them first." Lin Beiyang knew that this was a lack of trust in himself. If you think about it carefully, it is understandable. No one would believe it. So he said, "Instructor, how about this? I will fight with one of the instructors first. If I win, I will do what I say. If I lose, there is no need to fight next time. When there are no tasks, just prove yourself casually. Now that we have a mission, we have to do this no matter what for the 3 million. This proposal should be acceptable. If you win, you can compete with the second person. If you lose, it means the mission has failed and there is no need to compete with the second person again." Seeing Lin Beiyang's firm attitude, Deng Jun nodded, "Okay, then do as you said, and change people after defeating the first instructor." After explaining the situation to them, they all accepted this solution. Then, the 5 people selected one of them to participate in the first competition. The 2 then stood on opposite sides. The man smiled and asked, "Classmate, my name is Yang Zhong. Are you ready? If I'm going to hit you hard later, tell me and I'll stop immediately." "Coach Yang, I'm ready. I believe I will be the winner in the end." For the students who were doing military training nearby, although they didn't know what was happening here, they could probably guess something by looking at the situation. They all looked over here involuntarily, very curious. As a result, he was scolded by the instructors and forced to take the military training seriously, and he could only maintain his original standing posture. However, some people who are closer can still see the situation here with their peripheral vision. I guess he didn't want them to see the results. It was okay that Lin Beiyang lost, as it was beyond most people's expectations. It would have been bad if the instructor had lost. Deng Jun gave the order, "Begin." The 2 of them quickly got into the mood. Lin Beiyang knew that this instructor was not the same person he met the night before, so he was very cautious and did not take it lightly just because of the top-level fighting skills rewarded by the system. After a standoff of about half a minute, Yang Zhong finally couldn't help but take the first step. Right from the start, Yang Zhong attacked fiercely, not giving Lin Beiyang a chance to react, and punched him in the left shoulder. Lin Beiyang could clearly feel that although the blow looked very heavy, it would actually only cause a strong sense of pain and would not cause any serious injuries. It's obvious from the look that he was holding back, doing it for the sake of his students. It wasn't a real fight. Lin Beiyang saw the opportunity when Yang Zhong attacked, grabbed his right hand, and quickly moved to his chest. The 2 men were about the same height, with Lin Beiyang being no more than 2 or 3 centimeters taller. He bent slightly and threw Yang Zhong over his shoulder, and Yang Zhong fell to the ground. There were only a few seconds from the time Yang Zhong made his move to the moment he fell to the ground, and the people around him were unable to react. Because Lin Beiyang's speed was so fast, there was no time for people to react. Yang Zhong didn't expect that he would fall to the ground with just one move. Then he stood up and dusted himself off. "Good boy, it seems that I underestimated you. I originally wanted to fight with you for a few moves before knocking you to the ground so as not to be too embarrassed. But now I am the one who is embarrassed." It can be seen that he did not care much about the failure. Instead, he praised Lin Beiyang unreservedly. The others then came to their senses. Deng Jun couldn't help but step forward and pat Lin Beiyang on the shoulder. "It seems that I underestimated you. If you can do 370 standard push-ups at one time, how could you be so bad in other aspects?" Yang Zhong only managed one move. "It's unexpected. Coach Deng, it's because Coach Yang was too careless and underestimated the enemy. I could sense that he was holding back from the beginning. Otherwise, I might not have been able to do it so easily. Lin Beiyang was not wrong. Yang Zhong shook his head. No, being careless and underestimating the enemy is my own business. Even if I didn't do that, I still wouldn't be your opponent. Very good. Dear instructors, the fight between Instructor Yang and I should not be over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zhong came out and explained, Student Lin, you don't have to speak for me. I lost from the moment I fell to the ground. There is no need to continue. You won the first fight. Lin Beiyang wanted to speak, but Deng Jun nodded and said, Lin Beiyang, you won the first game. Old Yang is right. You lost from the moment you fell to the ground. There is nothing more to say. According to our agreement, we will change someone in the second game. Okay, then I'll trouble the other instructors. Lin Beiyang was just being polite. Seeing Deng Jun said so, there was no need to refuse any further. Chapter 36 Second Victory. Some students who were undergoing military training saw this scene. A group of people watched as one of the instructors was thrown to the ground over the shoulder and almost screamed, but when they remembered that this was a military training, no one dared to speak. This included Lin Beiyang's class, which happened to be here when the competition took place. They thought Lin Beiyang was handsome, rich, and a good singer, which was already very impressive. I didn't expect that he was also good at fighting, and even the military training instructors were no problem for him. As for whether Yang Zhong let the instructor go, I don't know, because all I saw was the instructor being thrown to the ground. Soon, the second instructor was pushed out. When facing Lin Beiyang, he smiled and said, My name is Zhang Ming. Old Yang underestimated you just now, so he was defeated by one move. I already know your strength very well, so I will not underestimate you in the future. You have to be serious. Instructor, don't worry. I'm ready and can go all out. Lin Beiyang didn't remind me just now because he was thinking that only after winning the first game would there be the second and third games. Since the first game failed, there is no need to compete in the next two games. They will not agree to their request, which means the mission has failed. After knowing my own strength, there is no need to hide it. Okay, I look forward to competing with you. The two soon stood face to face. Following Deng Jun's order, Lin Beiyang quickly got into the state again. After 3 minutes, Zhang Ming closed his eyes helplessly and gave up resisting. Just 10 seconds ago, when Lin Beiyang's elbow touched his neck, he knew he had lost. If it was a real fight, if Lin Beiyang had used a little more force, he would have completely lost the ability to resist. Zhang Ming initially thought that Yang Zhong was letting him down, and because he underestimated his enemy, he was knocked to the ground with one move. It was not until he fought with Lin Beiyang that he realized he was wrong. The two were not at the same level at all. Not surprisingly, he ended up with the same result as Yang Zhong. It's just that the result of my failure was better. I wasn't defeated in one move, nor did I fall to the ground. Classmate, you win. Zhang Ming said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. Ding. The fighting competition mission has been completed. The mission reward is 3 million Chinese currency. It has been issued to the only bank card. Please check it. The source of funds has been resolved. The host does not need to worry about the source of funds. Please feel free to use it. The task has been completed and the reward will arrive naturally. Just like last time, you don't have to worry about the source of the funds and can use it with confidence. The system is really considerate. Thank you, instructor, for showing mercy. Zhang Ming shook his head. No, if you lose, you lose. You don't have to make excuses for me. I can feel that you are really strong. Even if we fight again, the result will be the same. Maybe both of me are not your opponent. Lin Beiyang did not expect that the top-level fighting skills given by the system were so powerful. Knowing that Zhang Ming would go all out, Lin Beiyang made preparations. However, after actually starting the fight, he discovered that Zhang Ming had many flaws and that he had many ways to win the competition. In order to avoid the same situation as before, choose to fight a few moves and then defeat it. Zhang Ming was right. If it was just for fighting, even if there was another person coming, he would not be his opponent. There was no need to continue fighting. Hearing Zhang Ming's evaluation of Lin Beiyang, others were very surprised. In any case, Lin Beiyang is just a student, a freshman participating in military training, and there is a certain gap between him and them. From the beginning, I was thinking about letting the game go so that I wouldn't win too easily. Who knew that in the end, both Yang Zhong, who underestimated his enemy, and Zhang Ming, who was very serious, ended up in failure. Deng Jun couldn't help but step forward and said with a smile, "Zhang Ming, you think very highly of classmate Lin." Zhang Ming shook his head. "It's not that I think so highly of him, it's that this classmate deserves such a high evaluation. I don't mean to exaggerate just because of the failure. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Whoever can beat him will be my brother in the future." Having said that, others have to believe it even if they don't want to. "I told you that Lin can do 370 push-ups, but you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, don't you?" "I believe it." Zhang Ming was the first to answer. "Seeing that the instructors believe in my abilities, it seems that I don't have to attend the next military training." At this time, Deng Jun really said, "Student Lin, I thought you were just physically fit. Now it seems that you are in good condition in all aspects. I will give you a perfect score for this military training. Are you going to continue to be my assistant teacher, or do you have other things to do?" Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "Coach Deng, I'm just a student and I don't have anything else to do. I'll be your teaching assistant. If I have anything to do, I'll let you know in advance." "Okay, that's no problem. I asked you to be an assistant teacher just out of interest. Now it seems that I was not thoughtful enough. If you have nothing else to do, continue to supervise the military training." "Good." After Lin Beiyang left, a group of instructors were talking about something. Lin Beiyang returned to the front of the team again and felt that the way his classmates looked at him had changed again. He knew that it must be the scene where he saw himself defeating the two instructors during the competition just now. "And some girls seem to look at me differently." Lin Beiyang could only smile helplessly. "I didn't want to be in the limelight, but the system's task forced me to be in the limelight." However, what he didn't know was that this smile made more girls crazy about him. If they hadn't been in military training, they would have rushed up and surrounded Lin Beiyang. The other boys could only express their envy. They had no way of imitating. If they really tried to imitate, the result would be being defeated by the instructors, and they might even be given additional military training tasks. The idea of giving it a try was nipped in the bud. During the lunch break, the three of them kept staring at Lin Beiyang. "Beiyang, you seem to be very popular with girls." Lin Beiyang spread his hands helplessly. "I don't want to either, but there are some things that I can't control." Yu Xiaobai rolled his eyes. "Brother Lin, do you know that? You look like you deserve a beating right now." All right, stop talking about me. Didn't you go and confess your feelings, Xiaobai? What was the result?" Seeing that the topic has shifted to himself, Yu Xiaobai nodded. "We are already chatting, and it has not reached the stage of confession, but I believe there will be no problem." "Okay, then you do your best." After saying that, he looked at the other two and said, "Look, Xiaobai is already taking action, don't hold our dormitory back." Gao Yang said disapprovingly, "Beiyang, don't change the subject. Just take care of yourself first." After you confessed to Shinjuan, there was no follow-up. I wonder when there will be any results. That's right, don't tell us, just take care of yourself first. Seeing that the topic returned to himself, Lin Beiyang laughed it off. After dinner, the other three returned to the dormitory, and Lin Beiyang walked towards the agreed cafe. Chapter 37 Signature. The thing that is most abundant near the school is drink shops. What's more, the East Gate is located close to the dormitories of all Jinan University students. The business of the stores on this side is better than that of the other gates. Xingxing Cafe has a very good reputation among students of Jinan University. The food is delicious and the price is cheap. Lin Beiyang saw it once by chance, so he decided to stay here. When he arrived at the door of the cafe, he remembered that Wang Rong said last night that she would wait for him outside. I looked at the door and saw a man in a suit holding something like a document in his hand. There shouldn't be anything wrong, so I just walked straight over. The agreed time was 12:30, but Wang Rong was waiting here at 12:10, a full 20 minutes early. After learning that Lin Beiyang's identity was not ordinary, he had to behave well because he didn't know what the new boss's personality was like. At the same time, a little nervous. Since he is still a college student, he is probably around 20 years old. How could his identity be simple when he is so young and can come up with tens of millions at once? Being nervous is normal and good. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw a person walking towards me. He looked similar to the new boss I had imagined, and I was even more surprised. Although I know he is a college student, I would be more shocked if I saw it with my own eyes. He is too young. Although he was surprised, a smile immediately appeared on his face as he walked over to her. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Beiyang? Wang Rong, right? I'm Lin Beiyang. We talked on the phone last night." Now Wang Rong can be sure that the person in front of her is their new boss. After entering the cafe, the two chose a booth by the window. "Let's take a look at what we would like to drink." Lin Beiyang handed the menu to him and said. Wang Rong was a little flattered. She didn't expect that the new boss seemed quite polite. There is a certain gap between what I imagined and what I have imagined. Of course, we need more contact to know what it is like. I'll just drink plain water. Okay. Lin Beiyang asked the waiter for a cup of coffee. While waiting, Lin Beiyang spoke again. "We all know why you are here, so don't waste any more time talking nonsense. Just tell me what I need you to do." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Seeing that Lin Beiyang was so direct, Wang Rong naturally wouldn't beat around the bush. "But before you start, take out your business card from your pocket and hand it over." "Mr. Lin, this is my business card. Please take a look at it first. You can also contact Taiha Mall directly to verify my identity." Lin Beiyang took it and just took a look at it. The last introduction did say that he was the legal officer of Taiha Mall, specifically responsible for contract matters. "It's okay. This thing can't be faked. I believe no one will fake it." Wang Rong was shocked when she heard Lin Beiyang's words. "I thought to myself that it was exactly the same as what I thought, so his identity must be extraordinary. Don't verify these things at all. This shows that he is very strong and has nothing to worry about." He suddenly thought of something. "By the way, do you need to verify my identity, such as an ID card or something like that?" Hearing this, Wang Rong quickly waved her hand and said, No. Joke. This is my next boss. And I checked last night and the person I contacted was correct. Shall we get started then?" "Can." After saying that, Wang Rong took out the documents from her bag. After placing it in front of Lin Beiyang, he said, "Mr. Lin, this is just a share transfer agreement. It is a total of 51% of the shares of Taiha Mall. You only need to sign here, and then these 51% of the shares will officially belong to you." "Okay, let me take a look first." I took the so-called transfer document and took a look at it. The general meaning is the same as what Wang Rong said. After signing the agreement, 51% of Taiha Mall's shares will belong to him. There is no other content in the file. Although I am not very familiar with what is in it, I think it should be the operation of the system, so I just need to sign it. Without thinking too much, I sign my name. Since the system has rewarded me, it means everything has been done. After signing his name, Lin Beiyang handed it back. "Take a look and see if there are any problems." Wang Rong took it, looked at it, smiled and shook her head. "No problem. Mr. Lin's handwriting is quite beautiful." Lin Beiyang smiled and knew what he meant. "It simply means that my signature is written stroke by stroke in a very formal manner, unlike most people's signatures which are just for practice. Since I am a student myself, I naturally prefer to write names like this. It's just a name, do you really care what form it takes?" "That's right." Wang Rong agreed. At this time, Lin Beiyang said jokingly, "By the way, you still call me Mr. Lin?" Wang Rong reacted immediately, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it was my negligence." "Okay, it doesn't matter what you call me. Tell me in detail about the current situation of the mall. To be honest, I don't have a detailed understanding of it. You can tell me everything you know." Wang Rong was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses. I thought this new major shareholder was indeed different. Without even knowing the specific situation of the mall, he dared to spend tens of millions to buy shares. He heard that all these shares were purchased at a premium, 10% higher than the normal market price, so they were able to acquire so many in a short period of time. Otherwise, no one would be willing to sell if the price offered was not enough. "Mr. Lin, let me first talk about the general situation of the mall. We don't have any self-operated business. The main source of income for the mall is rent. According to the length of the lease, it is divided into 3 types: payment by post, payment by half a year, and payment by year. Last year, the total rental income reached..." Before Wang Rong finished speaking, Lin Beiyang signaled her to stop. "You don't need to tell me these. Just tell me about the current situation of the mall, about shareholders and personnel." Wang Rong immediately understood what Lin Beiyang meant. He quickly reorganized his words and said, Boss Lin, according to the new share distribution, there are now 7 shareholders, of which you are the largest shareholder with 51%, the second largest shareholder holds 18%, the third largest shareholder has 11%, the fourth largest shareholder has 8%, and the remaining 12% is held by the other 3 shareholders, none of which exceeds 5%. I will compile a detailed document on personnel matters and send it to you. Lin Beiyang had no other intention in asking this, he just wanted to get a simple understanding of the mall's situation. It would definitely be difficult for him to manage this company. I have never been exposed to this kind of thing, nor have I studied it. Then he nodded and said, okay, I understand. Although I have acquired 51% of the shares, the operation of the mall will still be the same as before. I will come to the mall to take a look when I have time and opportunity. After all, I don't have much time since school has just started. Wang Rong did not forget that Lin Beiyang was still a student. Okay, Mr. Lin, if you need anything when you get to the mall, you can contact me. No problem. The two left the cafe. Watching Lin Beiyang leaving, Wang Rong couldn't help but sigh, Boss Lin is really young. Chapter 38, First Encounter with Rin Shandong. After coming out of the cafe, Lin Beiyang prepared to return to the dormitory. Logically speaking, there is no need for military training now, and you can do whatever you want. It's just that I just arrived at the school, I don't know many people, and it seems like there is nothing to do when I go out. It's more boring to stay in the dormitory and play games alone. It's better to accompany everyone at the military training ground. Anyway, there is no need for military training, so it's fine to just watch from the side. So I still have to go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. Before I reached the school gate, 4 girls came towards me. They were stunned for a moment after seeing Lin Beiyang, and then they couldn't help laughing. In response, Lin Beiyang smiled and stepped forward, saying hello generously, Hi, hello. Handsome boy, it's you. The girl on the far left said with a smile. Then another person said, it's probably not us he's greeting. The one who really wants to greet him is probably someone else. These people were none other than Shin Xinjuan and her 3 roommates. I don't have this idea. It's you who think so. People always have to have some friends outside, right? Lin Beiyang responded with a smile. I know your thoughts very well. If you weren't with Xinjuan, you wouldn't have greeted us if you didn't know us. Last time, you didn't make any noise after singing your love confession, and we thought you were joking. Of course, it's not impossible for you to pursue Xinjuan, but it won't be that easy. That's right. No matter what, our Xinjuan is the school beauty. She is not comparable to any ordinary girl. Just relying on a song is not enough. Shin Xinjuan didn't say anything, but the other 3 girls kept talking one after another, which made Lin Beiyang very confused. At this time, Shin Xinjuan's face was beginning to turn red. She said shyly, oh, stop talking. He looked at Lin Beiyang again and said, don't pay attention to what they say. Xinjuan, how can you not care? If you are easily caught by them, it is easy to not cherish them. This made Lin Beiyang feel a little helpless. Why does it feel like her roommate is more anxious than anyone else? It was as if he was confessing his feelings to them. That classmate Shin Xinjuan, I wonder if I can add to your prestige. Lin Beiyang said what he was thinking. In fact, girls like Shin Xinjuan have always been Lin Beiyang's ideal type. It is the best choice to be a girlfriend in my mind. Of course, appearance is one aspect, but character is the most important. And if you have a good impression of her, you can try to get in touch with her. Whether it is suitable or not, Lin Beiyang cannot give an answer now, but he needs to at least learn more about it. The other 3 did not speak. Shen Xinjuan nodded shyly, okay. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat QR code. As a result, the person on the right immediately stepped out to stop him. No, how can you give prestige to a boy so easily? Seeing this, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, how about this, after the military training, our dormitory will invite everyone in your dormitory to have a meal, as a dormitory social event. Lin Beiyang thought of the people in the dormitory. The person Yu Xiaobai is pursuing is excluded. Gao Yang and Zhao Tongpu are good choices. Although the 2 are not particularly strong in terms of economy, they each have their own advantages. Gao Yang is tall and strong with some muscles, while Zhao Tongpu is a top student. Both of them are good looking. As for the weakest part of the economy, I can still help. Even if they refuse, now that I have my own company, it is easy to introduce them to do odd jobs and pay them more. Shin Xinjuan is the school belle, and the other 3 people in the dormitory are also good looking, so maybe they could really become a couple. That's more like it, but you can't just pick a random street stall to treat us. I think so too. None of the 3 girls refused. I also guessed Lin Beiyang's thoughts, and it was obvious that I didn't refuse, and I had the same idea. Don't worry, at least it's a restaurant or something like that. I still have hundreds of thousands of dollars left to spend at Tianyue restaurant, so it's a great place to eat. That's fine. In the end, Lin Beiyang succeeded in increasing Shin Xinjuan's prestige. Her avatar is a pink rabbit, and her online name is also very cute, very similar to her image. Before leaving, her roommate said, "Lin Beiyang, don't forget what you said, or we'll come knocking on your door and you'll be the one who'll be embarrassed." I will definitely not forget it. I will tell the other people in the dormitory when I get back. Since you are so kind, handsome boy, let me remind you again that our Xinjuan originally had many people wanting to pursue her, but now there are fewer and fewer people. I hope you can think carefully about the reasons. Even if she didn't remind him, Lin Beiyang had not forgotten about Rin Xiangdong. The non-caring reply, "I know, but I won't be one of those people. I still have confidence in myself. I hope you can do what you say." After separating from the 4 people, I hadn't yet reached the school gate. A group of people walked straight towards him. Soon they came up to him, and the leader asked coldly, "Are you Lin Beiyang?" The man was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and the clothes and decorations on his body looked very expensive. He spoke with an arrogant tone, as if he looked down on everything. Lin Beiyang had already guessed his identity. Because there was a very familiar person in the crowd, Zhang Dabiao. Then it is obvious that this person is Rin Xiangdong. "Yes, I'm Lin Beiyang, and you're Rin Xiangdong, right?" I wasn't surprised at all when Lin Beiyang revealed his identity. He nodded and said, "That's right. I didn't take it seriously after Dabiao told me about it the day before yesterday. After all, it's normal for such things to happen. It's just that some people are bold and some are timid. Obviously, you belong to the former. I just didn't expect that. I just came out to eat at noon today, but I didn't expect to see what happened just now. I have to say that you are really brave." No need to think, he was talking about what he had just done when he was talking to Shin Xinjuan and the people in the dormitory. "I don't know what you are talking about, please move aside. You are a smart person and you should know what I am talking about. I don't want to repeat myself. Anyway, I don't want to see the same situation again next time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like today, where you can stand here and talk to me calmly." Lin Beiyang actually didn't want to pay attention to him. Seeing this attitude and threatening tone, I couldn't help but smile. It seems that the message I asked Zhang Dabiao to bring to you last time did not arrive. Let me say it again, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. I don't have a girlfriend and she doesn't have a boyfriend, so why can't I pursue her? It seems to have nothing to do with you. Of course, if you have other ideas, you can come anytime. Ren Xiangdong didn't get angry but laughed instead. "I heard from Dabiao that you are very good at fighting. A dozen or so ordinary people are no match for you. It seems that this is your confidence. I hope your confidence can help you. Anyway, if I didn't see it, you can just pretend it didn't happen. If you see it again, you will bear the consequences at your own risk." After saying that, he stared at Lin Beiyang coldly for a few times, then left with his men. Lin Beiyang didn't care much about this and went straight back to the dormitory. Chapter 39. Good news, good news. As soon as I entered the dormitory, Zhao Tongpu was watching the short video platform, while the other 2 were playing games excitedly. He didn't even care about Lin Beiyang coming in. "Get ready, Xiaobai. Wait for me, I'll be right there after I get a blue one. Stop fighting, we will lose if we continue." Gao Yang looked anxious. Look at you Xiaobai's face again, he looks relaxed and comfortable. After 10 seconds, both of them put down their phones at the same time. Gao Yang complained, "See, just for the sake of getting a blue buff, we got wiped out. Xiaobai, you were such a jerk." You Xiaobai looked aggrieved, "How can you blame me for this? Didn't I give you the signal to retreat? I told you to take the blue, it's not like you can't hold it." Zhao Tongpu, who was lying on the bed, turned over, looked at the 2 men and said, "Why don't you take a break before fighting again? It seems like you have lost 2 games in a row." Gao Yang shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's play one more game. If I lose again, I will block Xiaobai and never play games with him again. Look at his record. He was as fierce as a tiger, but now he's 0-5. Gao Yang, don't talk about me. Your record isn't much better. Seeing that the two were about to continue playing the game, Lin Beiyang, who had been silent, spoke. Brothers, I'm back and I brought you some good news. Oh my god, Brother Lin, when did you come back? There was no sound at all. Yu Xiaobai was shocked when he saw this. Gao Yang was almost frightened, and quickly said, yes, he suddenly appeared in the dormitory and scared us. Lin Beiyang rolled his eyes and said, you were so focused on playing the game that you didn't see me come in. The dormitories at Jinan University all have upper bunks and lower desks, and the three of them had their backs to the door, so naturally they didn't see Lin Beiyang coming in. By the way, Beiyang, you said there was good news. What is the good news? Gao Yang grasped the key point of the words. After saying that, the other two looked over curiously. If Lin Beiyang calls it good news, then it must not be ordinary news. Everyone wants to know what is going on. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, I met Shin Xinjuan and her three roommates when I came back just now, and chatted with them. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gao Yang. Tisk, I thought it was something. It's just that you met Shin Xinjuan and talked to him for a few minutes. It's good news for Beiyang, but it seems to have nothing to do with us. There's no need to share it with the three of us so happily. That's right. It's obviously your own good news, Brother Lin, but you insisted on telling us. Look how anxious you two are. I haven't even finished speaking. Don't you want to continue listening? Lin Beiyang asked. Zhao Tongpu said at this time, let's listen to Beiyang's words. I believe there will be really good news. Look at everyone who knows there's an expectation, and then look at the two of you. Okay, Brother Lin, tell me what the good news is. Lin Beiyang was not going to keep the secret any longer, and said, it's like this. I chatted with them for a while, and then I suggested that after the military training, our dormitory should treat them to a meal, as a dormitory social event. Do you think this is good news? All three of them were stunned. Half a minute later, Gao Yang said in disbelief, Beiyang, are you telling the truth? Of course there is something wrong with this matter. Good news, this must be good news, Zhao Tongpu, did you hear it? This is an opportunity created by Beiyang for the two of us, we must cherish it. Zhao Tongpu said shyly, I'd better forget it. I have never been in a relationship and I don't know how to have one. Besides, I will blush when talking to a girl I like, and others can tell at a glance. Gao Yang disagreed. What? Who is born knowing how to fall in love? Since you have never been in love before, you should give it a try. What if there are girls in the dormitory who have never been in love before? Wouldn't it be good for you to be each other's first love? Lin Beiyang also smiled and said, Gao Yang is right. Anyone can fall in love from the beginning. Besides, dormitory social activities don't necessarily require you to fall in love with someone. Just think of it as making one more friend. It's not a bad idea if you fall in love with each other. Yes, you see, I applied for Jinan University for a girl, but I didn't know how to tell her. With Lin's encouragement, I tried it. I feel that we can be together soon. The three of us looked at each other, and I encouraged Zhao Tongpu with words. Finally he nodded, okay, I'll try my best. Seeing Zhao Tongpu being so sensible, Gao Yang was very satisfied. That's right, I will definitely perform well when the time comes. I have a girl I'm courting right now so I won't get involved with you guys. Maybe I'll be single before the military training is over. Then I can only go out to dinner with you guys as if I have a girlfriend. Yu Xiaobai said with a proud look on his face. It seems like he is no longer single. Tisk, the three of them expressed their contempt at the same time. Gao Yang said again, don't talk big so early, wait until you are no longer single. As for being the eldest brother now, don't laugh at the second brother, we are almost the same. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Seeing that the two enemies were about to quarrel, Lin Beiyang changed the subject. Tongpu, it's almost 1:30. How are you preparing to go to the class teacher's office? Zhao Tongpu immediately became a little worried and shook his head, saying, to be honest, I am still very worried. I don't think I have much competitiveness. I can imagine that even in the final vote, I probably won't get more than 5 votes. He has very little confidence in himself. There are only 2 days left in school. There is no way to be as high profile as Lin Beiyang. It's no different from being an invisible person. How can anyone vote when they don't understand the situation? Lin Beiyang nodded, and it was obvious that he was not very confident at the moment. I really want to help him, but unfortunately there is not much I can do. Although Zhao Jiwan is not here, we can also learn from him and give some benefits to the students, but now we can only notify them one by one, which is definitely not a good idea. It seems that there is really no good solution. All I can say to comfort her is, if you can be elected, then be elected. If you can't be elected, that's okay. Just tell me if you have any difficulties or needs, and I can basically solve them. Beiyang, then I would like to thank you in advance. Zhao Tongpu suddenly felt relaxed. I think you are right. It would be best if you can be selected. If you can't be selected, it doesn't prove anything. As long as you have tried, it's good enough. That's the right way to think of it. At 1:20 p.m., Zhao Tongpu left the dormitory and went to the teacher's office. At 1:40 p.m., the class teacher announced the 3 candidates for class monitor in the group, and then told the students to start voting, with each person limited to 1 vote. As the 3 people in the dormitory, they naturally voted for Zhao Tongpu without hesitation. At 1:48, the first place girl had 15 votes, the second place girl had 9 votes, Zhao Tongpu had only 7 votes, and 6 people had not voted. Although there is still a chance, the result is actually out. Zhao Jiwen is still lying in the hospital and cannot vote, which means there are still 5 votes left. Even if all votes are cast for the second place girl, there will only be 14 votes, which cannot surpass the first place result. It means the result is out. The class teacher then announced the results. The 3 people in the dormitory also comforted Zhao Tongpu. I had anticipated this result, so I wasn't very disappointed, and the matter of the squad leader came to an end. Chapter 40. The instructor has something to ask. In the next few days, Lin Beiyang stayed at the military training ground to assist Deng Jun with military training. Even though they are classmates, supervision is still very strict. It wasn't that he wanted to be strict, but Deng Jun's words forced him to be strict. Deng Jun was worried that Lin Beiyang would not be so serious because they were classmates, which would make them slack off, so he said that if he found Lin Beiyang not being serious, he would add 10 minutes each time. The students no longer dared to let Lin Beiyang go. There is one less person participating in the military training. Of course, he didn't become an assistant coach like Lin Beiyang. The one who left was Su Yu. After learning that she would not participate in military training, Lin Beiyang thought it was normal. Su Yu's family is either wealthy or noble. She probably participated in the military training 2 days ago out of curiosity or other reasons. The sun has been shining directly on the military training ground these days. We didn't need to apply sunscreen before, but now we have to apply it these days, otherwise we will get tanned easily. I guess that's why he left. Besides, she doesn't care much about the results of military training, or her family will help to solve the problem. After all, given her status, she certainly doesn't care much about military training. As for Lin Beiyang, it was of course much easier since he didn't have to undergo military training. Occasionally I would play games with them in the evening, or chat with Xin Xinjuan. On the 6th day of military training, Lin Beiyang, who was at the training ground, received a WeChat message from his class teacher. Lin Beiyang, come to the office. Okay, class teacher, I'll be there right away. The class teacher naturally knew that Lin Beiyang did not need military training, because he would occasionally go to the military training site to observe the training situation. It was the afternoon of the 2nd day of military training. He came over and found Lin Beiyang standing right opposite the team. He thought he had made a mistake and was being punished by standing in front. After finding out what was going on, I finally understood. After saying something to Deng Jun, Lin Beiyang went towards his office. On the way, I was still thinking about what could come to me for help. I thought about it for a long time but got no result. Because the squad leader was in military training and knew that he was not undergoing any training, he found himself doing a lot of things, and it was difficult to guess the specific reason. Arriving at the office door, Lin Beiyang knocked. Come in. Class teacher, please look for me. Besides him, there were 2 other people in the office, who should also be the class teachers of other classes. When Zhou Lixia saw him come in, he turned around and pointed to the chair next to him and said, sit down first, and talk. Lin Beiyang was not polite and sat down directly after thanking him. I came to you for one thing. After much thought, I finally found that you are the most suitable person. And this thing must be done by you. I don't feel comfortable with other people doing it. Class teacher, no matter what it is, I have no problem doing it if I can. Zhou Lixia smiled and continued, it's like this. On the last day of the military training, there will be a military training performance in the morning and a welcome party in the evening. The welcome party will last about 3 hours, with a total of 30 programs, mainly singing and dancing. According to this year's plan, out of the 30 programs, each grade will have 10 programs, which means that our freshmen will have a total of 10 programs to perform. When he said this, Lin Beiyang already knew clearly why he was asked to come here. I just want to represent the freshman class to participate in the show. Sure enough, Jolisha said, you sang a song in the cafeteria last time. I accidentally saw this video. The students' reactions were very good. I listened to it several times and thought it was very good. I told other teachers about it and they all praised it. So our department is going to report you as one of the performances for freshmen. What do you think? It is true. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but laugh and said, class teacher, there are at least 1,000 freshmen in our department, if not 2,000. Besides, it's the school's welcome party, how come we were chosen? He is very curious. If it is a welcome party held by the college, it is normal to be chosen. After all, that video had been viewed over 300,000 times, so it wasn't too surprising for the teachers to see it. But this was the school's welcome party. There were 7 or 8,000 freshmen, and there were only 10 programs in total. How come I was chosen? Zhou Lixia explained with a smile, there are 12 colleges and departments in our school for undergraduates, so there is no way to distribute them evenly. No one would object to a direct distribution, so each department sent a representative to draw a lottery. No one had any objection to the distribution according to the results of the lottery. We can only blame our luck. Our School of Economics was not very lucky this year. We won 5 programs at once, and 2 of them were from freshmen alone. When it came to the department, it was our counselor's turn to draw the lottery, and I happened to win one, so I thought of you. After hearing what Zhou Lixia said, Lin Beiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have to admit that this is indeed a fair approach. After all, most students don't like to do such things, so this is the only way to deal with it. As for why so many school clubs were not allowed to perform, it was not something Lin Beiyang could know. At this time, another person walked into the office. He looked over here and said with a smile, Lao Zhou, this classmate is the boy who confessed his love in public in the cafeteria. Zhou Lixia nodded, yes, it's him. Oh, I envy you so much. This classmate sings really well and has no problem performing on stage. I still haven't found the right person. Zhou Lixia couldn't help but look a little proud. It's okay. Everyone knows your ability, Mr. Wang. It's easy to submit a program. Who knows, I hope so. Hearing this, Lin Beiyang realized that this teacher should be the other person who was drawn. To be honest, it was hard for him to refuse. The instructor said that he had seen me singing, but I didn't want to go up and sing, so I needed to find a reason and an excuse. Lin Beiyang was thinking about it when a voice came, letting him know that he had no choice but to agree. Ding! A new task has been released. Accept the invitation to the welcome party from the instructor. The task reward is 27% of the shares of Taiha Mall. He had just signed the contract and obtained 51% of the shares, and before he could even enjoy the benefits, he was rewarded with another 27%, which was equivalent to tens of millions of dollars in value. Now the total stake is 78%. This means that after completing the task, this mall will become your one-man show. After acquiring the shares, I found out that when you own 51%, it is called relative control. Before making major decisions, if the votes do not exceed 2/3, the shareholding can be rejected, which is equivalent to 67%. It is not so easy for him to buy more shares himself. After all, business is very good in the university town, and no one is willing to give in unless they offer an amount that cannot be refused. Now we have 78% of the shares, which means we have absolute control. It means that no one else can object to any arrangement you make for the mall, and you can make all the decisions. Either endure it or choose to leave. Overall, the rewards for this quest are pretty good. Maybe there will be another task later, and it is not impossible that this Taiha Mall will belong to me. Chapter 41 Performing at the Orientation Party. Seeing that Lin Beiyang was thinking and not saying anything, Zhou Lixia knew that he didn't want to agree. Still smiling, he asked, Lin Beiyang, would you consider agreeing? It's okay if you don't want to go. I'll go find other classmates. I still hope you can think about it carefully. At first, Lin Beiyang would try to find an excuse not to go, after all, it was something that would attract too much attention. The tasks have already been released, there is no reason to refuse. He nodded and said, Coach, I'm going to perform a show, so I'll sing a song. As soon as he agreed, a smile appeared on Zhou Lixia's face. Ding! The welcome party mission has been completed. The mission reward is 27% of Taiha Mall shares. Someone will be assigned to hand it over, so please pay attention. Just like last time, remind yourself to finish it, and then have a professional come and contact you. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Rong will contact him. Okay, then thank you classmate Lin Beiyang for your help. But the situation this time is different. It's a welcome party for the whole school. There will be leaders coming to the scene, so I hope we can just perform a song normally. Lin Beiyang knew that this was because he was worried that he would confess his feelings to a girl in public again, just like he did in the cafeteria. It would be fine if he just confessed his feelings by singing in the cafeteria. If I were to go to such an occasion to confess my feelings, that would definitely not work. Please rest assured, instructor. I know what to do and I won't cause any trouble. Okay, I still trust you. Also, tell me the song and name you want to sing within today, and then I can report it to the school. I understand. The results will be available before noon today. It's just one song, there's really no choice. For him, all songs are of the level of a god of song, so there is no need to worry. That's good. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Okay. I left the office and looked at the time. It was already 11:40. There was no need to go back to the military training now. After thinking about it, he sent a message in the dormitory, telling the 3 people that he was waiting for them in the cafeteria to come over for dinner. Arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Beiyang turned on his cell phone to see if there were any messages. However, after taking a look, there was no information at all, and I was suddenly confused. Logically speaking, Wang Rong should contact me after the task is completed. Even if it is not him, someone else will contact me. Why is there no movement? I waited another 10 minutes but still received no message. After thinking about it, Lin Beiyang took the initiative to call Wang Rong. Hello, Mr. Lin, what's going on? Wang Rong was a little surprised when she received Lin Beiyang's call. I originally thought that Lin Beiyang would come to the mall to take a look in the next 2 days. After all, I spent tens of millions to buy the shares. It would be unreasonable not to come and take a look. As a result, I waited for 3 days in a row and didn't receive any news about Lin Beiyang. I was just thinking about finding time to contact him. I didn't expect to receive a call at noon today. I guess Lin Beiyang came to the mall. Nothing big happened in the mall today. Wang Rong was confused by this question, but she still replied, Boss Lin, it's nothing serious. Are you at the mall? I'll pick you up. No, I'm just asking casually. I'm currently in military training at school and don't have time to come over for now. I'll talk to you in a few days. This made Wang Rong even more confused. But it's not easy to continue asking. All I could say was, okay, Mr. Lin, you can come over when you have time. There are also some things that need you to hand over. Just contact me in advance and I will have someone ready by then. Okay, I'll come over to take a look and hand over as soon as possible. Lin Beiyang agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Beiyang became even more confused. Normally, the system's rewards are delivered in real time with basically no delay, so why is it a little different this time? After taking a look at the system, the task was already shown as completed. Forget it, just ignore it for now. He believed that the system reward would not be small, and the system also asked him to pay attention, and he estimated that there should be results soon. Anyway, there will definitely be rewards, so there is no need to worry. Soon, the other 3 people in the dormitory came to the cafeteria. Then they took their own plates and sat down. Brother Lin, what did you do this morning? My instructor wants to see me for something. He wants me to attend the welcome party after the military training. I will perform a show, that is, sing a song. There is nothing to hide. You will know it sooner or later anyway. Is that so? Isn't it normal for Brother Lin to ask you to sing? If I were the instructor, I would definitely look for you. The 3 of them lost interest at once, which seemed normal to them. That's right. After all, Beiyang, you sing very well. By the way, what song are you going to sing? Lin Beiyang didn't think much about it, shook his head and said, just pick a song, the effect of singing it will be similar anyway. Could it be another love song? Yu Xiaobai couldn't help but say. Gao Yang suddenly became curious, yeah, could it be a love song? It would be very romantic if I confessed my feelings at the welcome party. Lin Beiyang knocked Gao Yang's head and said, you're still romantic. The instructor made it very clear that I shouldn't make trouble and should just choose a normal song. The school leaders will be there that day, and if anything goes wrong, I will be responsible for it myself. Oh, well, I thought it would be the same as in the cafeteria. What are you thinking about? By the way, Brother Lin, you haven't told me what song you're going to sing. Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, I don't know yet. I'll take a look when I go back at noon and then send it to the instructor. However, what Gao Yang said did remind him. I have a rough idea in my mind about what kind of songs to choose. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Beiyang took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat and looked through his friend list. Found someone and sent a message. After chatting for a few sentences, he sent another message saying, Xinjuan, whose songs do you usually like to listen to, or do you have a favorite song? Isn't this a great choice? First ask about your favorite song, and then sing it at the school's welcome party. It can be said to be a very big surprise. Soon, Xinjuan replied to the message. Ah. Why are you asking that? Nothing, I just asked casually. In order not to be too abrupt, Lin Beiyang chatted with her for a while before asking, otherwise he would easily be rejected. After all, the two of them are not particularly familiar with each other yet. Lin Beiyang has made his decision. Since she is my type and I have a good impression of her, and since she had confessed her feelings to me in the cafeteria before, I decided to pursue her boldly. Sure enough, I immediately asked her about her favorite singers and songs. Afterwards, Lin Beiyang sent the song he was going to sing to Zhou Lixia. Lin Beiyang had not heard this song many times, but since he liked it, he could sing it himself. He could learn it quickly after listening to it a few times. Chapter 42 Go to the Mall. Before the afternoon military training began, Lin Beiyang found Deng Jun. Coach Deng, I'm going to take a day off tomorrow because I have something to do. What? Can't you stay here anymore? Deng Jun said with a smile. Lin Beiyang shook his head. No, I really have something to do, so I'm taking a day off. Deng Jun didn't care. It's okay. I thought it was great that you could hold out for 3 days, but I didn't expect you to hold out for 2 more days. I'll give you 3 days off to have a good rest. You won't be able to provide much help with the rest of the military training. Deng Jun did not give Lin Beiyang a chance to continue explaining and directly gave him 3 days of vacation. An expression that said, I understand. Lin Beiyang was helpless about this. He wanted to go to Taiha Mall to take a look. After all, I have become a major shareholder, so I should go and see the other shareholders of the mall. Although 27% of the share rewards have not yet been received, they will still belong to you, so it is good to take a look at them in advance. However, Deng Jun seemed to have no need to explain after what he had said, and he would not listen even if he continued to explain. Anyway, the vacation is in hand, nothing else matters. He smiled and said, Thank you, instructor. You earned this through your own efforts. You don't need to thank me. It wouldn't be so easy for someone else to ask for leave. He was right. This was something I fought for myself, not something I got easily. Deng Jun had said before that he didn't want to stay here, and he didn't need to come just to say hello. During the afternoon military training, Lin Beiyang finally understood why Deng Jun said that it didn't matter whether he was there or not. To carry out the next step of training, Deng Jun needs to supervise it personally. If there is a problem, it will be pointed out immediately, but it is difficult for me to judge whether my classmates have a problem or not. At most, I would just stand by and see if there are any people who are not serious. So the whole afternoon can be said to be very boring. 3 days off would be nice. When they returned to the dormitory at night and were lying on their beds playing with their phones, Lin Beiyang said, Brothers, I have some bad news for you. What's wrong, Brother Lin? Don't scare me. The other two also looked over at the same time. There was a lot of worry on their faces. In their opinion, the bad news Lin Beiyang said must be very bad. I have asked for leave from the instructor and will not be going to the military training ground starting tomorrow. Ah. No way, Brother Lin, why aren't you going? Yu Xiaobai looked reluctant. Even Zhao Tongpu couldn't help but say, Beiyang, what are we going to do if you don't go? Looking at the 3 funny guys in the dormitory, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but frowning again. At the beginning, Yu Xiaobai was the only funny guy, and then it was Gao Yang. Under Yu Xiaobai's leadership, he gradually became a funny guy. These 2 people looked the same, and the remaining Zhao Tongpu was easily assimilated and gradually developed in their direction. Okay, it's not like I'm leaving and won't come back, I just won't be going to the military training grounds these few days. After that, Yu Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh, I'm so envious. My back aches from standing during military training every day, and I have to learn more later. I also want to be free like this every day. Gao Yang couldn't help but say, don't even think about it. We're not talking about being able to beat the instructor, but being able to do 200 push-ups is the same as Bei Yang. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to do even 50 push-ups according to the standard, let alone 200. Then I think it would be difficult for me to even do 20 standard push-ups. Zhao Tongpu couldn't help but say, I think you should just stay quiet for a while. If you keep going like this, it will seem like I've abandoned you. But if you want anything to eat, I can bring it back when I come back. Sure enough, after hearing this, the three of them suddenly became interested. He hurriedly asked Lin Bei Yang where he was going. After randomly choosing a place, the three of them began to discuss what they wanted to eat. After much discussion, we finally came up with a few snacks. Lin Bei Yang asked with a smile, are you three sure you just want these snacks? Sure, we can't think of anything. Okay, if I come across something good, I'll bring some back. The next morning, the other three got up on time to go to military training. Lin Bei Yang slept in for a rare time. This was the first time he had slept in recent days. I slept until 10:30 and had to wake up when my stomach growled. After a quick wash and a quick meal in the cafeteria, I drove to Taihe Mall. Lin Bei Yang opened the navigation on his phone and took a look. He found that the mall was not far from Jinan University, only less than 3 kilometers away. It's estimated to take about 10 minutes to drive there. After a while, they arrived at the destination. After parking the car, Lin Bei Yang came to the gate. He was not in a hurry to go in, but first observed the mall from the outside. Taihe Mall is an independent building. According to what we learned from Wang Rong, the entire building has 4 floors in total. The first floor mainly sells jewelry and clothing, the second floor sells department stores and some big brand stores, and the third floor is a dining area that sells Chinese food, Western food, hot pot, and grilled fish. The fourth floor is a cinema and office area. However, Wang Rong told us that this cinema does not belong to Taihe, but is opened by another film group company. Because Taihe itself does not do this business, which is why the value of the entire mall is around 100 million. It means that except for the mall which belongs to Taihe, the others are not. Otherwise the price could at least double. I took a quick walk outside and looked at the surrounding area. I have to say that the geographical environment here is really excellent. And it's just 11 o'clock now, so the flow of people is very large. You have to know that it is class time in the surrounding schools. Although there are residential communities nearby, they are relatively scattered. It can still maintain such a high flow of customers, which shows how good its location is. Of course, there are also disadvantages, that is, the area is relatively small. Compared with other comprehensive shopping malls, it is obviously smaller. Although Lin Bei Yang did not go to the number 1 shopping mall, it belongs to a well-known group company that has shopping malls all over the country. It's normal that it's not as good as others. After looking at the situation nearby, Lin Bei Yang naturally wanted to go in and take a look. He did not contact Wang Rong immediately to tell her that he had arrived at the mall. After all, I have become a major shareholder of this mall, so I should at least take a look at the situation inside. Even if you don't say it, you will definitely find some problems and raise them, so you still have to have the necessary understanding. You can also take a look at the merchants and shopping environment inside. It is best to look at it from the perspective of a customer so that you can see the truest situation. If you come to visit as a major shareholder, you will probably make preparations in advance and you probably won't see anything. After all, the shopping environment is very important to customers. Since most of the mall already belongs to him, it is normal to do so. Chapter 43: Conflict in the Mall. The area on the first floor will be slightly larger. As soon as you enter the door, you will see several jewelry stores connected together, which is similar to the layout of most shopping malls. The further you go inside, the more clothing stores and showrooms you see. There are still many people shopping in the store. I didn't find any problems along the way. Go straight up to the second floor. As soon as I went up and took a few steps, I saw a group of people gathered in front of a store. Lin Bei Yang subconsciously moved closer. This is a jewelry store. There are 6 people in the store at the moment, standing in 3 different positions. There are 2 young people standing on the left. They should be a couple. Standing in the middle were 2 shop assistants dressed identically. There are also 2 people on the right, but the man looks to be in his 40s and is dressed like a boss, while the woman looks to be in her 20s and is wearing more colorful clothes. Judging from their words and actions, they don't seem like father and daughter, nor do they look like a normal couple, making it easy for people to associate them with other identities. Excuse me, what happened here? It looks like there was a conflict between 4 people. If necessary, the mall will definitely need to maintain and resolve it. Now that you have encountered it, you should first understand the specific situation. When the mall really needs to intervene to resolve the problem later, you will know the situation and it will be more convenient to resolve it. There are so many people because when there is one person watching, many more people will come over. The old man standing next to Lin Beiyang explained the situation here. It turned out that this young couple entered the store first and chose a diamond ring worth just over 10,000 yuan, which they wanted to use for their marriage. When he was about to pay, the 2 people on the right followed him into the store. The woman also liked the diamond ring and insisted on buying it for him. It was just that there was only one ring of this style in the store, and then a quarrel started. At this time, the girl in the couple spoke up, "No, this is what we liked first. We are ready to pay with our credit card. How can we give it to you?" Then the man opposite spoke. "Little girl, you are being unreasonable. Since you are only going to swipe the card but not pay, do we also have the qualifications to buy this diamond ring? What do you mean we are unreasonable? We were the ones who chose it first and were about to pay, but you stopped us from paying." After saying that, he looked at the clerk and said, "Please help us pack the ring and pay by credit card." The ones who are right are definitely the couple. Although what the man said was correct and that they were eligible to purchase before payment, since they had already chosen to pay, there was naturally no reason to stop them. When he heard the 2 wanted to pay, the man immediately said, "No, how about you change one?" "Then why don't you change?" The woman next to him immediately said coquettishly, "Husband, we don't want to exchange, I want this diamond ring." The man seemed to enjoy the coquettish tone, but Lin Beiyang got goosebumps all over his body and wanted to leave immediately. Okay, if you like it we'll buy it." Then he looked at the 2 of them and said, "Did you see that? My wife said she wanted this one. Since you won't let it go, let's let this store decide who to sell it to." Then he said to the 2 shop assistants, "The original price of this ring is 11,999 yuan. I just heard you say that there is a promotion in the store, and it is discounted to 10,999 yuan. You don't need to give me a discount if you sell it to me. I can even add 2,000 yuan to the price. How about that?" Hearing this, the couple's faces changed. The 2 shop assistants were also somewhat confused. The store's turnover is linked to commissions. Selling to this person is equivalent to an extra 3,000 yuan, so the commission will naturally be more. At this time, the boy also said, "So what if I pay more? Shouldn't we still follow the rules?" The man snorted coldly and said, "What do you mean by rules? You haven't paid yet, so can I raise the price now? Is there any rule that only those who come first can buy it? Is there any rule that I can't raise the price? If you have the guts, you can raise the price too. Don't you agree?" The people around were just watching the fun, and when they saw the man asking them questions, no one stood up to speak. Moreover, this guy looked like someone who was not someone to be trifled with, seeing as he was carrying a briefcase and had a big gold chain around his neck. There was definitely no need for him to stand up and speak for a couple he didn't know. "You. What do you mean by I? Are you going to increase the price? If not, you should sell it to me," the man said confidently. Then he looked at the clerk and said, "How about giving the card back to them, and then I'll buy it?" Then one of the shop assistants said, "I'm sorry, these 2 customers came first, and we have already issued the tickets, just swipe the card, you can choose another style." Lin Beiyang nodded. There is nothing wrong with this approach. The price tag of this diamond ring is 11,999 yuan, and the invoice has been issued and the card has been given to the clerk, leaving only the last step. Now someone suddenly wants to buy it at a high price. If I return it and sell it to someone who offers a higher price, it would be a credibility issue. This is not an auction, and the highest bidder does not win. Since there is a clear price, the calculation will be based on the price. If there is no clear price, it is hard to say whether the person behind will bid higher. If everyone does this, it will spread that the shops in Taihao Mall are blinded by money and only care about selling things at high prices. Although this is just an isolated case, it can easily have a negative impact. Hearing what the clerk said, the man was obviously unhappy and said, "What's wrong with you? I told you to raise the price, don't you understand? If you think the price is too low, I can add 6,000 yuan to make it a full 18,000 yuan. Now it was the clerk's turn to be in trouble. This increased the sales by 6,000 yuan at once. And then it was still rejected. Being rejected again, the man felt a little embarrassed. He said directly in a threatening tone, "I'll say it one last time, sell the things to me." "Sir, I'm so sorry, you can take a look at other styles. The boss of your Tianqing jewelry is Zhou Tiancheng, and one of the vice presidents of this Taihe Mall is called Wang Wei, right?" The man suddenly changed the subject. From what I heard, I knew he was planning to bring in people he knew. The clerk was confused for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Yes. It seems you know. How about I call your boss and ask him if I can buy this ring? Or I can call the vice president of this mall and ask him to come and see what the mall's recruited stores are like. Should he raise the rent or refuse to rent to you next time?" The clerk was a little overwhelmed. He could still make the decision just now, but if this person really knows their boss and the vice president of Taihe Mall, then he would not be able to make a decision. Seeing that the two were silent, the man smiled and said, "If you don't want to lose your job, you should know what to do. Besides, I am still willing to spend 18,000 to buy it, and you can also earn some commission." Sure enough, after using both kindness and force, the clerk's thoughts began to waver. Chapter 44. I'll make a phone call. Lin Beiyang knew it was time for him to stand up. I didn't stand up just now because the clerk's attitude was very firm. He only sold to couples, so there was no need for me to stand up. Anyway, the deal is over and the matter is over. Who knew something would suddenly change? After the man told the clerk that he had a relationship, the clerk's attitude changed significantly and he was clearly on the verge of wavering. Obviously, Zhou Tiancheng is the owner of this jewelry store, and the other person is also the vice president of the mall. This gave Lin Beiyang the idea to continue observing. If a man really relies on his acquaintance with the vice president to interfere with the normal trading of shops in the mall, I must verify it carefully. If this vice president really comes over, I'd like to see how to solve the problem. Although it seemed like a trivial matter, Lin Beiyang felt it necessary to solve it properly. If it has an impact on the market, the loss will outweigh the gain. No matter how much I own 78% of the shares now, I am the one who suffers the biggest loss in the end. Seeing that the clerk was still hesitating, the man said, "How about this? Your boss has to travel a long way to get here. I'll call the vice president of the mall and ask him to come over and take a look." The boy said, "If we have already paid today, what will you do?" The man said disdainfully, "What else can I do? Of course I will return it to you and sell it to me. I have several $1,000s more. Anyone would sell it to me. Of course, if you also know the owner of this store or the vice president of Taihe Mall, it is not impossible to sell it to you." After hearing this, Lin Beiyang understood. As long as it is something he likes, he must get it even if he has to pay for it. It can be said to be a bit rogue. After hearing this, both lovers were speechless. The man's roguery left them speechless. If I knew such a person, would I still encounter such trouble? Everyone, please judge for yourself. It's fine if you haven't paid yet, but how can you ask for a refund after paying? Do you own this mall? The man couldn't help but laugh and said, "Do you think anyone will come forward? Besides, although I don't own this mall, I know people there, right?" How shameless. It was clearly someone else who bought it first. Lin Beiyang was about to stand up when suddenly a girl's voice was heard. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, wanting to know who was standing up to speak. When I looked closely, I found out that it was a girl in her 20s, very beautiful. In Lin Beiyang's opinion, she is a school beauty, similar to Suyu and Shin Xinjuan. She wore a snow-white dress with a pair of canvas shoes that looked like they had been washed many times, carried an off-white canvas bag, and had 2 cartoon hairpins on her head. It feels like the little sister next door. While she was talking, the girl next to her pulled her back, apparently not wanting to join in. She looks like a simple girl. When a man sees a girl, his eyes light up. "My little sister, you are so beautiful, do you like this diamond ring? If you like it, I can give it to you. It must be a perfect match for you." Bah, how shameless. You know what the ring is for. You obviously have a wife, but you flirt with other girls in front of everyone. I don't think she is your wife at all. She might just be your mistress or something like that. Ha 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 ha. This sentence made everyone around burst into laughter. The men were a little embarrassed, and the women were a little ashamed. The little girl looks innocent, but she is very clear when she speaks. As for girls, most people agree. First of all, there is an age gap between the two of them. The way they speak and their words and actions do not seem like those of a married couple. And how could he say such things in public in front of his wife? Everyone knew the truth but didn't say it out loud. Now that it's been said by a girl, it's naturally very embarrassing. Hubby, she bullied me. Hearing the woman's coquettish words, the man immediately came back to his senses and said again, okay, I won't say so much to you. Anyway, I will definitely buy the ring today. The noise here lasted for about 10 minutes, and soon the security guards rushed over. With so many people gathered around, they were worried that someone was causing trouble, so they definitely came over to take a look. Then the security guard pushed through the crowd and walked in. The leader said, "What happened here?" As soon as I asked the question, an enthusiastic middle-aged woman told me what had just happened. The security guard frowned. He looked at the man and felt that there was a high probability that he knew the vice president. However, after learning the whole story, he felt that the young couple was definitely right. The goods were clearly marked with prices, and it had reached the final stage of the transaction. Most importantly, the clerk also said that he wanted to sell it to a young couple. After thinking it over, he said, "Sir, please don't disrupt the normal shopping order of the mall." One sentence shows the attitude. It is to support the purchase of this young couple. The man was not angry, and continued, "I didn't want to make so much trouble. Since you don't believe it, I can only make a phone call." After saying that, he picked up his phone and made a call, but hung up after a few words. He smiled and said, "I just called your Vice President Wang Wei, and he will be here soon." The security guard was a little panicked now. If they really knew the vice president, they would be in trouble. "Captain, what should we do?" As the security captain, he is still able to remain calm. "It's okay. Let's wait and see. If Vice President Wang comes and thinks that what he did is wrong, he might try to stop it. Even if Vice President Wang speaks in his favor, the worst that can happen is that we can just apologize." Although he said this, he was very worried in his heart. In less than 3 minutes, a pot-bellied man walked over. It should be one of the vice presidents of the mall. Seeing him coming, the man smiled and stepped forward and said, "Brother Wang, you are here." "It's Mr. Hao Wan. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you came to the mall to shop? I could have prepared some discounts for you." Helen smiled and said, "I have nothing to do today, so I brought Lily here to go shopping and buy some small things. I didn't think about contacting you. You also have things to do, so I don't want to trouble you too much." Why, do we old classmates have to be so polite to each other? Even if I'm really busy, it's the same if I ask others to come over. From their conversation, Lin Beiyan learned that they were classmates. "By the way, you haven't told me what happened specifically." Then Howard told what had just happened. Wang Wei looked around and said, "Where's the security guard?" The security captain stepped forward reluctantly. Wang Wei said angrily, "What's wrong with you? This is my classmate. How can you be a security captain when you come to buy something and still encounter such a problem?" The security captain did not talk back, but apologized to Howard repeatedly. He knew that explaining would only cause trouble, so he might as well just apologize. "It's okay. This security captain is not easy to deal with. Let's just solve the problem." Howard stood up and acted like a good guy. "Okay, if Boss Hao hadn't spoken for you this time, you would have packed up and left." The security captain immediately expressed his gratitude and then stepped aside. Chapter 45. Lin Beiyan comes forward. After teaching the security guard a lesson, Wang Wei walked into the jewelry store. He started to scold the clerk again. Finally, he said, "You have to learn to be flexible when running a business. If someone offers 18,000 yuan for a diamond ring that originally cost 12,000 yuan, you can make 6,000 yuan for free and it can be counted as your commission. It is better than selling it at a discount. As long as it has not been sold, you are eligible to buy it. I believe you will understand." The meaning was obvious, telling the clerk to sell it to Hawan at a price of 18,000 yuan, not to the young couple. At the beginning, Hawan and the other two shop assistants could still hold on. The person who came now is the vice president of the mall. Although he cannot manage them directly, he is the person in charge of the mall and may cause trouble for the store in the future. This is not something their store staff can afford. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "But these two customers arrived at the store first, and we have issued the receipts. We are just waiting for the last step of entering the password." Hearing the rebuttal, Wang Wei's face fell. "I say, what's wrong with you, the clerk? Don't you understand what I say? If your boss knew that this product could have been sold for 18,000, but was only sold for 12,000, would he be happy? If not, I'll give him a call and ask." Just like Hao Wen, his words were full of threats. I didn't expect that this is how Taihao Mall treats customers. It seems that we need to promote it to classmates and on social platforms after we go back to see if everyone can accept such a shopping environment. The male in the couple spoke again. Wang Wei didn't seem to care at all about this. Don't say anything careless. It's not like I won't sell it to you. I've already said that the highest bidder wins. Why don't you offer 18,000 yuan and I can sell it to you? This is obviously embarrassing. It's for their wedding, so if the price of this diamond ring is really 18,000, it's understandable that they like to buy it. But it's just a diamond ring worth 12,000 yuan, which only costs 11,000 yuan after the discount, but people are asked to spend 18,000 yuan to buy it. No one would be willing to do that, as they are not being taken advantage of. Seeing that the couple was silent, Wang Wei smiled and said, "See, I gave you a chance but you didn't want it, so you can't blame me." Lin Beiyang saw it very clearly. It's not that I don't want to talk, it's just that I'm too speechless. Of course it is possible to ask two people to take out 18,000 yuan, but who would do that? After saying that, he looked at Hao Wen and smiled, "Old classmate, swipe your card." Okay, no problem. Hao Wen did not ask for a discount, and Wang Wei had no intention of giving one. Just now you said the price was 18,000. If you lower the price, it would be obvious that you are being targeted. With so many people watching around, the two knew what to do. The boy could only comfort the girl and said, "It's okay, let's go to another mall later and don't buy things here anymore." Good. Ha, what this friend just said is very right. This is how Taihao Mall treats customers. It's really strange to see it today, and this way of handling things is simply unheard of. As soon as they finished speaking, a mocking voice came again. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Then, Lin Beiyang walked out under everyone's gaze. "Who are you?" Wang Wei asked. "It doesn't matter who I am, but the way your mall does this is really eye-opening." Wang Wei said disdainfully, "I don't care who you are. This is the practice of our mall, or do you want to pay them an extra 6,000 yuan? Lin Beiyang shook his head slightly. The price of this diamond ring is clearly marked, and the discount is also very clear. Just because you know him, he will sell it to you at a higher price. According to this, everything in the mall can be bought as long as the price is high. Why set a price? Just don't mark the price and let the customers quote their own price." "That's right. Why don't you just cancel the price of this diamond ring and let the customers quote the price themselves? Whoever offers the highest price will buy it. And don't call it Taihao Mall. Just call it Taihao Auction House." The girl who spoke just now stood up again and agreed with Lin Beiyang's words. Lin Beiyang continued, "Besides, you are only the vice president of Taihao Mall, not the vice president of this jewelry store. People are free to buy and sell. What reason do you have to interfere? In my opinion, you should sell it to the couple. What do you think?" "That is. I think there is something wrong with the way this mall is handled. If I come here to buy something in the future, I won't dare to come in unless I have more money than the other people." Lin Beiyang was filled with righteous indignation when he spoke, and he felt more confident. Let the people around follow suit, unlike just now when no one stood up. Wang Wei was so overwhelmed by Lin Beiyang's stern words that he didn't know what to say. The situation was developing in a bad direction. He quickly said, "Security, security, drive out those who come in without buying anything and want to cause trouble in the mall." The security captain is in a difficult situation now. To be honest, Lin Beiyang did nothing wrong at all. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to just kick him out like that? Lin Beiyang became even more dissatisfied with Wang Wei's behavior. This would just drive the person away directly. If I hadn't met him today, I would have ended up selling him to Hao Wen. Everyone, come and see, this is what Taihao Mall does. They drive people out just because they say a few fair words. Do you dare to come to such a mall in the future? Before Lin Beiyang could speak, the girl spoke first. Everyone shook their heads. It didn't involve me just now, so I didn't care. If I really encounter such a thing in the future, I will be unable to express my pain in silence. I definitely don't want this to happen. At this time, Hao Wen stepped forward and whispered a few words to Wang Wei, who then nodded. Then Wang Wei said, "Be quiet." He looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "You just said that I can't interfere with other people's shops. So I'm going to call the person in charge of this jewelry store and ask him to come and see who it's sold to. I'll see if you have anything else to say." Lin Beiyang was about to refuse, but suddenly thought of something. nodding. Okay, I want to see if the owner of this jewelry store is as unreasonable as you. This is Lin Beiyang's purpose. He wanted to see what choice the person in charge of the jewelry store would make. If you are like Wang Wei and Hao Wan, and choose the one with the highest bid, then you need to consider whether it is necessary to cooperate with such a jewelry store. In Wang Rong's words, the geographical location of their mall is very advantageous. Every time they recruit investors, there are many people who want to move in, so there is no need to worry about investment issues at all. If this jewelry store doesn't exist, there will be other jewelry stores that want to move in. If there is no such idea of choosing the one with the highest bid, it would naturally be the best. Wang Wei made a phone call in front of everyone. Chapter 46, Running Away in Disgrace. After the call was connected, the two greeted each other and exchanged a few words. The person on the other end of the phone said, "Mr. Wang, is there something wrong with you contacting me today? Is there something wrong with the store in the mall? Mr. Zhang, you are really very predictable. Contacting you is indeed related to the mall. Okay, what exactly is going on?" Then Wang Wei recounted in detail what had just happened. Because I was calling in front of everyone, I didn't exaggerate and told the whole story in a relatively normal way. After that, Wang Wei added, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Hao happens to be here with me, and you two know each other. How should this matter be handled correctly?" Wang Wei was very proud and signaled to everyone present, meaning that they had a very good relationship and you should understand the result. He believed that given the relationship between them, Mr. Zhang would always be biased towards him. After listening to this, Mr. Zhang thought about it for about a minute. Finally, he said, "Old Wang, you know we are in business. My jewelry store now has 8 branches. The prices are chain prices, which means the prices of the 8 stores are the same. It just so happens that this is the 3rd anniversary of the store, so there are discounts. You can just sell it according to the store prices." This is on speakerphone so everyone can hear it. Some people couldn't help but laugh. Even Lin Beiyang had a slight smile on his face. The meaning of Mr. Shang's words is very clear. The prices in the store are set uniformly and he cannot decide them at will. Anyway, just sell them according to the marked prices. Wang Wei understood the meaning of the words, his face changed slightly, and he quickly said, "Mr. Zhang, we are old acquaintances, can't you even buy a diamond ring?" Mr. Zhang didn't give him a chance to speak. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I have a meeting to attend, so I won't say more. Anyway, the store has a price for each item. If there is a discount, just follow the store's formula." Then there was a busy tone on Wang Wei's phone, and the call was hung up. This time his expression looked even uglier. Lin Beiyang knew that Mr. Zhang was a shrewd man. He understood that it was definitely not a good thing for Wang Wei to call him at this time. I guess he guessed why the call came, so he gave an ambiguous answer. But he still told everyone that he could not make the decision. "Let me first tell you whether I said this on purpose or not. At least I did nothing wrong in this matter." Lin Beiyang immediately smiled and said, "Since your boss has said that you should sell it at the store price, shouldn't you pack the ring for them and pay with a credit card?" After Lin Beiyang's reminder, the two finally reacted. One of them smiled and started packing, while the other took out the machine to swipe the card. Then he handed it to the boy and said, "Sir, please enter the password here." The boy had already lost hope, but he didn't expect things to take a turn for the better in the end. I quickly entered the password and saw the order printed out, which meant the transaction was completed. Seeing this scene, Wang Wei and Hao Wen's faces looked unhappy. The woman wanted to act coquettishly, but Hao Wen has stopped her. Then the two of them left amid the laughter of the crowd, and several security guards followed them. Before leaving, he did not forget to look at Lin Beiyang fiercely, thinking that if it were not for him, they would have been bought. In response, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. "It would be fine if I hadn't encountered this incident today, but now that I have, I would definitely help." After the 3 people walked away, Hao Wen said again, "Boss Wang, are we going to let this matter go today?" Wang Wei glanced at him and said, "What else can we do? We can't force them to buy or sell. There are so many people here. If things get really serious, we won't be able to solve it. But don't let them come in again next time." After that, he said to the security captain, "Print out the faces of the people present today from the surveillance video and let the security guards see them. Don't let them in the future." Although the security captain didn't want to agree, he could only nod and answer, "Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll arrange it." Hao Wen also knew that this matter had to end here, and it was already good enough to prevent them from continuing to come in and consume. I would like someone to come and teach me a lesson, but I don't even know his name, let alone teach him a lesson. After they left, the crowd slowly dispersed. At this time, the boy in the couple spoke. Thank you both so much today. If it weren't for you, we might not have been able to buy this ring. Mainly because she likes it and still hopes to buy it. Seeing the two of them showing off their love, the three of them couldn't help but smile. It's okay, it's what they should do. The main reason is that they are too unreasonable. If the other two want to show off their affection, they should go back and do it. A single guy like me will get angry if I see it. Ha ha ha. Several people laughed at Lin Beiyang's words at the same time. At this time, the girl also spoke up. It's almost time for lunch, let us treat you to a meal as a token of our gratitude for what we just did. Lin Beiyang quickly refused. No, it's just a small favor. The girl who offered to help also refused and said, I don't need it either, and the ring matches the sister very well. No, I have to treat you to a meal. It's dinner time, and you guys should eat too. Let's go to the third floor, where there are more things. In the end, Lin Beiyang and the other two girls could not resist the invitation of the two men and were almost pushed to the third floor. This time I didn't refuse their kindness and chose a restaurant at random. After dinner, several people added each other's contact information. During the conversation, Lin Beiyang also learned that the girl who had helped him was a freshman at Jinan Normal University named Zhao Yi. After dinner, Lin Beiyang came to the cafe outside the mall. Then he called Wang Rong. Mr. Lin. Okay, I won't say any more polite words. As the company's major shareholder, I can call a meeting. Wang Rong on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Lin Beiyang meant. Still nodded and said, of course. Wang Rong had a bad feeling in her heart, but she couldn't put it into words. Because Lin Beiyang is not only the company's major shareholder, but also a shareholder with more than 51% of the shares. It was normal to hold a meeting, but the tone was a little bad. Okay, notify all shareholders right away. I'll be here at 3 p.m. and ask them to come together for a meeting. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll notify someone to make the arrangements. Lin Beiyang has not reported to the company yet, so no other arrangements have been made. I can only contact Wang Rong temporarily. After hearing the arrangement, Wang Rong thought that something was bound to go wrong, otherwise she wouldn't be so angry. I couldn't help but have a guess in my mind, and asked, Boss Lin, have you been to the mall and the company? Lin Beiyang knew that Wang Rong wanted to know his whereabouts. He shook his head and said, No, I will come over this afternoon, just let me know. Okay, I understand. Chapter 47, No Entry to the Mall. After sitting in the cafe until 2:45 p.m., Lin Beiyang stood up and prepared to enter the mall again. At noon, Wang Rong told him that Taiha Shopping Mall looked like it had only 4 floors, but it actually had 5. Part of the 4th floor and the entire 5th floor are used for offices. To be honest, you can't really tell it from the outside. If you want to go to the 5th floor, you need to go up from the office area on the 4th floor, as there is no space reserved outside. It is to prevent customers from mistakenly entering the office area. So Lin Beiyang needs to go to the office area on the 4th floor first, and Wang Rong will be waiting for him there. As I walked to the door, I was suddenly stopped by the security guard. Sir, I'm very sorry, you are temporarily not allowed to enter the inner area of the mall. Lin Beiyang looked confused. He pointed at himself and said, Why can't I go in? I'm sorry, but this is the notification we received. I mean, tell me, am I not allowed in because of my inappropriate clothing, or my appearance, or some other reason? There must be a reason, right? Lin Beiyang suddenly wanted to laugh. I could go in the morning, why can't I go in now? As we were talking, a couple and a middle-aged man walked in. Lin Beiyang pointed at the 3 people and said, How can they go in? However, the 2 security guards shook their heads and stopped him outside. They can go in, but you can't, sir. Only then did he realize that these 2 security guards were the ones who came to maintain order in the morning, and he suddenly thought of something. He smiled and said, I'm not going in now. Is it okay for you to ask your security captain to come over? Otherwise, I will force my way in. Seeing that Lin Beiyang didn't seem to be joking, the security guard nodded, Okay sir, wait a moment. The security guard did not refuse this time. 2 minutes later, the security captain came over. I had just understood what happened here, so I walked over with a smile. Hello sir, I'm the security captain of Taiha Mall. May I help you? Lin Beiyang sneered, Okay, don't pretend to be stupid. In fact, you know very well that these 2 people said that I can't enter the mall now. I want to know the specific reason. The security captain shook his head and said, "Excuse me, sir. We have also received a notice from above. Please cooperate." Of course I will cooperate, but you have to know the reason. If you stop customers outside the mall without a reason, are all the people in your mall like this? I can feel that the security captain knows me. He could only say helplessly, "Sir, please don't embarrass us. We are also doing what we are told. Otherwise, we will lose our jobs." The security captain almost asked who ordered this. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but laugh and said, "I know, it was arranged by your Vice President Wang Wei, right? Because of what happened this morning, we are not allowed to enter the mall again." Hearing this, the security captain knew that his relationship had been exposed. Then he came close to Lin Beiyang and whispered, "Sir, you are right. I can only tell you that you will not be able to come in the future because we will remember your appearance and will stop you if you want to come in. We can only do what we are told." Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. After knowing the reason, of course I want to make things difficult for the security guard. As they themselves said, the only consequence of not following orders is being fired. It's okay, I understand you. I'll make a phone call. Okay, please wait for a moment. Lin Beiyang moved a little. The place where he just stood was the main entrance of the mall. As soon as I took out my cell phone, I saw a call coming in. "Hello. Hello, Mr. Lin, where are you? Several shareholders are here and are waiting for you." Wang Rong asked about Lin Beiyang's location. He originally said he would come down to pick me up at noon, but was refused and told to just wait on the 4th floor. I waited from 2:30 to 2:50 but there was no sign of Lin Beiyang. Seeing that there were still 10 minutes left until 3 o'clock, Mr. Lin couldn't be late for the agreed time, so he quickly made a phone call to ask where he was. In the entire mall, I was the only one who had seen Lin Beiyang, so he must be the one to receive me. "I was just saying I was going to call you, but you called me. I was at the main entrance of the mall 5 minutes ago, but I was stopped by the security guard outside. They wouldn't let me in. Bring someone with you who can get the security guard to let me in." Lin Beiyang thought about it and asked Wang Rong to bring someone who could command the security team leader. He is just a person in charge of the legal department, so his words may not be effective. How can they stop people casually? Wang Rong was confused when she heard this. It is normal business hours now, and the security guards will not stop anyone at will under any circumstances. Don't think about it, you will see it when you come down. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll bring someone over right away. Seeing that Lin Beiyang had finished the call, the security captain was about to speak, but Lin Beiyang spoke first. "I won't break in. I'll just wait here. Someone will come and take me in later." The security captain said nothing more. I wondered who could come to pick me up. He thought Lin Beiyang looked like a student from a nearby school, so he couldn't possibly know the top executives of the shopping mall. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Rong and the man hurried over. Sure enough, I saw Lin Beiyang standing outside. Ran over quickly. "Boss Lin, I'm really sorry." "It's okay, let's solve the problem first." After that, he looked at the security captain and said, "Look, I was about to go in when I was stopped by 2 security guards. Then the security captain came over and I still couldn't go in. He also said that it was because the leaders above had something to do and they wouldn't let me in." Wang Rong first glanced at the security captain, then smiled and said, "Boss Lin, this is Zhang Chunfang, the HR manager of our mall." Then he turned to Zhang Chunfang and said, "This is our General Lin." Zhang Chunfang was surprised. I was very surprised when I learned that 51% of the mall's shares were bought by the same person. Who could come up with so much money at one time? Because Lin Beiyang requested that the identity of Lin Beiyang be kept secret for the time being, no one except Wang Rong knew his identity. They only knew that he was a student, and very young. At that time, everyone thought it was a joke. How could a student come up with tens of millions in cash? Today, I see that the new major shareholder is really too young and appears to be a student. Manager Zhang, right? You're the right person to come. You should be able to solve this problem. Lin Beiyang also thought that the person who came should be a manager or above, otherwise the security guards might not recognize him. The HR manager is just the right person. Okay, Mr. Lin. The security captain was very panicked at the moment. Although Wang Rong looked a little unfamiliar, Zhang Chunfang, the human resources manager, was no stranger to her. Why do both of them call the person in front of them Mr. Lin? When I thought about what happened this morning and just now, I wondered if I had gotten myself into big trouble. But then he calmed down and thought that if anything really went wrong, Wang Wei would be there to take care of it, and he was just following orders. Chapter 48, Gasp. You are the security captain, you should know her. Lin Beiyang asked with a smile. The security captain nodded. Yes, of course I know him. Okay, since we know each other, tell me what happened just now in detail. This. He was obviously hesitant, not knowing what to do. Lin Beiyang guessed what he was thinking, which was nothing more than worry, and said with a smile, I said this matter has nothing to do with you, just say it. As a human resources manager, Zhang Chunfang knew very well that the security captain must have been framed by someone, which led to the misunderstanding and stopping Lin Beiyang outside. Moreover, this person has considerable authority in the shopping mall. She then said, This is Mr. Lin, the current major shareholder of our mall. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Ah. The security captain and the two security guards were shocked and looked at each other. They didn't expect that this person was the new major shareholder. Although he is a security guard, he also knows that the company's major shareholder has recently changed, and it is said that he holds more than half of the shares. All we know is that this new shareholder is very young, and since he has never shown up, no one knows him. We didn't expect that we would stop him outside the mall. Gentlemen. Oh no, Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, I didn't know it was you. He was really panicked. Wang Wei said that asking them to pack up and leave had to be reported to the Human Resources Department, but the major shareholder could ask them to pack up and leave with just a word. It's okay if you don't know. I don't mean to blame you. I just want you to tell the truth now. Okay, we must tell you everything we know. The security captain then repeated to the two unaware people exactly what Wang Wei had told him. Seeing that there was no problem, Lin Beiyang said, Now you know what happened, right? As for why Mr. Wang did not allow me and the others to enter the mall, I will explain it in detail during the meeting later. You two will also attend today's meeting. Okay, Mr. Lin. The two said in unison. At this time, Lin Beiyang looked at the security captain and said, Can I go in now? Yes, please come in. The security captain respectfully made way for him in the middle of the road and invited him in. If he still dared to stop him after knowing his identity, then he, as the security captain, had really done his job. Good. Lin Beiyang strode towards the fourth floor. Wang Rong and Zhang Chunfang behind them looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. Although I don't know what happened exactly this morning, judging from the situation just now, it must be very serious. Regardless of who was being stopped, a vice president did not welcome the customer into the mall and instead asked the security guard to remember his appearance and keep everyone outside in the future. If this gets out, it will damage the reputation of the mall. I still met Lin Beiyang. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to get in. Looking at Lin Beiyang's unhappy expression at the moment, something big must be happening. What's more, the new major shareholder is so young, and it is not easy to get shareholders to give up so many shares for acquisition at one time. Otherwise, who wouldn't he want to hold such a profitable business in their own hands and just get dividends every year? Under Wang Rong's guidance, Lin Beiyang pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. When the people inside saw someone coming in, they all stood up. Now only the main seat is still empty, and you don't have to think about who is coming in. When they saw Lin Beiyang for the first time, the 6 people inside had the same expression. It's either a surprise or an accident. They also received news in advance that the new major shareholder was very young, too young. At first I thought it was a joke, but today it is obvious that it is true. After Lin Beiyang came in, he looked around first, then walked to the main seat at the front with a smile and sat down. Then he said to everyone, Don't stand anymore, sit down first. Seeing that all 6 people were seated, Lin Beiyang spoke again, Okay, let's officially start today's meeting. He looked at the 2 people behind him and said with a smile, You go sit at the back first, and you will be asked to speak later. Good. Lin Beiyang glanced at everyone again. By the way, I'm sure you all are very unfamiliar with me, because this is the first time we meet. Before the meeting officially begins, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Beiyang. A few days ago, I acquired the shares held by other shareholders and everyone present. Now I am the largest shareholder of Taihe Shopping Mall, and I hold exactly 51% of the shares. Although he knew Lin Beiyang's identity, he was still very surprised after hearing his self-introduction. I said before that the major shareholder is very young, and it turns out to be true. Also, if anyone doubts my identity, I can show them the share transfer certificate. The six of us looked at each other, and no one expressed any doubt. Are you kidding? How could someone who has made it this far possibly cheat? Finally, the first person sitting on the right stood up and said, "A few days ago, I heard that the new major shareholder of our Taiha shopping mall is very young. Today, I see that he is indeed very young. I can't compare him. Mr. Lin is indeed young and promising." This sentence means to acknowledge Lin Beiyang's identity as a major shareholder, without any doubt. The title General Lin came out naturally. With the first person taking the lead, the second person soon stood up and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin is so young and so capable. I believe he can lead our Taiha to greater heights." The second man, like the first, conceded the same. But when he admitted it, he didn't forget to flatter. Following the two people's statements, the remaining four naturally followed suit. Seeing that no one asked questions, Lin Beiyang continued, "Everyone knows me now, but I don't know you yet, so please introduce yourselves." This was Lin Beiyang's first time to come to the mall. Except for Wang Rong, whom he had known before, and Wang Wei and Zhang Chunfang, whom he had just met, he had not met anyone else. Soon, the six people introduced themselves. At the same time, Lin Beiyang confirmed everyone's identity based on the information he got from Wang Rong. The first person to speak just now was the second largest shareholder, Shang Chengzhou. "Okay, now I know a little bit about you all. This meeting should have been held a long time ago, but I'm just a freshman and I didn't have time to come over during military training a few days ago. Today is my day off, so I decided to hold the first meeting. Of course, in addition to this reason, there is another main reason why I want to hold the meeting." "Mr. Lin is just a freshman?" Shang Chengzhou asked curiously. "Yes, I'm a freshman at Jinan University." Hearing the definite answer, several people gasped again. Seeing this, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Although he holds 51% of the shares and is the major shareholder, there is still a big gap between him and this person who has been doing business for decades. The best way is to completely overwhelm them in terms of status and momentum, so that we can proceed to the next step. This will make them feel like they are super rich second generations with people behind them, and they will feel extremely oppressed. If the remaining reward shares had not been received, they would not do this. Fortunately, the effect is quite good. Chapter 49 Tell a Story. Lin Beiyang had a clear feeling. The attitudes of the six people present changed drastically. When I first came in, I was surprised, but gradually I felt a sense of disdain. It was not until he revealed his identity as a freshman that the six of them suddenly became serious again. Everyone was wondering what his identity was. What does the family do? Ignoring the looks of the six people, Lin Beiyang continued, "Before the formal meeting, I have a story I want to tell everyone here. I wonder if anyone is interested." "Mr. Lin, I wonder what kind of story it is?" Shang Chengzhou asked curiously. The second largest shareholder, Li Lanjian, also said, "Boss Lin, since it's a story, we all want to hear it." "Right. Listen." Other shareholders expressed their desire to know what the story was. "I feel a little curious. It's bad enough that the new shareholder is so young, but he also has to tell a story. It's impossible not to be curious." Then Lin Beiyang told them in detail what happened in the morning. Of course, it is told from the perspective of an observer. I believe that everyone here, as shareholders of Taiha Shopping Mall, has a relatively good understanding of the operation of the mall. If you encounter such a problem, how should you solve it? Lin Beiyang did not tell the result. Instead, let them talk about how to solve this problem from Wang Wei's perspective. Their attitude towards this matter can be seen from their decision. If he made the same choice as Wang Wei, Lin Beiyang felt it necessary to carry out a large-scale rectification. He did not want such a thing to happen again. In response to the question, the six people fell into thought at the same time. In addition to thinking about how to answer this question, you also need to think about why Lin Beiyang asked. Because who knows, it's just the first day, and you want to ask questions for no reason. I don't know what exactly happened. About 5 minutes later, Lin Beiyang looked at Shang Chengzhou and said, "I believe we have almost thought about it. Let Mr. Shang tell us how to solve it." Shang Chengzhou thought for a moment and said, "Boss Lin, if this happened in our mall and I happened to see it, I would choose to sell it to this young couple." "Tell me why." "First of all, the ring is clearly priced. The couple and the jewelry store have already reached an agreement on the price, and there is no forced buying or selling. Although the person who came later offered a higher price, he still needs to follow the jewelry store's opinion. Since the store is determined to sell the item to the couple, the mall cannot interfere. Lin Beiyang nodded slightly at Shang Qingzhou's answer. I can't say I'm very satisfied, but at least I gave a relatively pertinent answer. The focus is on the attitude of the jewelry store, and it shows that the mall has no reason to interfere. Unless the conflict becomes more and more serious, the main focus is on maintaining order, not asking the jewelry store to sell the jewelry to the person who offers the higher price. It doesn't fit in with what a mall should do. Without commenting, he looked at the person behind him and asked, Mr. Li, what do you think? Li Lanjian thought for a moment and then continued. Boss Lin, we are just managers of the mall. As long as the stores in the mall are operating within the normal range, we should not interfere. The market is free to buy and sell. Since the jewelry store has decided to sell to the young couple, if I were there, I would definitely support the jewelry store. His answer was much the same. Anyway, the result is the same as Shang Qingzhou. Then I asked several other people, and they got similar answers. Lin Beiyang didn't say much, and continued to ask, then let me ask again, if something like this happens in our mall, how should we deal with it? He asked how Wang Wei's action should be dealt with. Mr. Lin, I believe that our mall employees are all sensible and will not do such a thing. Shang Qingzhou said firmly. Lin Beiyang shook his head, Boss Shang, what I'm talking about now is joining. It's a test for everyone when we first meet. Hearing this, Shang Qingzhou knew it was difficult for him to refuse. Although I don't know what Lin Beiyang means, I know that I must answer carefully. He thought for about 2 minutes before continuing. Mr. Lin, as a manager of the mall, such behavior will damage the image of the mall. If it is publicized, it will have a serious negative impact on our mall. It is not what a manager should do. If the impact is not serious in the end, I think you can stay for a period of observation. If it causes serious consequences, you should be fired. Shang Qingzhou's answer was still reserved. This means that as long as it does not cause a major impact, any punishment can be ignored. After all, the so-called inspection is just a formality. So what does Mr. Li think should be done? Li Lanjian also frowned slightly at this moment. I don't know what Lin Beiyang means. I was also very careful and did not respond directly. After thinking for a few minutes, he slowly spoke, I have roughly the same idea as Mr. Shang, but I think that regardless of whether it has any impact, the occurrence of such an incident can only mean that the management staff still wants to strengthen their service awareness, or at least demote them. This time, Lin Beiyang did not ask anyone else. He leaned back in his boss's chair, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and then he said, I think he should be fired regardless of whether he has caused any impact or not. First of all, he is a senior manager of the mall, not a new employee. He is very familiar with the mall's situation and knows what can and cannot be done. He also knows the correct way to do things. However, he showed serious favoritism just because they were classmates. If it was a relative, wouldn't it be even worse? Shang Qingzhou hesitated, but still said, Boss Lin, this is indeed not right. If it really happens, will the punishment be too severe? I think that no one is perfect, and we should give them a chance to mend their ways. Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, Boss Shang, let's talk about the incident just now. If there were kind people around who spoke up for justice, and were banned from entering the mall by the senior staff, do you think they should be fired directly or given a chance to reform? At this moment, Shang Qingzhou's face changed drastically. Having said that, how could he not understand it in his heart? He finally understood why Lin Beiyang wanted to tell such a story. I quickly said, Boss Lin, if it's just pure favoritism, I think we should give them a chance. If we ban them from entering the mall next time just because someone around them said a few fair words, such behavior must be severely punished. When others saw Shang Qingzhou's attitude suddenly change, they had some guesses in their minds. They all followed suit. Lin Beiyang also noticed the change in his mood and returned to his previous state. I also knew that the people present had almost guessed it. I simply decided not to continue talking and just get straight to the point. Chapter 50 stipulates that the matter shall be handled as it is. Lin Beiyang looked around, taking in the expressions and actions of the 6 people. The reactions of several people were similar. On the one hand, he was thinking about what Lin Beiyang was going to say next, and on the other hand, he was thinking about whether there was any problem with his previous answer. Afterwards, Lin Beiyang's expression gradually relaxed and was no longer so fierce. He smiled and said, having said that, I believe everyone should know that the incident I am talking about happened in our Taiha shopping mall. Despite their speculation, the moment Lin Beiyang said this, the faces of several people changed. They finally understood why the new major shareholder wanted to tell a story right from the start. It's still a story with no clear purpose or idea. This scene happened in Taiha Mall, so everything can be explained. They are still paying attention to the mall affairs and have not received any relevant reports on this matter. Finally, Shang Chengzhou asked cautiously, "Boss Lin, the mall has been operating normally recently. We haven't received any feedback about this. I don't know where you got the news from, or if someone is deliberately discrediting the mall." Several people were a little unsure. I have a detailed understanding of what happened just now. If what happened in the mall really happened and was known to the major shareholders, then the senior executive who made the mistake can only wish for the best. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things. This major shareholder, who is still a freshman in college and only about 20 years old, obviously acquired more than 50% of the shares at a premium with his family's funds. There is only one purpose, which is to show yourself and achieve certain results. Then when you first arrive at the mall, you will definitely make some suggestions and make corrections to the mall. It is normal to fire some people or adjust some people's positions. Such things are no longer uncommon. It depends on who has bad luck. If you are lucky, what you did is not serious and the most you will get is a transfer or demotion. If you are unlucky, no matter how serious what you do is, as long as you make a mistake, there is a high probability that you will be fired directly. Judging from Lin Beiyang's attitude and the way he handled the senior executive just now, dismissal is a foregone conclusion. They also wanted to know who it was. If this person happens to know them or has a good relationship with them, he or she will probably help to plead for mercy. Lin Beiyang sneered, "It's not news from somewhere, nor is it that someone is specifically smearing our mall, nor is it that someone came to complain after knowing my identity in advance." Seeing that he denied these sources, I became even more curious. Lin Beiyang continued, "Because this is what I saw with my own eyes. As for the time and place, it happened at a jewelry store on the 2nd floor around 11 o'clock this morning." As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 people present instantly lost their composure. If it is the first 3 situations, it's okay, and you can investigate whether it is true. But this is the situation we least want to happen. Who knew that he would actually be met by Lin Beiyang in person? At this moment, even Shang Chengzhou, who had remained calm, couldn't help but curse in a low voice, "Idiot! Why commit a crime in front of the new major shareholder when there are so many other things to do?" It seems to be only related to this executive, but it is easy to associate it with these shareholders. Doesn't this give the major shareholder a reason to make rectifications? With this incident as a prelude, who can refute the proposed rectifications? What's more, he is not only a major shareholder, but also a major shareholder with a 51% stake, which makes it even more difficult to deal with. There was no other way, so Shang Chengzhou still said, "Boss Lin, you said you saw it with your own eyes, so do you know the whole story?" "Yes, not only did I see it with my own eyes, I also experienced it myself." "Didn't I just say it?" The mall's senior executive asked all security guards to remember those people who spoke up for justice and not to allow them to enter the mall to shop again. And I happened to be one of those people. I actually arrived at the mall entrance at 2:45. Do you know why I came in at 3 o'clock? Everyone shook their heads to indicate they didn't know. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but sneer again, "Because I was waiting in the cafe outside after lunch, and when I wanted to come in again, I was stopped outside. If it weren't for the employees of the legal department and manager Zhang of the human resources department who came out to pick me up, I might not have been able to get in. Oh, I asked them to stay and sit at the back." "Manager Zhang, please tell us the details of what happened." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Then Zhang Chunfang stood up and told him everything that had just happened at the gate without any omission. At this time, Lin Beiyang said again, "Everyone, how do you think such high-level officials should be dealt with?" Several people didn't know what to say. It would have been fine if Lin Beiyang had seen the entire process, but they ended up stopping him outside. This is not lighting a lantern in the toilet. It's no different than being hit by a gun. Shang Chengzhou thought about it and sighed, "Boss Lin, I don't know which senior staffer this is. We must deal with it seriously." Lin Beiyang shook his head, "No matter which senior staff member it is definitely not everyone here, so I think we should first determine how to deal with it, and then deal with it directly according to the results. It is obviously not important who it is. How could Lin Beiyang give them this opportunity? If they knew who it was, they would definitely plead for mercy. I thought that this must be dealt with seriously, no matter who it was, so not telling the name for the time being was the best solution." The 6 people understood what Lin Beiyang meant. Don't tell them the name so they can't guess who it is. In this case, we have to deal with it strictly and there is no way to ask for leniency. Seeing that they didn't speak, Lin Beiyan wasn't worried. I am now staring at a few people, and I won't have the chance to ask who it is. After waiting for about 3 minutes, he slowly said, I just arrived at the mall and I don't know many of the internal rules, so I'm not sure how to deal with it. But I believe everyone here has been here for a long time and should know how to deal with it. Lin Beiyang did not ask anyone to speak, but waited for them to give an answer. A few minutes later, Lin Beiyang looked at Zhang Chunfang nonchalantly and said, Manager Zhang, according to the rules and regulations of the Human Resources Department, what should be done if something like this happens? It is generally called an employee handbook, so you know that it is used to restrain employees and has little to do with senior management. Now he would first ask ordinary employees how to deal with it. Zhang Chunfang doesn't care about that. Without any worry, he said, Boss Lin, according to the rules and regulations of the Human Resources Department, this is a serious work error and a violation of the company's rules and regulations. It is enough to get you fired. After Zhang Chunfang finished speaking, Lin Beiyang said to the crowd, What do you think? This is another inquiry. But everyone has been asked to express their opinions. The statement is whether you agree with Zhang Chunfang's words or disagree with her words. These people knew what was going on, but no one stood up. They were all waiting for others to give results. Chapter 51 Being Threatened Again. Mr. Shang, please tell me. Seeing that Lin Beiyang still chose to name him, Shang Chengzhou had no choice but to say, Boss Lin, since this is a serious violation of the company's rules and regulations, then follow the rules and fire him. Where is Mr. Li? Lin Beiyang looked at Li Longjian with a smile. Li Longjian could only reply, Boss Shang and I agree to fire him. Then Lin Beiyang looked at the next person, Mr. He, what is your opinion? Like them, I must be fired. We cannot have such bad apples in our shopping malls. Only by removing them can we serve as a warning and tell others how to deal with it correctly. We cannot do whatever we want just because we know them. Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. No matter what they think, at least the feedback they give themselves is the answer they want. It seems that everyone here hates this kind of behavior and thinks it needs to be severely punished. This coincides with my thoughts. In this case, let's arrange it this way. Since we are all here, we can announce the result. In order to prevent other situations from occurring, Lin Beiyang wants to get everything done in one go. After I come down and they know about it, maybe they will ask for mercy. After that, without giving others a chance to speak, he looked at Zhang Chunfang and said, Manager Zhang, please invite them to the conference room. I hope there won't be any accidents during the meeting. I don't want to see anyone by the end of the meeting. This is a warning to Zhang Chunfang. I'm new here and I'm not clear about the internal personnel structure of the mall. I have never found out what the relationship between Zhang Chunfang and Wang Wei is like. If the two have a good relationship and one leaves and tells the other that he has something to do and can't come, it may be easy for something unexpected to happen when he comes back later. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be there right away. Zhang Chunfang knew who it was, but Lin Beiyang didn't point it out, so the few of them still don't know who it is. Zhang Chunfang went to call for someone, and Lin Beiyang looked at the people inside and said with a smile, Please wait a little longer. We will have a formal meeting after this matter is resolved. Okay, Mr. Lin. No one refuted. I originally thought that Lin Beiyang was young and wouldn't handle these things in a special way. Who knew that he would be so strong from the start and not give these people any chance at all? It can be said that the entire situation is under control. In less than 5 minutes, the door of the meeting room was pushed open and 2 people came in from outside. Wang Wei was very curious along the way. Why would they call me to attend the meeting? Is there something to be announced that concerns me? I couldn't figure out what it was, and asking Zhang Chunfang didn't give me the answer I wanted. I entered the meeting room with curiosity. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Beiyang and his expression changed. Seeing him looking at him, Lin Beiyang didn't waste any time. He stood up and walked to Wang Wei with a smile. Vice President Wang, do you still remember me? Why are you here? Why are you in the conference room of our mall? Wang Wei asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. No matter what, Wang Wei couldn't understand why Lin Beiyang would be in the conference room where the shareholders were meeting. Why can't it be me? Vice President Wang, aren't you surprised? Logically, you wouldn't have seen me in the mall after this morning. Who knew I would actually appear here, right? Lin Beiyang couldn't help but ask back. At the same time, there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Wang Wei was a little panicked, but he remained calm and said, "No matter who you are, you must have sneaked into the mall for no apparent reason. I'm going to call security." "Okay, Wang Wei, stop acting in front of me. You should have guessed my identity and know why you were called here." Wang Wei, who was so aggressive just now, suddenly became deflated. Lin Beiyang was right, he had already guessed his identity. He is so young, yet he can appear in the meeting room where the mall S shareholders are meeting. When I came in just now, I saw him sitting in the main seat. He is the new major shareholder who is rumored to be very young. Only this identity can explain it clearly. I never expected that Lin Beiyang was the new major shareholder. While talking to Wang Wei, Lin Beiyang was observing the expressions and movements of the 6 people. Sure enough, the moment he came in, the expressions of the second largest shareholder and one of the small shareholders changed. In particular, Shang Chengzhou looked the worst. From this point of view, Shang Chengzhou and Wang Wei have the closest relationship. Then, Lin Beiyang returned to his seat and sat down. He glanced at everyone, then at Wang Wei and said, "Wang Wei, I was there and witnessed the whole process of what happened this morning. I saw how you handled it, and I also know what you told the security guards afterwards. You should not have forgotten this matter." "No." Wang Wei shook his head. He didn't refute because he didn't have the chance to refute. Just like Lin Beiyang said, he witnessed the whole process and no matter how much he said, it would be useless. "Okay, since you haven't forgotten, I just explained this matter in detail to several shareholders, and finally discussed how to deal with it. In view of the fact that your actions and instructions to the security guards will seriously affect the reputation and credibility of our mall, the board of directors has decided to expel you." Hearing this, Wang Wei was obviously a little unconvinced. After learning about Lin Beiyang's identity, he knew that he would definitely be dealt with. At most, I would have to apologize and then have my salary deducted or have my salary reduced, or be demoted, etc. I didn't expect that I would be fired. I don't accept it. Why are you dissatisfied? It's not excessive to fire you based on what you did. Lin Beiyang slammed the table and stood up, his words filled with anger. This slap startled the others. Lin Beiyang has always been calm and composed, who would have thought that he had such an angry side? Also, this is a decision made by the board of directors and cannot be changed. Do you have anything else to say? Wang Wei definitely didn't want to be fired directly, so he looked at the other people. Mr. Shang, Mr. Li, and several other shareholders, Wang Wei, have been working here since the first day the mall opened. Although there have been some minor mistakes in the past few years, they were all resolved well in the end. Are you going to fire me just because of this? Shang Chengzhou, who was named, coughed and said, "Wang Wei, I know you have made some contributions, but you have indeed gone too far in this matter. It is easy to have a bad impact on our business, so after the board of directors study, it was decided to expel you." Then Li Lanjian and another person also spoke up to express their respect for the board's decision. Wang Wei understood that today's result was a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. He glanced at everyone again and said viciously, "Okay, Shang Chengzhou, I helped you so much, and you treated me like this in the end. The same goes for the others. As for the new CEO Lin, I know you just arrived at the mall and need to establish your own prestige, and I became the target of the attack. I hope you won't regret what you did today." After saying that, he left the meeting room without looking back. The others were a little embarrassed. Being threatened again? In response, Lin Beiyang just shook his head and smiled. "Okay, let's end this matter here, and then start our formal meeting today." Chapter 52 Reward, a car worth more than 8 million yuan. At the first meeting, Lin Beiyang didn't say much. I want to learn more about the current situation of the mall from them. When I encounter something that interests me, I will ask questions and discuss it. It lasted until 5 p.m. Lin Beiyang leaned back in his chair and said, "Today's meeting ends here. I'll see what happens later." That's what I said, but I didn't think so in my heart. Even though there are still 6 people sitting inside today, in a few days there will only be 3 at most left, maybe even less than 3. While taking a break in a cafe at noon, I finally found the answer to the completed task. The second reward of 27% of the shares will not be credited in real time, but will be delayed for 3 days. The tasks completed yesterday morning will be unlocked and credited to your account the day after tomorrow morning. He didn't know why this happened, but he would arrive in 2 days anyway. By that time, he will be able to make sole decisions on the management of Taihe Shopping Mall. As for the board of directors, it will largely become a decoration. "Boss Lin, it's almost time for dinner. I'm not well prepared for our first meeting today. I'll contact you later." Can we have dinner together tonight? It's a way to strengthen our relationship. Yes, Mr. Lin, I hope you can give us such an opportunity. Li Longjian followed. Other shareholders echoed this. I looked at the time, it was 5:06 p.m. The military training has ended, and it is too late for me to rush back now. Besides, there are many people during dinner time, so it seems unnecessary. Ding! A new task has been released. Accept the shareholders' invitation to dinner. The task reward is a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. I was about to agree, but who knew there would be another task? This time you have to agree. Although I don't know the price of this car, there is no cheap Lamborghini car. The price is often 3 or 4 million, and any one of them may cost around 7 or 8 million, and there are even cars that cost more than 10 million. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, thank you all for that." Just as he finished speaking, the familiar voice came again. Ding! The dinner invitation mission has been completed. The mission reward is a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, which has been parked in parking space number 69 in the Taihe Shopping Mall underground parking lot. The key has been issued to the left pocket of the pants. Please check it. The vehicle system has automatically completed the registration. Please drive with confidence. Just like last time, you can drive directly. I touched my left trouser pocket and found 2 keys there. One was the key to the previous car, and the other was the key to the new car. No trouble, no trouble. Shareholders are curious. Lin Beiyang had a serious look on his face during the meeting just now, but when he came out and heard that someone was inviting him to dinner, he suddenly became very happy. In fact, Lin Beiyang was happy about something else. By the way, where are you going to have dinner? Shang Chengzhou thought for a moment and said, Boss Lin, I wonder if you have ever heard of Tianyue Restaurant. Hearing this familiar name, Lin Beiyang nodded. Of course I know, I've been there for dinner twice. Okay, let's book it here. Tianyue Restaurant is within a few kilometers. It's not the best restaurant, but it's at least in the top 3. Okay, I have no problem. It doesn't matter where you eat, Lin Beiyang is not picky. Shang Chengzhou continued, Is President Lin driving over? It's a few kilometers from here. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Longjian on the side said with a smile, Boss Shang, today is Boss Lin's first day here, so he must have a couple of drinks. It's better not to drive. Yes, I almost forgot about that. Lin Beiyang interrupted and said, I'm still a student, so there's no need for me to drink. Besides, I drove here, and it would be difficult to go back after drinking. Hearing this, the two were a little uncertain. Lin Beiyang saw what they meant and shook his head. If you really don't want a drink, then don't worry about it. Listen to Mr. Lin. We won't drink alcohol tonight. Let's drink some tea instead of alcohol. Seeing that he was so sure, Shang Chengzhou didn't want to continue persuading him and agreed not to drink that night. Then several people came to the underground parking lot. Shang Chengzhou asked with a smile, Boss Lin, where did you park your car? Please tell me the license plate number. I will ask my secretary to register it at the gate tomorrow. You can come in directly next time and I can help you park your car. Parking space 69. According to the system's prompts, Lin Beiyang told the parking space for the new car. When he came here today, he parked in parking space 81. And the parking location this time is the same as last time, parking space number 69. I don't know what this means, and the system doesn't have any specific explanation. I guess you can only figure it out yourself, or find out the specific reasons later. When they arrived at parking space number 69 and saw Lin Beiyang's car, they were still a little surprised. Because you can tell at a glance that this car is expensive. Lin Beiyang was still very excited when he saw his new car. Compared to an SUV, I would rather have a sports car. I'm afraid no boy can resist the graceful body lines and ingenious manufacturing process. Lin Beiyang also likes the purple car body. Mr. Lin, your car looks nice. It must be very expensive. It's not particularly expensive, just over 8 million. On the way here just now, Lin Beiyang checked the price of the car. The suggested retail price is more than 7 million yuan, and including the internal configuration, it is estimated to be more than 8 million yuan. The first car cost more than 3 million, and the second car cost twice as much, so the third car should cost at least 15 million. When they heard the price of more than 8 million, Shang Chengzhou and others could accept it, but the other 3 small shareholders were particularly surprised. The mall's annual dividend is only about 20 million yuan, and they only get about 1 million yuan. It will take at least 7 years to buy a car. Although this is not the only place to make money, it is still surprising. It becomes understandable when you think about the money Lin Beiyang spent on acquiring other people's shares. Okay, let's go there earlier. Tianyue restaurant is very busy at 6 o'clock and does not accept reservations. If we go too late, there may be no seats. Shang Changzhou did not forget to say. Before leaving, Lin Beiyang thought for a moment and said, "By the way, Mr. Shang, I have another Bentley parked in parking space number 81. Please help me register it." This time no one was surprised. If you can afford a car worth more than 8 million, can't you afford a car worth more than 3 million? Okay, Mr. Lin, do you want someone to drive you back to school when the time comes? After thinking for a while, Lin Beiyang took out the car keys and said, "Drive back to school and park at parking lot number 69 outside." Good. Shang Chengzhou took the key and then handed it to his secretary, asking her to do it. Lin Beiyang didn't think about opening a meeting at school at first. "I thought that if I go out with the people in the dormitory, I can't drive a car because there won't be enough room. Still need that Bentley. So I drove back to school." Chapter 53 Free One Dish. Take out the key, open the car door and get in. As soon as Lin Beiyang sat in, he felt something different. First of all, the line of sight. The first Bentley is an SUV. The overall body is relatively large, and the view forward is wider when sitting in it. This car is slightly inferior, but it is acceptable because this is the design of a sports car. The second is the feeling. It is more enjoyable to sit in a sports car. Starting the engine, the sound of the machine roaring made Lin Beiyang couldn't help but drive out excitedly. Coming out of the underground garage and waiting to turn, I have already attracted the attention of people around me. Especially the boys, their eyes were fixed on the car. As soon as he got on the road, Lin Beiyang felt more differences. I have to say that sports cars are comfortable to drive. When encountering a red light, Lin Beiyang stopped in the front position, and the second car was at least 20 meters away from him, not a few meters away as usual. I guess he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pay the compensation if he was hit suddenly. The university town is located in the economic development zone. The roads are wide and mostly straight. There are also relatively few people, giving Lin Beiyang a feeling of speeding. The journey that originally took more than 20 minutes only took more than 10 minutes. After parking the car, Lin Beiyang subconsciously chose parking space number 69. After getting out of the car, I looked at the car next to me and felt it was somewhat familiar. Then I saw the license plate number and it was indeed Suyu's car. I wondered if she was also eating in the restaurant. This is the restaurant's internal parking lot. People don't need to go out and can go directly into the restaurant. We'll know soon enough. After waiting in the parking lot for a few minutes, others slowly drove over. After everyone arrived, several people walked towards the restaurant. As soon as you enter the parking lot, just like entering from the main gate, a waiter will come to greet you immediately. "How many people may I ask, sir?" 7. "Okay, please come in. There are 7 of you in total. Do you have a diamond membership card or above? You can choose to dine in our private room. I brought it." Shang Chengzhou took out his membership card from his shirt pocket and showed it to the waiter. After handing it to the waiter, Shang Chengzhou explained, "Because I often come here to eat, the card is in the office. I thought about coming here to eat tonight, so I brought it with me." After verifying the diamond membership card, the waiter immediately became very respectful and said, "Sir, please come in. There are 2 private rooms left, namely the Shangshan Ruoshui Hall and the Utopia Hall." Shang Chengzhou did not answer, but looked at Lin Beiyang. Lin Beiyang knew that this was asking for his opinion, so he smiled and said, "The best way is to be like water." The decoration and environment of the several private rooms in Tianyue restaurant are actually similar, so there is nothing special to choose from. The only difference is the names, and some guests will choose the words they like. Hearing Lin Beiyang's answer, the waiter said again, "Okay, please follow me." As soon as I walked in, a familiar face came up to me after seeing everyone. "Mr. Lin, welcome to Tianyue restaurant." It was none other than the restaurant's manager, Wang Weidong. "Manager Wang, are you on duty again tonight?" "Yes, Mr. Lin is here for dinner. Come over and have dinner with several shareholders of the company." He pointed to the people behind him. What he didn't know was that these people were now very surprised. Naturally, they often come here to eat and know Manager Wang. Even though he is just the restaurant's duty manager, he has enormous authority and ordinary diamond members will not pay any attention to him. Only purple gold members and a small number of diamond members can be personally received by him. It seemed like Sheng Chengzhou and he were just acquaintances, and although they would say hello, he wouldn't be so polite. As for the others, they don't even have diamond membership cards, so they wouldn't bother with it. Wang Weidong looked at the people behind him and felt that they were somewhat familiar. Sheng Chengzhou took the initiative to step forward and greeted him. "Hello, Manager Wang. I am Sheng Chengzhou from Taihe Shopping Mall." "Oh, it's President Sheng." I felt familiar with him at first, and after he was introduced I immediately remembered who he was. There are only about 300 diamond members in the restaurant, and some of them haven't been there for a long time, so there are actually only about 100 people. So I come here often and still have some impression. Hearing this, Wang Weidong asked curiously, "Mr. Lin is also a shareholder of Taihe Shopping Mall?" Sheng Chengzhou smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, a few days ago, Mr. Lin acquired a total of 51% of the shares from other shareholders, and is now the largest shareholder of our Taihe Mall." When Wang Weidong looked at Lin Beiyang again, his eyes changed. I had previously thought that Lin Beiyang was some rich second generation and his family should be relatively wealthy, but I didn't expect him to be so wealthy. Taihe Mall is a very famous mall in the vicinity, and Wang Weidong naturally knows its value. To acquire more than 51% of the shares, not only would it cost tens of millions, but most importantly, you would need connections. After all, who would be willing to sell shares in such a profitable mall? I couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lin is really young and promising." Manager Wang is joking. "By the way, Mr. Lin, come over for dinner. Have you chosen a private room yet?" At this time, the waiter said, "Manager Wang, these distinguished guests have already chosen the Shangshan Ruoshui Hall." "Okay, I'll take care of it, and you go take care of other customers." "Okay, got it. Please follow me." Sheng Chengzhou and the others understood that the reason why Manager Wang personally received them was entirely out of respect for Lin Beiyang. Of course, if I were the person in charge of the restaurant, I would do the same. When passing by the lobby and the booths, Lin Beiyang looked around a few times but didn't see Suyu there. He thought that maybe the car was just parked here but the person was not there. Without thinking too much, he walked straight towards the private room. After arriving, he declined the opportunity to order and finally gave it to Lin Beiyang. Lin Beiyang didn't hesitate and started ordering food directly. After the order was placed, Manager Wang asked with a smile, "Mr. Lin, would you like a bottle of the same red wine as before?" "No need. I drove here today and will drive back later. I won't compare the wine. Just ask them what they want to drink." "Okay." Manager Wang was very professional and did not ask a second time. After everything was ordered, Manager Wang said, "Mr. Lin, I will give you a discount on one of the dishes tonight. Thank you for your support of our restaurant." Lin Beiyang was very surprised. "I never thought I would exempt myself from a dish. Last time I used 3 private rooms and ended up spending more than 100,000 yuan, all of which was reduced based on the discounts for diamond members. This time I only ordered something around 10,000 yuan, and one dish was waived." But Lin Beiyang knew what was going on. It must be the exchange just now. After learning that he had become a major shareholder of Taihe Mall, he directly waived a dish as a gesture of goodwill. I guess he thinks he is a super rich second generation, so he wants to make friends. If the current situation continues, I will not become a super rich second generation, but I will definitely become a super rich first generation. She didn't refuse, but smiled and nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Manager Wang." "No trouble, I won't disturb you guys from having dinner." Chapter 54 Pretend to be a boyfriend. When the meal was almost over, Lin Beiyang went out to the bathroom. As soon as I came out of the bathroom, I heard someone calling me. "Lin Beiyang." I heard the voice, turned around and saw it was a familiar person. "Suyu, it's you, eating here?" "Yeah, are you here to eat too?" Suyu asked curiously. "Yeah, with a few friends." Lin Beiyang replied, without saying they were from the mall. Sure enough, when I saw her car in the parking lot just now, I wondered if she would eat here. However, I didn't see her when I came in, so I thought she was not there. It really is here. I was wondering why I didn't see you just now. You must be in the private room. Suyu looked at the location of the private room. With a few friends, it's not convenient to go to the lobby, and the booths are all for 4 people, so there are too many people to sit in. We can only go to the private room. Are you here with friends too? Su-yu hesitated. A trace of unhappiness flashed across his face, although it was fleeting, Lin Beiyang still saw it. I thought, isn't this a meal with friends? Otherwise why would I feel unhappy? She just said, we just met, so we are friends. This made Lin Beiyang a little confused. How could he come to have dinner with a friend he just met? Okay. Lin Beiyang didn't ask any more questions and was about to leave. After hesitating for a long time, Su-yu said again, Lin Beiyang, can you do me a favor? What's the matter? Then, Su-yu, who usually looked cold and expressionless, blushed and told Lin Beiyang the whole story in detail. After hearing about the need for help, Lin Beiyang pointed at himself uncertainly and said, are you sure you want me to help you with this? Anyway, it was all said out loud. Su-yu was relieved and nodded, sure, I think now only you can help me, no matter what, I will treat you to a meal when the time comes. Seeing that Lin Beiyang did not agree immediately, she added, this is what I think. You are handsome and your family is relatively wealthy. In the eyes of your family and friends, you are a suitable candidate for a boyfriend. Lin Beiyang understood what she said. I have always guessed that Su-yu's family must be very rich. So in her family's view, the boyfriend she finds must come from a family that is either rich or powerful, or one of the two. I seem to belong to the former, and I am worthy of her status. Besides, I look good-looking, so I am indeed a suitable candidate. If it were an ordinary person, probably no one would believe it if I told them. Su-yu asked her for help not for anything else but to pretend to be her boyfriend. The family introduced Su-yu to the second son of a large family in the provincial capital. The two of them were having dinner here today to actually meet and have a good chat. Su-yu didn't want to come at first, but her parents called her one after another and asked her to come to the party, so she had no choice but to come. After coming into contact with this man, Su-yu discovered that he had been staring at her with lustful eyes from the very beginning, which made her feel very uncomfortable. I took the opportunity of going to the toilet to come here and get some fresh air. She just said in a panic that she had a boyfriend, but this person became even more excited and asked her to call her boyfriend over, guaranteeing that her boyfriend would leave on his own after knowing her identity. How could she have a boyfriend? She just happened to meet Lin Beiyang. Suddenly I thought that Lin Beiyang might be the best choice. Hearing this, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. Of course he could help, but he just needed to know more. By the way, Su-yu, your parents asked you to come for a blind date. Did they like him because of one thing or his family? There must be a reason for the two of them to come into contact. Through the conversation with Su-yu just now, I guess it should be related to his family. After all, he came from the provincial capital, and his family was probably in business. Although Jinan City's economy ranks third in the province, it is 5 or 6 times larger than the provincial capital, so the families coming from the provincial capital will be stronger. Su-yu nodded and continued, my family is in the jewelry business. Although I don't pay attention to the family business, I know that the market in Jinan City and the 3 surrounding cities has reached saturation and it is difficult to make further progress. So my family has the idea of entering the provincial capital. His family runs a chain of shopping malls with its headquarters in the provincial capital. If we can get their help and open stores in various shopping malls, it will be easy to enter the market in the provincial capital. After hearing this, Lin Beiyang finally understood everything. The business run by this person's family is the same as Taiha Mall, but it is a chain business. There are more than 20 shopping malls in the province. If you can open the best stores in all 20 shopping malls at the same time, you will have no worries about business and market opening. You may even have a chance to open up the market in the entire province. The profit here is estimated to be over 100 million yuan, so Su-yu's family is so concerned about this matter. Also, after I found out about this, I asked my friends in the provincial capital to get some information. They said that the reputation of Zheng Yuanwu, the second son of the Zhang family, is very bad. He has had more than 20 girlfriends that are known to the public, not to mention those that have not been made public. In addition, the look in his eyes just now seemed to show some disgust. When she said this, Su-yu's face didn't look very good. 20-something girlfriends doesn't sound like a lot. But you have to know that the second young master Zhang is only in his 20s, which means he will be replaced in less than half a year. Not counting the ones that haven't been announced yet, I estimate that he will change his girlfriend every 2 or 3 months. With Su-yu's personality, she wouldn't even have time to like him, let alone hate him. If it wasn't arranged by her family, she would definitely not choose to meet him. Finally, Su-yu looked at Lin Beiyang expectantly and said, Student Lin Beiyang, I know you are helpful, so you should do me this little favor. Ding! A new task has been released. Accept Suyu's invitation to play the role of boyfriend. The task reward is Jinan City Wanfeng Mall. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Beiyang was slightly stunned. Then he immediately became ecstatic. Since he was awarded Taiha Mall, he has learned about the large shopping malls near the university town. There are 3 relatively famous ones. In addition to Taiha Mall, Wanfeng Mall is also one of them. It is also the most valuable shopping mall in the university town. The reward for this mission did not specify how many shares it was, so there was only one possibility: all of it would be given to myself. The value of Wanfeng Mall is 3 or 4 times that of Taiha Mall, which is equivalent to hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, I'm happy to pretend to be your boyfriend. Even though it's just a fake, it's hard to find such a good thing as being able to pretend to be your boyfriend. Suyu blushed again. Thank you very much, I will treat you to a meal next time I have time. It's okay, it's what classmates should do. Ding! The mission of pretending to be Suyu's boyfriend has been completed. The mission reward is Wanfeng Mall. Someone will be assigned to hand it over. Please pay attention. After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Beiyang was already happily waiting for someone to contact him. I was wondering when I would be rewarded with the remaining shares of Taiha Mall, but I never expected that I would be given Wanfeng Mall directly. Chapter 55 Multiple Friends. Lin Beiyang agreed, and Suyu was very happy. Let's go now, before he comes looking for someone. Lin Beiyang smiled and leaned his arm towards Suyu. Seeing this, Suyu asked, what happened? Since we are a couple now, shouldn't we act like one? Hearing Lin Beiyang's words, she smiled, stretched out her arm around his shoulders and said, "Ha, I didn't think it through." Then the two of them walked towards the booth like an ordinary couple. Zhang Yuanwu saw that Suyu had been gone for a few minutes and was thinking about whether he should make an excuse to leave the restaurant and get up to look for her. Then I saw Suyu walking out arm in arm with a man. Suddenly, the smiling face darkened, revealing his undisguised dissatisfaction. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Yeah, who is this?" Suyu frowned and said, "Mr. Zhang, please call me by my name. Also, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Lin Beiyang. He and his friends are also having dinner in the private room of Tianyue restaurant, so I asked him to come over to meet me." "Mr. Zhang, you shouldn't mind, right?" Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile in his heart. Suyu seemed normal on the surface, but unexpectedly, she was so sinister. Not only introduce yourself to Zhang Yuanwu, but also stimulate him. Sure enough, his expression looked even uglier at this time. Still trying to remain calm, he said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Yuanwu." "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Yeah, said she was going to meet an ordinary friend tonight. "I didn't expect that we would have dinner here by chance." When he spoke, he emphasized the word ordinary friends, as if he was asking him to tell him about their relationship. At this time, Zhang Yuanwu suddenly changed the subject and said, Yeah, you didn't just find someone to impersonate me, did you? Uncle said that you have never been in a relationship since you were a child, so how could you have a boyfriend? Suyu frowned and said, "I told you, please call me by my name. I have a boyfriend, but I haven't told my family yet. I guess I will tell them soon." However, Zhang Yuanwu obviously didn't believe it. After looking Lin Beiyang up and down, he said again, "Mr. Lin doesn't look very old. He should be a student like Suyu. I didn't look carefully just now, but now I realize that the clothes Lin Beiyang wears are worth only 1 or 200 yuan at most. I have a simple understanding of his family background and he is not from a wealthy family. As for eating in a private room, I don't care at all. I asked when I came here, and I was told that you only need to deposit a certain amount of money in advance to upgrade your membership. I just got a membership that allows me to use a booth, which is enough. Who doesn't have a rich friend? I don't care at all. Yes, yeah, and I are now in the same class." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanwu's expression relaxed a lot. He smiled and said, "So you are classmates? You and Suyu have been in love for so long. Do you know what her family does?" Lin Beiyang really didn't know about this and shook his head. "I don't know, yeah, hasn't he told me yet?" "I don't know. I'll tell you briefly while I'm here. Her family is mainly in the jewelry industry. There is a company in Jinan City called Mingyue Jewelry, with a market value of about 200 million. But don't be discouraged, Lin. Although you are still studying, I can introduce you to a manager position in my company in the provincial capital. The annual salary is at least 1 or 2 million. It's a good match for Suyu. I believe your uncle and aunt will like you." After hearing Zhang Yuanwu's introduction, Lin Beiyang finally knew what kind of business Su Yu's family was doing. I also understand what he means. It was to tell himself that there was a huge gap between his family and Su Yu's, and that as a student, she would definitely not agree. It seems that he is introducing a company with an annual salary of millions, but in fact he is working under him, so it is clear at a glance how Su's father and mother choose their son-in-law, and this Mr. Zhang is also good-looking. Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang. As for the job recommendation, I won't compare. Although I'm just a freshman, I'm also starting my own business and have my own company." Zhang Yuanwu continued to insist, "Student Lin, starting a business in your freshman year is a good thing, but not everyone is suitable for starting a business. Not making money is a small matter, but if you lose a lot, your family will have to bear the consequences. It is safer to find a job with an annual salary of over 1 million. By then, your classmates will still be struggling to find jobs, but when you start your own business, you will already have an annual salary of over 1 million and will definitely be the focus of everyone's attention. Don't worry about that, Master Zhang." How could Zhang Yuanwu just give up and continue to ask, "By the way, I haven't asked Mr. Lin what the name of your company is." Puff. Before he could say anything, Su Yu at the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Yuanwu thought that he would become the focus of everyone at that time, but what he didn't know was that Lin Beiyang was already the focus of the whole class because he confessed his love to a girl in public in the cafeteria and was the focus of the entire school. Although I don't know the specific company that Lin Beiyang belongs to, from what I know so far, it is definitely not a small company, and its annual revenue will not be less than 1 million. Seeing this, Lin Beiyang quickly said, "Mr. Zhang, you made my yaya laugh. I think we should just forget it. Starting a business is a good idea." This made Zhang Yuanwu even angrier. Then Su Yu gave Lin Beiyang a look, and the latter immediately understood what she meant. He stood up and said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry for today. I have friends waiting for me on the other side. Yaya and I will leave first. We'll talk next time." Su Yu's eyes just now meant that she wanted Lin Beiyang to take her away, so she stood up and suggested leaving. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuanwu would say, "Yaya and I are friends, and now you can also be considered a friend with classmate Lin. Since we are friends of friends, it's okay to meet each other. Maybe we can all become friends." Who would refuse to have more friends when going out? Hearing this, Su Yu signaled Lin Beiyang to refuse quickly. Lin Beiyang thought about it and nodded, "Okay, I think what you said is right, Mr. Zhang. Who doesn't want to have more friends? Let's do it together." Then the three of them walked towards the private room. On the way over, Su Yu whispered, "Lin Beiyang, you shouldn't agree to him. What if you let it slip to your friends?" In Su Yu's opinion, Lin Beiyang's so-called friends should be his 3 roommates. The 2 of them have no relationship at all, and it will be easily exposed later. Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, "Don't worry, they are not from our dormitory, but several shareholders of the company. It's a good opportunity for Zhang Yuanwu to take a look." Lin Beiyang thought, if you want to act, you have to act the whole thing. After learning that the person in the private room was a shareholder of Lin Beiyang's company, Su Yu nodded. The company's shareholders don't know Lin Beiyang's relationship status, so it's normal that they don't know. I also want to see what Lin Beiyang does. Because after I go back tonight, my family will definitely call and ask me, and it would be bad if I don't know anything about it. Knowing that Lin Beiyang's company can also be used as a shield. Chapter 56, 2 Curious People. Just when he was halfway to the private room, Lin Beiyang's cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and it was an unfamiliar number. Signal them to answer the phone first. Zhang Yuanwu stared at Lin Beiyang seriously, worried that he would use the excuse of making a phone call to run away. He had seen this kind of thing many times. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiao Huan, the legal officer of Wanfeng Shopping Mall. You have acquired our mall in full. There is a transfer document that needs your signature. What time do you want to sign?" Suitable. After learning the purpose of this person's visit, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. The system is very efficient. The acquisition was completed in less than 10 minutes and I just had to wait for my signature. I originally wanted to refuse the appointment for tomorrow. Considering the situation tonight, he smiled and replied, "You can do it now. I'm having dinner at Tianyue restaurant in University Town. Just tell me my name when you get here." "Okay, I'll be there later." After hanging up the phone, Su Yu asked curiously, "Who is it?" "On your own, come find me later if you have any problems." I might be able to help you solve a problem then. Then Suyu didn't ask any more questions, she was just curious about how he could help her solve the problem. The three of them entered the private room. Seeing that Lin Beiyan went out alone and came back with 2 people, the 6 people inside were very curious. Zhang Yuanwu was also curious. Lin Beiyang said he was having dinner with friends, but the people there were all over 40 years old, so how could they be his friends? But he seems to be serious, so I can only remain curious. This is when Lin Beiyang needs to come out and introduce himself. Then he introduced the 2 people. This is my friend Zhang Yuanwu who I just met. Then he looked at Suyu and said sweetly, this is my girlfriend Suyu. Shang Chengzhou felt that both of them looked familiar. Then he asked, excuse me, is this young friend's father Zhang Zhongxian? Zhang Yuanwu was surprised at first, then nodded, yes, my father's name is Zhang Zhongxian. Shang Chengzhou nodded, then you are the second son of the Zhang family. Do you know my father? Zhang Yuanwu asked. He did not deny it and said, I know him. I met your father at an exchange meeting in the provincial capital about 3 years ago. At that time, your father said he wanted to open a shopping mall in our Jinan city, but later it was temporarily shelved for various reasons. After hearing these words, Zhang Yuanwu became more and more curious. The tone clearly showed that he was a businessman, and he also knew his father, which meant he was worth a lot. He was also a friend of Lin Beiyang. Could it be that he was deceived by what he saw on the surface? But I'm still going to keep watching. At this time, Shang Chengzhou looked at Suyu again and said, if I am not mistaken or remember correctly, you are the apple of the eye of Mr. Su of Mingyue Jewelry. Suyu was also stunned for a moment, and asked, do you know my father too? It seems that what I said was correct. Of course I know your father. Previously, we had 2 investment promotion locations in Taiha Mall. One of them was large and had a good location. Your Mingyue Jewelry and another jewelry company fought for this location for a long time. Finally, your father found me and got this location. At this point, the 2 of them understood Shang Chengzhou's identity. And Suyu suddenly remembered and said, you are Uncle Shang, right? Since you know me, your father should have mentioned it. Suyu nodded, yes, at that time my father said that we had lost the largest of the 3 shopping malls in the university town, so we had to take over the remaining 2. It happened that my father got to know you through someone, and that's how we successfully won the investment promotion position later. Shang Chengzhou looked at Lin Beiyang again at this time, and his judgment of him went to a higher level. I couldn't help but smile and said, Boss Lin, you and Suyu are really a perfect match. This is not a deliberate compliment. Although he knew that Mingyue Jewelry, where the Su family worked, was very famous and had a market value of over 100 million, the strength displayed by Lin Beiyang was definitely not inferior to that of the Su family, and was even much better. This time, the Su family is trying to climb above their level. She couldn't help but feel regretful. If she had a daughter, she would definitely introduce her to Lin Beiyang. It was a pity that she only had an only son. When they heard Lin Beiyang being addressed, they were both stunned. They already knew that Shang Chengzhou was one of the shareholders of Taiha Shopping Mall. Since Lin Beiyang was called Mr. Lin, didn't he also become one of the shareholders of this mall? Zhang Yuanwu was of course dissatisfied when he heard Shang Chengzhou's words. Mr. Shang, you are not mistaken, are you? Lin Beiyang's clothes are only worth a few hundred yuan, how could he have any other identity? Zhang Yuanwu was wondering if Lin Beiyang invited him to dinner in the name of his own small company to discuss opening a store in the mall. You know what, they really look alike, so I asked immediately. If it is true, then I must go back and tell Suyu's father. Shang Chengzhou said quickly, Mr. Zhang, you can't talk nonsense. Although Mr. Lin looks plain, he is very powerful. He is now the largest shareholder of our Taiha Mall, with 51% of the shares. In his opinion, Lin Beiyang was keeping a low profile. Suyu looked at Lin Beiyang in surprise. I knew his family must be rich, but I didn't expect them to be so rich. She knew Taiha Shopping Mall very well. Its value was over 100 million yuan. To own 51% of the shares would have cost her nearly 100 million yuan. Zhang Yuanwu was also surprised. Lin Beiyang said that he had a company. Judging from the way he was dressed, his salary would probably be around tens or hundreds of thousands. Who would have thought that he was actually a major shareholder of a shopping mall, holding more than half of the shares? His family owns a chain of shopping malls and knows the prices of a shopping mall. Although the prices in Jinan City are much cheaper, they are still measured in billions. In this way, Lin Beiyang's net worth is also over 10 million, right? Even hundreds of millions, it is not what you see. Shang Chengzhou did not forget to add, Xiao Su, it seems that you don't know Mr. Lin's identity yet. When you go home, you can also tell Lao Su that with such a son-in-law, he can get the best prime location in our Taiha shopping mall in the future. So you can only nod silently, I will tell my father when I go back. In fact, she knew in her heart that she was just asking Lin Beiyang to pretend to be her boyfriend and they were not a real couple at all. I said I would tell my dad when I got home, but I definitely wouldn't do that. If Lin Beiyang is really asked to go home, his conspiracy will be exposed. Zheng Yuanwu just wants to leave now. It's not that I'm afraid of Lin Beiyang or that I want to give up. We need to investigate Lin Beiyang's identity and find out whose son he is. But there is no way to leave this situation now. Not long after he finished speaking, Manager Wang pushed the door open. He walked behind Lin Beiyang and said, Mr. Lin, there is a man named Huang Lu outside who said he has made an appointment with you to meet at the restaurant. Lin Beiyang thought about it and realized that the man just now only said that his name was Xiao Huan, but he only asked him to meet here, so it should be correct. He nodded and said, let him come in. Okay. Seeing the others looking at him, Lin Beiyang smiled and explained, I have something to do. Please wait a moment. No one had any objection and waited quietly for people to arrive. Chapter 57 shocks everyone. Boom boom boom. 2 minutes later, there was another knock on the door. Come in. A strange face pushed the door open. He looked around at the people inside and said, excuse me, which one is Mr. Lin Beiyang? While speaking, his eyes were fixed on Shang Chengzhou's face. Among the people present, he was the only one most likely to buy them all. Young faces like Lin Beiyang were simply skipped over. The others were somewhat curious and came to find Lin Beiyang but didn't know him. Lin Beiyang raised his hand at this time and said, it's me. Huang Lu looked surprised. When I answered the phone, I felt that the person on the other end was quite young, but I didn't think much of the voice. Who knew he was really that young? Seeing the meaning in Huang Lu's eyes, he smiled and said, Huang Lu, we talked on the phone, you should be able to recognize my voice. Huang Lu nodded slightly. After this reminder, he found that the two voices were very similar and confirmed that they were the same person. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, you look so young. I didn't recognize you at first. Of course, Mr. Lin is just a freshman and still a student, so he must be very young. Shang Chengzhou added on the side. This sentence shocked Huang Lu even more. How rich must one be to be able to buy their mall as a freshman in college? Lin Beiyang waved his hand, it's okay, you're not the first person to have such a reaction, let's get down to business, we have to go back to school after we're done. Okay, Mr. Lin. After saying that, Huang Lu took out a document from his bag and handed it to Lin Beiyang. Mr. Lin, this is the transfer agreement. Please check and sign on the last page if you think it's okay. Okay, I'll take a look first. Lin Beiyang quickly took a quick look through it and couldn't find any problems. Besides, as long as the system is in place, there won't be any problems. Then sign your name on the last page. At this time, Shang Chengzhou couldn't help but ask curiously, Boss Lin, what kind of transfer letter are you signing? Huang Lu behind him said casually, it is the transfer letter of Wanfeng Mall. Mr. Lin bought the Wanfeng Mall in University Town directly with full payment. From the signing just now, Mr. Lin is the new owner of our Wanfeng Mall in University Town. When these words were spoken, everyone in the private room was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Including Zheng Yuanwu. Wanfeng Mall is a nationwide chain of shopping malls, so basically everyone knows about this mall. Because it is a large-scale national commercial complex, it is generally not sold individually. The price could be estimated, it must be over 100 million yuan, but they couldn't figure out how Lin Beiyang bought this mall alone. Zheng Yuanwu was the first to speak, impossible, how could Wanfeng Mall sell it separately? It must be a mistake, or are you an actor hired by Lin Beiyang? He doesn't believe it. He would believe it if the price was 1 billion or 2 billion, but he would never believe that the mall could be purchased alone. Shang Chengzhou also said, yes, aren't all Wanfeng shopping malls affiliated to the Wanfeng Group headquarters? How can they sell one in Jinan City alone? Although Shang Chengzhou did not say that they were invited actors, he also expressed his doubts. Even Suyu, who had never doubted Lin Beiyang, asked in a low voice, Lin Beiyang, did he make a mistake? At this time, Huang Lu looked a little unhappy. He stood up and said, of course it's true. About 25 minutes ago, we received a notice from the headquarters saying that Wanfeng Shopping Mall in Jinan University Town has been bought by Mr. Lin Beiyang at a price 10% higher than the market price after paying the full amount of 680 million. What was just signed was the mall's transfer agreement. From that moment on, Mr. Lin is the new owner of the mall, even if the name is changed. This time, the way they looked at Lin Beiyang changed again. This was purchased directly from the headquarters, so how powerful must Lin Beiyang be? Besides, the price paid was a one-time cash payment of 680 million yuan, which is not something that just anyone can come up with. Zhang Yuanwu now has only one idea, which is to give up pursuing Su Yu. He finally understood that these were not invited actors. If it is fake, it can be easily exposed. Zhang Yuanwu is also engaged in large-scale business. The total value of his family company is about 10 billion yuan, so it is not a problem for him to come up with 680 million yuan in cash. However, after it is taken out, the normal operation of the company will be severely restricted. Looking at Lin Beiyang again, he didn't even blink when he heard the number 680 million, which shows he didn't care at all. The only thing that can be proved is that he came from the capital. Only the big families in Beijing with assets exceeding hundreds of billions can take it out. You can leave right away while you are just starting to pursue him. If you really compete with him, you will die without knowing how. Although it is said that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, this is no longer an ordinary strong dragon, it must be a divine dragon. Shang Chengzhou muttered to himself, I originally thought that Mr. Lin's purchase of 51% of our Taiha Mall's shares was already impressive, but I didn't expect it to be just a drop in the bucket. I even wanted to sell my shares to Mr. Lin. I remember now. You are Mr. Shang of Taiha Mall. That's why I have some impression of you. Of course, Mr. Lin can even buy our Wanfeng Mall, let alone your smaller Taiha Mall. Huang Lu said disdainfully. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, Boss Shang, you know what I am thinking about buying other shares these days, but I won't buy all of them. After all, there is still some room for cooperation between us. The rewards for 27% of the shares have not yet been received. According to the system, it will arrive in the next 2 days. To be honest, Lin Beiyang didn't know who he would buy it from, so he could only give an ambiguous answer. Shang Chengzhou was originally joking, but Lin Beiyang seemed to be serious. Is what Mr. Lin said true? Of course, it's just uncertain for now. If you want to sell your shares at that time, I will contact you. They knew that what Lin Beiyang said was basically true. Shang Chengzhou and Li Lanjian, as the second and third largest shareholders, do not have any particular ideas. Instead, these small shareholders began to think about selling. The previous 51% of shares were purchased at a premium, and it is estimated that it will be the same this time. Although if Lin Beiyang stayed, the mall might develop better, but the shares were too few, and staying in the mall was not a good thing. Okay, we'll think about it then. Okay, if there's nothing else to do today, let's stop here and go home. Lin Beiyang suggested leaving. Then the others all stood up and prepared to leave. Before Huang Lu left, Lin Beiyang instructed, go back and tell the person in charge of Wanfeng Mall that I will come over to take over tomorrow morning. Huang Lu nodded, I will tell the person in charge about this later. Okay, you go first. After he left, others also left the private room one after another. Originally, Shang Chengzhou was the one who treated us. When it came time to pay the bill, Manager Wang assumed that it was Lin Beiyang who paid, so he asked Lin Beiyang directly. Shang Chengzhou was still thinking about settling the bill, but Lin Beiyang directly asked Manager Wang to deduct the money from his account, so there was no need to explain further. Chapter 58, Help Me Again. When he arrived at the parking lot, Zhang Yuanwu still didn't give up. He smiled at Suyu and said, Suyu, although you drove, it's so late, let me take you back to school. No need, I have a boyfriend to send me off. Suyu refused directly. At this time, Lin Beiyang stood up and said, of course I will send my girlfriend off myself. And I remember you guys were drinking just now. You should not drive after drinking, and you should not drive after drinking. I suggest you call a designated driver. Zhang Yuanwu frowned, didn't you drink? Before Lin Beiyang could speak, Shang Chengzhou spoke first, we didn't drink. Mr. Lin took this into consideration just now, so we drank beverages tonight. Otherwise, we wouldn't have driven here. From the beginning, Shang Chengzhou understood the relationship between the three people. The Su family probably doesn't know that Su Yu is in a relationship, so they don't know about Lin Beiyang's existence. So a blind date was arranged for her with the second son of the Zheng family. This seems normal. He also knows what the Zhang family does, and it will definitely be of great help to the Su family's jewelry business. Who would have known that Lin Beiyang and Zhang Yuanwu would meet tonight and the scene just now would happen? This is the only reasonable explanation. They seem to be friends, but in fact they are rivals in love, so there is naturally a hint of gunpowder in their conversations. Shang Chengzhou even had a guess. Lin Beiyang's sudden acquisition of Wanfeng Mall was deliberately for Zhang Yuanwu to see. After knowing this, Zhang Yuanwu will choose to give up, thus achieving the purpose of driving away Su Yu's suitors. Although the Zheng family's assets are worth tens of billions, it is impossible for them to come up with 680 million in liquid funds at one time and buy a Wanfeng shopping mall on their own. Even if Zhang Yuanwu went back and told the Su family or his own family, they would not support him to continue pursuing Su Yu. The more I thought about Shang Chengzhou, the more possible it seemed. One can only marvel at Lin Beiyang's powerful strength. You can purchase directly through Wanfeng Mall's headquarters at this late time. Zhang Yuanwu still felt somewhat unwilling. Then I'll call a designated driver, you guys go first. Lin Beiyang understood what he meant. He smiled and looked at Su Yu and said, let's go. Good. Then Su Yu took Lin Beiyang's hand and walked towards the parking lot. Several people followed Lin Beiyang to the parking lot. The people in the mall would definitely wait for him to leave first. As for Zhang Yuanwu, he wanted to take a look at Lin Beiyang's car. Lin Beiyang took out his car keys, pointed at the purple Lamborghini in front of him and said, we're here. Looking at the car in front of her, Su Yu subconsciously said, did you change the car? Well, the previous Bentley we bought could be driven by people in our dormitory. This car I bought can be driven by myself when I go out. Isn't it just right for the two of us? When Su Yu heard this, she said shyly, I think it's quite suitable. What the two didn't know was that Zhang Yuanwu had already clenched his fists at this moment. After the two got in the car and left, the others also slowly left. Before leaving, Shang Chengzhou said, Mr. Zhang, take care. You and our President Lin are friends. When you need to buy something in the future, you can come to our mall, or go to the Wanfeng Mall that President Lin just bought. Of course, the name may be changed later, so don't go to the wrong place. Under normal circumstances, Shang Chengzhou would prefer Zhang Yuanwu. But now, it is definitely on Lin Beiyang's side. After driving out of the restaurant, Su Yu quickly returned to her more aloof look. Lin Beiyang, thank you for tonight. When speaking to him, her expression and tone were slightly softened, no longer as stiff and expressionless as before. If Lin Beiyang wasn't driving, one could see that his face was a little flushed if one looked closely. It's okay. We are classmates. I should help you with this little favor. If you need help with this kind of thing in the future, you can come to me. Most people can solve it anyway. Lin Beiyang's casual words made Su Yu blush even more. Subconsciously, I said, okay. After saying that, Su Yu was stunned. I should have refused politely, how could I say such a thing? I suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Beiyang was also surprised. It was just a joke, and I expected that Su Yu would definitely refuse it given her personality and thoughts. Even if it is difficult to refuse, I will choose to change the subject. Who knew that there would be a good? Su Yu quickly said, I was thinking about other things just now, not this. This would be fine without explanation, because once explained it becomes more and more like the truth. Lin Beiyang smiled and changed the subject, let's not talk about this for now. Zhang Yuanwu will definitely tell your parents about what happened tonight when he returns. What should you do? There is certainly no problem in accompanying her to perform tonight, but how should Su Yu's parents be dealt with? Sooner or later we'll know what happened tonight. Sure enough, when she said this, Su Yu looked melancholy. She also knew that what Lin Beiyang said was very likely to happen. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, I'll contact Zhang Yuanwu and ask him not to tell my family about this. After saying that, Lin Beiyang shook his head, I don't recommend it. It can be seen that Zhang Yuanwu likes you very much. He must be very unhappy about my intervention. He might even go back and exaggerate things. Your parents have never met me and don't know me, so they will still speak in his favor. Lin Beiyang's words left Su Yu silent. It would be fine if I didn't contact him. This contact would only irritate him more and might even cause more trouble. Su Yu didn't say anything, so Lin Beiyang naturally didn't say much and drove silently. Soon, as they approached the school, Su Yu looked up at him. Lin Beiyang, I may need your help. Tell me what you want to help me with. I'll do my best to help you. It's like this. When I get back later, I will take the initiative to tell my family that I'm in love, and that person is you. Then I will try to delay it. When it really doesn't work, I will trouble you to come out and meet them. Anyway, I will delay it as much as possible. Lin Beiyang understood what she meant. After I tell my family, they will ask me about it, and then I will tell them about myself. Sue's father and mother will want to meet, so we can delay it for a while. When I can't delay any longer, I will come out and meet him. Anyway, with the financial strength I have shown, I can fully cope with her family, and if she is satisfied with me, she will not introduce other blind dates to me, so what happened tonight would not have happened. Suyu added, of course, if I find someone I really like during this period, I won't bother you. Is that okay? I'm such a helpful person, so I have no problem helping you. But I have to say this in advance. If I find a girlfriend, I may not be able to help you. Lin Beiyang thought it was better to make it clear. After these incidents, the relationship between him and Suyu became closer, but it didn't mean that it had reached a particularly good level. If he really finds a girlfriend, who would accept that their boyfriend pretends to be another girl's boyfriend, especially such a beautiful girl? Okay, thank you. You're welcome, it's just a small thing. Chapter 59 No Place to Park. As they approached the school, Lin Beiyang said, Suyu, I'd better park the car in the parking lot outside the school, and we'll walk back later. He wanted to drive the car directly to the dormitory building. But this is a car worth more than 8 million yuan, not 800,000 yuan. It would be easy to attract the attention of students and cause unnecessary trouble. Good. Suyu also parked the car in the parking lot outside, knowing why Lin Beiyang didn't want to drive in. Don't care. Afterwards, Lin Beiyang drove the car directly to the parking lot outside the school. He originally planned to sign up for a monthly parking subscription here, but the security guard told him that the school has a rule that off-campus parking lots do not accept monthly subscriptions. Because this is a temporary parking space for students' parents, social vehicles, and some people who come to do business. In addition, due to the small area, there are not many parking spaces, only 75 in total. If a monthly subscription is offered, residents from surrounding communities will park their cars there, and the parking lot will become a fixed parking space, thus losing its original purpose. When someone comes to pick up students or do business, there will be no place to park. Uncle, please open it. It's you, young man. Seeing that it was Lin Beiyang, the security guard greeted him familiarly. He looked at the car again and smiled. Oh, you changed the car again? It looks more expensive. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, I didn't change the car, I just bought another one for convenience at different times. When the security guard saw Suyu sitting in the passenger seat, he immediately understood what it meant. Every time Lin Beiyang drove out, he would give the security guard a pack of cigarettes, and they gradually became familiar with each other. Then the old man shook his head and said, Young man, you came back a little late. There are no parking spaces inside. Ah. There will be an event at school tomorrow, so there will be more people parking here. What should we do then? The old man added, If you are a student, you can park inside the school. If you are not a student, drive about 2 kilometers from here and there is a parking lot. There was no parking space inside, so Lin Beiyang couldn't force his way in and could only choose to leave. Suyu asked, Lin Beiyang, what should we do now? Lin Beiyang thought for a moment and said, Let's go to the school's internal parking lot and ask. If we can park there, that's great. If not, we can park near the dormitory. Tomorrow is not the weekend, and I can drive there while the seniors are in class and the freshmen are in military training. It seems that this is the only way. After showing his student ID, Lin Beiyang successfully drove his car into the school. Follow the navigation to find the internal parking lot. When I asked at the door, I found out that, just as I expected, parking was only for school faculty and staff. Forget it, I can only park downstairs of the dormitory for now. He didn't want to drive to a parking lot 2 kilometers away and then take a taxi back to school. It was too troublesome. Suyu nodded, I'll get off at the intersection ahead. Good. It's 9:40 now and there aren't many people on the road. But once you walk to the dormitory door, there will definitely be a lot of people, and this car will easily attract attention with its body, color, and logo. Suyu was worried about being seen when she got out of his car. After getting off the car, Suyu looked back at Lin Beiyang and smiled, Thank you so much today. This smile made Lin Beiyang look at it in fascination. From the first day we met, there was hardly any smile on her face. She looked so cold and aloof, as if she didn't want anyone to approach her. Coupled with her good temperament, some boys can't help but avoid looking at her when they see her. She smiled many times after she offered to help tonight, and several times Lin Beiyang felt like they had just met. The smiles he had shown the previous times seemed to give people a feeling of comfort at best, but the smile just now made him feel a little moved. He smiled and replied, "You're really not needed. If you really want to thank me, just don't forget what you promised me tonight." Lin Beiyang understood that he had developed a liking for Suyu. "I'm not sure whether she will like it or not, but I can continue to contact her." Suyu then remembered that she had indeed agreed to something in order to let Lin Beiyang pretend to be her boyfriend tonight. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised. How about tomorrow?" "Okay, I asked the instructor for 3 days off so I don't have to go to the military training ground. You decide the location and time. I remember you said last night that you would go to take over Wanfeng Shopping Mall tomorrow. It just so happens that my family's driver will come to pick me up tomorrow. How about we choose a restaurant in or around the mall in the evening?" Suyu asked for advice. Lin Beiyang nodded. "Okay, let's go to Wanfeng Shopping Mall, even in the evening. I may not have time at noon. The entire Wanfeng Shopping Mall will be handed over tomorrow morning. If nothing goes wrong, the person in charge of the mall will treat us to lunch at noon, so there will be no conflict in time." Suddenly, I remembered that Suyu was going home, so I asked, "I'll drive over to pick you up in the evening." Suyu thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Will it be too troublesome?" "What's the trouble? Besides, your car is parked at Tianyue restaurant, and the driver is taking you home." "I'm going to drive out anyway," Suyu said without hesitation. "Okay, I'll trouble you tomorrow. I'll send you my home address on Weixin then." "It's settled then." Suyu walked towards the dormitory, and Lin Beiyang followed not far away. Only after seeing her walk into the dormitory gate did he drive towards the gate of the boys' dormitory. The majority of students at Jinan University are local students, so many people drive here. There is a special open-air parking lot next to the dormitory where students can park their cars. When Lin Beiyang arrived, he found that there was no seat available either. In the end, there was no choice but to park on the side of the road not far from the dormitory gate. "It's easy to stop here. There are 2 cameras facing here, front and back, so if there is someone deliberately causing damage, they can leave evidence. Although I didn't buy the car with my own money, it is still worth more than 8 million yuan." Back in the dormitory, the 3 of them lay down on the bed. Yu Xiaobai and Gao Yang were playing games again, and Zhao Tongpu was watching TV. "Brother Lin, are you back?" "Yeah, I'm back." "Hey, where are the things you brought for us?" After Yu Xiaobai said this, Lin Beiyang remembered that he had said he would bring them good things. "As a result, I forgot about the time today." He slapped his forehead and said, "I'm sorry everyone, I was too busy today and forgot. I'll send a few red envelopes in the dormitory group later as compensation for you." "Okay, I can accept the red envelope. I'm fine." "Me too." When they heard that they didn't have to bring anything but there were red envelopes to be given out, the 3 of them had no objection. After giving the 3 people a few red envelopes, they went back to doing their own things. After Lin Beiyang washed up and tidied up, he lay down on the upper bunk. He wondered if he should rent or buy a house. There are many inconveniences in living in a dormitory. It just so happens that I still have more than 3 million in my card, so I can easily buy a house, and I can also buy a parking space to avoid the embarrassing situation of not having a parking space. Thinking of this, he decided to look at some residential areas closer to the school tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 60 System Reward Villa. The next morning, Lin Beiyang and the other 3 got up and washed. The appointment with the legal department of Wanfeng Shopping Mall is at 10 o'clock sharp. I can go out at 8 o'clock and have breakfast with the 3 roommates in the dormitory. Then we came back and drove to Wanfeng Shopping Mall for a stroll. Just like in Taihe Shopping Mall, look around the mall as a customer to avoid any random handling of things. As soon as I walked to the dormitory door, I saw a group of boys and several girls gathered around something. Let's go, and take a look," Yu Xiaobai said curiously. The other 2 were also very interested and came over to take a look. Lin Beiyang knew without even looking that people were looking at his car. After stopping here last night, I knew it would definitely attract onlookers today, and now it seems to be true. Damn, isn't this a Lamborghini? It looks like it must be very expensive. Gao Yang couldn't help but say as he moved closer. Yu Xiaobai pointed at the content on his phone and said, "I just checked. The cheapest car costs more than 6 million, and the most expensive one costs more than 9 million. This car has options, so I estimate it to be around 8 million. TSK, I didn't expect there are such rich people in our school. I've only seen such expensive cars on TV and on my phone before, but today I actually saw it with my own eyes, and it was so close. At this moment, Gao Yang's tone was filled with surprise and envy. Yu Xiaobai nodded. Yeah, who would have thought that I could see a car like this in school? The car my dad bought me was only 300,000 yuan, and I guess it still couldn't buy anything on the four wheels of this car. At this time, someone else said, Hey, who do you think this car belongs to? It should belong to our school. I don't know. There are only a few wealthy students in our school, but isn't this car worth more than 8 million? They probably can't afford it. Even if they can afford it, they probably won't be willing to spend it. Jinan University has several very famous wealthy students. The onlookers were speculating. Is it Senior Rin Xiangdong's car? His family runs a company, and he also has his own company. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately stood up to refute. I don't think so. The total assets of Ren's family are estimated to be 300 million, and his own company is only 30 million. The money he can take out to buy a car is not much. Do you think he would spend 8 million to buy a car? And he now has a BMW worth more than 1 million. Everyone thought he was right and denied Rin Xiangdong. Then someone else said, could that be the new car that Senior Jiangnan bought? Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Lin Beiyang knew that he had heard of this senior from Jiangnan. I am a senior student in the School of Computer Science. His family is also in business, and he owns an internet company whose value is much higher than Rin Xiangdong's. Lin Beiyang didn't know the exact amount and had never tried to find out. It can't be Senior Jiangnan's car. He is a low-key person. The car he drives now is only worth over 300,000 yuan. He has been driving it since his freshman year and has never changed his car. He wouldn't spend so much money to buy a car in an ostentatious way. Even if he really bought one, he wouldn't park it here. After several people denied it one after another, they really couldn't guess whose car it was. Another person said, is this a teacher's car? As far as I know, some of our seniors' teachers are low-key, but in fact, some of them are senior executives of listed companies. Don't mention it, it's really possible that this is a teacher's car, or someone came to the school to do something and parked it here temporarily. After a few minutes of discussion, the onlookers finally concluded that it was someone from outside the school who stopped here. It has nothing to do with the teachers and students in the school. Yu Xiaobai whispered at this time, Brother Lin, could this be your new car? You can pay more than 3 million yuan in full for the car at one time, so buying a car worth more than 8 million yuan should not be a problem, right? You can tell that the tone is teasing. No one thought it was Lin Beiyang's car. The gap between 3 million and 8 million is extremely large. The three of us in the dormitory had discussed and speculated about this before. I think Lin Beiyang's family situation should be slightly better than Rin Xiangdong's, they just don't live locally. The reason for this conclusion is that Lin Beiyang is not afraid of Rin Xiangdong, so his strength is either better or about the same. Combined with the fact that he casually took out hundreds of thousands of cash and drove a car worth more than 3 million. All in all, his family's condition should be better than Rin Xiangdong's. In response, Lin Beiyang just smiled and said nothing. So I don't think I can afford it. Gao Yang then said, what if it really is a Beiyang car? Yu Xiaobai rolled his eyes, do you believe what you said? No. Lin Beiyang thought to himself, this was originally my car. What he said was, let's go, it's already 8:20, you still have to rush to military training after breakfast, let's see what you will do if you are late, I'm not in a hurry. Yu Xiaobai waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's okay, we'll buy some and eat on the way. It's not easy to get close to a car worth more than 8 million yuan, so you have to take a closer look. Don't you like to see it? When Lin Beiyang saw this car for the first time, he couldn't let it go. I also know that boys who like cars will resist taking a few more glances when they see one. So I can understand their thinking. At worst, I can wait a little longer. When I come back after breakfast, there shouldn't be anyone there. Just drive the car away. As long as I don't admit it and no one else saw it last night, I don't have to worry about being recognized. Ding! A new mission has been released. Admit in front of everyone that the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ belongs to you. The mission reward is Donghuju Villa number 1. Listening to the task prompt was something Lin Beiyang never expected. If you drive the car away quietly, no one will drive in from behind, and no one will know that the car belongs to you. Who knew that the system would suddenly issue a task asking me to acknowledge the ownership of the car? Lin Beiyang had never heard of the mission reward. I took out my cell phone and searched for information about Donghuju Villa in Jinan City. According to the search content, Donghuju was a villa community built next to Donghu Lake in Jinan City. Donghu Lake is a small lake. There is Donghu Park around for people to enjoy. There are also other supporting measures, such as Donghu Primary School and Donghu Middle School, and they are located within the university town. The geographical location and environmental conditions are very advantageous, and it is only about 10 minutes drive from the city. There are a total of 22 buildings in the entire villa. There are still 6 villas left to be sold, including villa number 1. Villas are sorted according to price, environment, location and other factors, and villa number 1 is also the best villa. I looked at the current price online and it is currently selling for over 100 million. Can Lin Beiyang refuse? He simply couldn't refuse. He also said that he would take more than 3 million to buy a house in the community, but today the new task directly rewarded him with a villa worth hundreds of millions. In a villa like this, there is more than one parking space. This means that he can park several cars inside and no longer has to look for parking space. As for just finding a random place to park in school, once you admit it, it will spread throughout the whole school soon anyway, so there is no need to hide it like this. Chapter 61. This car is mine. Brothers, I'm sorry. Lin Beiyang said in an apologetic tone. The 3 people who were looking at the car looked at Lin Beiyang, who was speaking at the same time. Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? Beiyang, are you okay? Why are you apologizing so suddenly? The sudden apology left the 3 of them confused and not knowing what was going on. I have to apologize because I have been hiding something from you. I feel like I can't do this as a brother, so I'm going to confess. Beiyang, what could you be hiding from us? You don't have to apologize at all, Gao Yang said. At this time, Yu Xiaobai suddenly thought of something. Said, Brother Lin, you don't mean to say that this Lamborghini is your car? As soon as the words came out, the other 2 people looked over. There were many people watching around, and after hearing the conversation between the few people, they also looked over. After seeing Lin Beiyang's appearance, they made requests one after another. They admitted that Lin Beiyang looked good and charming, but his clothes betrayed him and it was impossible for him to afford a car worth millions. Who would wear clothes worth dozens of dollars and drive a car worth 8 million? The more people looked over, the more Lin Beiyang thought that it must be in line with the requirements of the system task. The requirement is to admit it in front of everyone. Yes, this car is really mine. I drove back to school after finishing my business yesterday. I originally planned to park it in the off-campus parking lot, but the off-campus parking lot was full and the on-campus parking lot was only open to internal employees, so I parked it here and planned to drive away after your military training. Ding! Acknowledge that the vehicle mission has been completed. The mission reward is Donghuju number 1 villa. The villa key has been delivered to the Lamborghini. Please check it carefully. The arrival of the task reward means the task is completed. You can't see what's going on inside the car from outside. So the sudden appearance of an extra key won't be noticed by anyone. If you could see this, you would be shocked to see an extra key appear out of nowhere. After that, the whole audience was silent for a moment. Brother Lin, you look so serious when you speak that people who don't know would think it's true. It's really making me laugh to death. Yu Xiaobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Beiyang, let's just joke about it. Don't take it too seriously. You will be the one who gets hurt in the end. Gao Yang patted Lin Beiyang on the shoulder and persuaded him. Then another stranger said, Brother, if you haven't woken up yet, go back to sleep and don't go out and make fun of yourself. That's right, maybe you drank too much last night and haven't woken up yet. If you can't drink, sit at the table with the kids next time, so that they won't talk nonsense when they're drunk. Brother, I don't believe you drive an $80,000 car when you're dressed like this. Lin Beiyang knew this was the current situation. I have only one standard for clothes, pants, and shoes, and that is that they must be comfortable to wear. No matter whether the clothes cost tens or hundreds of dollars, as long as they are comfortable to wear, that's enough. Even if the clothes are worth thousands or tens of thousands, I won't believe them if they don't make you feel comfortable wearing them. But looking at her clothes, no one would believe it. Lin Beiyang could only helplessly say, forget it if you don't believe me, what I said is true anyway. Just as he finished speaking, a girl came over, looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "We in the dormitory think you are a good person, handsome, singing well, worthy of our Xinjuan. I didn't expect you to like bragging." Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Beiyang certainly had an impression of her. She is from Xinjuan's dormitory and was the girl who spoke more directly that day. "I'm not bragging." Lin Beiyang shook his head and explained. "Who would believe this? The clothes you are wearing don't cost more than 200, the pants don't cost more than 150, and the shoes don't cost more than 300. The total shouldn't be more than 700 yuan." She looked Lin Beiyang up and down and said. Lin Beiyang nodded and did not deny it. "Your guess is pretty much right. This outfit of mine only cost me over 500 yuan, but clothes don't mean anything, right? How can this be considered bragging?" The girl said again, "How can it not be bragging? If you said this in private, we would just treat it as a joke, but in front of so many people, you said that this car is yours, who would believe you?" At this time, another girl in their dormitory stood up and said, "I think you are right. You are this kind of person. I guess the people in your dormitory are similar. I don't think you can have a meal. It's better not to contact us in the future, so as not to brag all day to fool our simple-minded Xinjuan." Hearing this, Gao Yang stood up. "From the conversation just now, we can tell that these people are from Xinjuan's dormitory. We finally have the opportunity to socialize, and we can't miss it because of this misunderstanding." It has to be said that the two girls were not being unreasonable. Lin Beiyang didn't look like someone who could afford $1 million car, and no one would believe it. "I believe this car is from Beiyang. Humph, you and he are in the same dormitory, right? Of course you would believe it." Yu Xiaobai also stood up. "I believe it too. After all, brother Lin himself has a Bentley worth more than 3 million yuan. Although the difference between the two cars is quite large, it should be no problem to buy it." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people around him changed when they looked at Lin Beiyang. If there is really a car worth more than 3 million, as Yu Xiaobai said, then it is not impossible to buy a car worth more than 8 million. Who knows if what you said is true? Anyway, we don't believe it." Just as he finished speaking, someone else stood up and said, "Lin Beiyang and I are classmates. What they said is right. Lin Beiyang really has a car worth more than 3 million yuan. And last time he invited us to dinner at Tianyue restaurant, the meal cost more than 100,000 yuan." This time it was a girl who spoke. Lin Beiyang took a look and found that it was the monitor of their class. "So what? What if the car is rented and the money for the meal is borrowed? It's not impossible that he can pretend to be rich to deceive some innocent girls." A voice sounded again in the crowd. "Because this topic has been discussed again." Seeing that more and more people were joining the discussion, Lin Beiyang signaled for everyone to be quiet. Anyway, as for the task rewards, whether they believe it or not has no effect on their rewards. If Xinjuan and the people in her dormitory find some time to explain things to them, the problem should be solved. I won't say anything more. As I said before, the car is mine and there is no need to lie. Believe it or not, just go your separate ways. See, I said it was rented, and I would run away if I saw something was wrong. The speaker was the boy in the crowd just now. I think so. He probably felt that the matter was getting bigger and bigger, and more people knew about it, so he wanted to leave. I thought this boy sang well and was a nice person, so he should be a good person. I didn't expect him to be like this. In fact, Lin Beiyang could have just taken out the car keys to open the door. There was also a car purchase contract in the car, which was placed in the car on the day the system issued it, and he did not take it away, which can be said to be a good proof. I just feel like there's nothing to explain in front of this group of people. It was like he was someone he knew and came down to show himself to them. Chapter 62 Troublemakers. As more and more people gathered around, it naturally attracted the attention of the dormitory manager. What happened here? A man who looked like a teacher came over and said to everyone. When I got closer, I saw that everyone was gathered around the car. Although I don't know much about cars, I can guess the price of this car. Plus, there were basically boys around, so I immediately understood why they were gathered here. Okay, everyone, go home. Those who need to go to class should go to class, and those who need to go to military training should go to military training. After that, he looked at the car and said, "Who parked such an expensive car here? It's really troublesome. You can actually park here, there are parking spaces in front and behind. Ordinary cars parked here would not cause any trouble, but Lin Beiyang's car was too expensive and attracted everyone's attention, causing congestion. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately stood up. Teacherly, this boy said it was his car. The man knew the teacher and said his name directly. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Beiyang again, wanting to see what this boastful boy would say. However, the dormitory manager just glanced at him and shook his head slightly. This scene was seen by everyone present. Someone immediately started discussing in a low voice, "Look, even the dormitory supervisor doesn't believe what he said is true. That's right. Look at how he's dressed. How could he possibly afford a car worth 8 million? I think the car he had before might have been rented." Everyone in his dormitory and class was deceived. If it were me, I would definitely not admit it today, or I would change my clothes and come back. Instead of wearing tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes, I would wear clothes worth thousands of dollars and rent a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if it was all rented, who would suspect it? Ha ha, that makes sense. This person was the first one to question Lin Beiyang just now. He said again, "If you want to imitate him, remember not to wear clothes worth 1 or 200 yuan and come here. If you fail to pretend, you will be embarrassed to leave the stage." Do you think he was also lip-syncing when he sang last time, in a way that we couldn't see? Hearing this, some people who didn't know the truth nodded. I believe that if he cheats once, he will definitely cheat a second time. Originally, Lin Beiyang was a little angry, but after hearing what people were saying, he felt a bit amused and helpless. When this person spoke, his tone was clearly filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction, most likely dissatisfaction with himself. As a result, the people around him followed suit without knowing anything, which made the scene a bit funny. Seeing that the three people in the dormitory were about to argue with them again, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "Don't say too much. Those who believe will naturally believe it, and those who don't believe it will be useless no matter how much you say. But brother Lin, it's fine if they say this car is not yours, but they say you rented the previous Bentley and borrowed money to treat us to a meal. I can't accept this." Gao Yang also said dissatisfiedly, "Yes, these things are obviously true, why should they doubt it? Then how can you be sure it must be mine, just because you trust me?" In fact, Lin Beiyang was also a little curious. I didn't look like I was very rich since I signed up, but suddenly I took out hundreds of thousands of dollars to eat and bought a car worth several million. Didn't they suspect me? Yu Xiaobai smiled and said, "Hey, brother Lin, you don't know this, right? The last time we took your car, we accidentally saw the vehicle registration information in the car. This thing can't be fake." Lin Beiyang suddenly realized. He said that no one in the dormitory had ever suspected anything, so this is what was going on. Yes, the three of us saw it, and Beiyang and we went out to eat with their dormitory. If we don't explain it clearly, won't it also be ruined? Gao Yang is still very concerned about this matter. She also knew that it was the people in their dormitory who misunderstood Lin Beiyang. The misunderstanding is not a big problem. What I am worried about is that I can't have dinner together and I will miss the opportunity to get to know them. Lin Beiyang could understand the misunderstandings that the two girls in Xin Xinjuan's dormitory had about him. Nodding, he said, "Don't worry, there will be no problem with this matter. I will explain it to them clearly when I have time. I believe they will understand after knowing the real situation." All right. After hearing what Lin Beiyang said, the people in the dormitory didn't know what to say and no one stood up to explain. When the classmates saw that I had no intention of explaining, they naturally did not stand up. After hearing the discussions among people around him, Teacher Li also understood what was going on. In order to avoid the situation from getting worse, it is best to contact the owner and have him drive the car away. Does any classmate know the contact information of the car owner? He asked while looking at everyone. Since we don't know who the car owner is, we naturally don't have the owner's contact information. Teacher, we don't know who the owner of the car is, but there should be a phone number on the windshield. Okay, let me take a look. Teacher Li came to the windshield and took a look, then said, "There really is a contact number. I'll call and ask the owner to move the car." When hearing this, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought it would be best not to expose it, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hide it in the end. Once you make this call, you will definitely know that you are the owner of the car. Before getting on and off the car last night, Lin Beiyang considered that someone might ask him to move his car if he parked it here, so he left a contact number so that others would be able to contact him. I also thought that if the note was too conspicuous it would attract a lot of calls, so I left a very small note that required getting close to be seen. A small sigh is nothing, but it can easily be magnified in the eyes of someone with a keen eye. After being seen by that person, he began to misunderstand what I meant. See, now that you know the truth is about to be exposed, there's no point in sighing. Sure enough, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Beiyang again. At this time, Lin Beiyang also looked at the person opposite. What is certain is that this is a strange face, I definitely don't know him, and there will be no conflict. Another possibility is that he knows Rin Xiangdong. If he was Rin Xiangdong's follower, it would be understandable that he was always hostile to me and full of hostility. The last time I met Rin Xiangdong, he specifically warned me not to have any thoughts of pursuing Shin Xinjuan again. Just now, someone from Shin Xinjuan's dormitory stood up and accused him. From this moment on, the gun is pointed at myself, which seems to be very likely. Lin Beiyang also had a rough guess in his mind. Regardless of whether it was Rin Xiangdong who instructed him to do so, Lin Beiyang felt that there was no need to hide it any longer. He not only had to tell the people around him publicly that this was his car, but he also had to provide them with the most favorable evidence. Thinking of this, Lin Beiyang made a decision. Brother Lin, look at that boy's arrogant face. In my opinion, we should not tolerate him. Yu Xiaobai also noticed that this guy kept saying bad things. He looks like he is hoping for chaos in the world, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, let him show off for a while, he will be embarrassed later. Hearing this, the three people in the dormitory looked at each other, understood the meaning, and couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, I also want to know whether this car was bought by Lin Beiyang. Chapter 63 The Best Proof. While people around were discussing, the dormitory manager, Mr. Li, took out his cell phone and started dialing. After entering all 11 digits, press the dial button on the screen. All attention came to Lin Beiyang. This phone call can confirm whether the car belongs to Lin Beiyang. The phone was left in the car. It is impossible for the owner to leave someone else's phone number, so the phone number can only be the owner's own phone number. Regardless of whether you are renting a car or not, first confirm the identity of the car owner. Under the gaze of everyone around, a cell phone rang. The source of the sound was exactly where Lin Beiyang was. Lin Beiyang took out his cell phone with a smile. That was the source of the ringing sound. Then he answered the phone and said, hello. At this moment, a hello came from Teacher Li's cell phone. Seeing this situation, Teacher Li replied, hello, hello, to make sure that he really called the boy in front of him. As expected, this voice came from Lin Beiyang's mobile phone. Because the hands-free mode was on and the sound was very loud, it was clear that the phone in the car belonged to Lin Beiyang. The fact that he left a phone number for moving the car in the car clearly proved that he was the owner of the car. Lin Beiyang said helplessly, I said this car is mine, but you didn't believe me. You should believe me now. I just said that this car belonged to Brother Lin, and you guys said we were from the same dormitory and were bragging to each other. Turns out, it's true. Of course Gao Yang would not miss the opportunity to finish off the enemy, and he said the same thing to the other two. Others around also started discussing. You can't judge a book by its cover. He is wearing clothes worth 1 or 200 yuan, and everything on him is worth no more than 1,000 yuan, but the cart he drives is worth more than 8 million yuan. I wonder how many clothes he can buy with it. That's right. This shows that truly wealthy people are very low-key, so low-key that others don't know they are rich. They are not like some people who think they have a little money and then show it off everywhere. Don't tell me, it's true. I have a junior high school classmate who bought a new iPhone 13 and he wanted to post more than 10 moments a day. He would intentionally or unintentionally show off his new phone every time, but in fact he was just trying to show off. Every time he asked me to go out for dinner, he would find excuses to refuse and was unwilling to make up for it afterwards. As soon as I finished speaking, people around me echoed me, saying that they had friends like this too. He looks rich, but when he really needs money, he is very stingy. The boy continued, I have another friend whose family is estimated to have over 10 million yuan in assets. He still uses a phone he bought 3 years ago for over 3,000 yuan. He never shows off his wealth on WeChat moments and is very low-key. I have known him for about 10 years, but I only recently learned that his family is relatively wealthy. I think this classmate is very similar to my friend. He is so low-key that he doesn't look like a rich person at all. Hearing the topic of discussion around him take a 180-degree turn, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. If you don't believe in yourself, it's just bragging to say that the clothes you wear are not worth much. After believing in yourself, you become low-key like a rich person. Anyway, they have reasons no matter what. Just when everyone was praising Lin Beiyang for being low-key, the man just now spoke again. It doesn't matter if you can prove that the phone is his, it doesn't mean that the car is his. Even if the car is his, isn't it rented? What? Are you so jealous of others? We just said that brother Lin has a Bentley worth 3 million. Can't he afford a Lamborghini worth more than 8 million? I think you are really jealous. From this moment on, Lin Beiyang could be sure that this person should be Rin Shangdong's man. When most people express jealousy, they just say a few words at most. This person keeps pestering me about this matter, and I can't think of any other reason besides this. Yu Xiaobai just happened to speak up for him. I can also say that I have a car worth more than 10 million yuan. Who wouldn't say that? At most, I can go to the car rental market. This car looks so new, I guess it will cost 8,000 or 10,000 yuan to rent it for a day. Seeing that there was a tendency for a quarrel to break out, Lin Beiyang decided it was time to stop it. He fished the car keys out of his pocket. In fact, I could have taken it out as proof at the beginning, but at first I was thinking of waiting for everyone to leave and then coming back and driving away. Now it seems we have to leave. Sure enough, just as I was thinking about it, the dormitory manager, Mr. Li, also said, "Student, since it's your car, please drive it away. It's easy to cause trouble if it's parked here. And if there are too many people looking at it, it will be expensive to repair it if it gets scratched." "I'm sorry, teacher. I couldn't find a place to park last night, so I parked here temporarily. I originally thought that I would come over and drive the car away after everyone finished their classes in military training, but who knew that it attracted everyone's attention, so I drove away immediately." After saying that, he opened the car door. Now everyone is more willing to believe that the car belongs to Lin Beiyang. This car is worth more than 8 million yuan. Who would dare to park it here if they rent it? If something goes wrong, I probably won't be able to afford the compensation. After opening the car door, Lin Beiyang did not rush in. Instead, he took something out of the car. Then he held up the thing, opened it, looked at everyone and said, "This car originally belonged to me. There is no need to prove anything. It's just that some people won't give up until they see the yellow river, and won't cry until they see the coffin. In this case, let's show it to everyone. The first document is the contract for purchasing the car. My name is on it, and it is paid in full. The second document is the registration information for the car, which also has my name on it, Lin Beiyang. As for the other things, I don't think there is anything to say. Just now I was talking about how to prove it." As a result, the car purchase contract and registration information have been taken out at once. There is nothing I can do if I don't believe it. Someone took a closer look and said, "Yes, it is the contract and the registration documents. The name is also Lin Beiyang. It really is this big brother's car. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. I'm still walking at the same age as you, but they've already bought a car worth over 8 million. It's amazing. Yeah, I just said that truly wealthy people are very low-key. Who would be so high profile and advertise how rich they are all day long? Wow, so handsome," a girl exclaimed. Some people had golden light in their eyes, as if Lin Beiyang was their boyfriend at the moment. "So handsome, it would be great if I could be her girlfriend." As soon as the voice fell, someone added, "Don't even think about it." He confessed his love to the school beauty in public in the cafeteria. "You don't have a chance." "Humph, who said there's no chance? Besides, it's just a confession, we're not together yet, so there's still a chance." "That makes sense. He's still single and anyone can like him. Besides, if he has a girlfriend, he's not married yet." It can be heard that from this moment on Lin Beiyang is very popular. This is when there are not many people. If there were more girls, they would probably rush up directly. Suddenly, a boy said, "I think it makes sense. It would be better if there is no restriction on gender." After saying this, the boys around him immediately dispersed, looking scared. Chapter 64 Investigation. Seeing that the talk was getting more and more outrageous, Lin Beiyang knew it was time to leave. While the others were discussing, the three people in the dormitory couldn't wait to come forward. Yu Xiaobai was shocked. "Brother Lin, is this really your car?" "What? You still don't believe it?" "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that you just bought a Bentley, and now you bought a Lamborghini. If you keep going like this, you'll have another new car in 2 days." Gao Yang continued, "It was worth more than 3 million a few days ago, and it's worth more than 8 million today. Will it be worth more than 10 million next time I come back?" Lin Beiyang shook his head. I will buy a car again, but not temporarily. Whether or not he can get a new car is not something Lin Beiyang can decide on his own, but depends on the rewards given by the system. There are many types of system task rewards, not all of which are cars. And there are certain rules. Things that have just been obtained will not be obtained in succession. Of course, the system is unpredictable, and it is possible that another car will be given next time. Then Lin Beiyang said, okay, hurry up and have breakfast and go to the military training ground. It's already 8:40. We can talk about the rest when we get back to the dormitory tonight. Good. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell the two girls in Shinjuan's dormitory, I don't need to brag, I'm just stating the facts. Now you believe it, right? One of the girls nodded and said, I'm sorry, we misunderstood you just now. We didn't expect you to be so rich. Not only them, many people present did not expect this. It's okay. It's not your fault. My appearance is indeed very different from that of a rich person. It's just that next time you encounter something, you can understand it clearly first. We know. Lin Beiyang didn't want to blame them. I really don't look like a rich man. First of all, the clothes and accessories had a total value of no more than 1,000 yuan, and there were no other decorations. The second is temperament. Before obtaining the system, I was just an ordinary student, my family was just an ordinary well-off one, and the most money I had ever seen was tens of thousands of yuan. His temperament is very ordinary. Although he gained a lot after acquiring the system, the change in his temperament is not that great. It's hard to be associated with rich people, and coupled with the fact that the car is worth over 8 million, the idea of bragging is very likely. The three people in the dormitory knew that they were rich, and at first they didn't think it was their car. You can imagine what others would think. So there is no need to worry about it. It wasn't like either of them did it on purpose. Then he drove away from everyone's sight. Last night I was thinking about having breakfast and then coming back to drive. And so this happened. I can't continue to eat in the cafeteria. I could only go out and find a random place to have breakfast. After Lin Beiyang drove away, the person who had been questioning him also left quickly. I soon arrived at a classroom in the School of Economics, looked inside, and then walked in. Brother Dong, I encountered something when I passed by the cafeteria on my way here. I need to tell you something. Ren Xiangdong, who was busy with his work, asked without even raising his head, what's the matter? Don't talk about irrelevant things and people. No, it's about Lin Beiyang. Hearing the name, Ren Xiangdong stopped what he was doing, looked at him, nodded and said, tell me, what's the matter specifically? He had told people around him before that they didn't need to be told about trivial matters and that he didn't want to know. However, because Lin Beiyang recently confessed his love to Shinjuan in public, I specifically said that everyone should report as much as possible about Lin Beiyang. On the first day of freshman year, Ren Xiangdong fell in love with Shinjuan, who met his requirements for a girlfriend at this stage. So he spread the word privately that he would pursue Shinjuan, so that other people who had ideas would consider him carefully. He believed in his own abilities and influence in the school, so he was prepared to pursue her slowly, but who knew that something like this would happen suddenly? Then the man told him in detail what had just happened at the dormitory door. Are you sure? Ren Xiangdong said with a frown. His home is in Jinan City, not far from the university town, so he has been living at home or in a house he bought near his company from freshman year to now. I have never lived in the dormitory for a single day and rarely passed by the dormitory. I didn't know that there was a car worth 8 million yuan parked in the school. I am sure that I followed suit after someone raised the question. In my opinion, he could not afford such an expensive car. Who knew that in the end, not only did they prove that the car was his, but they also produced the purchase contract and registration information. I was far away at the time, so although I did not see the specific content, according to the feedback from people who have seen it, it should be true. This time Ren Xiangdong frowned even more. When I learned of Lin Beiyang's name, I didn't care much about it, and after seeing it with my own eyes once, I lost most of my interest. Because he felt that apart from being a little more handsome and taller than himself, Lin Beiyang was a very ordinary person, which could be seen from the clothes he wore. So I don't think I can compete with myself. I didn't expect that he could afford a car worth more than 8 million yuan. This is far from the information I got before. He owns a technology company and bought a car worth more than 1 million yuan. Although his family has about 200 million yuan, that is the valuation of the entire company. The cash he can take out is not much. Even the car his father drives is only worth more than 4 million yuan. If you want to pay in full for a sports car worth more than 8 million yuan without affecting your cash flow, you will need at least 50 million yuan or 100 million yuan, and your assets must be at least over 500 million yuan. Isn't that richer than your own family? If this were the case, all the advantages he had previously enjoyed would be gone. Can't compare in terms of looks. Can't compare in height. It still can't compare with family property. The most important thing is that Lin Beiyang confessed his love to Shen Xinjuan in public in the cafeteria. Not only did he not reject her, but he also kept in touch with her recently and even caught her once. If they continue like this, won't they be able to be together soon? By then it will have nothing to do with me. In fact, Ren Shangdong has no shortage of women, and many of them take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. These are basically just for fun, and you are still far from being able to become his girlfriend. Another reason why Ren Shangdong chose Shen Xinjuan was that her family was relatively ordinary. Someone like Su Yu is prettier and her family is richer, so it seems that she is the best choice. However, letting Su Yu and the Su family know my true situation would be even more troublesome. Then ordinary families are the best choice. In addition, since Shen Xinjuan looked attractive and met his requirements, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Chen Jian, go and help me with something. Brother Dong, just tell me what you want me to do. This Lin Beiyang is from Sanjiang City. Find someone to investigate his family situation. The more detailed the better. Chen Jian understood Ren Shangdong's meaning and nodded. Okay, Brother Dong, I'll find someone to investigate as soon as possible. Okay. Only by knowing both yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Ren Shangdong felt that he should first understand Lin Beiyang's situation before making a decision. But Lin Beiyang, who was driving, didn't know this. Chapter 65, Young man, your car will be scratched. After driving out of everyone's sight, Lin Beiyang stopped the car again and called up the navigation. Then drive towards the destination. Guliolu. Just a few minutes after driving, my stomach started to rumble at an inopportune moment. Let's eat first. Muttering to himself, Lin Beiyang began to look for a place to have breakfast. After thinking about it, I finally decided to find a noodle shop to have a bowl of noodles. After looking around, I parked the car in front of a noodle restaurant. Go in and have some noodles, then go to Wanfeng shopping mall. It was already 9 o'clock and there were not many people in the noodle shop. I had just parked the car and was about to walk in when I saw the boss coming towards me. The boss looked at the car, then looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "Young man, don't park your car here. It's easy to get scratched." Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll just stop here to eat some noodles. It will only take about 10 minutes. No one will scratch my car. Besides, no one dares to scratch my car." I didn't expect the boss to be so nice. Knowing that your car might get scratched if you park it here, I give you a special reminder. Most small restaurants are not so considerate. But Lin Beiyang was not worried. After all, the car is worth millions. A scratch would cost tens of thousands of dollars in compensation. Who would be so brave? If someone really scratched him on purpose, he would have nothing to say. Unless that person is stupid, they would not do that. The boss added, "I really don't recommend parking here. You'll get scratched. It's really okay, I'll just eat some noodles and leave." Lin Beiyang emphasized again. The noodle shop is facing the car. If you sit outside the shop, you can just see this place, so anyone who comes by can see it first. Seeing Lin Beiyang's insistence, the boss shook his head and said, "Okay, don't blame me for not reminding you when you get scratched later. Don't worry, I won't blame your boss. The boss is a nice guy and I won't blame him even if I get scratched. Then look at what to eat." Good. Lin Beiyang looked at the menu after entering the store and said, "I'll have a bowl of beef noodles." Okay. I originally wanted to eat 2 tails of noodles, but after what happened just now, I'm not that hungry. It's south getting close to lunchtime, so it's enough to eat less now. 5 minutes after sitting down, the boss brought the noodles to Lin Beiyang. Just after taking a bite, the boss suddenly said, "Stop eating, young man. Someone is coming to row the boat." Hearing this, Lin Beiyang quickly put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked towards the parking space. The person who scratched the car didn't see it, but he saw a traffic police car coming. "Boss, I didn't see anyone trying to scratch the car." Lin Beiyang was very puzzled. "I was interrupted halfway through slurping a big mouthful of noodles, and no one came over." The boss pointed at the police car and said, "They are here to put up the ticket. If we don't drive away now, it will be too late." Hearing this, Lin Beiyang reacted immediately. It turned out that the boss spoke with an accent and said that someone would issue a ticket, not that someone would scratch the car. "Boss, do you have an accent? It's clearly a punishment." "I know. It is Ro." Lin Beiyang knew there was no need to argue with his boss, so he ran out quickly. A police car was parked nearby. The traffic policeman saw him coming and asked, "Comrade, is this your car?" "Yes, it's my car." "You can't park here. Please move away, otherwise we will give you a ticket." The older man on the left said, speaking in a very polite tone. Lin Beiyang took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Comrades, I'm just having a bowl of noodles at this noodle shop. I'll leave right after I finish eating. I won't stay for another 5 minutes at most. It would be a waste if I leave now." He doesn't smoke, but he sometimes keeps some in his pocket. The oldest traffic policeman at the front took the cigarette handed over by Lin Beiyang, looked at the location of the noodle shop, nodded and said, "Okay, we will wait here for 5 minutes. If you don't come back in 5 minutes, we will directly issue a ticket." Thank you, thank you." After thanking the two men, Lin Beiyang returned to the noodle shop to eat. The young traffic policeman looked at the older man and asked curiously, "Senior, this is a no parking zone, why did you agree to let him park for 5 minutes?" The older man smoked Lin Beiyang's cigarette and looked at his position. He smiled and said, "You just graduated and don't understand yet. Have you seen his car?" "Yes." "Guess how much it's worth?" The young man was about 20 years old. He recognized what kind of car it was and thought for a moment before saying, "It's probably worth about 4-5 million yuan. No, I can tell you that this car is very new and should have just been bought. The price is estimated to be over 7 million. The young man's face immediately became shocked. He continued, "Also, from what I've seen, the car wasn't rented. He's so young and yet he drives such an expensive car. What do you think his family can do? It's just parking here for another 5 minutes. They didn't mean to embarrass us. They were polite and had a good attitude. There's no need to issue a ticket for such a small matter. Do you understand?" The young man nodded, not quite understanding. "I think I understand." "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just meet more often in the future." The young man was driving, and the older man thought that if it were him, he would have turned a blind eye and driven past without stopping at all. If Lin Beiyang had said 10 minutes just now, he would have agreed without hesitation. Still no problem. Inside the store, the boss suddenly said, "Young man, let me tell you, if you park your car here you will get scratched." "No," I told them. "We'll stay for 5 more minutes to eat a bowl of noodles and then leave. Also, boss, let me remind you, to avoid any misunderstanding later. The word is pronounced fa, not hua dot." Lin Beiyang felt it necessary to make a correction. Yes, it is a ro. The boss still does his own thing. He finally understood that it was all about his accent and no matter how he tried to correct it, it wouldn't work. Just shut up and don't say anything. Because the accent problem cannot be corrected in a short period of time. Just like how they normally speak, it's all in dialect. Occasionally I speak a few words in Mandarin, which sounds very authentic to me, but actually sounds awkward to others. This was definitely the fastest time Lin Beiyang had ever eaten noodles. Pick up a piece with chopsticks and blow it to cool it down, then eat it in one bite. Repeat the same action after eating. 3 minutes later, the bowl of noodles was gone, not even much soup left. "Boss, how much is it?" $9. Weixin Pei has received 9 yuan. Hearing the sound of the cash register, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "Okay, it's transferred." Got it. After walking out of the noodle shop, the two were still standing next to the car. Lin Beiyang trotted over, took out a cigarette from his pocket, handed it to the two men, and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll leave right away." Just like before, the older man took the cigarette and the younger man shook his head to refuse. The former smiled and said, "It's okay. Everyone has special circumstances. Besides, the food you mentioned is already cooked. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. In the spirit of saving, you should wait a while. We're in trouble." Then Lin Beiyang got in the car, started the engine and left. As he drove away, the older man put the cigarette into his cigarette box and smiled, "He's gone, let's go too." Okay, senior. Chapter 66, Junior Add a Friend. drive to Wanfeng Mall and park the car in the underground garage. Coming out of the garage, he looked at the huge shopping mall in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. There is a reason why this mall ranks first. As you can see from the outside, there are 5 floors in total. The overall scale is much larger than Taiha Mall, and the environment and decoration are also better, so the corresponding value will be higher. As soon as he saw the main gate, Lin Beiyang knew that his plan to conduct a secret visit would not work out. There is a banner at the entrance that reads, "Warmly welcome the new owner of the mall." There was a group of people standing nearby. They should be the original management of the mall. People passing by here couldn't help but stop and look at the banner. Wanfeng Mall is a national chain mall that is well known to everyone, and this is one of the main reasons why it is so popular. Generally speaking, it is normal for such large chain commercial entities to replace their general managers. But the welcome must be for the general manager, but now it says welcome to the new boss? Could it be that someone bought this mall separately? With such doubts, more and more people stopped to watch, wanting to know what was going on. Lin Beiyang didn't rush over, but stood in the crowd and waited until the time came before going over. The agreed time is 10 o'clock, and it's just 9:30 now, which means there is still half an hour, so there's no rush. In the meantime, you can observe first. While Lin Beiyang was observing the mall, someone was observing him. "Yang Jai, do you think that guy is Lin Beiyang, the junior you've been eyeing recently?" The girl called Yang Jai looked in the direction of her finger and nodded. "Shin Shanchan, you have a good eye. You saw it at a glance." "Hee, everyone has witnessed my ability to search for handsome guys nearby. This handsome boy just meets my standards for people." Another girl next to him said, "That's not right. Isn't it military training time now? Why is he here? Is he asking for leave with the certificate?" Yang Jai said proudly, "Don't you see who I am, Yang Jai? Would I be attracted to an ordinary person? If you think I am attracted to his looks, you are totally wrong. She's not bragging. I am just a junior this year. In the 3 years since I entered freshman year, I have appeared on the list of top 10 campus beauties every year. Although she has never made it into the top 10, and has always hovered between 13th and 16th, it proves that there is nothing wrong with her appearance. She is also the president of the student union of the School of Foreign Languages, and there are at least 50 boys chasing after her. Unfortunately, they are all too ordinary in her eyes." It was not until recently that this treasure boy Lin Beiyang was discovered. Shin Shanchan said disdainfully, "What's the difference? He just confessed his love to a girl in the cafeteria when school started not long ago. We admit that he looks good and sings very well, but we don't need to praise him like this." "Humph, what do you know? What's the use of just singing well and being handsome? I want a capable boy. I just happened to meet him today, so I'll tell you in detail. First of all, according to my understanding, he didn't need to participate in the military training because he did 370 push-ups on the first day of military training, and on the second day he defeated 2 instructors in a row and got the opportunity to be a military training assistant. It's normal for him to be here." Shin Shanchan obviously didn't know about this, and looked puzzled. "How do you know? If I didn't know, do you think I would be interested? And there's more to it than that." Then Yang Jai glanced at Lin Beiyang's seat and said, "And I happened to meet him when I was having dinner at Tianyue restaurant last time." From the conversation between him and the manager, it seemed that he was a diamond member of the restaurant. You too should know that diamond members of this restaurant must spend at least 500,000 yuan in a year. Even if his family members have diamond cards, it can prove that his family is well off. Then he left the restaurant in a Bentley worth more than 3 million yuan. How much do you think his family assets are? After saying that, he looked at the two of them with a smile. Shin Shanchan exclaimed, "You know so much. I was wondering why you suddenly fell in love with a junior. So this is the reason." Another girl also said, "Yes, according to what you said, his family's assets are at least hundreds of millions, but it seems that there are no rich people in Jinan City with the surname Lin." Yang Jai shook her head. "I asked the people from the School of Economics, and they said that Lin Beiyang is from Sanjiang City, not a local." "I see." At first, the two of them had the idea of competing for Lin Beiyang, but they gave up after knowing that his assets might be hundreds of millions. They also know that such boys basically won't be interested in them, and it would be a waste of time and easy to make a fool of themselves. By the way, Jai, I remember he confessed his love to a schoolgirl in public, and she seemed to be the campus beauty. It's okay. That girl's name is Shin Xinjuan. Don't forget that Ren Shangdong, who is in the same grade as us, said at the beginning of the school that he would pursue Shin Xinjuan so that other boys who have ideas can pay attention. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. I think the two have similar financial strengths, and Ren Xiangdong is a local, which gives him an advantage. Don't worry, I have a great chance. The two looked at each other and understood in their hearts that Yang Jia was well prepared. There is a sense of determination to win. Without waiting for the two to speak, Yang Jia continued, "Let's go. Since we've met, let's go up and say hello. It's like we're getting to know each other." Lin Beiyan was about to walk towards the entrance of the mall when someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw that they were three girls. The one in the middle is very good looking, slightly inferior to Shin Xinjuan and Suyu, whom I know. "Hey, handsome guy. Hello, do we know each other?" Lin Beiyang asked directly, wondering if he had recognized the wrong person. "Junior Lin Beiyang, we are juniors at the School of Foreign Languages of Jincheng University. You look familiar, so I wanted to come over and say hello." Hearing the person in the middle introduce their identities, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly and smiled. "So you are three senior sisters." Even after knowing his identity, I became more curious and wondered if he was looking for me for something. Yang Jia continued, "My name is Yang Jia, and these two are my best friends Shin Shanshan and Li Jing. I heard you singing in the cafeteria at the beginning of the school year, and I wanted to add you as a friend, but I never met you. Today, I saw you here, and I wonder if I can add your contact information." Lin Beiyan was a little surprised as to why he asked for his contact information right away. Suddenly I had a guess in my mind. I took one look at them, and the more I looked at them, the more they looked alike. It doesn't seem right to just refuse. Your tone and attitude were good at the beginning, and there was no insistence on adding myself. While Lin Beiyang was thinking, Yang Jia continued, "If you find it inconvenient, forget it. At this point, it's even harder to refuse." He took out his phone with a smile, opened WeChat, and said, "How could that be? It's just that such a beautiful senior wants to add me. I just can't believe it." "Don't say that, Junior. You are also very handsome. I should be luckier if I add your prestige." Then Yang Jia scanned the QR code and added it. "I added it, take a look." "Good." After adding prestige, the three of them proposed to leave. Chapter 67 Welcome New Boss. Before leaving, Yang Jia did not forget to say, "Junior, keep in touch in the future." "Okay, senior." Looking at their backs as they left, Lin Beiyan became more certain that Yang Jia in the middle was interested in him. Then he shook his head. "Keep in touch is just a polite remark. How could we possibly keep in touch? I added you as a friend just now, just out of courtesy. These three people are all good looking, but they are not his type." Lin Beiyang still attaches great importance to rapport. "I was just a little surprised that someone would pursue me. This was something I couldn't even imagine before I had the system." After the little episode, the time had come to 9:45. Lin Beiyang knew that the time was almost up and walked towards the gate. "Mr. Zhang, there are still 15 minutes left according to the time Mr. Lin and I agreed on." At the mall gate, Huang Lu, who was responsible for signing the transfer agreement with Lin Beiyang last night, spoke to the leader. He is Zhang Lei, the general manager of Wanfeng Mall. Zhang Lei nodded. "Okay, Mr. Lin may have already arrived nearby. Everyone, please be alert and make sure not to miss him. Also, pay attention to your image. He is our new boss." "I understand, Mr. Zhang," everyone said in unison. This shopping mall is currently operated by one of the branches of Wanfeng Group in Jinan City. Because there is more than one Wanfeng Mall in some cities, separate branches will be set up to manage it for the convenience of management. Zhang Lei is the general manager of this branch. I originally thought that after the mall was sold, I and some of the company's top executives would be transferred or assigned to work for another company. Who knew that according to the group's opinion, the entire company, including the shopping mall and people, was sold to the new boss? This means that now not only the mall belongs to the new boss, but also the company's senior executives, middle-level leaders, and grassroots employees all belong to the new boss. Otherwise, how could Zhang Lei behave so respectfully? If he is transferred, he will have no contact with the new boss in the future. He just needs to maintain the right attitude and not be so polite. That's why I came out to greet you in person." At this moment, a person standing behind Zhang Lei asked in a low voice, "Boss Zhang, has this mall really been sold?" "What? You still don't believe it? We are all standing here to welcome the new boss. It's not that I don't believe it. As of now, our Wanfeng Group has a total asset of more than 630 billion yuan. We are not short of money at all. The value of this mall is estimated to be only about 800 million yuan. How could it be sold suddenly? This is the first time. They don't understand, and outsiders don't understand either. In my impression, Wanfeng Group will not be short of money, and it is impossible for it to be short of money. Even if it's difficult to come up with tens of billions, it's easy to come up with hundreds of millions. President Zhang glanced at him and said, "So what? What if the new boss is richer and wants to buy a mall? The group company will definitely not refuse. Or the new boss is very powerful, so the group company has to seriously consider it." You know, this was a call made by a vice president of the group last night. You can imagine. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's impossible. According to the news from the headquarters, this mall was purchased at a 10% premium and cost 880 million. In short, everyone should pay attention. The man didn't know what to say. Zhang Lei looked at everyone and said again, "I know that everyone doesn't understand why the group suddenly sold the mall, but you should know one thing. The group sold not only the mall, but also our entire branch. If the new boss is not satisfied, you may be laid off at any time. I believe that if you can come up with 880 million to buy our mall from the group, you will be stronger and may have better development. After the new boss arrives, I suggest that you observe for a while before making a decision, and don't make a sudden mistake." Zhang Lei is warning some people. With the handover, it's easy for problems to arise and for someone to try to profit from it. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Zhang Lei is prepared to follow the new boss as a bet for himself, and naturally hopes that the handover will be completed smoothly. "Understood, Mr. Zhang." Everyone answered in unison. Seeing this, Zhang Lei's serious expression eased a little. At this time Huang Lu suddenly said, "Boss Zhang, I think I saw our new boss." "Where is it?" Zhang Lei was very alert. Huang Lu pointed at Lin Beiyang, who was walking over, and said, "That's him, our new boss." Everyone was shocked to hear Huang Lu's words and his fingers' thoughts. "This guy looks too young." Someone immediately asked, "Huang Lu, are you sure he is our new boss? He looks less than 25 years old." Huang Lu nodded vigorously, "I'm sure. I saw it very carefully after signing the contract last night. I heard them say last night that the new boss seemed to be a freshman in college. I wasn't sure if it was true, so I didn't report it." "Why didn't you report such important news?" Zhang Lei rolled his eyes at him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, it was quite late and I wasn't sure." "Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Everyone follow me to greet them." Then several people walked up to Lin Beiyang, and Zhang Lei asked, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin?" "Yes, I'm Lin Beiyang, and I'm here today to take over Wanfeng Mall." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Lei, the general manager of the company." These are the company's senior and middle-level leaders. After listening to his introduction, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. "I learned about the relationship between Wanfeng Mall and the group in the dormitory last night. I know that each mall is managed through a branch company, and I also know that the system rewards myself with the people in the entire branch company. It looks good." Hearing the compliment, Zhang Lei smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, please come to the company's conference room to talk." "Okay, let's go." After a few people left, passers-by were left looking at each other in bewilderment. From the content of the banner, we can learn that Wanfeng Mall has changed its owner today, but we didn't expect that it would be such a young man. The three people who had just spoken to Lin Beiyang opened their mouths in shock. "Shanshan, hit me, I just heard something." Shanshan pinched her shoulder in confusion. "Ah! It hurts." Yang Jia exclaimed, and then she believed it was true. Li Jing couldn't believe it and said, "This mall was actually bought by Lin Beiyang. It must have cost several hundred million at least." Yang Jia said, "I remember when it was just repaired, it was said that the value seemed to be around 600 million yuan. Business has been good in recent years and it should have increased a lot." After saying this, he smiled bitterly. "I thought that Lin Beiyang's family assets were similar to Rin Shangdong's, but I didn't expect that they could buy Wanfeng shopping mall so easily. This is not a problem that can be solved with a few hundred million. But after a moment's thought, doesn't this fit in with my goal? If I succeed, I won't have to worry for decades to come." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He said, "No, I must catch Lin Beiyang. There won't be another opportunity like this in the future." The two best friends looked at Yang Jia's sudden reaction and asked, "Jia, are you sure?" "Of course, you have all seen Lin Beiyang's strength. I don't believe that we can't defeat him." then you do your best. Chapter 68, The First Meeting of the New Mall. Lin Beiyang followed them to the large conference room. Mr. Lin, please take a seat first. After sitting on the main seat, Lin Beiyang looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, please sit down." The company's senior and middle-level leaders then took their seats one by one. Although they are both shopping malls, Wanfeng Mall and Taiha Mall are different. The former's only investor is the provincial company of Wanfeng Mall. All major decisions are made by the provincial company, and Zhang Lei is only responsible for execution. The latter is invested by several shareholders, and major decisions are made by the shareholders and then implemented by the general manager. Moreover, this mall was acquired in full, which meant that it belonged to Lin Beiyang alone, who could decide the stay or departure of everyone present with just one sentence. After sitting down, Lin Beiyang looked around. "I didn't pay much attention at the door just now, but now I counted and there are 11 people, which is not a lot of people." After having a general understanding in his mind, Lin Beiyang cleared his throat. "I believe everyone already knew it clearly before I came here, but I will still explain it in detail here. From the moment I signed last night, the entire company, including the mall, everyone here and all employees belong to me, Lin Beiyang." Although it seems like a simple sentence, everyone present understands that although the new boss is young, he has strong aura. This is exactly the effect Lin Beiyang wants. If he wants to have other ideas just because of his youth, it will definitely not work. Then Lin Beiyang continued, "Today is our first meeting. We need to make a decision before the meeting officially begins." Zhang Lei said tactfully, "I wonder what kind of decision Mr. Lin needs us to make." "Mr. Zhang, I think you should change your address." Zhang Lei thought that the new boss was dissatisfied with him, so he quickly said, "I'm sorry, boss." "It's okay, let's continue talking." Looking at everyone, Lin Beiyang said again, "This decision is very simple for everyone, because the owner of this company has changed from Wanfeng Group to me, so everyone is very worried about what arrangements I will make next, which will affect their future. Now I will give you an opportunity to leave. As for compensation, in addition to the stipulated payment, I will also pay an additional 3 months' salary. Next, I will give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you want to leave, just get up and walk out." Lin Beiyang searched Wanfeng Mall on the internet and found that its value was about 800 million. Such a big company is bound to have problems to some extent. He doesn't want any problems that arise in his company to have to be cleaned up from the very beginning. Bringing this up is to give those who want to leave but are worried about being held accountable an opportunity. The words are very clear. If you leave now, not only will there be no pursuit, but you will also be given 3 months extra salary when you pay compensation. If you pursue the matter later, you will not have such an opportunity. Lin Beiyang was not in a hurry and gave them a chance to think. 2 minutes later, the man sitting in the 4th seat on the left stood up, bowed to Lin Beiyang and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. It's okay, just leave. Remember to come over tomorrow to settle your salary." "Okay." After the first person left, another person stood up. This was the person sitting to the man's left. "Just like before, I propose to leave." Lin Beiyang still didn't say much, pointing to the door and said, like him, "Come to the finance department tomorrow morning to collect your salary." After he left, someone else took the initiative, and when the 3 minutes were up, 4 seats became vacant. At this time, Lin Beiyang's serious expression eased a little, and he looked at the remaining people and said, "Are you sure you want to stay?" Zhang Lei still said, "Boss, I have been the general manager of the company for 6 years. To be honest, I have a deep affection for it, so I want to stay." After he expressed his opinion, the rest of the people said almost the same thing. Then Lin Beiyang asked, "Who are the 4 people who just left?" Zhang Lei explained the positions of the 4 people, and he nodded again. "Okay, you will be responsible for recruiting to fill the 4 vacancies, there should be no problem." "No, I guarantee to complete the task," Zhang Lei said confidently. He understood that Lin Beiyang only believed in him temporarily. "Okay, let's start our formal meeting today. The first thing is to change the name. It's not a problem to keep the original name, but it doesn't belong to Wanfeng Group after all. It's easy to be misunderstood if we use such a name, so I plan to change the name to Beiyang Mall. The name must be changed. After what happened today, we will soon know that Wanfeng Mall has changed its owner and simply changed its name, and Lin Beiyang is preparing to set up his own group company. As the system rewards increase, you will get more company rewards. If they are still scattered, it will be difficult for me to manage them. The best way is to set up a group company. For example, if the company is wholly owned by you, it will be under the group company. You only hold shares. Except for some important positions, you can ignore everything else. When no one heard that Lin Beiyang wanted to change his name, they objected. It doesn't belong to Wanfeng Group in the first place, so it's really not a good idea to use this name. As for fame, there is no need to worry, as the mall will not move to another location after the name change. As the general manager, Zhang Lei was the first to speak. Boss, I support the name change to Beiyang Mall. After the name change, I want to promote it on local TV stations and newspapers in Jinan City, and also send a local promotion team to promote it. Lin Beiyang waved his hand. You don't need to report these to me. You are still the general manager of the company. I believe in your ability. Just tell me the results. He has no ideas about business and is completely incapable of direct management. There will be more problems then. Okay, boss. Does anyone else have any ideas? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else said that Beiyang Mall was very good. Just kidding, the boss name is Lin Beiyang. Isn't it just named after himself? Who would have any objection? By the way, in addition to renaming the mall, the company also needs to change its name. Zhang Lei wrote them down one by one. Now for the second thing. Lin Beiyang talked about 3 things related to the company. Except for the first question, the remaining 2 questions were basically them talking and Lin Beiyang listening. I have a general understanding of the mall. Soon, after finishing the last point, he looked at everyone and said, this is the end of today's first meeting. Everyone should do their job. Zhang Lei, you will stay for a while. Okay, boss. When the others left, Zhang Lei stood beside him silently, knowing that they would talk to him alone about something next. After everyone left, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, let's go to your office and talk. Zhang Lei led the way in front, and Lin Beiyang followed behind as they walked towards the office. Other employees they met along the way looked at the new boss curiously. When they saw how young he was, they were all so surprised that they didn't know what to say. Chapter 69, The First Investment Customer. Boss, what kind of tea do you want? Just give me a glass of plain water. Okay. When they arrived at Zhang Lei's office, Lin Beiyang naturally sat in his seat and started the conversation. At this time, in an office building not far from Wanfeng Mall, the office of a company boss was pushed open. The person inside looked at the person who came in, frowned and asked, what are you doing here? Why don't you stay at home? Dad, I came here to tell you some good news. The middle-aged man said unhappily, what good news can you expect if you stay at home all the time? Hey, although I'm at home, I still have some friends outside. Just now, one of them said that when he passed by Wanfeng Mall, he heard that there was a new owner. Really? Hearing this, the middle-aged man stood up suddenly. Dad, this is a picture taken by my friend, take a look. The man took it and saw that it said welcome new boss instead of new manager. He understood the different meanings of the 2 words. He nodded and said, it is indeed good news, son. You are doing great. Regardless of whether this thing succeeds or not, you can go back to school next week. Thank you, Dad. Okay, I'm going to take some people over there right away, do you want to come with me? I feel a bit bored staying at home, so I want to go and take a look. Okay, let's go. After the 2 left the office, the man took the other 2 people from the company and went straight to Wanfeng Mall. It's not just here that people know about the change of ownership of Wanfeng Mall. A similar situation was happening on the other side. Boss Su just got the news that Wanfeng Mall has a new owner. Su Guoqiang frowned and said, we don't have a store in Wanfeng Mall. What does it matter if we have a new boss? Can it help the company overcome the current difficulties? The man was not angry at all after being scolded, and continued, Boss Su, how come it has nothing to do with us? This is a great opportunity. You should know the specific situation of Wanfeng Mall. It has a new boss, so it's not that simple. As the CEO of a company worth 200 million, Su Guoqiang has a strong reaction ability, but at the moment he is so busy with company affairs that he can't think of it at all. Tell me what's the matter. The man smiled and said, it's like this. I remember that Wanfeng Mall released investment information for 4 stores not long ago. We can rush over and rent them now. The new boss was able to buy a mall from Wanfeng Group. He is said to be very powerful and may be able to help us tide over the difficulties. As for renting a store, it is the best bridge for communication. Speaking of this, Su Guoqiang understood the meaning. He patted his head and said, why didn't I think of that? Let's go there right away. Okay. Lin Beiyang and Zhang Lei had just spoken a few words when they heard a noisy sound outside, interrupting their conversation. Go see what's going on. Zhang Lei had long wanted to go out to see what the commotion was about, but he couldn't go out without Lin Beiyang's permission. Now that I said it, I walked out naturally. Zhang Lei opened the door and saw that it was the manager of the investment department. He frowned and asked, "Manager Wang, why is it so noisy outside? Don't you know that I am talking to the boss inside?" Manager Wang said helplessly, "Boss Zhang, I didn't want to disturb your conversation with the boss, but they were talking and suddenly rushed in, and we didn't have time to react at all." Zhang Lei looked at the three people who broke in, frowned and said, "Where are the security guards? Get them out." The leader rushed over and said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm Zhao Qiankuan. I'm really sorry and we didn't want to use this method. It's just that I have something important to discuss with you, but I was stopped outside, so I wanted to break in." Zhao Qiankuan? Zhang Lei felt somewhat familiar with this name. After remembering it, he shook his head and said, "I remember that Mr. Zhao wanted to use the 4 connected shops on the 4th floor of our mall to open a hot pot restaurant. Our mall investment department has already made a strict assessment and found that your hot pot restaurant is not suitable for opening in our mall, so we rejected it. It's not something that can be solved by coming to me." Zhao Qiankuan said quickly, "Boss Zhang, I know the previous rejection was because the city company rejected it, but didn't you change the boss? Maybe he is interested. After all, our hot pot restaurant is very famous in Jinan City, and there are 12 chain stores alone." Zhang Lei, who was about to refuse, did not say no when he heard this. He suddenly realized that the current boss had changed and was no longer the previous Wanfeng Group. The previous rejection was made by the company in the city. He was only the general manager of this branch company, so naturally he had no way of interfering and so he refused. Now that he's my new boss, if he's interested, it wouldn't be a good idea to reject him outright. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, our new boss is in the office right now, I'll ask for instructions. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhang." "It's all right." Zhang Lei returned to the office. Lin Beiyang asked, "What's going on outside?" "Boss, this is the boss of Malifang Hot Pot. Just 10 days ago, 4 connected shops on our 4th floor became vacant. After we released the investment information, this boss Zhao came to us hoping to sign a contract, but the city company refused. Today, he learned that our mall has a new boss, so he wanted to come over and try again. So that's what happened." Lin Beiyang was not angry and did not want to refuse. The name of the hot pot restaurant sounded familiar to him. It seemed that there was one not far from the school. "I have just taken over the mall, and this is the first customer who came to me. Since someone is giving me money, I should not refuse him." He smiled and asked, "How is the situation at this spicy restaurant?" Malifang is a local hot pot chain brand in Jinan City. We now have 15 chain stores. Although the prices are high, the taste is good, so the business has always been good. If it's good, why did the municipal company reject it before? This is what Lin Beiyang wanted to know. The hot pot restaurant is good, so I shouldn't refuse it. Zhang Lei explained, although there are 4 shops connected together, they were previously different businesses, so there is a wall in the middle. Then, in order to open a hot pot restaurant, they need to not only break through the wall, but also demolish some other things. There are also some other problems. The municipal company chose to reject it after comprehensive evaluation. I see. In Lin Beiyang's opinion, it is not a big problem. Then he asked, "Can this wall be broken through?" Zhang Lei shook his head, "We can open up some of it, but not all of it." After thinking for a while, Lin Beiyang said, "How about this, let them come in and talk first. If they can accept it, that's the best. If not, forget it." "Okay, then let's let their boss come in." After they went out, Zhang Lei said, "Boss Zhao, the boss said he can meet you, but he probably can't agree to the previous conditions. You'd better think about it." Zhao Qiankuan smiled and said, "We've thought it through after we go back, so we can back off." "That's best. Come in." "Thank you very much." Zhao Qiankuan brought his son and another person into the office. Chapter 70: A Sincere Apology. Zhao Qiankuan walked into the office first. I was stunned to see that there was only a young man in his 20s inside. I just clearly heard Zhang Lei say that he was discussing something with the new boss in the office. There is only one person like this now. I guess he should be his son. He can't be the new boss. Is he playing a trick on me? I analyzed it on the way here and knew that this new boss must be very strong. Either they are from the capital or from the provincial capital. The former is more likely. Although he didn't know why such a person would come to Jinan City to buy a Wanfeng Mall, what he had to do was not miss this opportunity. Maybe I can catch this express train and invest some money in myself, which will definitely allow me to expand my business. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhao Jiwen beside him suddenly exclaimed, "It's you." Lin Beiyang was waiting for someone to come in, and naturally saw Zhao Jiwen. "I didn't expect to meet you here." "Lin Beiyang, why are you here?" Zhao Jiwen asked subconsciously. Seeing that his son knew him, Zhao Qiankuan became even more confused. At the same time, he asked, "Son, do you know him?" Zhao Jiwen nodded. "Dad, didn't Yang Dadian beat me before? You said later that it was because I offended someone, and that person was him." Zhao Qiankuan was a little unconvinced. "Are you serious? Really? He is Lin Beiyang. He beat me up because he knows Yang Dadian." Zhao Qiankuan had no more ideas. Zhang Lei's surname is Zhang and his surname is Lin, so it is obvious that they are not father and son. Even if they really are father and son, if his own son asked someone to beat his own son, then there is no need to continue discussing this cooperation today. If Lin Beiyang is the new boss here, then there is no need to continue the discussion. They had a grudge against each other before, so it was difficult for them to cooperate. Of course, Zhao Qiankuan didn't think of giving up. This was just his guess. If it really came to that, the worst that could happen was that he would apologize and fight for the opportunity to open a store. Wanfeng Mall, as the largest comprehensive shopping mall in the university town, has an astonishing daily flow of customers, and students from several nearby schools have strong purchasing power. Plus, there are several high-end residential areas and villas around, so its overall consumption is no worse than that in the city center. I have wanted to open a store here for a long time, but unfortunately I never had the chance. This time you can't miss it no matter what. Zhang Lei, who was standing nearby, naturally heard the conversation between the father and son, and his face suddenly darkened. "What? You actually beat someone up? Mr. Zhao, do you know who this is?" Hearing this, Zhao Qiankuan had a bad feeling. Zhang Lei continued, "This is the new owner of our mall. I don't think there is any need for us to cooperate." Good man, they actually dared to hire someone to beat up their own boss. Although they ended up losing more than they gained, such behavior is absolutely intolerable. Despite the speculation, both father and son were shocked upon receiving the news. Zhao Qiankuan still said in disbelief, "Mr. Zhang, he is about the same age as my son and is still a freshman at Jinan University. How could he be the new boss here?" "Humph, that's because you are too ignorant. Do you know how much our boss spent to buy the mall?" "I'll shock you if I tell you, a full 880 million. Zhao Qiankuan didn't know what to say anymore. What is certain is that Zhang Lei did not lie, he is really the new owner of this place. The total assets of their companies may only be around 30 to 40 million, and they can directly buy more than 20 of their own companies. Zhao Jiwen was stunned. At first he thought that Lin Beiyang's family was at most slightly better than his own. The reason why he was beaten by Yang Dadian was that they knew each other, otherwise Lin Beiyang would have been beaten that night instead of him. "I had to ask for leave from school these days while lying in the hospital, otherwise others would laugh at me if they saw my bruised nose and eyes." After learning that he had also lost his position as squad leader, he thought that he must take revenge after his injury healed. At worst, he could go to other places to recruit people to teach Lin Beiyang a lesson. He didn't believe that they could still recognize each other. Who knew that this scene would happen today? "I originally had thoughts of revenge, but now I just want to leave as soon as possible." The family was able to easily buy a shopping mall from Wanfeng Group. It was not only because they were rich, but they also probably had power. It is better to swallow your anger in silence than suffer a worse outcome next time. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiwen immediately bent down 90 degrees and said, "Lin Beiyang, I'm sorry. What I did before was wrong. I apologize to you here." Seeing his son suddenly apologize to Lin Beiyang, Zhao Qiankuan reacted quickly. He also bowed his head and said, "Mr. Lin, what my son did before was wrong. I apologize to you on his behalf. I hope you can understand. I really hope to have some cooperation with them all." Lin Beiyang, who was about to speak, was quite surprised by the reactions of the two. "I didn't expect them to apologize so straightforwardly. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you, but it's not easy to say anything more." The apology was sincere, but it did not mean that Lin Beiyang would give them a chance to cooperate. It just meant that he would no longer pursue the previous matters. Mr. Zhao, I can accept your apology, but as for cooperation, let's forget about it. Your hot pot restaurant is not suitable for our mall. Zhao Qianquan thought that Lin Beiyang was not very satisfied with the apology. He said again, Mr. Lin, I hope you can rent those 4 shops. I am willing to pay 20% more than the original rent. Zhao Qianquan calculated that adding 20% would require an additional expenditure of more than 100,000 yuan a year. The general lease term is 3 years, which is equivalent to paying an additional 300,000 yuan. At worst, if there is no profit in the first period, you can wait for a while before making a profit. Anyway, with the traffic of Wanfeng Mall, the money can be earned back quickly. Lin Beiyang still shook his head. This is not a question of raising the rent, it's that there is no need for cooperation. Zhao Qianquan thought that the price he offered did not satisfy him. After thinking for a while, he said, Mr. Lin, let's do this. We will increase the price by 30% from the original price. He felt very heartbroken when he said this. If you want to rent it for 3 years, you'll have to pay at least another $500,000. The time to make money will be delayed again. If I didn't really want to take over this place, I would definitely turn around and leave. And this is just a small collaboration. What is more important is another larger collaboration. However, if you want to get greater cooperation, the prerequisite is to make this cooperation good first. Just as he finished speaking, the manager of the investment department walked in and said, Boss, Mr. Zhang, there is someone outside who claims to be from Mingyue Jewelry and wants to meet. He said he wants to settle in our mall and discuss cooperation. Hearing this, Zhang Lei immediately said, Tell them that the boss and I are not here. He was worried about what would happen if the person who came in had another conflict with the boss, so it was better not to see him. Etc. Just as he was about to go out, Lin Beiyang stopped him. I thought, isn't Mingyue Jewelry in Suyu's home? It seems that there is no store in Wanfeng Mall. I guess he has something to ask me, so I'll meet him first to see what it is and then decide whether to help. Besides, if there was really hope of helping, Suyu knew that she was the boss here and might contact her, so it would be better to ask what it was about first. Let them in. Okay, boss. Chapter 71. The Su family has trouble. The 2 men pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Lei stepped forward to greet them. You two, I am Zhang Lei, the general manager of Beiyang Mall. I wonder if you would like to cooperate with us. Su Guoqian was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Wanfeng Mall? How did it become Beiyang Mall? Seeing his confusion, Zhang Lei smiled and said, I forgot to mention that our new boss has changed the name to Beiyang Mall after purchasing the mall. The name has not been changed yet, and it will be announced in a few days with the new name. I see. Sorry to bother you right now. I'm Su Guoqian, the chairman of Mingyue Jewelry. I heard that there are several connected stores on the 4th floor of Beiyang Mall that are looking for investors, so I was thinking about cooperating with the mall. That being said, everyone knew that most of them came for the new boss. No one else said anything, but Zhao Qianquan, who was standing nearby, spoke. Boss Su, you want to move into Beiyang Mall for other reasons. I heard that you and the Chen family had a conflict recently. Are you here to find a solution? As soon as these words came out, Su Guoqian's face changed. Although many people know about this, few people talk about it in person. Zhao Qianquan's words reminded Zhang Lei of this incident. At the same time, I understood why I suddenly found the mall. Whether to refuse or agree depends on the boss's opinion. But it seems that the boss doesn't know about this, otherwise he wouldn't let them in directly. After thinking for a while, he introduced to Su Guoqian, Boss Su, this is the new boss of our mall, his last name is Lin. When Zhang Lei introduced Lin Beiyang, Su Guoqian nodded slightly. After coming in, he observed the environment inside. I found that everyone was standing, only this young man who looked to be in his 20s was sitting steadily in the boss chair. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the new owner of the mall. I never expected him to be so young. Su Guoqian was not disappointed. On the way here, the 2 of them analyzed that the new owner of the mall was very powerful. He is young, and looks like a young master from a big family who has come out to gain experience. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Su. After a simple greeting, Su Guoqian said respectfully, we were very surprised to hear that Wanfeng Mall has a new boss. We didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so young. He is really young and promising. This is not intentional bragging, it's just that Lin Beiyang is indeed too young. There's no need to say anything extra. Mr. Su, please tell me the purpose of your visit. Before Su Guoqian could speak, Zhao Qiankuan said again, Boss Lin, I don't recommend you to continue talking to Mingyue Jewelry, because they are in great trouble now and urgently need help. I guess they want to try their luck here after knowing that Wanfeng Mall has a new owner. I know Boss Lin is rich and powerful and won't care, but it's better to have less trouble than more. I am willing to increase the rent to 40%. Lin Beiyang was certain that Mingyue Jewelry was really in trouble. Just like what Zhao Qiankuan said, after learning that the owner of this place had changed, I wanted to come over and see if I could help solve the problem. And this trouble is not small. Boss Su, it seems that you are not very honest. Then it seems that there is no need for cooperation between us. Su Guoqiang panicked. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. I originally wanted to take over the 4 stores first and then talk about this matter, but I ended up getting interrupted by someone. Mr. Lin, I didn't mean to hide it, but I am indeed in some trouble now. Without giving Su Guoqiang a chance to continue speaking, Lin Beiyang looked at Zhang Lei and said, How much do you know about this matter? Boss, this matter has spread throughout the business circle of Jinan City, and I know most of it. Okay, tell me what happened. Lin Beiyang did not let Su Guoqiang speak for himself, nor did he let Zhao Qiankuan speak for himself. Let Zhao Qiankuan speak, he will definitely regard Mingyue Jewelry as a rival, and he will exaggerate in the process of speaking, which will affect his correct judgment. As for Su Guoqiang himself, mentioning this matter will make him speak in a lighter tone, which will also affect the correct judgment. Since Zhang Lei knows, it would be relatively more realistic for him to say it. Zhang Lei smiled and said, Boss Su, if I say anything wrong, please correct me. Of course, you can also add to what I have said. Su Guoqiang knew this might be an opportunity, so he nodded, okay. Then Zhang Lei began to say, Boss, according to the information I received, the cause of this incident is related to Mr. Su's daughter. Hearing that it was related to Su Yu, Lin Beiyang subconsciously sat up straight. He wanted to know what the connection was with Su Yu. Su Guoqiang did not deny, Mr. Zhang is right, it has something to do with my daughter. Zhang Lei continued, Boss, the Chen family is a big family in Jinan City. It is a veritable family business. Its businesses mainly include jewelry, real estate, high-end hotels, etc. The current assets are estimated to be more than 20 billion. The current chairman of the Chen family is Chen Jiaye. He has 3 sons, the eldest, Chen Jianghai, the second, Chen Jianghe, and the third, Chen Jiangshui. The 3 brothers are very harmonious and have developed the family business very well. The eldest, Chen Jianghai, has only one son named Chen Zai, who looks like Mr. Su's daughter. At this point, Lin Beiyang already understood. What I thought of was the same as what Zhang Lei said next. Because Chen Zai fell in love with Su Yu and wanted to marry her, he went back and told his family and they agreed, so he went to propose marriage. Logically speaking, the Chen family, with assets of over 10 billion, proposed to the Su family, with assets of 200 million, and the latter should be happy. This is what many small families dream of. However, this Chen Zai is not a good person. He hung out with the young masters of several other families and opened a bar. It is said that everything a bar does is actually illegal. It is said that he has slept with hundreds of women, some of whom were even robbed openly. If it was any other young master of the Chen family, Su Guoqiang might have agreed. But Chen Zai refused to agree no matter what. He didn't want to push his daughter into the fire. Being rejected, the Chen family was furious and spread the word that all shopping malls in the city should drive Mingyue Jewelry out of their stores and they would pay the penalty for breach of contract. Upon hearing this, these shopping malls immediately drove Mingyue Jewelry out. Everyone in Jinan City knows the Chen family. If you don't do as instructed, your mall won't be able to open normally. In order to protect my own mall, I had no choice but to do as I was told. Originally, Mingyue Jewelry had a total of 18 stores in Jinan City, but now only 3 stores are still hanging on. It won't be long before they are forced to close. When Zhang Lei said this, Su Guoqiang sighed and said, Mr. Lin, our Su family now faces 2 choices. One is to agree to the Chen family's marriage, and the other is to sell all the family property and leave Jinan City. I'm afraid it's too late for you to sell it now. Su Guoqiang also knew that this matter could not be concealed either, and nodded, yes, no one dares to buy the goods, and they can't be shipped out. I calculated that I can only get a few 100,000 yuan in the end. After all, I have to go to other places, and this amount of money is definitely not enough. I am not willing to let my business end like this, so I want to come here to try my luck. Chapter 72, 3 times never come true. So this is why the Su family wanted Su Yu to go on a blind date, Lin Beiyang thought. The Zhang family has no power in Jinan City, but they are doing very well in the provincial capital, and their family assets are also over 10 billion. If the two can successfully get married, the Zhang family will do whatever it takes to help the Su family for the sake of their in-laws. The Su family still has its foundation, and it would be easy for them to make a comeback with help. At worst, I can go to the provincial capital to develop. The Chen family's reach is not that far, so it is indeed a good way out. It's a pity that Su Guoqiang didn't know that Zhang Yuanwu and Chen Zai were birds of a feather. The former was just slightly better. Besides, we have only investigated his involvement with women, and have not investigated other aspects at all. Maybe the two are similar. Zhang Yuanwu gave him a very bad impression that night. Isn't it just pushing Suyu from one fire pit to another? Lin Beiyang suddenly thought of another question. Did Suyu know about this for a long time, so she deliberately approached him and wanted to use him to help her in the Su family? Don't be too sure, this is really possible. Because the strength he has demonstrated now is no worse than that of the Chen family and the Su family, it is a good choice. After all, when the two of them are really together, it will be the Su family who will face the Chen family, rather than the Su family facing the Chen family. Then Lin Beiyang smiled slightly. Regardless of whether Suyu was unaware or intentionally trying to use him, he was willing to help. In the past, I was poor and my family was ordinary, so I naturally didn't dare to agree to such hints and didn't believe that I had such great charm. Now that we have a system, there is no need to worry so much. Suyu's appearance was beyond words, and since the other party had hinted at that level, there was no reason to refuse. If the former is unaware, I must treat her well. But if the latter approaches you on purpose, you can't blame yourself. Boss Su, you don't have anything to add yet. Su Guoqiang shook his head. Mr. Lin, I think there is no more. Mr. Zhang said it very clearly. Boss Su, you have concealed the truth once just now, and this is the second time. As the saying goes, 3 times is the limit, so I can still give you one more chance. If it happens a third time, please leave immediately. Su Guoqiang was shocked. I wondered if this young-looking man in front of me already knew everything about them? Or maybe he doesn't know and is deliberately deceiving himself. But he didn't dare to gamble. It was better not to know. If he really knew, wouldn't he lose his last chance? While he was struggling, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "It seems that Mr. Su is forgetful. I will remind you that it is related to the provincial capital." Hearing the word provincial capital at the end, Su Guoqiang could no longer remain calm. No more than 5 people knew about this, so it was impossible for it to be leaked. Since Lin Beiyang said it, he probably knows something. Now it's not a question of whether it should be leaked, but how it should be said. Finally, he sighed and said, Mr. Lin deserves to be able to buy a shopping mall from Wanfeng Group alone. I didn't expect that he even knew about this matter. Zhang Lei and Zhao Qianquan looked confused. The Su family's affairs became known to everyone in Jinan City. Listening to their conversation, it seemed like there was no news they didn't know. Su Guoqiang continued, after the Chen family launched a blockade against us, I began to think of ways to solve this matter. One of the ways I thought of was to find a family with equal strength to the Chen family and get rid of them. Through the introduction of a friend of mine, I secretly established a relationship with the Zhang family in the provincial capital. After seeing my daughter's photo, they immediately agreed and told me that as long as I married the second son of the Zhang family, they would take my family to the provincial capital, and then rely on the Zhang family's business territory to rebuild the jewelry business throughout the province. By then, not only would we be able to get rid of the Chen family, but we would also be able to make the business bigger. I heard that the second son had a good reputation, so I agreed. I arranged for the two of us to have dinner together last night. I don't know how it turned out. I have been staying in the company and haven't been back yet. Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. Su Guoqiang's words were exactly the same as what he had guessed and what happened last night. It looks like it should be true. Finally, Su Guoqiang added, Mr. Lin, I promise that every word I said just now is true, without any falsehood. If I were lying, I would be hit by a car and killed when I go out. The reason he swore the oath was that he had a new idea in his mind. Mr. Lin in front of me definitely doesn't look very old. Isn't he a good choice? There is no need to go to the provincial capital to contact the Zhang family. The most important thing is that Mr. Lin in front of him doesn't look like the kind of person you would dislike. I know you are telling the truth, but I want to say one thing, are you sure that Zhang Yuanwu, the second son of the Zhang family, has a good reputation? Didn't someone deliberately reveal it to you? Mr. Lin, what do you mean? When Su Guoqiang saw that Lin Beiyang actually knew the second son of the Zhang family, he didn't know what it meant for a moment. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "As far as I know, the second son of the Zhang family is also very romantic." The speed at which he changes women around him is only slightly slower than Chen Zai. "Are you sure you are not pushing your daughter into another pit of fire?" Ah! Su Guoqiang was dumbfounded. He has a very good reputation and is a humble person. He has just had a few normal relationships. But after hearing what Lin Beiyang said, is there really a problem? Mr. Lin, Zhang Yuanwen, the eldest son of the Zhang family, is a recognized good man. I thought the two brothers were similar, so I didn't investigate in detail after hearing the news. What can I say to you? Mr. Lin, I beg you to help our Su family, even if it costs you anything. Lin Beiyang said in a playful tone, "Oh? Any price is fine?" Su Guoqiang gritted his teeth and nodded, "Yes." "Then tell me what price you can pay." Su Guoqiang thought for a while and said, "Our Mingyue jewelry is currently estimated to be worth around 200 million. I can sell it to Mr. Lin for 80 million, or Mr. Lin can invest in our Mingyue jewelry and calculate it based on 80 million. I have to say that Su Guoqiang is very decisive, selling it at a 40% discount. The actual loss is at least around 100 million yuan. But in this way, I can leave Jinan City with 80 million, and then go farther away, and then I can do some small business. Anyway, the next few generations will not worry about money." The second idea is equally good. After Lin Beiyang injected capital, it is impossible for him to allow Mingyue jewelry to be suppressed. With the strength he has shown so far, he will fight back and Mingyue jewelry will be able to be saved. "Boss Su, what if I say I also like your daughter?" Mr. Lin, this. Although he had thought about it just now, he hesitated again when Lin Beiyang took the initiative to bring it up. On the surface, Lin Beiyang should be a good person, but no one knows what kind of person he is. What if it's similar to Chen Zai? There was nothing to say for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Lin, I still hope that you can consider the two conditions just now. The price can be lowered further." Chapter 73, I will help. Lin Beiyang seemed to be thinking about something. Zhao Qiankuan, who was standing by, said, "Mr. Lin, I know you are very powerful to be able to buy a shopping mall from Wanfeng Group, but this is Jinan City after all. Although the Chen family is not a top family in Jinan City, its strength is not weak. It is best to consider it carefully." Zhao Qiankuan didn't want Lin Beiyang to help. No matter what method of help is used, it will cause dissatisfaction among the Chen family. There is bound to be a conflict between the two. After the conflict, opening a hot pot restaurant in the mall will be affected accordingly. The annual rent has already increased by 40%. If this incident leads to a decrease in customer flow, we will suffer heavy losses. Naturally, there would be no such thing if no help was offered. Zhao Qiankuan, I think what I do has nothing to do with you, and I have made it very clear just now that there is no possibility of cooperation between us. You can choose to leave. The address changed from Mr. Zhao to just the name. There is also anger in the words. Zhao Qiankuan heard it, but he didn't want to give up. He said again, "Mr. Lin, I know that Su Guoqiang's daughter is famous for her beauty, but it seems a bit unreasonable to provide help just because of this. After the conflict with the Chen family, it will definitely affect them all." Lin Beiyang looked at him, smiled and said nothing. At this time, Su Guoqiang said, "Mr. Lin, if you agree to help our Su family, I can let my daughter meet you. If she likes it, I will not interfere. If she doesn't like it, please respect her choice. In addition, I can reduce the price of Mingyue jewelry to 50 million. Su Guoqiang made concessions again. He also knew that Lin Beiyang might really be interested in his daughter. But he has no son, only this one daughter, so naturally he doesn't want her to be hurt. If it weren't for this reason, how could she have rejected the Chen family's proposal? Ding! A new mission has been released. Agree to Su Guoqiang's request to help the Su family. The mission reward is to invest 500 million in Mingyue jewelry. The familiar system voice sounded, and Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. He had the idea of helping, but he hadn't figured out how. After all, the only help he could provide now was to let them open a store in the mall, but that didn't seem to be very effective. If the system receives a cash injection of 500 million yuan, the problem will naturally be solved well. In that case, there is nothing to think about and you must agree. Boss Su, let me tell you the truth. In fact, your daughter and I not only know each other, but we are also classmates. Ah. Mr. Lin is also a freshman at the School of Economics of Jinan University? Su Guoqian was very surprised. Lin Beiyang nodded, yes, otherwise I wouldn't know him. At this time, Zhao Jiwen on the other side also exclaimed, his daughter is Su Yu? Su Guoqian was stunned again. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, I forgot to mention that he and I are classmates. Then he looked at Zhao Jiwen and said with a smile, I remember you wanted to pursue Su Yu before. Now her father is here and has encountered difficulties. Aren't you going to find a way to help or provide some help? When Zhao Jiwen heard Lin Beiyang mention this matter, his face turned unhappy. If it were before, he might really have been able to do it. Although Su Yu's company is worth 200 million yuan and their family only has tens of millions, their assets will slowly increase over time, making them a good match. Now, even if the Su family is willing, I have lost the idea. Are you kidding? It was the Chen family that fell in love with Su Yu. He wouldn't dare to go there even if he had 100 courages. Zhao Chenkuan's face didn't look good either. If the Chen family knew that his son had coveted Su Yu, it would be as easy to kill them as to kill an ant. In addition, Lin Beiyang was unwilling to let his hot pot restaurant move in, and he also wanted to help the Su family, so he immediately said, Boss Lin, I've thought about it and found that a forced melon is not sweet. Since you are unwilling to cooperate with us, we will leave first. After saying that, he took Zhao Jiwen out of the office. Seeing the father and son leave, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but laugh and said, see, when you heard that the Su family was in trouble, you wanted to leave immediately. If the Su family was not in trouble, you would probably come up to them with licking faces. Mr. Lin is right. Even if nothing happened to my family, I would not agree to such a person. The father and son left the mall without looking back. After walking out, Zhao Jiwen said unwillingly, Dad, Lin had someone beat me up before, and now he doesn't accept the apology, and he still wants to help the Su family. We can't tolerate this. Son, I understand what you mean. I will find a way to have someone leak this news to the Chen family. They will definitely be very angry if they know. Let Lin Beiyang have a headache. You don't cherish such a good opportunity and insist on going. Then I want to see how capable you are. Lin Beiyang, who was in the office, didn't know what the Zhao father and son were thinking. But even if I knew, I wouldn't care. The moment you decide to help the Su family, you can start a conflict with the Chen family. Sooner or later, you will find out, no matter how early or late. After the father and son left, Lin Beiyang's expression was no longer so serious. He smiled and said, Boss Su, sit down and talk. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Su, you don't have to call me Mr. Lin. It sounds weird. Just call me by my name. Su Guoqian quickly shook his head, let's call him Mr. Lin. Okay, it's just a name anyway, whatever you want. After he sat down, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Su. Su Yu and I are classmates and good friends. I will certainly help her if she has any difficulties. This is just a small matter. Lin Beiyang said it very easily and Su Guoqian had no doubt at all. Mr. Lin, do you mean you are willing to help our Su family? That's right. That's great. Our Su family will definitely be able to get through this difficult time. Ding. The task of agreeing to Su Guoqian's request has been completed. The task reward of 500 million yuan for the investment in Mingyue jewelry can be allocated by the host. The system will transfer the money in real time to complete the transaction. The reward is limited to 24 hours, and it will be automatically credited after the time expires. The system is also very considerate. He just promised to help the Su family, but he didn't say what specific help he would provide. Now that we have system rewards, we know how to provide help. Moreover, rewards allow you to allocate your time so that the money doesn't arrive immediately. After saying that, Su Guoqian thought of something else, but Mr. Lin, the Chen family has great influence in Jinan City. Will it cause you trouble? Zhang Lei at the side smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Su. You should know that our boss was able to spend 880 million to buy a Wanfeng mall from Wanfeng Group. Can the Chen family do the same? As the general manager of the branch, Zhang Lei is more aware of the difficulty involved. So he was not worried at all about Lin Beiyang's offer to help the Su family. Hearing that 880 million yuan was spent to buy this place, Su Guoqian, who was worried just now, felt relieved. I thought that Lin Beiyang was richer and more powerful than I had imagined. Then there is really nothing to worry about. Chapter 74 500 million has been received. Mr. Su, let's talk about this in detail. Lin Beiyang looked at him while leaning back in his boss chair. Okay. Su Guoqiang said okay 3 times in a row, obviously quite excited. First of all, I don't like managing companies. For example, I will hand over all aspects of Beiyang Mall to Zhang Lei for management. I will just come over occasionally to take a look. If there are any problems that he can't solve, I will step in to solve them. After acquiring companies one after another, Lin Beiyang was not prepared to manage them personally. One moment it's a shopping mall, the next it's a jewelry company, and next there may be other types of companies. I can't go to every company in person, I'll definitely be too busy. After the group company is established, you only need to manage one company and visit the companies below occasionally. As for other companies in which investors have invested, they should still be managed by the original people. It is not too late to change people if they are no longer able to do so. So I will not buy your Mingyue jewelry, no matter if it's 80 million or 50 million. I'm going to choose the second way to help your Su family, which is to buy shares in Mingyue jewelry. I can first explain that after the investment, I will not participate in the management, and I will keep the original structure unchanged. I can just report my work once in a while. What do you think, Mr. Su? Su Guoqiang said without thinking, Mr. Lin, our Su family has lived in Jinan City for generations, so we naturally don't want to leave. Selling is a last resort, and it would be best if we can buy shares. It would be best if you can accept it. Then tell me how you can accept the investment. Hearing this, Su Guoqiang did not answer immediately, but fell into thought. If the shares offered were too many, he would not be able to accept them. If the shares offered were too few, Lin Beiyang would not be willing to accept them. This must give Lin Beiyang a satisfactory answer. A compromise ratio is best. After thinking for about 5 minutes, he looked up and said, Mr. Lin, I've thought about it and decided to use the simplest cash investment method and determine the corresponding proportion according to the investment amount. Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. This is the only way he can accept. The system gives 500 million in cash, and other methods are not available. Cash investment is no problem, keep going. Seeing that Lin Beiyang accepted, Su Guoqiang continued, the current valuation of Mingyue jewelry is exactly 200 million. Because we need to trouble Mr. Lin to provide assistance to our Su family, we will calculate it based on 150 million. I will give up 60% of the shares to Mr. Lin, which means that I need to inject 225 million. I wonder if Mr. Lin can accept it. Originally, he wanted to calculate it based on 200 million, but when he thought about facing the Chen family, he thought carefully and took the initiative to reduce it by 50 million to show his sincerity. This is no small gesture of sincerity. Giving away 50 million now, plus the subsequent earnings, will definitely be more than 50 million. Su Guoqiang thinks this ratio is the best. If the shareholding exceeds 50%, Lin Beiyang's voice will be enhanced and he can decide important matters of the company. But it does not exceed 2/3, and it is not enough to be the only one who has the final say. He was not sure whether Lin Beiyang could accept this ratio, so he could only say it out first. Lin Beiyang could see that Su Guoqiang was very sincere. Take the initiative to make concessions and give out a sufficient proportion. Thinking that the person on the other side might be your future father-in-law, and the funds are provided by the system, there is no need to take too much advantage. Su Guoqiang has only one daughter, Su Yu, so maybe in the end all Mingyue jewelry will be his. He smiled and said, Boss Su, there's no need to make concessions. Just calculate based on the estimated 200 million. The other percentage is a bit low. I'm prepared to invest this much. After saying that, he stretched out a few fingers. Looking at Lin Beiyang's outstretched hand, Su Guoqiang said in surprise, Mr. Lin is going to invest 500 million? Yes, 500 million. If you want to invest, invest more. If it's too little, it's like a child playing house. The two people inside were very surprised. Having just spent 880 million yuan to buy Wanfeng Mall, it invested another 500 million yuan in Mingyue jewelry, and in just a few days, it had raised 1.38 billion yuan. When he talked about the investment of 500 million yuan, he didn't blush or get nervous, as if he was just talking about a number. Perhaps only a few top families in Jinan City can do this. I have a closer guess about Lin Beiyang's strength. Zhang Lei, please calculate how much I should get according to the proportion. After the calculation, Zhang Lei said, Boss, according to rounding, it should be 71.43%, leaving 28.57%. Lin Beiyang nodded, this accounted for more than 70%. Like Taihao Mall, he is very satisfied with more than 2/3 of the shares. I just don't know what Su Guoqiang would think. Boss Su, what do you think? Su Guoqiang spread his hands and said, I agree. To be honest, I have no room for bargaining. I am very grateful that Mr. Lin is willing to help our Su family. Now that the price is calculated at 200 million, I should not refuse. It's best if you can think this way. Let someone draft a contract. The money will be deposited into your account immediately after signing. Good. While waiting for the contract, Lin Beiyang changed the topic to something else. Boss Su, I will hand over the shops on the 4th floor of Beiyang Mall to you. You can renovate them and start business as soon as possible. In addition, I will also reserve a few shops with the best locations in Taihe Mall for Mingyue jewelry. After hearing Lin Beiyang's words, Su Guoqiang asked about his doubts. Mr. Lin, this Beiyang Mall is yours. It's no problem to reserve a store for us. However, we have never cooperated with Taihe Mall before. I don't think they will risk offending the Chen family by letting us open a store. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, I forgot to tell you that I currently own 51% of the shares of Taihe Mall. It is estimated that the shareholding ratio will increase to 78% in the next 2 days, so reserving a store location is just a small matter. Mr. Lin, Taihe Mall is also yours? Why? I can even buy the Beiyang Mall, which is worth over 800 million, let alone the Taihe Mall, which is only worth over 100 million. Su Guoqiang also felt that his question was wrong and quickly shut up. Okay, this is the help I can provide you for now. As for the rest, it's up to you. If the Chen family finds you and you can't handle it, tell them to come to me. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I can still deal with the Chen family. Su Guoqiang couldn't cope with it before because he knew he had no backup. Now that I have Lin Beiyang as my backer, there is naturally nothing to worry about. Moreover, after the capital injection, Lin Beiyang will become the largest shareholder. After the Chen family knows about this, they will sooner or later find Lin Beiyang to resolve the issue. That's good. Lin Beiyang also knew that he could not go head-on with the Chen family, which was worth tens of billions. But considering the strength he has shown so far, anyone would think he is very powerful, and would be cautious even if they want to deal with him. Not particularly worried at the moment. The contract was drafted quickly, and both parties signed their names and stamped the contract after checking that they had no problems. After signing, Lin Beiyang's command system can transfer the money. With the news of successful transfer, Lin Beiyang said with a smile, Mr. Su, the money has arrived, you can check it. When Su Guoqiang heard that the money had arrived, he was stunned for a moment, then he immediately reacted and asked someone to check. Upon learning that the 500 million yuan had arrived, Su Guoqiang nodded, Mr. Lin has arrived. Okay, someone will come to the mall to connect with you. Contact me if you have anything. Okay, Mr. Lin. Chapter 75 Donghuju Villa Number 1. Su Guoqiang left. Zhang Lei, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Lin Beiyang just observed that he had something to say but was holding it back. It is obvious that he is concerned about Su Guoqiang being here. Now that he is not here, he can say it. Boss, I know you are very powerful, but the Chen family has been operating in Jinan City for decades and has a deep foundation. I don't know if it is right to have conflicts over the Su family. I knew this was the problem. Not only has the contract been signed, but 500 million yuan has already been deposited into the Su family's account. It's too late to regret it. Besides, I never regret anything I do. Tell me in detail what you know about the Chen family. Okay, but there was no business dealings between the original Wanfeng Mall and the Chen family. In addition, the mall was supported by the large enterprise Wanfeng Group and there were no conflicts, so I don't know much about the Chen family. Lin Beiyang knew this was normal. Although the Chen family's assets in Jinan City have reached 20 billion, the Wanfeng Group's assets are over 100 billion. It happens to be involved in real estate, high-end hotels and other industries. If a conflict really happens, the Chen family will not be a match at all. Tell me what you know. Okay. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Lin Beiyang drove out of the mall. The next destination is Donghuju. I must go and see the villa that I was just awarded today. I'm going to move in a few days, and it's really inconvenient to live in the dormitory. Take advantage of the afternoon to have a look. Follow the navigation to Donghuju. It is worthy of being known as the most luxurious villa area in Jinan City. The surrounding environment alone cannot be compared with other villas. After looking around the environment, Lin Beiyang was generally satisfied. After all, it is a villa worth hundreds of millions. If it was not worth the price, there would not be only a few left. After finding the entrance, the security guard at the gate saluted immediately when he saw Lin Beiyang driving over. Then he came over. I took a look and saw that it was a strange face, but I still said respectfully, "Hello, sir." The security guard thought that although the man was not a resident of the villa, he might be looking for someone as he drove such an expensive car. "Hello. Sir, I see you look unfamiliar. Are you here to look for someone? Could you please tell me the villa number or the name of the villa owner so I can ask for you before I can enter?" Lin Beiyang smiled and shook his head. "No, I am a resident here. I just bought a house and came here for the first time." Hearing this, the security guard frowned slightly. He couldn't recall any villas being sold recently. There are only a few people in the whole Jinan city who can afford to buy a villa here, and the person in front is too young and I have no impression of him. "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" "Can." Lin Beiyang is not in a hurry. Since the system has given the reward, there will definitely be one. The main reason is that the system only gives the key, but not the property certificate or sales contract. If you have it, you can just take it out without going through so much trouble. Then I heard the security guard say on the intercom, "Captain, a gentleman said he just bought a villa in our Donghyuju. He doesn't look familiar to me. Could you please come and confirm it?" When the security captain heard this, he said nervously, "Doesn't this gentleman look very young?" "That's right. Where is this gentleman now?" The tone was obviously anxious, which made the security guard a little panicked. "Now at the gate." "Wait, I'll be there soon." The security guard didn't understand. The gentleman in front of him was indeed a new resident in the city. He was more curious about why the captain was so nervous when no properties had been sold recently. He would only understand after coming here. In less than 3 minutes, a man was seen running towards them, panting. Without waiting for the security guard to speak, he walked over to Lin Beiyang and said calmly, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin?" "Yes, I am." The security captain immediately saluted and said, "Mr. Lin, on behalf of Donghyuju, I welcome you. We have cleaned and inspected the villa in all aspects after you purchased it. You can move in directly now. Do you need me to take you there?" The captain's posture was very humble. Lin Beiyang thought, this is Donghyuju's attitude towards its owners. You may not be able to enjoy this in other places. Although I bought it in my own name, it was actually my first time here and I would have had no way of finding it without someone to guide me. "Okay, you lead the way." "Okay." The security captain drove his patrol car in front, and Lin Beiyang followed behind. Along the way, Lin Beiyang carefully observed the surrounding environment. It looked good from the outside, but I didn't expect it to be even better inside. In addition to the villas, there are also many landscapes around each villa. Moreover, each building has a different style and does not have a popular appearance. After driving for about 10 minutes, we stopped in front of a door. Lin Beiyang was very confused. Why was there another door here, and why was there a security guard there? I only heard the security captain go down and say to the security guard, "This is Mr. Lin and his car from Villa number 1. Look carefully. I don't want any problems to happen later. Please rest assured, Captain. I promise there won't be any problems." The captain said to Lin Beiyang again, "Mr. Lin, this door is the exclusive door for Villa number 1. What's the meaning? This door is specially set up to prevent other owners and people from running up. Without your permission, no one is allowed to enter privately. It can protect the villa very well. It is the only door set up in Donghyuju to protect the villa." So that's what was going on. Lin Beiyang understood it all at once. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be the only one. After all, the other villas can all pass through the door. I didn't expect Villa number 1 to have such benefits. Okay, I understand. After passing through this door, 2 minutes later Lin Beiyang arrived at the gate of Villa number 1. After getting off the car, the captain seemed to notice something and asked, "Is this your first time here, Mr. Lin?" Lin Beiyang nodded without hiding anything and said, "Yes, although I bought this place, I have never been here." As soon as the captain thought about buying this villa, he understood immediately. "Then Mr. Lin, do you need me to introduce you to him?" "Can." "Mr. Lin, this villa number 1 is the best villa in our Donghyuju. You should have seen other villas on the way in. All our villas are built around the mountain. The first ones you see when you come in are Villa 22 and Villa 21. The numbers get smaller as you go up. Villa number 1 where you are is at the highest position. You can overlook most of Donghuju, which is a condition that other villas do not have. The captain continued, in addition to this, there is also an artificial lake in the garden. It is a 1-to-1 reduction of the East Lake. For safety reasons, the water depth is only about 1.5 meters to prevent drowning. You don't have to worry about the water source. Special conditions were reserved during construction. Secondly, there are 6 garages in total, and the rest are at most 5. In addition, there is. After the security captain's introduction, Lin Beiyang had a detailed understanding of this place. I have to say that the gap between Villa Number 1 and the other villas is really huge. I wonder how much it cost to buy the system. Chapter 76, Speculations about Identity. Lin Beiyang opened the door of the villa. The inside has been renovated. It's not as luxurious as imagined, but rather very cozy. Mr. Lin, according to regulations, I cannot enter at will. Please take a look at the decoration. If you are not satisfied, I can redecorate it according to your requirements. No, the decoration is nice and I like it very much. The captain smiled and said, as long as you like it, please see if you have any other questions or needs. Not yet. You just gave a very detailed introduction. Okay, Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If you need anything, there's a button inside the villa that lets you call us. We'll have someone to serve you 24 hours a day. I wish you a pleasant stay. After saying that, the captain drove away. Lin Beiyang closed the door and walked around inside to see what the difference was between the villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan. The captain returned to the gate, and the security guard whispered, Captain, Mr. Lin is the owner of Villa Number 7. While he was talking, several other security guards came over. When they learned about this just now, they all wanted to know who it was. The captain said seriously, I'm going to scare you all by telling you this, but this Mr. Lin is the owner of Villa Number 1. What? He's actually the owner of Villa Number 1. Hearing this, the 4 security guards were more than just shocked, they also looked incredulous. Captain, isn't Villa Number 1 not for sale? How come it was sold? The security captain said disdainfully, the reason why they don't sell it is because those who want to buy it are not qualified. If the customer who wants to buy Villa Number 1 is someone that the entire group dares not offend, isn't it normal to sell it? Several people nodded and felt that what he said was right. They all began to become curious about Lin Beiyang's identity. Others may not know the situation of Villa Number 1 in Donghuju, but they know it very well. Then he continued, I will send you a photo of Mr. Lin later. You must show the highest etiquette when you meet in the future. Whoever causes any problems will be kicked out. Yes. In another villa, some people were also discussing this matter. Third brother, you said you saw someone driving to Villa Number 1 just now? That's right. I was walking behind them. Brother, you are in Villa Number 5. If you go forward, there are only Villa Number 3, Villa Number 2, and Villa Number 1. I followed them because they looked unfamiliar. I saw the security guard lead people into Villa Number 1. You also know that there is a door on the way here that cannot be entered. I don't know what happened afterwards. There is a villa numbered 22 in Donghuju. But there are not actually 22 buildings, there are only 20 buildings. The numbers 4 and 14 are considered taboo for rich people, so they are left blank. Then did you see his appearance clearly, or was he someone you knew? The man called Lao San shook his head and said, the security guard was driving a patrol car in front, and he was driving a sports car in the back. The car is estimated to be worth around 7-8 million. He is very young, no more than 30 years old. I have never seen him before, so I came here to tell you about this after I saw him. Chen Jianhai frowned. That's not right. From the time the villa was developed to the time it was sold, it was clearly stated that Villa Number 1 would only be repaired and not sold. Even though the price was later given as 660 million, someone offered 1 billion but still refused to sell it. How could it suddenly be sold? Chen Jiangshui nodded and said, Brother, I am also confused. The villa was built by the Wang family. They don't want to sell it. No one in Jinan City can force them to sell it. Moreover, let alone 660 million, they probably won't sell it even for 1.6 billion. But who in Jinan City would offer such a high price? I have 2 guesses. One is that the buyer is very powerful, so powerful that the Wang family dare not provoke him and can only sell him. He may be from the provincial capital or the capital. Secondly, the bargaining chips offered by the buyer made it difficult for the Wang family to refuse, so they finally chose to sell Villa Number 1. You must know that Villa Number 1 in Donghuju is not a matter of price, but a symbol of status and strength. Chen Jiangshui stated his two guesses in succession. Chen Jianghai nodded, I think it's hard to impress the Wang family with their strength, so I prefer the first option. Brother, should we go visit him? If nothing unexpected happens, the news that Villa Number 1 is being sold will soon be known to others, and they will definitely try every means to find out the identity of the buyer. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. It just so happens that the buyer is still in the villa and hasn't come out yet. Chen Jianhai thought about it. Still shaking his head, he said, don't rush over today. If nothing else, it should be his first day here. It wouldn't be nice to disturb him directly. Have someone keep an eye on Villa Number 1. Next time he comes, we'll pay him a visit with sincerity. Our Chen family probably seems insignificant in front of such a person, but that is precisely why we should visit them. If they can provide us with some help, we may be able to become one of the top families in Jinan City. Chen Jianshui was very excited when he heard this. Yes, our Chen family has not been able to make further progress because there is no larger market for us to enter. Even the Wang family has to make concessions for him. If we get help, it will be difficult for us not to succeed. Chen Jianghai suddenly thought of something. Said, by the way, try to find out the information of the buyer, even just the name will do. Brother, I'm afraid it's not easy to find out what you did. I don't mean anything else. Once you find out the name, send it to everyone in the family along with his license plate number and the appearance of the car. Tell them to be careful and not to provoke this person. We can't afford it if a conflict occurs. Chen Jiangshui nodded immediately. Brother is really thoughtful. This guy is so young, and it will be difficult to resolve the conflict once it happens. I will immediately have someone investigate, and I will tell everyone in the family when there is a result. Okay, do it as soon as possible. Good. Chen Jiangshui left, and Chen Jianghai stood on the third floor of the villa looking in the direction of Villa Number 1. After watching for a full 5 minutes, he said to himself, our Chen family has reached a bottleneck. I hope this is an opportunity. Lin Beiyang, who was touring the villa, had seen almost everything. The floor is just like most of the others, only 3 floors. It is estimated that half of the price tag of over 100 million yuan was spent on the courtyard. For example, this small lake inside is definitely very expensive, and there are other supporting facilities in the yard. Part of the price is also sold for face. After all, the starting price here is 100 million yuan, and who wouldn't want their villa to be smaller? The smaller it is, the more expensive it is, which gives people a higher status, and the geographical location will also be higher. Generally speaking, there is nothing wrong with Lin Beiyang. He just took a cursory glance at it. If he wanted to read it carefully, it would probably take more than an hour. Since he doesn't have to attend military training these days, he plans to move here. Then there will be no more trouble in school. Chapter 77 I'll pick you up. Lin Beiyang, I'm sorry, I can't treat you to dinner tonight. I will definitely treat you when I return to school. You can choose the place. At 4:33 p.m., Lin Beiyang, who was resting in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, received a WeChat message from Su Yu. Looking at the content of the message, he frowned slightly. It was already 4:10 when he finished touring the entire villa. I thought about lying down until 5:30 and then driving to pick up Su Yu for dinner. I didn't expect to receive such a message suddenly. After thinking for a moment, he asked, what's wrong? Su Yu immediately replied, nothing, it's a little inconvenient today. The more such answers he heard, the more Lin Beiyang felt there was a problem. Can't even I tell the truth? Given our relationship, I will definitely keep it a secret for you. Su Yu on the other side hesitated for a while. Then she sent a message saying, at noon today, my dad suddenly called home and told my mom and the nanny to lock me in my room. I'm not allowed to go out for the next few days. Meals must be delivered to my room. In short, I can't leave the room. My dad's word is final in our family and no one dares to disobey him. It's not that I don't want to come out, it's that I can't. This news made Lin Beiyang frown even more. He was wondering why Su Guoqian forbade Su Yu to go out. Is it because of the relationship between the two of them? If you think about it carefully, it's impossible. I just invested 500 million yuan, Su Guoqian will definitely not do this. After thinking about it, I sent a message to ask, did your dad tell me the reason? They said it was to protect my safety. I called my dad, but he didn't answer. The people at the company said he was very busy and didn't have time to answer the phone. Lin Beiyang suddenly thought of a reason. That's the only possible explanation. That is, Suyu didn't know about the troubles at home, so she didn't think of asking me for help. After Su Guoqiang received his 500 million yuan in funds, he decided to arrange for Suyu to meet him, while he himself stayed in the company to deal with things, so he only told his family over the phone. When he found out that Suyu was going to treat a friend to dinner tonight, and that the friend was a boy, he thought it was the person she liked. Worried that Suyu would be very angry after knowing it, he forbade Suyu to go out, so they would not meet. Because I have 500 million to deal with in the company, I can't answer other calls for the time being. If this is the case, everything that is unreasonable can be explained clearly. The reason for the misunderstanding was simple: there was no adequate communication between the father and daughter. If Su Guoqiang knew that it was him that Suyu was going to treat him to a meal, he would definitely not lock her up at home, and he might even be happier. At least the relationship between the two of them is pretty good. Thinking of this, Lin Beiyang replied with a message: Suyu, send me the detailed address of your home, and I will pick you up in the evening. Forget it. My dad is scary when he's angry. It's okay. I believe that your father will not only not be angry, but will also agree for us to go out for dinner. Just send me the address and I'll take care of the rest. Suyu, who was in the bedroom, felt an inexplicable sense of security when she saw these words. Then, thinking about Lin Beiyang's strength, he deleted the long list of rejection words he had typed out. After hesitating for a moment, I typed out my home address and sent it out. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. This is my home address. You can get there directly using the navigation. After the message was sent, Suyu blushed slightly. Why does she feel like a young wife waiting at home, waiting for someone to pick her up? I have received the address. Please wait for me in the evening. Not only Suyu, Lin Beiyang also felt that the conversation between the two seemed very ambiguous. Good. Looking at the word OK that came back, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. After finishing the conversation with Suyu, Lin Beiyang made another phone call. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Lin, is there anything I can help you with? Su Guoqiang, who was in a meeting at the company, saw that it was Lin Beiyang calling and quickly picked up the phone. It's like this: I don't have anything to do tonight. I wonder if I can come visit Mr. Su. Hearing this, Su Guoqiang was stunned for a moment. I don't understand what you mean. But since Lin Beiyang had already proposed it, it would be hard for him to refuse. Mr. Lin, I welcome you very much. What time would you like to come? I will have my family prepare for it. There's nothing to prepare. I'm not staying at your house for dinner, so how about 6 o'clock? Okay, Mr. Lin, where are you? I'll pick you up later. No need, I'll come directly when the time comes. I have your home address. Su Guoqiang was stunned again. I never told Lin Beiyang my address, how could he know it? The thought that he even knew about my contact with the Zheng family, let alone an address, made me feel uncomfortable. Then I will wait for Mr. Lin's arrival at home. After hanging up the phone, Lin Beiyang nodded with satisfaction. He thought about going directly to pick up Suyu. However, Su Guoqiang did not tell his family about what happened today. If he went there directly and he was not there, it would be easy for misunderstandings to arise between him and other members of the Su family. The best way is to let Su Guoqiang stay at home. There are no problems now. After Su Guoqiang hung up the phone, he thought the meeting was coming to an end and did not leave immediately. He looked at the crowd and said, "Let's continue the meeting." After the half-hour meeting, I rushed home without stopping. As soon as he arrived home, Suyu's mother Tangfeng came to greet him. Lao Su, why are you back so early today? There's something important, I have to come back. He glanced at the room upstairs again and said, Yaya didn't react much. Tangfeng shook her head. No, I just didn't understand at first, but then I became quiet. What is going on? Su Guoqiang put down the clothes in his hand, sat on the sofa and said, This is a long story, but what I can tell you is that our Su family's troubles have been temporarily resolved. Ah. Does that mean Yuer doesn't have to marry into the Chen family? It seems to be the case at the moment. Tell me what happened quickly. Tangfeng looked anxious. Then Su Guoqiang told her in detail what happened today. Lao Su, do you mean that the person who bought Wanfeng Mall invested 500 million in our Mingyue jewelry? Yes, although he is young, his strength is not weaker than that of the Chen family. It's just that I can't refuse his request. I don't know what you will think. Tang Feng thought for a moment and said, didn't you say that this young man wouldn't force it and was more reliable? Well, anyway, I thought he was more reliable than the Chen family and the Zhang family, so I agreed. He would come over at 6 o'clock and ask the servants at home to clean up quickly. They must not be neglected. Tang Feng was not particularly worried. Old Su, I believe in your vision. You won't push your daughter into the fire pit. Besides, you said that his strength is no weaker than the Chen family. If he really wants to deal with us, we will have no chance of resistance. Su Guoqiang nodded slightly. I have already promised that there will be no chance to regret it. Go and prepare. Let Yaya come down and take a look later. Okay. Chapter 78, Surprised Suyu. At 5:30, Lin Beiyang drove out of the villa. According to the navigation address, we arrived at the community where Suyu lived. This is also a villa community, and the price of a house is about 5 or 6 million, which is incomparable to Donghuju. It's not even as expensive as Lin Beiyang's car. When they arrived at the gate, the security guard saw that Lin Beiyang's car did not recognize the gate and thought that he might not be a resident of the community. Seeing that the car was very expensive, he respectfully stepped forward and asked, Sir, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Su Guoqiang in Building 12. Please provide your identity information. I need to register and verify it with Mr. Su. Lin Beiyang didn't care. In such a community, strangers would definitely come to register and they would not be let in just because they said so. If it were an ordinary community, they would probably let this kind of car go without asking any questions. Tell him my last name is Lin. Okay, wait a moment. The security guard made a phone call, and in less than a minute, he opened the gate and said respectfully again, Mr. Lin, go straight from the gate to the 3rd intersection, then turn right and go straight to the 5th villa, which is Villa 12. It's troublesome. You're welcome. After entering the villa, I looked at the surrounding environment along the way and couldn't help shaking my head. If you had entered here before, you would only be amazed at the existence of such a luxurious villa community. After seeing Villa Number 1 in Donghu residence, Lin Beiyang no longer cared about these things. There is no comparison between the house and the surrounding greenery. Following the instructions, he arrived at Building 12. The house was brightly lit, obviously prepared for his arrival. After receiving the call, Su Guoqiang waited at the door with Tang Feng and Su Yu. Dad, Mom, who is coming to our house? Why is it so grand? Yeah, originally Mom and Dad didn't want you to know, but now there's nothing to hide. After this distinguished guest leaves tonight, we will explain everything to you in detail, including what happened tonight. Su Guoqiang looked apologetic. He hasn't told Suyu about this yet, so she doesn't know that her family is actually in trouble. She didn't know that the person she was going to meet tonight was her classmate at school. It wasn't that Su Guoqiang didn't have time to tell her, it was that he wasn't prepared to tell her. Because he didn't know what the relationship between the two was like at school. Although she was confused and wanted to know what was going on, Suyu nodded and said, okay. Everyone, cheer up. The distinguished guest has arrived at the gate of the community and will be here soon. Yes. There are 4 nannies in their family, each with different responsibilities, and they are also welcoming them at the door. 3 minutes later, a car drove over. Su Guoqiang had never seen Lin Beiyang's car, but he recognized that the car that drove over was not simple. He immediately said, everyone, pay attention. Mr. Lin is coming. The others had very respectful expressions, but Suyu looked stunned. Others may not know, but she knows clearly that this car belongs to Lin Beiyang. Not many people in Jinnan City own this car, and even fewer have the same color. Plus, the person my dad mentioned just now was Mr. Lin, so I thought it couldn't be Lin Beiyang. Lin Beiyang didn't even know his father, so how did he suddenly become a distinguished guest in the family? The more Suyu thought about it, the more confused she became. The car stopped at the door, and as the people in the car got out, Suyu saw that it was really Lin Beiyang. Dad, the distinguished guest you are talking about is Lin Beiyang? Su Guoqiang nodded, yes, this is a long story. Your mother and I will explain it to you clearly. Follow me to greet them. Mr. Lin, you are here. Boss Su, you don't have to call me Mr. Lin. It sounds too strange. You can just call me by my name or Beiyang. How can that be? Mr. Lin has provided such a great help to our Su family, and he deserves respect. Lin Beiyang shook his head, Su, you and I are classmates. You are his father, so there is no need to call me like that. You can just call me by my name from now on. I will call you uncle. Today I am here as a junior, not as an investor. Seeing Lin Beiyang's insistence, Su Guoqiang couldn't refuse, so he smiled and said, then I'll call you Mr. Lin. Okay. Then he looked at Tang Feng, who was standing aside, and said, this is my aunt, right? She looks too young. To me, she looks no more than 30 years old. Tang Feng couldn't stop smiling after hearing this. You are such a sweet kid. I am 43 years old this year, not 30 at all. Really? I can't tell. After Lin Beiyang livened up the atmosphere, Tang Feng was no longer so nervous. I have always been worried that Lin Beiyang would be like most of the rich kids, arrogant and domineering, but now it seems that the first impression is very good. At this time, Suyu stood up and said, Lin Beiyang, I didn't expect you to become our honored guest. I just saw the car and it looked like it was yours, but it turned out to be you. Lin Beiyang laughed out loud. Well, it's a surprise, isn't it? It's more than an accident. It's really too unexpected. Lin Beiyang then said domineeringly, of course, you said you would treat me to dinner tonight, I definitely can't miss it. I also said just now that as long as you give me the address, my uncle and aunt will definitely agree to treat me to dinner. After hearing this, Su Guoqiang and his wife were stunned. Judging from what they said, it seems that the two of them have been in contact for a long time. At this time, Tang Feng suddenly said, yeah, you said you were going to invite friends to dinner tonight, could it be Beiyang? Suyu was a little shy to say this in front of her parents, and nodded slightly and said, yes. Su Guoqiang said with a smile, yeah, you said earlier that you wanted to invite Lin Xian. Before he could finish his words, he quickly said, you want to invite Beiyang out for dinner, how could I not let you go out? At first, the couple were very worried. I was worried that Lin Beiyang was coming for Suyu. It turned out that the two were not only classmates, but also had a very good relationship. Their daughter even took the initiative to invite him out for dinner. Now I am not only not worried, but also very happy. Suyu immediately said coquettishly, I was afraid that you wouldn't let me go out, so I didn't say it so clearly, and I also want to thank Lin Beiyang. How could that be? If I knew it was Beiyang, how could I refuse? But what about this thank you? Su Guoqiang asked curiously. Seeing that she seemed to have let something slip, Suyu didn't know whether she should say it out loud. Lin Beiyang saw her confusion. He smiled and said, let me tell you. So I told them what happened at Tianyue restaurant. After listening to this, Su Guoqiang finally understood why Lin Beiyang knew about the Zhang family. It was obviously done very secretly and would not be leaked. Now I understand it all at once. I was wrong about this matter. I was in a hurry at the time and didn't investigate it specifically, so I tried all kinds of methods. Fortunately, I met Beiyang, otherwise it would have been more troublesome. Tang Feng smiled and said, now that we have Beiyang's help, we don't have to worry so much. Okay, everyone, don't just stand here, let's go inside and talk. Good. Chapter 79 Mother-in-law meets son-in-law. After entering the villa, the two became more enthusiastic. It's not the kind of enthusiasm that is polite, but the enthusiasm that comes from the heart. Especially Tang Feng, the more she looked at Lin Beiyang, the more her smile deepened. There is a feeling that the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she becomes. Lin Beiyang felt a little embarrassed when he saw it. He is quite thick-skinned, but still somewhat shy under such gazes. Beiyang, what would you like to drink? Aunt, I just need to drink plain water. Okay, I'll pour it for you. Without giving Lin Beiyang a chance to react, Tang Feng took the cup and went to pour water, and did not ask the nanny to go either, which was enough to show how much she valued the matter. Su Guoqiang came over and said with a smile, Beiyang, it's 5 minutes to 6 o'clock. Let's have dinner at home tonight. I'll let the nanny cook it. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Feng rolled his eyes at him. He smiled and said, don't worry about eating, let's chat first. Su Guoqiang was given a cold stare, and then he heard his wife talking, with a look of confusion on his face. It was not until I saw Lin Beiyang and Suyu sitting on the sofa, talking and laughing, that I immediately understood what he meant. He immediately changed his words and said, yes, Beiyang, we bought all the vegetables in the morning, so they are only enough for the whole family to eat. It may not be a lot. I will ask the nanny to buy some now. Uncle, don't bother. Let's go out for dinner later. I still have a deposit at Tianyue restaurant that I haven't used up yet. Tang Feng took over and said, I'm sorry, Beiyang. I have other things to do tonight and can't eat at home. I'll cook for you next time you come over. This dinner is more important, so I'll have to ask Lao Su to accompany me later. You and Ye can just go out for dinner. After the reminder just now, Su Guoqiang already understood what she meant. Then he said, yes, you guys go out to eat later. The two of us have an important dinner to attend. Lin Beiyang knew that these two people were lying with open eyes. I called in the afternoon and said I would come over, so I guess I could turn down any important dinner. And Suyu said that Tang Feng didn't go to work. Her daily life is to go out to eat, play cards, go shopping and so on with her friends. So there will basically be no important dinner parties. If you say that Su Guoqiang has a dinner party, it is believable, but if you say that Tang Feng has a dinner party, no one will believe it. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? How come I didn't know you had a dinner party? Suyu asked puzzledly. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. It seems that Suyu has not yet understood what the two people mean. As expected, Tang Feng said again, yeah, this is a temporary notice. Besides, Beiyang has helped you so much, and he has also helped our Su family and Mingyue jewelry. You said you would treat him to dinner in the evening, so why not take this opportunity to thank Beiyang for us? It was said so obviously that Suyu naturally understood. This creates an opportunity for the two of them to go out for dinner. After thinking about it, he didn't refuse. Okay, I promised Lin Beiyang in the first place, and I definitely can't go back on my word. Do you have enough money on you? If not, Dad will transfer some to you. Don't be stingy when you go out to eat. Eat whatever you want. If you go to a restaurant that requires a membership card, bring it from home. That's enough. I haven't spent much of my pocket money. After that, she said again, by the way, what exactly happened in our family? Su Guoqiang and Tang Feng looked at each other, then said, you'll know it sooner or later anyway, so let's talk about it now. Then Su Guoqiang told Suyu about the Chen family's affairs in detail. This included the reason why he asked her to go have dinner with Zheng Yuanwu last night. Suyu frowned and asked, Dad, why didn't you tell me? Yeah, the Chen family's assets are 100 times greater than ours. They clearly won't give us a chance to refuse. It's useless even if you know about it. You can't go and argue with them or refuse. It won't work at all. Su Guoqiang said helplessly. If he can solve the problem after knowing it, he won't worry. So I'll deal with it when there is no way to solve the problem at the beginning, and then I'll just leave Jinnan City. Suyu was speechless. She also knew that what she said was correct. What's the use of knowing it yourself? If they really knew, they would probably go to the Chen family, which might cause even more trouble. Su Guoqiang continued, today, after I learned that the owner of Wanfeng Mall in University Town had changed, I immediately rushed over. I knew that this was our last chance, and only such capable people could help us. After arriving at the mall, I met Beiyang. After I explained the troubles my family had encountered, he immediately offered to help us. He first invested 500 million yuan in the company. In fact, Beiyang is now the boss of Mingyue Jewelry. Uncle, you can't say that. I am just an investor in Mingyue Jewelry and I don't participate in the management. You are still the boss. Not to mention that Mingyue Jewelry is only worth 200 million, even if it is worth 2 billion, Lin Beiyang will not participate in its management. Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but look at Lin Beiyang. For the sake of his own family, he invested 500 million yuan, and then he will have to face the Chen family. No, let's put things in perspective. Investment is investment, management is management, and you are still the boss of Mingyue Jewelry. Lin Beiyang also said, I learned from a shareholder of Taihe Mall that Suyu's family's company is Mingyue Jewelry. After Uncle Su explained his identity, I wanted to meet him. After learning the whole story, I immediately decided to provide help. To me, the Chen family is nothing, and I don't want Suyu to marry someone like Chen Zai or Zheng Yuanwu. The last two sentences were very touching to Suyu. Very domineering and protecting yourself. She didn't know how powerful the Chen family was, but she could still tell the difference between 20 billion and 200 million, and knew that it would not be easy to deal with. By the way, Beiyang, are you sure you don't have to worry about the Chen family? Su Guoqiang said somewhat worriedly. Uncle, don't worry about it. I'm not worried about the Chen family coming openly, but I'm worried that they will come secretly, for example, sending a lot of people to stay in the store, not buying anything and not leaving. They have done this in other shopping malls before, so these shopping malls would rather pay a high penalty to drive us out. Listening to Su Guoqiang's words, Lin Beiyang felt that there was some truth in them. It would be better to do it openly, at least we know what the Chen family will do. I'm afraid that they will do something shady in secret, which makes it hard for people to guard against them. This is indeed a problem, but uncle, don't worry too much. As I said before, if the Chun family has any problems, come to me. If they know what to do, they will know what to do. If they don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that Lin Beiyang was not worried at all and hearing these words, Su Guoqiang smiled. Of course I believe in your ability, Beiyang. The Chen family will definitely investigate this matter after learning about it. They will be more or less cautious when they find you. If you can't solve it, tell me. There is still a way out. Uncle, you just don't believe me. If you are willing to help, you must have confidence, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed in the first place. Don't worry. Okay, I believe you. Chapter 80, Please have dinner. It's getting late, you should go out and eat first. Tang Feng said with a smile. Su Guoqiang immediately added, yes, it's already 6:30, everyone should be hungry, and we are ready to go out. Without any hints, he directly told the two that it was time to go out for dinner. Lin Beiyang nodded, come to think of it, I'm a little hungry. Then let's go out for dinner. The two left the Su family one after another. After driving away, they were completely unaware that there were two people on the second floor of the villa watching them go away. The two of them couldn't stop smiling. Lao Su, we have been worrying about what to do for the whole afternoon. Who knew that these two people not only knew each other, but also had such a good relationship? If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have worried so much. Hearing this, Su Guoqiang said with emotion, I finally understand why Lin Beiyang, this kid, did not hesitate to take out 500 million to provide help when he knew about our Su family's troubles. It turns out that he did it for Ye's sake. Yes, although this is our first meeting, I feel that he does not have the arrogant personality of other second-generation or third-generation rich people. He gives people the feeling of being approachable and not much different from an ordinary family. Of course they didn't know that Lin Beiyang came from an ordinary family. Her temperament is naturally no different from that of ordinary people. Now all of these are obtained through system rewards. Just like winning tens of millions in the lottery, the temperament of ordinary people will not change in a short period of time. We feel relieved to leave Ye to such a person, but these two children are also a good match. However, Tang Feng suddenly said with some concern, Old Su, Lin Beiyang's family is probably from a big family in the provincial capital or the capital. When he learns about our family's situation, will he refuse? What you said makes sense, but now with the 500 million yuan in funding, I am confident that I can increase it tenfold or even 20-fold within 3 years. Don't forget that 5 years ago, the value of our Mingyue jewelry barely reached 10 million. Su Guoqiang's business ability is beyond doubt. The Su family had already encountered an incident 5 years ago. A wrong decision made by the old man of the Su family caused the family property to plummet. At this time, the old man of the Su family was finally willing to hand over the management of the Su family to Su Guoqiang. After a few years, it has started to develop again. As long as our Su family becomes stronger, I believe Lin Beiyang's family will be able to accept it. When Tang Feng thought of his ability, he nodded and said, Of course I believe you. Su Guoqiang suddenly said, Wife, Ye is not at home tonight, and we have solved such a big problem, why don't we go out for dinner? Aren't you afraid of meeting the two children once? What should we do then? Hey, it's okay. I took a membership card when I left just now. We can just go to another one. Tang Feng thought about it and said, Okay. Let's go, wife. In the sports car, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, Suyu, are you going to take me somewhere for dinner? Suyu thought for a moment and said, Let's go to Shangxianju. It's a high-end restaurant in the city center. It's on the 66th floor and you can almost overlook the entire Jinan city. My dad gave me a membership card here. Okay, I'll navigate there. When he arrived at Shangxianju, Lin Beiyang finally understood why it was called this name. The entire building has 68 floors and is estimated to be over 300 meters high. Going to the 66th floor, you can see the night view of most of Jinan City. Plus, the location is very high, giving you a feeling of eating in the clouds. Isn't this where gods live? The name Shangxianju is well deserved. Do you have a reservation or membership card? So you took out the membership card from her bag and handed it over. We have a membership card. When the waiter heard that there was a membership card, his attitude immediately became respectful. However, when he received the membership card, his expression became a little cold again. Lin Beiyang saw this scene but didn't say much. I guess this scene happened because the level of the membership card is not high enough. I will know the answer after asking in detail later. Please follow me, both of you. The two were taken to a relatively ordinary corner location. Looking at this place, Lin Beiyang frowned and said, "When I passed by just now, I saw that there was a vacant seat by the window. Why did you have to bring us here?" The waiter immediately said, "Sir, it's not that we won't take you to the window seat, but our restaurant has a rule that you hold a restaurant green card and can only dine in the lobby. If you need to dine in a booth, there will be a booth fee of 8,800, which is equivalent to the price of 1 or 2 dishes. We generally don't recommend it." Lin Beiyang frowned. How could a restaurant have such a rule? So he looked at Su Yu. Su Yu nodded, which meant that there was indeed such a rule. "It doesn't look like the restaurant waiter is deliberately making things difficult for you." She added, "We arranged the seats in the lobby for this reason. There is no seat fee. Even if you spend 1 or 2,000, it's fine." After thinking for a while, Lin Beiyang said, "Arrange a window seat for us first. We can pay for the table fee." Su Yu had no objection to this. "I'm inviting Lin Beiyang to dinner tonight, and I also want to express my gratitude. The location here is really not very good, but it's over 8,000 yuan, so it's not unacceptable." The waiter said contemptuously, "Sir, are you sure?" "Of course I am sure." She looked at Lin Beiyang, then looked at Su Yu next to her and asked, "Madam, you hold a green card. Are you sure you want to dine at the booth? Just go to the booth." "Okay, please follow me." When I turned around, the waiter said, "You are just a gigolo. If you still don't understand after hearing this, I will show you how to deal with your embarrassment later." The voice was very soft. But Lin Beiyang still heard it clearly. I couldn't help but smile, not intending to make a fuss about it. I am still wearing clothes that cost 1 or 200 yuan today, while Su Yu's clothes look relatively expensive. Considering his appearance, he really looks like a pretty boy. It's not the waiter's fault for having such wild thoughts. If I saw this situation, I would have the same thought. That's why he asked Su Yu's opinion again after asking himself. I guess he thought that Su Yu, who held the membership card, would be the one to pay the bill in the end. Let's go. The booth we came to was much better than the previous seat. Lin Beiyang was very satisfied. This is the position. Good. After sitting down, the waiter brought the menu and handed it directly to Su Yu. Finally, Su Yu pushed the menu over and said, "It's my treat tonight, take a look at what you want to eat, don't save money, just order whatever you want. The food here is all cooked by top chefs, it's very good." Hearing Su Yu's words, Lin Beiyang had no intention of being polite. "We ordered 5 dishes in total based on the appetite of both of us. Want a drink?" "I don't think so. Don't we have to drive later?" After thinking about it, Lin Beiyang nodded and said, "Okay." The waiter rolled his eyes again before leaving, probably despising me in his heart. Chapter 81. How about promising yourself to me? After the waiter left, Lin Beiyang asked, "What is the membership system here?" He was a little curious. In Tianyue restaurant, dining areas are directly determined based on membership cards. For example, diamond members can use private rooms, but the following members cannot use them no matter how much they pay. I didn't expect that low-income members here can dine in better seats after paying the table fee. If they were at Tianyue restaurant, they would only be able to choose a seat in the lobby tonight. Su Yu smiled and said, "If you want to eat here, you must be a member." The membership system adopts a registration system and an invitation system. The registration system means that you go to the restaurant to apply for membership yourself, and the invitation system is that the restaurant directly delivers the membership card to your door. To apply for a membership card, you don't need to spend money or make a deposit. The former is determined by the net worth of the applicant. For example, a net worth between 5 million and 100 million is a white card, which is the lowest level of membership. This means that the net worth of someone who can eat here is at least 5 million. Soon, after Su Yu's introduction, Lin Beiyang understood. Those with a net worth between 100 million and 500 million are green cards, those with a net worth between 500 million and 2 billion are blue cards, those with a net worth between 2 billion and 5 billion are purple cards, and those with a net worth above 5 billion are all gold cards. There is also another kind of red card. There seem to be only 5 in the entire restaurant, and they are all issued to the largest families in the city. The lowest offer under the invitation system is a gold card. This means that anyone with a net worth less than 5 billion will not be invited. There is also a group of people whose net worth has not reached 5 billion, but whose influence is great enough, such as the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Su Guoqian's net worth is 200 million, and he is here to apply for a second stage green card. Lin Beiyang calculated his assets and found that it was no problem to add them up to get a purple card. The combined value of the two shopping malls and the car is 1 billion, including the 500 million invested in Mingyue jewelry and the 660 million yuan price tag for the Donghu villa. The total amount is 2.16 billion, which just meets the qualification for the purple card. While waiting for the food to be served, Suyu looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "Thank you." "Thank me for something." "Humph, you're asking even though you already know the answer." "Of course, I want to thank you for helping my family, and thank you for possibly offending a big family like the Chen family because of me." Lin Beiyang said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I just invested 500 million in the company. As for how to develop it, it depends on what your father does. As for helping you, it's because I don't want to see you go to the Chen family and the Zheng family to suffer. We just became friends, how can I watch you fall into the fire pit?" Lin Beiyang has thought about this matter carefully. If the young master of the Chen family or the Zhang family is really good, then Su Guoqian will definitely not refuse. Suyu would most likely not object. Lin Beiyang naturally would not stand up to stop it, and there was no reason for him to stand up to stop it, because under such circumstances, the two of them would hardly have much intersection. But after learning about their evil deeds, I will definitely not stand idly by. You've done so much, I don't even know how to thank you. A meal is definitely not enough. When I think of a way to thank you, I will definitely do it. Suyu was scared after learning the truth about Chen Zai and Zhang Yuanwu. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she married any of them. With their personalities, they will not be content even if they get married. At most, they will be more well-behaved when they just get married, and it will probably take no more than a few months for things to return to their original state. Compared with the two other families, the assets of my family are not even on the same level, so it will be difficult to escape at that time. Fortunately, I met Lin Beiyang, who helped me solve this problem. But she also knew that the Chen family was not easy to deal with and she had to be grateful. Lin Beiyang really didn't think about thanking her, and said nonchalantly, "It's just a small thing, you don't have to take it to heart, treating me to a meal is enough." "No, one meal is not enough." Lin Beiyang looked at her serious expression and suddenly an idea came to his mind. "Then how do you want to thank me? How about giving yourself to me?" "Ah." Suyu's face turned slightly red when she heard this. She didn't know why Lin Beiyang suddenly said this, and wondered if he was hinting at her. "I am still struggling, should I agree or refuse? Wouldn't it be bad to refuse him in person? Lin Beiyang is handsome, and he helped me and my family solve such a big problem. We also have to face a behemoth like the Chen family. I have a good impression of him, so it seems that I shouldn't refuse him. But if I agreed, would it be just a joke from Lin Beiyang, or maybe I was just embarrassed?" Lin Beiyang actually just said it casually and never thought that Suyu would imagine so many things. Then the first course was served. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "Let's eat." Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. The dish was served just right and just avoided embarrassment. But I was also a little disappointed. I felt that I should have agreed just now. But it seemed inappropriate to say it now as it would make me seem unreserved. "Okay." So you didn't say it in the end, still feeling a little embarrassed. Lin Beiyang tasted the dish in front of him, nodded and said, "Don't mention it, this dish tastes very good, better than the food at Tianyue restaurant. I think I can get a membership card here. I can't come here every time to pay for the seat." Suyu followed with a smile, "Lin Beiyang, I don't think you need to apply for it yourself. The boss will give you a membership card when he finds out." In her opinion, Lin Beiyang's assets must be at least tens of billions, otherwise how could he have bought one phone mall in one go? "You can already get the best gold card. Things like this are usually delivered to you personally by Shang Zianju, so you don't need to handle it yourself." Lin Beiyang shook his head, "You have to keep a low profile and apply for a membership card that allows you to spend money in the booths." So I called the waiter over. He asked directly, "You guys at Shang Zianju want to eat directly at the booth? What kind of membership card do you need to avoid the seat fee?" The waiter replied disdainfully, "Sir, you need at least a blue card. According to the restaurant's rules, a blue card requires assets of more than 500 million. Do you still want to apply for it? In other words, if you want to have assets worth 500 million, can a pretty boy like you come up with them? Since I asked you to come here, I must mean to handle it. I don't know how you are going to verify the capital. It is the assets that reach 500 million, not the cash that reaches 500 million. I just don't know how to check it. First, register your information and the level of membership card you want to apply for. Then we will have a special appraiser come to your home to assess your assets. If the assets match what is required for the membership card, we will of course process it. If the assets are not enough, you can apply for a corresponding membership card and you will be charged an assessment fee of 58,888 yuan. This is to prevent deliberate applications. Sir, if you don't have 500 million in assets, I don't recommend you to apply, otherwise you will have to pay the assessment fee in vain. Don't worry about whether I have 500 million or not. I'll come over and fill out the application form later. Okay, do you have any other instructions? There is none left. The waiter turned around and said again, you must have not slept at all if you are pretending to be this bad. Let alone 500 million, I would think you are amazing if you can come up with 50,000. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. It happened that only he could hear these words. It seemed that he was despised again. But there seems no need to argue with her. Chapter 82 Talking about Love. After all the dishes were served, Suyu suddenly stared at Lin Beiyang. Eat quickly, and look at what I am doing. Lin Beiyang, I think we can give what you just said a try. Give it a try? This sentence made Lin Beiyang look confused. I don't understand what she meant by this. Suyu, you can try what I just said. Oh, that's what I just said. Suyu didn't know how to say it. She had made up her mind to agree to what Lin Beiyang had said. But when the words came to my lips, I didn't know how to say them. I hesitated for a long time before I finally uttered these words. Lin Beiyang was confused by what he heard. He smiled and said, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I am a little confused by what you said. You need to know what happened specifically and be able to react immediately. What he said was not clear and I really couldn't understand him. After waiting for a minute, Suyu finally mustered up the courage to say, it's the phrase, I will pledge my love to you. Seeing Lin Beiyang's astonishment, he quickly explained, I don't mean to get married right away, I mean we can try dating each other, if it works, we can talk about the next thing, if not, it means we are not destined to be together. Having said that, how could Lin Beiyang not understand what she meant? Actually, it was just a joke. I didn't think Suyu would agree. She gives people the impression that she is not a casual person, so how could she agree to this sentence directly? Although I have done a lot for the Su family, this is not a reason to agree. So Lin Beiyang half-jokingly said that he would repay her with his body. Looking at Suyu's appearance now, it is obvious that she did not say it casually, but it was obviously said after careful consideration. To be honest, Lin Beiyang had a good impression of her. It probably started with the chorus song that night. I feel that Suyu also has an approachable side. As he said before, a gentleman dreams of marrying a beautiful lady. There is no doubt about Suyu's appearance. She was voted as the school belle among so many girls. She at least represents the aesthetic taste of most boys. On weekdays, he seldom smiles in front of strangers. He looks cold and people keep away from him. After this period of contact, Lin Beiyang discovered that she smiled a lot, of course, in front of people she was particularly familiar with. And she looks very nice when she smiles, which gives people a completely different feeling from her cold look. She is different from Shen Xinjuan. Although he also had feelings for Shen Xinjuan, he chose to confess his feelings in the cafeteria in order to complete the task. If it weren't for the mission, the two of them probably wouldn't know each other. The affection between him and Suyu developed after they met. However, Lin Beiyang would not say that what he said just now was a joke, which would directly ruin the current atmosphere and put the whole place in an awkward situation. What's more, he already had the feeling in his heart. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, Suyu, have you made up your mind? I hope it is your inner choice, not because of what I did that made you make such a decision. If it is because of what I did, I would rather not agree. Lin Beiyang felt that he should distinguish clearly whether it was emotion or gratitude. If it's because of feelings, then he will agree without hesitation. Out of gratitude, Lin Beiyang would rather not agree. Even if they really get together, the purpose is too obvious and there is no need for it. So it depends on what Suyu thinks. Suyu stared into his eyes and said seriously, Beiyang, this is what I think in my heart. I am more willing to believe in love at first sight rather than love that grows over time. Then when did you develop feelings for me? Lin Beiyang asked with a smile. She was a little shy just now, but now that she has said it boldly, Suyu is no longer worried or shy. He said generously, "From the moment you stood up to take responsibility on the first day of military training, I felt that you were a good person, but I kept it in my heart without knowing more about you. When you sang at night, I don't know why the only thought in my mind was to pick up the microphone and sing with you, so that scene happened later. It wasn't until these 2 days of contact that I realized I had fallen in love with you. Now that the opportunity is in front of me, of course I can't miss it." After listening to Suyu's words, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. He was also very strange at that time. Obviously, Suyu gives people the impression of being rather aloof. How could he possibly sing a song with me in front of the whole class? So this is the reason. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. Lin Beiyang smiled. "Suyu, I also have a good impression of you. If I have to explain the source, I think it was your smile that infected me." When they first met in the classroom on the first day, Lin Beiyang didn't feel anything and didn't even think about looking at her. It was because Suyu was very cold at that time. This is just not within the range of girls he likes, so naturally he doesn't feel anything for her. As the number of contacts increased, Suyu smiled more and more often, and slowly she developed a good impression of him. The relationship between the two was confirmed. Officially became boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Beiyang silently thanked the system in his heart. "If it weren't for the system, I would be just an ordinary freshman now." After owning the system, he not only had a company worth hundreds of millions, but also had cars worth millions and priceless villas. Now he even had such a beautiful girlfriend. It can be said that he was at the peak of his life. "Lin Beiyang, why are you laughing so happily? Can't you be more restrained?" After it was officially confirmed, he couldn't stop smiling. Anyone who saw him would know that he was happy from the bottom of his heart. "Why should I be restrained? I have such a beautiful girlfriend. I want everyone to know about it. They will be envious." Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but laugh too. Originally, the two were friends, and when someone praised her for her beauty, he just smiled at most. Now that my identity is different, when I hear such words again, the meaning is completely different. Lin Beiyang had been in love before, but that was in high school and it was a rather ignorant love. After thinking for a while, he said, "After dinner, I'll drive out for a while and then take you home." I originally wanted to go see a movie, but considering it was quite late and her family also knew we would go out for dinner in the evening. As for taking her to the villa, Lin Beiyang had never thought about it. Suyu didn't feel anything wrong with what Lin Beiyang said. She had never been in a relationship before, and thinking that her parents might be waiting for her at home, it would be better for her to go back early. Good. I didn't refuse and agreed directly. Lin Beiyang was about to say something else when he heard a noisy sound nearby. "What? You want me, a purple card member, to sit in the lobby?" "Sir, I'm really sorry, all the other seats are occupied. Only the lobby has empty seats." I only heard the waiter explain. "Don't explain so much to me. I'm going to treat people to dinner at your restaurant today, so you only have one choice now, and that is to find a way to make room for me." "Sir, there is really no vacant seat." All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go in and see for myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 3 people rush in and start looking for a place to sit. Chapter 83 Arrogant Young Master Chen. The noisy voices of the 3 people attracted most people to look over. When they saw the person in the middle, some people quickly looked away. It was obvious that he recognized his identity and was obviously a little scared and worried. Those who didn't know their identities also looked away after seeing the reactions of others around them. I guess it's an existence that is not easy to mess with. Of course, there were also some people who recognized their identities and were not afraid. Their eyes were full of disdain and they only glanced at them once and never looked at them a second time. Lin Beiyang's gaze also fell on the 3 of them. He didn't know the person in the middle, but the person on the right was very familiar to him. It was Zhang Yuanwu, whom he had met at Tianyue restaurant last night. Perhaps sensing Lin Beiyang's gaze, the 3 of them looked over at the same time. She didn't react much when she saw him, but her expression changed immediately after she saw Suyu sitting opposite her. Then, he walked over with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Lin Beiyang asked, "The man in the middle seems to know you, it doesn't look like a good thing." Suyu shook her head. "Except Zhang Yuanwu, I haven't seen the other 2, but they look familiar. I seem to have seen them somewhere, but I can't remember where." Looking at the change in the man's expression after seeing Suyu and his behavior of walking over, Lin Beiyang had a rough guess in his mind. But not sure. As the three approached, Zhang Yuanwu immediately said, "Mr. Chen, I told you that Suyu found a boyfriend from somewhere, but you didn't believe it. Now you believe it, right? We are sitting together for dinner." Hearing Zhang Yuanwu's address to him, Lin Beiyang thought that his guess was correct. Suyu had an impression, and this person was very dissatisfied when he saw them eating together. There is only one possibility. He is Chen Zai from the Chen family. I just didn't expect these two to get involved. Chen Zai looked at Suyu first and said, "Suyu, right? My family has already told your father about our marriage. Although he hasn't agreed yet, you are already a member of our Chen family, and you belong to me, Chen Zai. How dare you go out and have dinner with other men behind my back? Do you want to be punished by the family rules?" After that, he looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "Boy, you are so bold that you dared to snatch my Chen Zai's woman. I think you are tired of living." Lin Beiyang glanced at him and said slowly, "Chen Zai, right? I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. Suyu is my girlfriend, you'd better be respectful, otherwise I don't mind helping the Chen family to teach her a lesson." Suyu followed up with a sentence, "I'm sorry, I don't know you, let alone your woman." Hearing the same words from the two people, Chen Zai's face became even uglier. To be honest, you are not the first person who dares to say such things. But those people before were either thrown into the river to feed the fish or thrown into dog cages to feed the dogs. I don't know where you got the courage to say such things. I can give you a chance to apologize now. Crawl out of here like a dog, barking like a dog as you crawl, and I can let you go without pursuing the matter. I had heard about Chen Zai's arrogance from Su Guoqian before. I didn't expect it to be more arrogant than I understood. The people around became curious when they heard the noise. They naturally recognized that the man in the middle was the eldest son of the Chen family. Since they recognized him and knew his character and what he had done, they immediately retracted their gazes. I didn't expect that something like this would happen while having a meal. Everyone knows that if Mr. Chen likes a woman, he will do whatever he can to get her. Now, listening to the conversation between the two, it seems to be just the opposite. I wonder who was so brave as to do such a thing. But after seeing Lin Beiyang's appearance clearly, they all shook their heads and no one recognized him. I thought it would be a good show, but it seems to be another one-sided crushing. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile and said, "I heard that Chen Zai of the Chen family was arrogant and domineering. Today I saw that he was indeed like that. Every word he said was full of threats. If it were someone else, wouldn't he really have to crawl out of here? You mean you're not afraid of me? Afraid of you? Why should I be afraid of you? It seems that Zhang Yuanwu next to you hasn't told you my identity yet." Chen Zai frowned slightly when he heard this. It was at noon that he heard Zhang Yuanwu say that Suyu had a boyfriend. He didn't believe it at the time. After all, who in Jinan City would dare to snatch the woman he liked? So I don't care too much. I didn't believe it until I saw this scene just now. I didn't know anything about Lin Beiyang. There are generally two situations where one is not worried at all after finding out one's identity. First, his family was equally powerful and comparable to the Chen family, so naturally they would not be afraid. The second is that they have no idea of their own abilities and overestimate them. So he looked at Zhang Yuanwu next to him. Since he could tell that Suyu had a boyfriend, he must know this person's identity. Brother Zhang, is he also from the provincial capital? Chen Zai treated Zhang Yuanwu next to him as an equal. Although the former's assets are several billion less than those of the Chen family, they are from the provincial capital after all and are worth making friends with. Zhang Yuanwu shook his head, "I don't know much about him. I only know that his name is Lin Beiyang. Is there any big family with the surname Lin in Jinan City? If he knew, he would have told me. Precisely because I don't know." As soon as he got home last night, he asked about Suyu. After learning about Chen Zai from the Chen family, he immediately understood what was going on and came to the door at noon today. Who knew that young Master Chen was very confident in himself and didn't believe it until he saw the scene? There is a family with the surname Lin, but their assets are only over 1 billion. That's not it. Actually, I don't know where he came from, but his family should be strong. Did you know that Wanfeng Mall in your university town has been sold? Chen Zai nodded and said, "I heard my dad mention it this afternoon." At that time, people were still wondering who could come up with hundreds of millions at once and buy a shopping mall from Wanfeng Group. Don't tell me it was the person in front of me. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zhang Yuanwu still said, it was him who bought more than half of the shares of Taihe Mall and then bought the entire Wanfeng Mall. It is said that he spent 880 million in cash. Zhang Yuanwu spoke quietly, but it was loud enough for people around to hear. They thought they had heard it wrong. The news that Wanfeng Shopping Mall in University Town had been sold had spread by the afternoon. Many people are wondering who bought it. Wanfeng Group's shopping malls are spread all over the country, and everyone who does business knows about it. I also know how difficult it is to buy it. It's a pity that this matter is an internal matter of Wanfeng Group and no accurate information has been obtained. Now I hear this. I was also surprised that the person who bought Wanfeng Mall was so young, and began to wonder if he was from a big family from somewhere else. Many people had the same idea as Chen Zai, wondering if they came from the provincial capital. In any case, there was no big family with the surname Lin in Jinan City. At the same time, one thing is clear, Chen Zai may have hit a wall this time. It depends on how he chooses to solve this problem. Maybe it will turn out to be a joke. Chapter 84, Frustrated Again. Chen Zai frowned, thinking about this matter. He is arrogant, but not stupid. I won't be arrogant to anyone unconditionally. When the other party is weaker than you, there is no need to be polite. There are only a few families in Jinan City that are more powerful than the Chen family. Chen Zai had met the young masters of these families before, so when he came in and saw that Lin Beiyang was a stranger, he immediately became rude. Who would have thought that he was the one who bought Wanfeng Shopping Mall? Especially Zhang Yuanwu's statement about spending 880 million in cash made Chen Zai more cautious. It is not a problem for the Chen family to take out nearly 1 billion in cash at one time, but they will definitely not buy such a shopping mall. From this, we can infer that Lin Beiyang's family is definitely not weak. Brother Zhang, are you sure he's not from the provincial capital? No, there is no family with the surname Lin in the provincial capital with assets exceeding 10 billion. Even if there is, they would not come to Jinan City for no reason. Hearing Zhang Yuanwu's affirmative words, Chen Zai frowned again. The most troublesome thing now is that we don't know Lin Beiyang's specific identity. If we knew, this matter would be much easier to solve. Seeing Su Yu again, Chen Zai felt like he was being cheated on. He cannot back down on this matter. If he backs down and the news gets out, people might think that he, Chen Zai, is afraid of Lin Beiyang. Not only did he lose the woman he liked, but he also lost face. What's more, there is Zhang Yuanwu from the provincial capital. Not only would it be embarrassing in Jinan City, but it would also prevent those who knew about it from spreading the news. If this embarrassment were to spread to the provincial capital, it would be extremely embarrassing. Maybe in the future I will develop towards the provincial capital, but I will become a laughingstock, which is definitely not acceptable. Seeing Chen Zai thinking about something, Lin Beiyang said, "Three of you, if you don't have anything else to do, please make way. We still have to eat. If you want to eat, you can find a table and ask the waiter to order instead of watching us eat. I can't eat anything with you around. My friend, everything has a first come first served. When I met Su Yu, I was sure that she didn't have a boyfriend. My family had already proposed to her parents. It's not appropriate for you to suddenly come in. I admit that you are capable, but isn't it wrong to do such a thing? Changing the address from kid to friend is obviously a restrained move." Puff. The first two sentences were normal, but Lin Beiyang couldn't help laughing out loud. I couldn't believe these words came out of Chen Zai's mouth. Why are you laughing? I didn't hear it wrongly. These words actually came from young Master Chen's mouth. Ask yourself how many times you have done such a thing. How dare you say such a thing? After Lin Beiyang finished speaking, Su Yu followed up and said, "Mr. Chen, right? According to what I know, you proposed marriage to my family, but my father clearly rejected you. As a result, you became angry and began to attack my Mingyue jewelry through business means, and you wanted to kill them all. Don't tell me you didn't know. How can you say such things now?" Su Yu was also angry. I've heard that Chen Zai has a bad reputation, and today I see that it is indeed true. If there weren't so many people around, he would probably have just ordered someone to take action. Moreover, if the person sitting opposite him today was not Lin Beiyang, but an ordinary person, or someone not as good as the Chen family, would he just drive that person away or start taking action? Chen Zai's face turned blue and red. His hands were clenched into fists, as if he really wanted to attack. When Lin Beiyang saw this scene, he secretly took precautions. If Chen Zai really couldn't help but take action, he wouldn't worry. It would be bad if Su Yu was hurt. In a warning tone, he said, "Mr. Chen, I advise you not to think about fighting. Not only you, but the three of you together are no match for me. Also, let me emphasize again, please do not disturb my girlfriend and I while we are dining. Seeing that talking nicely didn't work, Chen Zai returned to his original appearance. He said coldly, Lin Beiyang, right? I admit that you are rich, but don't forget that this is Jinan City, my territory, Chen Zai. Believe it or not, I can get the Su family's Mingyue jewelry removed from Jinan City tomorrow, and you can't even protect your girlfriend's family. I'm afraid you can only leave Jinan City in disgrace. Chen Zai is very smart. Without knowing Lin Beiyang's strength, you can take action against the Su family. He knew the situation of Mingyue jewelry very well. Just imagine, if a man can't even protect his own woman, he will definitely be despised. Lin Beiyang still looked calm and composed. He looked like he didn't care at all about Chen Zai's threat. On the contrary, when Chen Zai saw the scene, he couldn't help but want to join them. Then he picked up a piece of fish and handed it to Suyu, saying, Yeah, try this fish, it tastes very good. Thank you, dear. After saying that, Suyu put the piece of fish into her mouth. The two of them interacted intimately as if there was no one else around. This scene also made those who were usually suppressed by the Chen family secretly happy. I thought that the eldest son of the Chen family, who usually said what he meant and was extremely arrogant, would actually have such a day. You can't leave, and you can't take action. After finishing this, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, I forgot to tell young Master Chen that this morning, my Taiha Mall and the renamed Beiyang Mall have reserved the best locations for Mingyue jewelry, and they will be officially open in the next few days. Chen Zai looked disdainful of this. What kind of customer traffic can be achieved by relying solely on 2 shopping malls? What is the difference between that and having no protection at all? Then Lin Beiyang continued, at the same time, I also invested 500 million in Mingyue jewelry and it has been credited, so I am now the largest shareholder of Mingyue jewelry, holding 70% of the shares. Is it a provocation to me to remove Mingyue jewelry from Jinan City? Isn't it reasonable for me to fight back directly? Impossible, we haven't received any news. Suyu frowned and said, Chen Zai, whether you believe it or not, my boyfriend Lin Beiyang did invest 500 million in our Mingyue jewelry at noon. I believe that with your ability, it is not difficult to find out. Seeing Suyu say this, it was obvious that it was true. Chen Zai was humiliated again. Before the capital injection, when dealing with Mingyue jewelry, Lin Beiyang provided help as Suyu's boyfriend, and there might be times when he was unable to do so. But now Lin Beiyang is the largest shareholder of Mingyue jewelry, with a shareholding ratio of 70%. If the company's business is suppressed, he can take action personally. The most important thing is that it just spent 880 million to purchase Wanfeng Mall, and the next moment it injected 500 million into Mingyue jewelry, spending nearly 1.4 billion in one day. The onlookers were delighted to see Chen Zai suffer another setback. This is something that many people want to do but dare not do, and do not have the ability to do. Some people are wondering whether they should make friends with Lin Beiyang. It is obvious at a glance that this is not a small family. If there is any possibility of cooperation, the investment alone will be calculated in billions. Chapter 85 talking about cooperation. Chen Zai knew that Lin Beiyang was not lying. We'll go back and investigate to see if it's true. There's no need to deceive yourself here. In this way, the subsequent suppression of Mingyue jewelry may have to be temporarily stopped, otherwise it would be a direct confrontation with Lin Beiyang. The root of the problem is that Lin Beiyang's true identity is unclear. What should you do if it's someone you can't afford to offend? Let's go. Thinking of this, Chen Zai suggested leaving. The man standing on the left was surprised and said, Mr. Chen, are we really leaving? What else do you want to do? Fight with him? Chen Zai gave him a vicious look. The man immediately stopped talking. It seems that Lin Beiyang is not someone who is easy to mess with, and you may not gain any advantage by taking action against him. And there is no reason to do it yourself. Zhang Yuanwu on the other side had a look of disappointment on his face. Obviously, he didn't see the scene he wanted to see. He has no power in Jinan City. After learning about this, he wanted to use Chen Zai to deal with Lin Beiyang. Who would have known that young Master Chen, who seemed arrogant and domineering, was actually very cautious in doing things? I can still hold back in this situation. I don't dare to do anything now, let alone later. Lin Beiyang caught this and couldn't help but smile and said, Zhang Yuanwu, you look a little disappointed. Zhang Yuanwu's expression changed immediately. When Chen Zai looked over, he saw a completely different look. Seeing that he didn't see anything, Chen Zai left Shang Xianju without looking back. The other two followed closely and walked out. After the three of them walked out, the man just now said again, "Mr. Chen, is this matter over?" Chen Zai had a gloomy face and looked a little scary. "Forget it? How can I forget it? It's just that I don't know Lin Beiyang's situation now. Being able to take out more than 1 billion at a time is not a small amount. He may be from a big family. Let's investigate it carefully before making a decision. So you must belong to me. No one can take away what I like." After saying that, he looked at Zheng Yuanwu on the other side and asked again, "Brother Zhang, how much do you know about this Lin Beiyang? Tell me everything you can." Zheng Yuanwu thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm not very familiar with Lin Beiyang. I met him for the first time last night, but he and Suyu seem to be classmates. You should be able to find out." Chen Zai nodded, "This is enough. Since you are studying at Jinan University, you should have the corresponding information." Then he took out his phone and called, saying to the other end, "Go investigate a guy named Lin Beiyang who was in the same class as Suyu from the Su family. I want all his information." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zai suddenly thought of something and said, "The information he has at school may be false. I need the most authentic information. Since we are in the city, it is possible that most of the information is not true. Otherwise, it's easy to find. Maybe it is a reserved false information. As for the real information, it needs in-depth investigation to find out." After the call, Chen Zai was still angry. He checked the time and said, "Let's go. I'll find a place for Brother Zhang to welcome him and relax at the same time." Zheng Yuanwu hesitated a little. "Mr. Chen, just relax and forget it." As if seeing what he was thinking, Chen Zai smiled and said, "Don't worry, these are places I go to often. There won't be any problems, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied." "Okay, then I'll follow Mr. Chen's arrangements. The annoying flies are gone, and we continue to eat." "Good." Just as I was eating, someone came over. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lei Shang, the chairman of Jufeng Group. This is my business card." Lin Beiyang took a look at the business card handed over. He put it aside without interest and said, "What's the matter?" "It's like this. Our group's main business is retail, with a value of about 2.5 billion. I just heard that Mr. Lin is the major shareholder of Taiha Mall and Mingyue Jewelry, as well as the owner of Beiyang Mall. He is really young and promising, so I hope there will be an opportunity for cooperation." I knew that he wanted to discuss cooperation with me. He first introduced himself, then introduced the company's value, then flattered Lin Beiyang, and finally stated his purpose. I have to say that the whole process was very skilled and easy to understand. It seems that he does this kind of thing often. "I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to get into the retail business for now." Then he pushed the business card back. "If you have related industries, you might be interested. Neither Beiyang Shopping Mall nor Taiha Shopping Mall is suitable for opening a supermarket now." Lei Sheng seemed to know that Lin Beiyang would refuse, and put the business card back on the table. "Mr. Lin, don't rush to refuse. I have a good cooperation right now. I wonder if you are interested in listening to it. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." "What cooperation?" "I can give you 3 minutes to sit down and talk." Seeing this, Lei Sheng sat down on the chair next to him without any hesitation. Then he said, "Although we say retail, our group's main business is large supermarkets. Now the company's largest Li-Ning supermarket is spread across 17 cities in the province, with a total of 51 stores. I want to cooperate with Mr. Lin's Mingyue Jewelry and open Mingyue Jewelry stores in our group's large supermarkets, because we have a special jewelry area. Although the area is not large, the advantage is that there are many stores, which can be promoted very well." Not to mention, the idea proposed by Lei Shang gave Lin Beiyang this idea. Although 500 million yuan has been invested, it may not develop well due to the obstruction of the Chen family. If they cooperate with Jufeng Group, they can open stores in other cities. The Chen family does not have the strength to expand into other cities. "Director Lei, you must have heard that there is a conflict between me and the Chen family. If we cooperate with Mingyue Jewelry, we might offend the Chen family. Aren't you worried?" Lei Sheng smiled and shook his head and said, "Of course I'm not worried, because our group's headquarters is in the neighboring Dongshan city, not in Jinan city. I came here to discuss a business deal, and it's in cooperation with Mr. Lin, so I have nothing to worry about." After hearing Lei Sheng's words, Lin Beiyang became more interested. He can't provide much help to Mingyue Jewelry right now, so this is just the right option. Okay, since Mr. Lei is so bold, we can try to cooperate. You can go to Minghui Jewelry to discuss the specific matters. I will give a call. No problem, I look forward to our cooperation. After the two men shook hands, the deal was basically done and there would be no problems. As soon as Lei Shang left, someone else came up to him and handed him a business card, wanting to cooperate with him. Lin Beiyang thought that he was as powerful as Lei Shang just now, but he turned out to be just a small boss with company assets of only 50 million. Even if we can cooperate, we won't think about it. Then several more people handed over their business cards. If the strength is relatively strong, regardless of whether they can cooperate now, Lin Beiyang chooses to leave his contact information. If the company rewarded by the system has these qualities, then we will have a partner. After a while, everyone who should come up came up, and in the end a total of 5 business cards were received, covering different fields. There is a common condition: the assets must not be less than 1 billion. It is unnecessary if it is too low. Chapter 86. Send a gold card to Shangzi Anju. Beiyang, thank you for not only investing in Minghui Jewelry, but also thinking about how to solve the problem. Suyu expressed her gratitude again. Lin Beiyang immediately became very serious. Suyu, thank you is too unfamiliar. With our current relationship, who else can I help if not your family? If you say this again next time, I will be very angry. Seeing that Lin Beiyang was about to get angry, Suyu quickly explained, that's not what I meant. I just felt that I should be grateful for the help I received. I just didn't react for a while. Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but don't say it again. Aha! The meal was soon coming to an end and Lin Beiyang was thinking about what to do next. I glanced at the time and found it was already 9:30. It was exactly 6:30 when we drove out of the Su family's house, and around 7:10 when we arrived at Shangzi Anju restaurant. A normal meal usually takes an hour to finish, around 8:30. A lot of time was wasted because of Chen Zai along the way. A lot of time was wasted when other people came to visit just now. 9:30 is normal. It was originally planned to end at around 8 o'clock, and we could go to the nearby cinema to watch a movie, which would be around 10 o'clock, so it wasn't too late. I'm going to go out and watch a movie now. It will be after 11 o'clock. Don't worry. I guess Su Guoqiang and Tang Feng won't worry. And if it is during the day, I can take her to visit the Donghu Villa. If I bring this up now, people will probably think I'm having unreasonable expectations. There is plenty of time and opportunity behind this matter. Have you finished eating? I'm done eating. Suyu nodded in reply. Come on, I'll take you home. Suyu no longer hesitated. Okay, I'll go pay the bill. Lin Beiyang did not rush to pay. The situation is different tonight. It is equivalent to her treating me to dinner on behalf of the entire Su family as a thank you. In this case, there is no need to rush to pay. Next time we go out to eat, it will be a date for the two of us, and Lin Beiyang must come. After pressing the call bell on the table, the waiter who was in charge of reception came jogging over. This kind of restaurant usually has one waiter serving customers from the time they enter the restaurant until they leave. The waiter came over and said respectfully, "Sir, what can I do for you?" At this moment, the attitude is very good, with standard service posture, and the expression on his face is no longer contemptuous, only respect can be seen. Now she just hoped that Lin Beiyang would not care about what happened just now. She saw clearly what happened here. Chen Zai didn't come to the restaurant often, so the previous waiter didn't recognize him. It was not until a quarrel broke out here that they realized that one of the three was Chen Zai. Almost everyone in Jinan City knew Chen Zai's fame, and they were all terrified, fearing that something unpleasant might happen. The restaurant owner was specially notified to come over to prevent a conflict, but no one dared to stop them. When everyone thought that Lin Beiyang would be in trouble because of this, who knew that he was actually the buyer of Wanfeng Mall that was widely rumored during the day? The result was that the always arrogant young Master Chen left in disgrace, which shows how strong he is. If he were to argue with me, he would be finished. Lin Beiyang saw the waiter's worry, smiled and said, "Check out." "Yes sir, please wait a moment." Lin Beiyang had no intention of arguing with her at all. For him now, if he still has to argue with a small waiter, then there will be too many people and things to argue with every day. Moreover, when she complained just now, her voice was very low, so only Lin Beiyang could hear it, and Suyu couldn't hear it at all. This is also one of the reasons why I don't bother with her. Just as the waiter was about to look at their bill, the restaurant owner arrived in a hurry. As soon as he came in, he asked, "Where is Mr. Chen?" He was resting at home when he suddenly received a call from the restaurant saying that Chun Zai had come and had a conflict with a table of guests. The cause of the conflict seemed to be that young Master Chen's woman was robbed. Hearing this, he rushed out of the house without saying a word and drove over quickly. If faced with such a situation, young Master Chen might not know what to do, and might even start a fight in the restaurant. That would have a huge impact on Shang Xianju. Anyone who can eat here must be rich or noble, so in the end we can only blame him. You know, it's not easy to open a restaurant like this in Jinan City. I don't want it to be ruined because of this incident. I just hope I can get here and solve it as soon as possible. However, when I arrived, I found that the situation I had imagined did not happen, and I was a little confused. Boss, Chen Zai has left. Left? This made him even more confused. Again, tell me what happened. Then the boss learned what had just happened. Finally, he confirmed, you mean, the person who had a conflict with young Master Chen was the one who bought Wanfeng Mall, and in the end young Master Chen left without doing anything, right? Yes. Where is the guest now? It just so happened that the waiter was the one who served Lin Beiyang's table, and he told the boss everything in detail. When the boss heard this, he quickly said, what's the point of the bill? This bill is completely waived. I'll go and talk to him myself. The boss then walked over to Lin Beiyang and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, I'm the boss here, my last name is Liu. You are the boss here. Yes, absolutely. What's the matter? Boss Liu smiled and said, this is Mr. Lin's first time to eat at Shangxianju, and I should have treated him well. I didn't expect something unpleasant to happen. To express my apology, I will give you a free meal and a restaurant membership card, which will give you a discount next time you dine. After he came over and said he was the boss here, Lin Beiyang already knew what it was for. He probably knew about the conflict that happened between him and Chun Zai just now. As he spoke, he took out a card and handed it to Lin Beiyang, saying, Mr. Lin, this is our Shangxianju membership gold card, please accept it. This was the decision boss Liu made after careful consideration. He discussed the matter with his friends during the day and guessed that the buyer's assets would not be less than 10 billion. A gold card would be perfect. Although there are better cards, I don't know Lin Beiyang's exact worth, so I'll just give him a gold card first. Looking at the card handed over, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, I understand that your restaurant's gold card requires a capital of more than 5 billion, right? Doesn't it require capital verification? Mr. Lin, you are wrong. Capital verification is only required if you actively apply for it. This kind of free card does not require any capital verification. As a restaurant owner, I can give it away at will. Okay, the dishes you make at Shangxianju taste great. Maybe I'll come here to eat often. I'll accept the gold card. Lin Beiyang accepted it without hesitation. I originally thought that the food at Tianyue restaurant was delicious, but I didn't expect that the food at Shangxianju would taste even better. Lin Beiyang is also a foodie and has always loved delicious food. It's a pity that the food he cooks tastes just so-so. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. Our chefs are all hired from all over the province at high salaries to ensure the best taste. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Mr. Lin, please take care. Chapter 87 Preparing to Move. When Suyu was sent home, Su Guoqiang and Tang Feng were both there. Originally, I wanted Lin Beiyang to sit for a while longer. However, he still had to rush back to the dormitory before the curfew, so the two of them did not try to persuade him to stay. The two men laughed happily when they left, probably because they guessed the changes in the relationship between him and Suyu. In response, Lin Beiyang just smiled and didn't say much. The relationship is determined here, and sooner or later they will know. Drive back to school. The same situation as last night did not occur today. Half of the spaces in the off-campus parking lot are empty. The security guard said that the school activities are over and all the temporary parking spaces have been moved away, so the spaces are all empty. I parked the car in parking space number 67, put it together with the original car in space number 66, and walked towards the dormitory. Last time, Shang Qingzhou asked someone to drive the car back and park it in parking space number 66. Brother Lin, we thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Looking at Lin Beiyang who appeared at the dormitory door, Yu Xiaobai said with a smile. How can I not come back? If I don't go back to the dormitory, where will I live? Maybe he goes out with some beautiful lady, and it's normal for him not to come back. You know, it's easy to attract the opposite sex with the car you drive, Brother Lin. Seeing Yu Xiaobai joking, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, go away. Do I look like that kind of person? At this time Gaoi looked him up and down and said, I don't think so. You see, Lao Gao is still the best at speaking. Just after he finished speaking, Gaoi added, you are that kind of person. Go, you go too. By the way, here are your snacks. Eat whatever you want. Lin Beiyan put the 2 bags of snacks in his hand on the table and said to the 3 people. Looking at the 2 large bags of snacks, the 3 of them rushed over quickly. After flipping through the boxes, Yu Xiaobai couldn't help but say, wow, Brother Lin, you're so nice. These snacks are all the things I like to eat. What do you mean you like to eat it? I like to eat it too, okay? Gao Yi said eagerly. Even Zhao Tongpu smiled and said, come to think of it, I haven't eaten snacks for a long time. My family usually doesn't allow me to eat snacks. Old Zhao, you should eat more in this case. Don't let Beiyang down. As he said that, Gao Yi stuffed him with several large bags of potato chips and spicy strips. The 3 of them argued back and forth, and Lin Beiyan couldn't help but laugh and said, no need to argue, there are so many things anyway. Holding a large bag of potato chips, Yu Xiaobai said, Brother Lin, why did you think of bringing snacks back for us? I originally wanted to treat you to dinner tonight, but I didn't have time to come back that night, so I could only bring you some snacks. Of course, you still have to eat. I found a new restaurant, and we will go there tomorrow night. It means inviting 3 people to dinner tonight. Because of what happened with Mingyue Jewelry today. I had dinner with Suyu in the evening, but the 3 people from the dormitory had to cancel it. On the way back, I suddenly remembered their snacks, so I found a large supermarket and bought almost 500 yuan worth of snacks. Most of them are more expensive. Well, eating is more important. I raise my hand in agreement. I fully agree with this. At this time, Yu Xiaobai suddenly said, Brother Lin, did you watch the school forum today? No, if I'm not mistaken, most of the news should be about me. There was a lot of people watching the scene at the dormitory door today. There is no doubt that someone has taken photos or videos and uploaded them to the forum. It is normal that a car worth 7 or 8 million yuan will inevitably arouse discussion among everyone. For example, I confessed my love in the cafeteria on the last day of registration, and the entire forum was full of various discussions. Sure enough. Yu Xiaobai nodded and said, there are 20 posts on one page, and about 11 or 12 of them are about you, Brother Lin. They all want to know who you are and how you can afford such a car. Some girls in particular keep saying they want to have children with you. After that, he said with envy, when can I have such treatment? Gao Yi immediately hit back, don't even think about it. You may never have a chance in this lifetime. You should think about how to win over the girl you liked in high school. You haven't made any progress for so long. What do you know? Chasing a girl is a gradual process. You need to be patient. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and you can't become fat in one bite. Forget it. There's nothing to say to you, a single person who doesn't have anyone he likes. After saying this, he still had a look of contempt on his face. Gao Yi was unhappy and immediately refuted. The 2 quarreled for a while, but Lin Beiyang did not forget his business. Brothers, stop making trouble. I actually have something to tell you when I get back tonight. Whatever happens in Beiyang, if you need our help, just let us know. We promise we won't stand you up. Gao Yi, who was just arguing with Yu Xiaobai, said, patting his chest. He looked like he would help no matter what the problem was. Yes, Brother Lin, just tell me what you have to say. With the relationship between us, I will definitely help you without any hesitation. Yu Xiaobai followed up with another sentence, not to be outdone. Lin Beiyan waved and smiled. I don't need your help. I bought a house outside the school and will move to the new house tomorrow. I will not live in the dormitory anymore. I may come back to stay for a night or 2 occasionally. It didn't say it was in Donghu Villa. It may not be particularly understandable to them. And if it gets out, it will seem quite conspicuous, even though it is already very conspicuous now. What, Beiyang, you want to move out? Gao Yi was surprised. He seemed very surprised by this. Brother Lin, why do you want to move out? Is there anything we did wrong? Just tell us and we will try our best to correct it. Zhao Tongpu, who usually doesn't like to talk, couldn't help but speak up. Xiaobai is right, if we have anything wrong, just tell us. Lin Beiyang smiled and shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with you. It's just that you all saw what happened this morning. I now have a Bentley and a Lamborghini, which have attracted a lot of attention. If I really buy a new car later, where should I park it? So I just bought a house outside with a parking space and can park my car. After hearing the explanation, the three of them fell silent. They knew that what Lin Beiyang said made sense. I parked my car in the dormitory last night because there was no parking space. What if the same situation happens again later and causes trouble? 2 minutes later, Yu Xiaobai continued, Brother Lin, I understand what you mean and what you are doing. It is indeed troublesome to continue living in the dormitory. As soon as we returned to the dormitory, someone came to look for you. I guess it has something to do with the time during the day. Someone took the lead, and Gaoyi followed suit and said, if that's the case, I would move out as well. So Beiyan, when are you going to move? We'll help you. No, I said I would come back to the dormitory occasionally, and most of my things would stay there, but I would take some clothes with me. Lin Beiyang had nothing to take away. As for clothes, it's time to buy some new ones. It's too troublesome to take it back and forth. For things like quilts, sheets, etc., you can ask Donghu Ju to help arrange them. In fact, just go there. New. Clear. Chapter 88 I'm going to buy breakfast. The next morning, Lin Beiyang got up with the three of them. Brother Lin, with such a good opportunity and weather, aren't you going to sleep in? Yu Xiaobai was very curious. No need to sleep. It's the last day of military training holiday. I need to do what I need to do. Okay. Deng Jun gave him a total of 3 days off. Today is the last day and he still has a few things to do. The first thing is moving. After the move is complete, check to see if there is anything missing. I also have to go to Taihao Mall. According to the system, the remaining 27% of the shares will arrive today, and together with the current 51%, it will reach 78%. Let's see who are the remaining people. By the way, arrange the next major development direction. Then go to Mingyue Jewelry. Today I want to discuss cooperation with Lei Sheng Estufeng Group. He originally wasn't planning to go, but after sending Suyu home last night, Su Guoqian learned about this and hoped that Lin Beiyang could come today. The reason given was that Lei Sheng was doing it for Lin Beiyang's sake, not for Su Guoqian and Mingyue Jewelry's sake. Although we were told to talk directly at the company, the situations were different when he was there or not. If it comes to negotiating terms, he will definitely have more advantages. Lin Beiyang thought about it and agreed. He felt that what Su Guoqian said made sense, so he decided to go there in person. Try to get the best conditions for Mingyue Jewelry. These 3 things will probably take the whole day. In the evening, I have to invite 3 people from the dormitory to Shangxianju for dinner. Time is tight, so there is no time to take a nap. I just arrived at the cafeteria and met an acquaintance. Good morning, Xinjuan. Hearing someone greeting him, Xinjuan turned around and saw that it was Lin Beiyang. He smiled and responded, it's you. Good morning. Are you here for breakfast too? Yes, a day's plan begins in the morning, and breakfast is a must. What are you going to eat? I'm going to have a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick. What about you? What a coincidence, I was thinking of soy milk and fried dough sticks too. Lin Beiyang said with a smile. He had gained 5 points of charm for completing the task before, and his smile at this moment was very contagious. Xinjuan couldn't help but feel happy too. Okay, I'll buy them together. No, I'll go get in line, you wait here, it'll be ready soon. Then please go and queue up. I'll transfer the money to you later. This time Lin Beiyang did not refuse and nodded, then transfer it to me. It's not that he is stingy. A cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick only cost 3 yuan. But if I say no, Xinjuan will definitely refuse to buy it together, so it's better to just accept it. The two of them chatted as if no one was around, leaving the other 2 dormitories alone. They were very shocked at the moment. Hey guys, see, this is how we call chasing girls. Let's all learn from this. Gaoyi couldn't help but say in surprise. Do you think Lao Zhao and I would know? If we knew, we would have been single long ago. How could we still be single? Yu Xiaobai replied with a sigh. That's right, how could I be single? He wanted to do that. It's a pity that there is no such opportunity. Not only the 3 of them, but the 3 people in the other dormitory were also surprised. In their impression, Xinjuan is a rather shy person. After Lin Beiyang confessed his feelings in the cafeteria that day, her face remained red for a long time before returning to normal. Later I asked her how she felt at that time. Shin Xinjuan's own answer was that Lin Beiyang's confession in the cafeteria was very romantic and bold, and she liked it very much. He was also very handsome, and her fantasy of a boyfriend was satisfied at first sight. Because I was too shy, I didn't know how to express myself and was too embarrassed to take the initiative to approach and talk. It was not until later that Lin Beiyang took the initiative to propose to increase her prestige. I no longer feel shy when communicating face to face. Now that we are communicating through text, I am naturally no longer that shy. So I have been having a great time chatting on WeChat recently. Guess how you can be so bold today? What they didn't know was that Shin Xinjuan's heart was beating so fast at this moment, it felt like it was about to jump out. Yesterday I learned that Lin Beiyang's family might be very rich. After all, they can afford a car worth 8 million. I started to worry again. I thought to myself that my family was so ordinary and he was just good looking. Maybe he was approaching me on purpose just for fun. However, when Lin Beiyang was talking to her just now, all these thoughts disappeared, so she accepted the invitation to buy together. Lin Beiyang, who went to buy breakfast at this time, was also uneasy. Logically speaking, since he confirmed his relationship with Suyu last night, he wouldn't have any thoughts about other girls. After all, confessing to Shin Xinjuan was to complete the mission. When we met just now, I subconsciously walked up to him, said hello, asked him questions, and then suggested buying breakfast together. Lin Beiyang suddenly thought, could it be that he was also interested in Shin Xinjuan? This thought scared Lin Beiyang. He didn't understand why he would have such thoughts. He obviously had a girlfriend but was still thinking about another girl. The more I think about it, the less I understand, so I just stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it's just interesting and a good impression, but we are not together. At worst, we can meet again later. Just be more careful. I walked back with 2 breakfasts and found that several people were still waiting there. Lin Beiyang handed one of them to Shin Xinjuan and said, "Here, your breakfast." Yu Xiaobai followed up and said, "Brother Lin, I'm having breakfast." Gao Yi understood Yu Xiaobai's meaning and said, "Beiyang, there is still breakfast for me in Lao Zhao. I didn't say I would buy it for you. If you want breakfast, go buy it yourself." He signaled the 3 people with his eyes. They clearly saw the signal, but the 3 of them seemed to be pretending to be blind. Alas, Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You value women over friendship. You would rather buy breakfast for Shin Xinjuan than for the 3 of us. I'm sad. Not to be outdone, Shin Xinjuan's roommate looked at her and said, "Xinjuan, where's our breakfast?" "That's right, you asked your Lin Beiyang to buy some, why didn't you bring some for us as well?" This was so shocking that Shin Xinjuan's face turned slightly red again. Lin Beiyang stepped forward and said, "Okay, it's my fault. I'll buy them for everyone again." Yu Xiaobai immediately shook his head, forget it, the breakfast I'm about to get doesn't taste good, I'll just go buy it myself." "Forget it, I'll go buy it myself, what about you, Lao Zhao?" Zhao Tongpu nodded seriously and said, "Let's go together." Then he disappeared into the cafeteria. One of Shin Xinjuan's roommates also stood up. She was the first person to question yesterday morning. She had short hair and looked like a big sister. "Don't bother buying breakfast for us, Mr. Lin. We know you may not be as ordinary as you appear. I guess your family is very rich. We will leave Xinyun to you. If you are wronged in the slightest, Feng Shui, will never forgive you no matter who you are." Then the first person also stood up, also with short hair, and was a cute type. "And I, Su Xinxin." "Me too." The last person stood up and said the same thing. Then the 3 of them left. Lin Beiyang smiled helplessly. It's okay that Su Yuan Ti come to school these days, and classes will resume as normal after the military training is over. He felt it necessary to explain to the 3 people in the dormitory. Otherwise, if this continues, the misunderstanding will become bigger and bigger. But now all 3 of them are missing, so I can only come back and talk about it later. Then I sat down to eat with Shin Xinjuan. Chapter 89, Invitation from Rin Xiangdong. "Brother Dong, look at the 2 people eating over there, aren't they Lin Beiyang and Shin Xinjuan?" Hearing this, Rin Xiangdong looked in the direction Shen Jian was pointing. "Aren't these the 2 people?" Ren Xiangdong's expression immediately turned ugly. I had just warned Lin Beiyang 2 days ago not to push his luck further and that if he stayed away from Shin Xinjuan in time, there would be no further action. It seems that not only did he not listen to what I said, but now he is sitting with Shin Xinjuan in broad daylight to have breakfast. How can I not be angry? He asked Chen Jian, "What is the result of your investigation?" "Brother Dong, the results are not very good. I'm afraid the information registered at school is all false." "Oh? How do you mean?" "That's right. I asked a professional to investigate. According to Lin Beiyan's information, both his parents are ordinary workers. Their total family assets would not exceed 1 million. However, he does own a Bentley worth more than 3 million and a Lamborghini worth more than 8 million. After hearing Chen Jian's words, Ren Xiangdong frowned. The parents' assets do not exceed 1 million, but their son's total assets, including cars, amount to 10 million. How is this possible? The only explanation is fake information. Some rich people like to keep a low profile and look ordinary, but they are actually real rich people. Lin Beiyang should belong to this category. Brother Dong, what should we do? Should we find someone to teach him a lesson? Ren Xiangdong immediately shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. Last time Zhang Dabiao asked someone to block him, and he was quickly beaten to 4. If nothing unexpected happened, he must have practiced it. If you ask someone to teach him a lesson, you will get taught a lesson instead." Zhang Dabiao did not hide anything about this matter and told him everything. After thinking for a moment, Ren Xiangdong said, "Go and tell Lin Beiyan that I want to compete with him. Whoever loses will give up Xin Xinjuan." "Brother Dong, didn't you say he was good at fighting? Isn't it too risky?" Ren Xiangdong shook his head and said, "Don't take risks. Don't forget that I have learned boxing in Sanda. To be honest, if 4 people including Zhang Dabiao come at me together, I can still defeat them with my bare hands. I don't believe he can be that strong. Besides, he said we should compete fairly. I invited him to a duel, and if he loses, he can just withdraw. Isn't that fair? If he doesn't agree, just spread the news everywhere, and I will set the rules of the duel." Ren Xiangdong has confidence in himself. He loved fighting since he was a child, and eventually he learned a lot about it. 3 or 4 ordinary people are no match for them. Good. Wait until they separate, then go find him and tell him that I'll be waiting for him at the school's martial arts club at 10 o'clock. New. On this side, after the two finished their breakfast, Lin Beiyang suggested to separate. After separating from Xin Xinjuan, he walked towards the dormitory. He still has to go back and pack his things. As I walked out of the cafeteria, a person blocked my way. I thought it was a coincidence and was about to go around it, but it blocked my way again. I understand that it is directed at me. I don't think we know each other. Please make way. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Jian, and I want to talk to you about something. I don't know him. Then he was about to leave. Chen Jian immediately said, "Brother Dong invites you to compete in the martial arts club at 10 o'clock sharp. Whoever loses will give up pursuing Xin Xinjuan. If you are a real man, agree. If not, you can refuse. Ding, a new mission has been released. Accept Ren Xiangdong's invitation to compete. The mission reward is Tian Food Company." Lin Beiyang disdains to use such methods. This is not something that can be resolved through a fight. It's just that the familiar system voice sounded, making it impossible to refuse. Although I don't know what Tian Food Company Limited does or how much it is worth, since it is a reward, it must be not low. He nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll be there on time at 10 o'clock. Okay, our Dong brother will wait for you here. By the way, where is the martial arts club?" It's the 4 classrooms on the far left of the 4th floor of Area A of the School of Computer Science. After getting the specific address, Lin Beiyang left without looking back. The mission promised to compete with Ren Xiangdong has been completed. The mission reward is Tian Food Company. Someone will hand it over to you. Please pay attention. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Beiyang took out his mobile phone to check Jinan Tian Food Company. According to the introduction on the internet, this is a company specializing in bean products and is worth about 300 million yuan. Although it cannot be compared with Beiyang Mall and Mingyue Jewelry, its assets are not low and are much higher than Taiha Mall. Anyway, it's a gift from the system, so don't refuse it. I returned to the dormitory and packed the things I wanted to take away, and put them in a backpack. At 9:40, Lin Beiyang took his things to the School of Computer Science. The School of Computer Science is one of the largest colleges in Jinan University. 1/3 of the school's clubs are located here, and it is the only college with 3 buildings. When I arrived at Area A and went up to the 4th floor, I found that Chen Jian was waiting there. Seeing Lin Beiyang coming up, he nodded and said, "It seems that you are very punctual and confident. I will naturally do what I promised, and I hope Ren Xiangdong will also keep his word when he loses the game later." Lin Beiyang didn't know where Ren Xiangdong got the courage to compete with him. Not to mention that he defeated all 4 people led by Zhang Dabiao with one move, and then defeated the military training instructors one after another, which shows his strength. Either Ren Xiangdong is very confident in his own strength and believes that he can defeat Lin Beiyang. Or maybe Ren Xiangdong is up to some conspiracy. No matter which way it is, I can't lose. When I arrived at the martial arts club, I looked around and saw about 10 people. After Chen Jian walked in, he said to Ren Xiangdong, "Brother Dong, Lin Beiyang is here." Ren Xiangdong stopped warming up, looked at Lin Beiyang who was walking over and said, "I thought you wouldn't come. I have other things to do. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. How can you compare?" Ren Xiangdong was not in a hurry and said with a smile, "You asked Zhang Dabiao to tell me earlier that we should compete fairly, and the result of our fight today is the result of competition. Do you have any objection?" "I have no objection, I just hope you can keep your promise. Don't worry, I have specially invited all the members of the martial arts club to come and watch the competition. We will also be witnesses to the results of the competition." Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. It seems that Ren Xiangdong is really confident in himself. We also specially invited people to come and watch the game. That's fine, how do we fight? It's simple. Do you see the circle drawn with white lines in the middle of the classroom? As he spoke, Lin Beiyang looked at the position of his finger and found that there was indeed a circle. Ren Xiangdong continued, "The rules of the fight are very simple. We all stand in the circle at the same time. Whoever steps out or falls to the ground loses. The circle is not very big and it will go out of the circle if you are not careful." It seems that this should be his reliance, and he will probably make a fuss about the circle. However, Lin Beiyang was not worried at all. No matter what Ren Xiangdong wanted to do, he would never make more than 3 moves. Top-level fighting skills are not just talk. Good. Okay, since you agreed to such rules, then come in. Then Lin Beiyang and Ren Xiangdong stood opposite each other, and the fight was about to begin. Chapter 90, Defeat in One Move. "Are you two ready?" Chen Jian asked from the side. "Ready." Ren Xiangdong nodded. "Let's start, don't waste time." Lin Beiyang said lightly, not taking Ren Xiangdong seriously at all. As the referee, Chen Jian said again, "Okay, I'll count to 3 and the fight officially begins. 1, 2, 3, start." As the start order was given, Ren Xiangdong took the lead in preparing for the attack. Looking at Lin Beiyang again, he was still calm and didn't seem to care at all. After observing for about 10 seconds, Ren Xiangdong took action. Then 3 seconds later, everyone present was stunned, some could not believe what they saw. Lin Beiyang was still standing at the edge of the circle, while Ren Xiangdong was already outside the circle. If it were just this, they wouldn't be so surprised, because Ren Xiangdong was not standing outside the circle, he was lying outside the circle. That is to say, people go out lying down. Also confused was Ren Xiangdong, who was lying on the ground. Since he dared to bring it up, he must be confident. Even if he didn't defeat Lin Beiyang in the end, he would still pester him for a while. "I never expected to be defeated in just one move and have no power to resist. I don't know whether he is too weak or Lin Beiyang is too strong." Lin Beiyang just smiled slightly at the result. "I had already guessed the result after I accepted Ren Xiangdong's invitation. I originally thought that Ren Xiangdong invited me because he was confident that even if he lost, he wouldn't lose completely or so quickly. I didn't expect that I couldn't hold on to the first move. Ren Xiangdong, according to our agreement, you should know what to do." Ren Xiangdong, who was lying on the ground, slowly stood up with the help of Chen Jian. Then he said, "If I lose, I lose. There is nothing to say. I will keep my promise and will not bother Shin Xinjuan anymore." Lin Beiyang knew that he was still a little unconvinced, and there was a hint of gunpowder in his tone. I just smiled at this. What's the point of being unconvinced now? You can't win in a fight. Even if you get people around you to attack Lin Beiyang together, you can get away with it safely. Okay, I hope you can keep your promise. If you don't, then I can only help you keep your promise. After saying that, Lin Beiyang picked up his school bag and left the classroom. Lin Beiyang was not worried at all. Ren Xiangdong's own company and his family's company are not as valuable as Mingyue Jewelry now, so there is nothing to worry about. Watching Lin Beiyan leave, Shen Jian couldn't help but said, "Brother Dong, what should we do now? What else can I do? I can't beat him. The price of his 2 cars is equivalent to 1/3 of the value of my company. This means he is the son of a rich family. Could he be playing dirty tricks on me?" Ran Xiangdong claims to be a gentleman and will not do anything despicable. Because of this, the pursuit of Shen Xinjuan has always been a gradual process, without any forced approach. Then Ren Xiangdong looked at the others and said, "Keep today's events to yourself. If I find out and spread the news, you will bear the consequences yourself." "Brother Dong, I promise not to spread it out." "Me too." After everyone gave their assurances, Ren Xiangdong and Chen Jian left the martial arts club. After leaving the martial arts club, Ren Xiangdong said, "I need to go out for a while. I need to find out what Lin Beiyan's identity is." "Okay, Dong. If the person you find is unreliable and you can't find accurate information, you can only find a more reliable person to investigate." Lin Beiyang had just left the martial arts club and received a call a few steps away. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Beiyang?" "Yes, it's me." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Rin Jian, the boss of Tian Food Company. You just acquired our company. I wonder when it would be convenient for you to come over and sign the transfer contract and hand over the business to us." In the past, it was always the legal department that called, but this time Lin Beiyang was quite surprised because it was the boss himself who called. Lin Beiyang glanced at the time. It was not yet 10:30. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll drive here now. It will take about half an hour." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I and the company's middle and senior management will be waiting for you at the door." "Okay." The time agreed with Shang Chengzhou is 1:30 p.m., and the time agreed with Su Guoqiang is 3 p.m. It should be enough to take over this food company now. Moreover, you can have dinner right after the handover, so you should be able to make it in time if you rush over after dinner. Even if there is not enough time, the worst that can happen is that we can just change the time with Shang Chengzhou. Just after hanging up the phone, another call came in. Looking at the caller ID, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. "Mr. Lin, I hope I didn't disturb you." "No, I know what you are going to say. I will come to the mall to sign the contract this afternoon. You can inform Mr. Shang first." Wang Rong on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "Boss Lin, Boss Shang already knows. 3 days ago, when I heard that he wanted to acquire other shares, I thought he would have to wait for a while. I didn't expect that he had acquired another 27% in just 3 days. The speed was too fast." Lin Beiyang nodded, "Okay, I'll come over in the afternoon anyway." The person who called was none other than Wang Rong, the legal officer of Taihe Mall. "The system reward will arrive today, and you will definitely need to sign for it after it arrives." Sure enough, the phone call came. "It looks like there are more than 3 things to do today." I drove and followed the navigation to Tian Food Company, which is located in a park not far from the university town. When we arrived at the door, banners had already been put up. Just like before in Wanfeng Mall, "Welcome the new boss." Because it is an industrial park, there are not many passers-by, only some people from other companies are looking at this place curiously. Tian Food Company has been in business for 7 or 8 years. It has grown from a company with millions in revenue to hundreds of millions. I am very curious about what made the original owner willing to sell it. At this time, someone in the waiting crowd whispered, "Dad, has our company really been sold?" Ren Jian nodded slightly, "Yes, it was sold. Our company is worth about 350 million, but the new boss offered 450 million. This is an extra 100 million out of thin air, a 30% increase on the original price. According to our company's current development, it will take another 3-5 years to reach 450 million. To be honest, who can resist not selling it? If you sell it now, you can get an extra 100 million. It is not clear whether such high assets can be reached in a few years." Ren Jian had no reason to refuse. After hearing his father's analysis, Ren Xiangdong nodded slightly. He just called and wanted to use his family's company to investigate Lin Beiyang's specific situation. As soon as I got through, I learned that my company had been sold. I rushed over and found out it was true. I have to sigh, Dad, this new boss is really bold. Other acquisitions are all about 10% premium, and the highest will not exceed 20%. This one directly offers an extra 100 million. It's really hard to refuse. If it was my company, I would sell it even if someone offered 50 million. Okay, I guess the new boss will be here soon. I've already got the money. I'll go back and inject tens of millions into your company so you can develop it well. Your dad, just need to take a break recently. With this 450 million in cash, they can start another company. Good. Chapter 91 Tian Food Company. When a purple sports car appeared in everyone's sight, the people at Tian Food Company realized that the new boss had arrived. If he can spend an extra 100 million to acquire a company, the car he drives will naturally not be too bad. Ren Jian looked at the car and frowned slightly. This type of car is generally liked by young people, and it is rare for big bosses to drive a sports car. They are more likely to choose Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Audi, etc. His car is a Phantom. In any case, among the big bosses and big families that Ren Jian knew, none of them drove a sports car. Ren Xiangdong also frowned. His focus was also on this car. I have some impression of the car, but I can't put my finger on it. It was not until the person came out of the cab that Ren Xiangdong finally understood why he had the impression. Because the person who came down was Lin Beiyang. At this time, Ren Xiangdong remembered that this car was exactly the same as the one parked at the dormitory gate yesterday. The owner of the car was Lin Beiyang. But why did Lin Beiyang come here? Now there is only a guess. It was he who spent 450 million to acquire his own company. Lin Beiyang got out of the car, walked in front of the crowd, and was a little surprised when he saw Ren Xiangdong. 40 minutes ago, the two of them had a fight in the martial arts club, which ended with his victory, and then he came over to take over this new company. How come Ren Xiangdong, who should be at school at this moment, is here? Lin Beiyang also had some guesses in his mind. The person who called him was the owner of Tian Food Company, named Ren Jian, who has the same surname as Ren Xiangdong. The company is valued at around 300 million yuan, so it is obvious that this company belongs to his family. He smiled immediately. The system reward is quite interesting. I just defeated Ren Xiangdong and then he came over to take over his company. I wonder how he feels. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? Yes, I'm Lin Beiyang, you must be Boss Ren, nice to meet you. Ren Jian also extended his hand and responded, just now, I thought Mr. Lin was quite young when we were on the phone. I didn't expect him to be even younger than I thought after meeting him. He is really young and promising to spend hundreds of millions to acquire my company. But I am curious about one thing. Boss Ren, please feel free to say anything. Mr. Lin, you are so young. I don't understand why you are willing to spend an extra 100 million yuan to acquire my company. There are many food companies in Jinan City, and there are many companies that are better than mine. You can definitely choose a better food company with 450 million yuan. The meaning is very clear, it is curiosity and some confusion. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but laugh and said, if I said it was a random acquisition of a company, would you believe it? Ren Jian didn't know what he meant, so he smiled and said, I believe that Mr. Lin is so young and should have his own ideas. If my son can be half as good as you, I will be satisfied. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my son Ren Xiangdong. This sentence is equivalent to treating Lin Beiyang as a peer, so wouldn't Ren Xiangdong be a generation younger than him? Boss Ren, you can't say that. Senior is also a well-known figure in the school. I heard his name when I first entered the school. He also owns a technology company with more than 30 million, and he is the idol of many students. Ren Jian was stunned for a moment. In his opinion, Lin Beiyang should be from a large family, and the most likely possibility is that he is from the provincial capital. They are around 24 or 25 years old, and have just graduated from college or just returned from abroad. So he came to Jinan City with the funds provided by his family to start his business training, and his own company happened to become the first choice. I just started training and don't know much about many things, so I spent 450 million to make an acquisition. Hearing this, it seems that Lin Beiyang is also a student of Jinan University, and is in the lower grade? Out of curiosity, I asked, Mr. Lin is a student at Jinan University. Yes, I'm a freshman at Jinan University. This time Ren Jian was no longer calm. How powerful must a family be to be able to provide so much funding when a person has just entered college? Thinking of this, Ren Jian suddenly thought of something else. Mr. Lin, do you know the Wanfeng Mall in University Town? Lin Beiyang thought, it seems that the news of Wanfeng Mall's acquisition has been completely spread. He smiled and said that Wanfeng Mall should be called Beiyang Mall now. Look at my memory. I didn't react for a while because the name had just been changed. It is now called Beiyang Mall. It was originally called Wanfeng Mall. After saying this, Ren Jian felt something was wrong. Isn't Beiyang Shopping Mall the name of Lin Beiyang? At this time, Lin Beiyang said nonchalantly, I know, of course I know. After all, I bought it from Wanfeng Mall for 880 million. Naturally, I can't use the original name after I bought it. So I changed the name to Beiyang Mall from yesterday afternoon. Ren Jian was surprised. Ren Xiangdong was surprised. Everyone present who heard this was surprised and found it difficult to remain calm. When they learned yesterday that Wanfeng Mall had been bought by someone, they began to speculate who had such strong strength. Money is part of the reason. There are still many people who can afford to buy it. There are no less than 10 people in Jinan City who can afford to buy one. But Wanfeng Mall has never had the possibility of selling individually, it is more of a symbol of strength. It was surprising enough that Lin Beiyang spent an extra 100 million to buy Tian Food Company, and he was actually the buyer of Wanfeng Mall. Not only are they rich, they are also very powerful. At this time, Ren Xiangdong felt bitter. After learning that the person who bought his company was Lin Beiyang, he already knew that there was a big gap between them. In the end, it was the person who bought Wanfeng Mall. I can't win in a fight, I can't win in economic strength, but the most I can win is in appearance. How can we compare? There is no comparison at all. Looking at Ren Xiangdong's expression, Lin Beiyang knew that he had achieved his goal. From this moment on, he should not have any other thoughts. In fact, Lin Beiyang thought that Ren Xiangdong might default on his debt, and conflicts would still arise later, so it would be best to resolve the issue once and for all. I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. It's a good opportunity. The result was exactly as I had guessed. Okay, Boss Ren, I have things to do this afternoon, so let's get down to business first. Okay, Mr. Lin, follow me. Soon, with Lin Beiyang's name signed on the transfer agreement, the Tian Food Company belonged to him. Mr. Lin, now this Tian Food Company is yours. If there are any personnel arrangements or changes that need to be made, I can give you a simple answer. Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, no need. I am only responsible for acquiring the company, not for management and operation. All personnel will remain unchanged and will be handled as before. I will come here every once in a while, and the general manager will report to me on the company's situation. He needs to find someone to run the company. As more and more companies are established, a group company will have to be established sooner or later. At that time, people will be needed to manage it. We can just look for talents from these acquired companies. Listening to Lin Beiyang's arrangement, Ren Jian smiled slightly. Don't worry about this. I have personally inquired about the company's personnel matters, and Mr. Lin will not make any changes. I believe that the employees will not have any ideas. That's best. Chapter 92 New Investment. Mr. Lin, don't stand outside and talk, let's go in. Good. When he arrived at Ren Jian's office, he asked his secretary to take out the prepared contract. After reading it, Lin Beiyang found no problems and signed his name on the last page. After signing, Ren Jian extended his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. I'll show you around the company. Then I'll trouble you, Boss Ren. After a round of development, the overall development is good, which is why we were able to grow from a few million to hundreds of millions. Then, taking advantage of the presence of the company's middle and senior management, Lin Beiyang announced that there would be no personnel changes at present. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. When a new boss takes office, the first thing he will probably do is make personnel changes and arrange for his own people to come to the company. Unexpectedly, the new boss had no intention of changing. Then Lin Beiyang smiled and said, HR manager, please inform everyone that starting from this month, the salary of all employees will be temporarily increased by 50% for 3 months. Hearing this, she was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and said, okay, boss. Lin Beiyang thought about it. He had just taken over the company and huge changes would easily make everyone nervous. The best way was to use salary to adjust. I believe most people can remain calm as wages rise. Ren Jian did not say anything about Lin Beiyang's arrangements. In his opinion, giving employees a temporary salary increase, even if it was just doubling it, was no problem for Lin Beiyang. Anyway, it's enough that I got the transfer of 450 million. At noon, Ren and his son insisted on inviting Lin Beiyang to dinner. Without any hesitation, he agreed immediately. Not many people were eating. In addition to Lin Beiyang and the Ren father and son, there are 4 vice presidents of the company. It's mainly about understanding and knowing each other. Otherwise, you won't even be able to remember a single person in the company. The whole meal was pleasant until almost finishing, when Ren Xiangdong suddenly stood up. When Lin Beiyang saw him suddenly stand up, he just glanced at him, not believing that he would do anything out of line. Then Ren Xiangdong came over with a glass of wine and said, "Mr. Lin, I apologize for everything I did before. I hope you don't mind it. From today on, I will keep a low profile in school until graduation. Of course, if you need any help, you can contact me directly. I should be able to help or give you some advice in most cases." Ren Xiangdong kept a very humble attitude. After saying this, Ren Jian on the other side nodded slightly. Lin Beiyang understood that Ren Jian must have asked him to come over to apologize and show his goodwill. He probably knew about the conflict between them and wanted to take this opportunity to ease the relationship. Obviously, it has something to do with my performance today. I could also feel that his apology was very sincere. I don't know if it was because of the failure in today's duel or because of what happened just now. In any case, since he chose to apologize and there was no major conflict between the two of them, there was no need for Lin Beiyang to keep pursuing him. He nodded and raised the glass in his hand. "Senior, if there is anything in school in the future, I will trouble you. Mr. Lin, just call me by my name." "Okay, you can just call me by my first name from now on. I find it too awkward to address me as sir." "No, that won't work. How can you just call me by my name? I'll just call you Brother Lin from now on." Hearing Ren Xiangdong calling him brother, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Ren Jian suddenly said, "Mr. Lin, it's not easy for Xiangdong to be friends with you, so just call me whatever you want." "Okay." It was just a title, there was no need for Lin Beiyang to continue to dwell on it. As the dinner was coming to an end, Ren Jian said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, you should know that Xiangdong has a technology company." "I know a little, but I don't know what exactly it does." Ren Xiangdong said, "We call it a technology company, but we are actually engaged in the design, development and operation of mobile online games. We currently have 2 mobile games in operation and 1 game under design. The 2 games together have a maximum online user base of about 70,000, and daily active users of between 10,000 and 20,000. The main reason for the lack of development is funding." Ren Jian added, "Because I don't think highly of the mobile game industry, I didn't invest a penny in him. He started the company entirely with his own money. If he had received investment, it would definitely have developed well." Hearing this, Lin Beiyang roughly understood what he meant. "I understand. I don't know whether they want me to invest or cooperate." Ren Jian saw Lin Beiyang say this and continued, "Tian Tian Food Company has been bought by Mr. Lin. I have nothing else to do for the time being, so I plan to invest 150 million in the company. I wonder if Mr. Lin is interested. As expected, I hope to invest on my own." The company that Ren Jian transferred had a total of 450 million yuan, so it was normal for him to take out 150 million yuan. After all, 100 million was paid as a premium, so it doesn't matter even if there is a loss. After all, it's my son's company, and it's developing well now. To be honest, I am interested, but I don't have much money on hand at the moment. Then he explained, "In the past week, I first spent nearly 100 million to buy shares of Taihe Mall, then spent 880 million to acquire Taihe Mall, and invested 500 million in cash in Mingyue Jewelry. Then I spent another 450 million to buy your company, Boss Rin, and also bought a villa in Dongyuju." In fact, Lin Beiyang had about 3 million yuan in his hands. After hearing what he said, Ren Jian suddenly became interested. Without even thinking, he said, "Mr. Lin, don't worry about the money. We can distribute the shares first." "What do you mean? The current company value is 30 million. Xiangdong holds 9%, I invested 150 million and hold 49%, and Mr. Lin invested 120 million and hold 42%. You can invest the investment funds later. Ding, a new task has been released. If you accept Ren Jian's invitation to invest, the task will reward you with a 200 million investment in Xiangdong technology. The mission has arrived." Lin Beiyang said without hesitation, "How about this? The money can be deposited immediately. I will invest 200 million for 51% of the shares. Boss Ren, you will invest 160 million for 41%, and the remaining 8% will be held by Brother Ren himself." Ren Jian just hopes to have more interactions and contacts with Lin Beiyang. He proposed to invest in the company in order to make friends with the other party, and even gave up 2% of his shares, which was equivalent to 6 million. Unexpectedly, Lin Beiyang directly raised the price and took away 51% of the shares. Those who run a business naturally know what this means. Ren Xiangdong watched the two people talking and couldn't get a word in. His current company is only worth 30 million, but the two men said the total price was 300 million and 390 million respectively. Of course, he could only watch. Unless you can come up with that much money. Of course, that's impossible. Mr. Lin, isn't 51% too much? Not much, not at all. After investing, I can do the same as Tian Food Company and Wanfeng Mall, where I only invest but do not manage. Lin Beiyang may not manage the company, but he must have enough say, and 51% is the bottom line. Ren Jian thought about it and decided that if that was the case, he could accept it without having to make any concessions. Even Lin Beiyang made concessions. He nodded and said, "Okay, since Mr. Lin is so generous, there is no reason for us to refuse. I wonder when we can sign the contract." Chapter 93. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The contract can be signed now. Lin Beiyang said with a smile. Ding, Ren Jian's investment invitation mission has been completed. The mission reward of 200 million investment in Xiangdong technology can be allocated by the host. The system will transfer the funds in real time to complete the transaction. The reward is limited to 24 hours, and it will be automatically credited after the time expires. As expected, it is not enough to just agree to it, you also need to complete the investment intention. If the other party does not agree, there is no way to force them to invest. It's not so bad for a listed company, as it can be done by acquiring shares, but it's completely different for a sole proprietorship. The arrival time is still allocated by yourself, so the sooner the contract is signed, the better. Fortunately, all three of us are here, so we can sign the contract and transfer the money through the system. Ren Xiangdong extended an invitation. Dad, Brother Lin, why don't you go to my company first? Then I'll ask the company's legal department to prepare the contract now, and we can go over and sign it later. Mr. Lin, what do you think? I'm fine. Okay, let's go to the company first. Xiangdong Technology is located in the university town and has rented half a floor in an office building, where all departments are located together. Ren Xiangdong entered the company with a few people, chatting and laughing, attracting everyone's attention. There are only 3 people in the company's legal department. Just now some people have learned from them that investors will come to the company today. The total investment amount has reached hundreds of millions, how can we not pay attention to it? The company's employees all knew that their boss had a rich father, and they thought that this investment should be mainly made by the boss's father. Of course, we only know that someone invested hundreds of millions, but we don't know the exact amount. On the way, Ren Xiangdong introduced the company's situation in detail. After arriving at the scene, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. The working environment looked good. When I arrived at the office, I didn't say much. Just like at Tian Food Company, I signed the contract after reading it and found no problems. It's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. After the contract was signed, Ren Jian asked with a smile, Mr. Lin, I wonder when your funds will arrive. I will transfer the money together. I'll be back here in a minute. He just needs to tell the system and the money will be credited to his account. There won't be any delay in time. Okay, now that the contract has been signed, let's arrange the transfer now. No problem. After saying that, Lin Beiyang informed the system of the arrival time. The money should have arrived, Brother Rin, please take a look. So soon? The two were very surprised to hear Lin Beiyang say that the money had arrived. I just saw him operate on his phone and 200 million was deposited into his account. It's not that fast. However, Ren Xiangdong asked someone to check and then he said in surprise, Brother Lin, I just checked and the 200 million has been received. That's fine. After receiving a positive answer, Ren Jian also smiled and said, since Mr. Lin's funds have arrived, I will arrange for someone to transfer the funds immediately. Ren Jian's funds did not arrive so quickly, but after all, it was an investment, so the amount would not be small. Now Ren Xiangdong also felt quite proud. Dad, Brother Lin, we have actually been planning the company's future development a long time ago, but it has been shelved due to insufficient funds. Now there is 300 million funds in the account, and these projects can be launched at the same time. The first 2 projects are the development, production and operation of a large-scale mobile game and a large-scale online game. I plan to put them on the agenda. The 2 expenses include some later publicity and maintenance. I plan to invest 150 million to 180 million yuan in them, and then optimize the two mobile games we are currently operating as a whole. Ren Xiangdong talked about his future plans and development of the company. At the same time, a detailed plan was also produced. It can be seen that planning had indeed begun very early. Finally, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "Brother Ren, to be honest, I'm not particularly interested in these. As I said, I won't interfere with how the company is run, but I may send someone to take a look from time to time. I just hope that I will be able to solve any problems by then. Don't worry about that. Men like to build their own careers. That's why I didn't agree to my family's request to join the company after graduation to prepare for succession. I would rather start my own business." Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. He had promised Ren Xiangdong a good reputation at school before. The final conclusion is that he is a strong person, but he is very serious about things, study and work, and there is no negative information about him. Overall, it's pretty good. Let's not talk about this. Brother Lin, why don't you give a speech to all the employees? After all, this is such a large investment. Everyone will definitely work harder after knowing it. I am also going to learn from what Brother Lin did just now and give everyone some cash rewards. Of course, no problem. Lin Beiyang did not refuse. Although the money is paid by the system, it officially belongs to you. As for how the company will develop in the end, Lin Beiyang is not particularly worried. Anyway, it's not my own money, and it's only 200 million. When the employees learned that they would have to gather together, they wondered if it was related to the investment. After everyone arrived, Ren Xiangdong said, "I have some good news to tell you today. First of all, our company has received an investment of 200 million from Mr. Lin Beiyang and 160 million from Mr. Ren Jian." Although they had guessed it, everyone was shocked when they heard it. Soon, thunderous applause broke out. It lasted for about 3 minutes before it stopped. I originally thought it was the boss's father who invested, and it would be only tens of millions at most. Unexpectedly, there was another investor who invested 200 million yuan, and the boss's father also invested 160 million yuan. Wouldn't the company grow from 30 million yuan to 390 million yuan in an instant? What is even more shocking is that Mr. Lin looks so young, no more than 25 years old. Other people can easily invest 200 million at the age of 25, but when I was 25, I was still struggling to make a living and make money. Some girls even wondered whether Lin Beiyang was married, if he had a girlfriend, if he wasn't married, and whether they could get his contact information. If they were together, they would probably have to struggle a few hundred years less. The second good news is that in order to celebrate the two investments exceeding 100 million renminbi, starting from this month, all employees will receive a temporary bonus of 50% of their monthly salary for 3 months. In addition, the year-end bonus will also be increased by 50%. Hearing this, everyone cheered. Investment actually has little to do with them, only salary is the real reward. 50% of the salary for 3 months is not a lot, but not a little either. But it is better than nothing. If the salary is 5,000, then you can get an extra 2,500 in 3 months. If the salary is 10,000, then you can get an extra 15,000 in 3 months. Isn't it delicious? What's more, there is a year-end bonus. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Thank you, boss. Once one person spoke up, the others followed suit. Ren Xiangdong motioned for everyone to be quiet, and said with a smile, "If you want to thank someone, thank our investors Mr. Lin Beiyang and Mr. Ren Jian." As soon as the words fell, everyone's attention was drawn to the two of them. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, and thank you, Mr. Ren." Nearly 100 people expressed their gratitude together, and to be honest, the scene was quite shocking. Then Lin Beiyang said a few words and left. He had to go to Taiha Mall, so the two did not try to keep him. Chapter 94, You cannot enter according to the regulations. When we arrived at Taiha Mall, there were only 3 shareholders left. The 3 minority shareholders and the 4th largest shareholder are absent. Shang Qingzhou's shareholding ratio dropped from 18% to 14%, and Li Longjian's shareholding ratio dropped from 11% to 8%. The remaining 78% naturally belongs to Lin Beiyang. When they met again, Shang Qingzhou was in a completely different mood. "Boss Lin, at the meeting the day before yesterday you said you would buy out other shareholders' shares. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and at a premium price, leaving Boss Li and I with no chance at all." Lin Beiyang didn't know the specific price of the system acquisition. But judging from what Sheng Chengzhou said, it should be the same as last time, with the acquisition being at least 20% premium. He smiled and said, 51% of the shares are too little, 78% is more appropriate. But you can rest assured that I will not interfere too much in the mall. Except for major decisions, you can make decisions directly. I will do the same for the Beiyang department store, which I acquired in full. The two of them felt the same way. If someone else owned 78% of a company's shares, he would probably make various changes. As a result, Lin Beiyang, the new major shareholder, did nothing after acquiring the company. There is really no difference from before. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, there won't be any problems at the company. Sheng Changzhou said with a smile. Yes, there is no problem for Mr. Shang and I to manage the company and the mall. Li Lanjian added. Of course, you two have worked together for so many years, so I am relieved. Without staying in Taihe Mall for too long, Lin Beiyang drove to the location of Mingyue Jewelry Company. Mingyue Jewelry does not have a separate office building. We rented 2 entire floors in a relatively high-end office building. Su Guoqiang had said before that the monthly rent was 260,000 yuan, and the annual rent was as high as 3.12 million yuan, not to mention other supporting facilities. The entire building has only 8 floors, and Mingyue Jewelry is located on the 7th and 8th floors. At this time, at Xiangdong Technology, Xiang father and son returned to the office. Ren Xiangdong finally couldn't help but ask, Dad, to be honest, I don't understand why you tried so hard to befriend Lin Beiyang. Not only did you ask me to apologize publicly, but you also invested hundreds of millions of dollars in my company with him. Ren Jian said calmly, I know you will be confused. From what I say next, you will understand why I did that. You just heard that he spent nearly 2 billion in just 1 week, which shows that his family is not short of money. There is no big family with the surname Lin in Jinan City. I guess they are from the provincial capital. If there is a first cooperation, there will be a second cooperation. Maybe one day our family will be able to make a fortune. He is rich, maybe richer than we thought, but that's not a reason. Ren Jian smiled and shook his head. Of course, I wouldn't care if it's just because he's rich. I have other people to choose from. What made me completely sure was what he said just now. To be honest, he bought a villa in Dongyuju. You are not unfamiliar with Dongyuju, right? Ren Xiangdong shook his head. He naturally paid attention to Dongyuju. Still confused, he said, Dad, he was able to come up with 880 million to buy Wanfeng Mall, so why would it be difficult for him to buy a villa in Dongyuju? No, if you think so, you are wrong. According to the information I received, there is only one villa in Dongyuju that has been newly occupied recently. It is the villa number 1 that the Wang family chose never to sell, even if the price was increased. Hearing this, Ren Xiangdong was shocked. If you know Dongyuju Villa, you will naturally know villa number 1. The Wang family is the top family in Jinan City and a very large family in several surrounding cities. If they say they want to sell the villas they developed, basically no one has the financial ability to buy them. If I say I want to sell it, I want to sell it. He was shocked when he learned yesterday that villa number 1 had been sold. Dad, what do you mean? Yes, that's what you think now. Hearing this, Ren Xiangdong couldn't help but said, Dad, I understand what you mean. That's good to know. So next we must build a good relationship with Mr. Lin, and the best way is through the development of the company. I hope you can focus on the company next time and make sure to produce impressive results. Dad, don't worry, I know what to do. I will definitely make Mr. Lin satisfied. Ren Xiangdong's way of addressing him subconsciously changed to become more respectful. On the other side, Lin Beiyang came to the front desk and was stopped as soon as he walked in. It was a young girl who said shyly, First, sir, do you have an appointment? I don't have an appointment. I'm sorry, according to company regulations, you can't come in without an appointment. If it's an interview, please show me the interview invitation. If you're looking for someone, please tell me the department and name, and I'll notify you. If you need to meet other leaders, you need to make an appointment in advance. She said a lot in one breath. Lin Beiyang guessed that she must be the new receptionist because she was very beautiful. On the one hand, the front desk represents the entire company. Generally speaking, the appearance is not too bad. You may not be particularly skilled when you first start working. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl next to him immediately said, Xiao Xian, there's no need to tell him so much. He doesn't have an appointment, and doesn't look like he's here for an interview. He's probably here to look for someone. Then he glanced at him and said, "Who are you looking for?" His tone and attitude were obviously more casual, and even a little impatient, as if his arrival had affected her rest. This made Lin Beiyang frown slightly. Although this girl speaks shyly, at least her attitude and tone are good. How to change a person has this attitude? In fact, he could guess some of it. He looked young, and the clothes he was wearing were cheap and ordinary, so he was probably here to look for someone in the company. I didn't have time to buy clothes, so naturally I didn't change them. But as the front desk clerk, reception is her job. I was dressed very casually, but not inappropriately, so I should have received the expected reception. I work 8 hours a day, and I don't receive people anytime and anywhere. Still holding back his anger, he said, "I'll go find your boss." Ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, the man laughed out loud, as if it was something very funny. "You said you came to see our boss, but you don't even look at yourself. You said you came to the wrong place." Xiao Xian said worriedly, "Sister Qingqing, no matter what, he is here to look for someone. Shouldn't we notify him? What if he is really looking for the boss?" The girl called Sister Qingqing shook her head and said, "You should have received more than a dozen important clients who came to see the boss." "Yeah, almost. How they're dressed, their age, that sort of thing." Xiao Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Basically, he's wearing a suit and he's probably around 30 or 40 years old. Isn't that right? He looks no more than 20 years old and is dressed very casually. Do you think he's here to see the boss?" Xiaoxin was a little hesitant after saying this. But he still said, "I think it's best to notify you." "No, just look if you don't believe me." Listening to the two people's whispered conversation, Lin Beiyang, who was left aside, couldn't help but smile. It seems that if I don't contact Su Guoqiang, I may not be able to get in today. Chapter 95, talking about cooperation. I'll contact your boss myself. Then you can call and contact me. Lin Beiyang ignored her sarcasm again and took out his phone to dial a number. "Beiyang, where have you been?" As soon as the call was connected, Su Guoqiang on the other end directly asked about Lin Beiyang's location. "Uncle Su, I'm at the entrance of the company now. You're here, right? Tell the front desk and have them take you to my office." Lin Beiyang shook his head, "No." "Why not?" "The front desk said I didn't have an appointment with you and was unwilling to help notify or take me up." Su Guoqiang, who was in the office at the moment, frowned slightly. He knew that Lin Beiyang couldn't lie to him, which meant he was really stopped at the company's door. This is outrageous. The company's people kept the company's real boss out. If this gets out, they'll easily be laughed at. I quickly said, "Wait a minute, I'll be down soon." "Okay, I'll be at the reception desk at the door." At this time, Xiao Xian took her hand and said, "Sister Qingqing, it seems to be the chairman's voice on the phone." When Lin Beiyang was on the phone, he was very close to the two of them, and if you listen carefully you could hear the voice on the other end of the line. Qingqing knew exactly what she heard. But he still didn't believe it and shook his head. "I don't believe it unless the chairman really comes down." As soon as he finished saying this, he saw Su Guoqiang running down in a hurry. This time my heart skipped a beat. It's over. "Beiyang, you are here. Uncle Su, I'm sorry to have you make this trip again." Su Guoqiang immediately became serious and said, "No, I was wrong. Although you invested 500 million to become a major shareholder of the company, this is your first time here. I should have thought of coming down to pick you up earlier. It was my negligence, otherwise this would not have happened." The two were completely dumbfounded. They thought it was the chairman's relative who came to see him for something. I didn't expect that he would be the company's new major shareholder. Of course they knew that the company had increased its investment by 500 million yuan, and Su Guoqiang had announced it publicly. After all this time, such a young person turned out to be the new major shareholder? It was clearly a good opportunity to show oneself, but it would have been fine if he had missed it, but he also blocked the person from entering. It is even a question of whether he can keep his job. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "It's okay. It was my own request that I don't have to answer it. This has nothing to do with Su Guoqiang." He suggested sending someone to pick him up downstairs at the company, but the offer was rejected. "I thought I could find it anyway and it would be too troublesome to come down to pick it up, but I didn't expect to encounter this problem." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't know it was you. According to what you said, if you had known it was me, you wouldn't have acted like that just now, right?" I didn't mean that. Qingqing is very regretful now. Lin Beiyang thought for a moment and said, "Yes, if I put on a suit and tie and dress up, I should be able to enter the company smoothly." Then he looked at Su Guoqiang and said, "Uncle Su, I think the company's front desk staff still needs training and strengthening. Beiyang, I will criticize myself on this matter, so let's go up and speak." Good. There was no excessive dwelling, and no mention of the specific results. But Su Guoqiang will naturally deal with this matter later. After arriving at the office and saying nothing, Su Guoqiang's secretary came in and said, "Chairman, Mr. Lei and his team have arrived and are now in the reception room." "Okay, we'll be there soon." At this time, people in other parts of the company were staring at the office door. It seems that the news of the arrival of new shareholders has been received. Everyone is curious about who it is. When the two walked out, someone immediately exclaimed, "Is the person next to the chairman our new major shareholder?" That should be the case, but he is too young. "Yeah, I feel like he's in his 20s, and he actually invested 500 million in our company." These people were far away, so the two of them naturally couldn't hear what was being said. But Lin Beiyang could feel that they were discussing him. This situation is not uncommon. Entering the reception room, Lei Shang and his group of 3 people appeared. Seeing them come in, Lei Shang smiled and walked up to greet them, saying, "Mr. Lin, we meet again. I thought you wouldn't come today. Director Lei, we have a great cooperation. Of course I will come here to express Mingyue Jewelry's sincerity." The 2 people behind Lei Shang were very surprised. When the 2 men walked in, they knew that Su Guoqiang was the chairman. Seeing Lin Beiyang, who was dressed more casually, next to him, he thought it was his son. He didn't expect that his chairman would greet this young man as soon as he came up. How can I not be surprised? After saying hello, Lei Shang looked at Su Guoqiang and said, "This should be Mr. Su from Mingyue Jewelry." "Hello, Mr. Lei, I am Su Guoqiang." After greeting each other, Lin Beiyang said with a smile, "Director Lei, let's sit down and talk." Good. From this moment on, Lin Beiyang is naturally the leader of Mingyue Jewelry. Su Guoqiang understood this principle and was prepared to serve as a foil from the very beginning. After sitting down, Lin Beiyang said, "Mr. Lei, I don't like beating around the bush, so there's no need to say anything extra. Let's get straight to the point. Mr. Lin is straightforward, of course. Okay, it seems that Mr. Lei is also a straightforward person. I wonder what kind of cooperation plan Mr. Lei has prepared for our Mingyue Jewelry." Lei Sheng agreed with Lin Beiyang's way of discussing things. He also didn't like beating around the bush, so he nodded and said directly, "I told Mr. Lin in the restaurant before that the large supermarket under our company can reserve the best counter for Mingyue Jewelry, and then Mingyue Jewelry can move in." Lin Beiyang nodded and said, "There is no problem with this form of cooperation. Of course, we still need to discuss the details with Director Su." After saying that, he looked at Su Guoqiang and said, "Uncle Su, I'll leave it to you next." Su Guoqiang was actually also very surprised. When discussing cooperation with others, we usually have to exchange some pleasantries first before slowly getting into the real negotiation. Who knew that Lin Beiyang would start talking right away, and Lei Shang was also very cooperative. But he still said, "I've learned about Mr. Lei's company and its leaning supermarkets. Each supermarket is very large. With our current funds, we can actually directly fill all the supermarkets, but the supply may be insufficient. According to our current reserves, we can probably enter 15 supermarkets first, and then slowly enter other supermarkets later. Money is not a problem, with the 500 million injected by Lin Beiyang. But there definitely isn't enough supply, so it'll take time." The cooperation discussion went smoothly. Finally, it was decided that the products would be distributed to 12 stores initially, and then all supermarkets would be distributed within the remaining 3 months. "Mr. Lin, I wonder if you have time in the evening." Lin Beiyang knew that he wanted to treat him to a meal. He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lei, I also have a dinner appointment tonight." "I'll let Mr. Su accompany you then." Hearing that Lin Beiyang didn't have time, Lei Sheng was a little disappointed, but he still said, "I hope I can have time to treat Mr. Lin to dinner later. I'll trouble Mr. Su tonight." Su Guoqiang didn't know what he wanted, so he could only nod and say, "No trouble, we will cooperate in the future." Chapter 96. Someone is treating us to a meal. The purpose of meeting with Lei Shang was to support Mingyue Jewelry and Su Guoqiang, to ensure the smooth completion of the cooperation. I originally came here for Lin Beiyang's reputation. Because he was there, the whole process went very smoothly. He didn't make too many requests, and they were all within the normal range. As for treating me to dinner in the evening, please forget it. I have already promised the 3 roommates that I would treat them to dinner tonight, and I cannot stand them up again. It's acceptable to let it go once, but if you promise to do it again and again and then fail to do it, it's better not to agree. After coming out of Mingyue Jewelry and returning to the car, Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile as he looked at the backpack on the passenger seat. Originally, we were planning to put the things in the villa. As a result, I was delayed by the matters of Ren's father and son and never had time to go there. I checked and it's now 4:30 in the afternoon. It will be too late if I go there. I can only go back to the dormitory and go there tomorrow. Lin Beiyang suddenly realized that 3 days of vacation was not enough, and thought that he had to ask for leave from the instructor again. I sent a message in the dormitory group, asking the 3 of them to return to the dormitory early to take a shower after the military training, then go out to eat, put down their phones and drive back to school. As soon as I arrived at the dormitory, the phone rang. It was Rin Xiangdong who called. "Hey, brother Lin, are you free now?" Lin Beiyang was a little surprised by Rin Xiangdong's sudden change of address. When we met in the morning, he still called me brother Lin. How come it changed all of a sudden? Of course, he didn't know that Rin and his son had already guessed that he was the owner of Villa Number 1 in Dongyuju. At first, Ren Xiangdong was naturally reluctant to call someone who was a few years younger than him brother. Calling him brother Lin was already a big concession. After knowing this, I am willing to call it this way. Because Rin Xiangdong knew what would happen if he followed Lin Beiyang. "Senior, is there anything convenient for you now?" Lin Beiyang also changed his name, which was more convenient to call him. "I want to thank you for your investment in Xiangdong Technology. I will treat you to a meal tonight. Isn't the lunch a thank you? You don't need it tonight. That won't do. My dad hosted us for lunch because you acquired his Tian food company. I came here to thank you for your support for Xiangdong Technology. These are 2 different things and cannot be confused." Ren Xiangdong said in a tone that he must treat everyone. Lin Beiyang could only refuse again and said, "It's not that I won't come, but I promised the people in the dormitory to invite them to dinner. I turned down all the dinner parties tonight, so I can't come." Thinking about it, Ren Xiangdong said again, "How about this? Aren't the people in your dormitory also my juniors? Invite them together, just treat it as if you are treating them to a meal. We can get to know each other, and we can take care of each other in the future in school, right?" Hearing this, Lin Beiyang did not rush to refuse. What he says makes sense. Ren Xiangdong is very famous and prestigious in the school. If the 3 people in the dormitory can establish a good relationship with him, at least they will not encounter any trouble in school in the future. Anyway, there are only 4 people in their dormitory eating, and Rin Xiangdong also said that he was treating the 3 of them to dinner as a senior, so it was not impossible. "Okay, I'll agree to it for them. Okay, we'll have dinner at Shangxianju tonight. I'll have someone pick you up from school then. Senior, I can drive here by myself. I know where it is." Ren Xiangdong knew that Lin Beiyang had more than one car, so he didn't hesitate to say, "See you at Xianju restaurant at 6:30 p.m. After a while, the other 3 people in the dormitory rushed back. "Oh, you're back pretty quickly." "Of course. If you're treating us, we have to come quickly. Didn't you see we came running back straight away? Okay, go take a shower." Several people were packed up and left. On the way, Yu Xiaobai asked curiously, "Brother Lin, where are we going to eat tonight? Tianyue restaurant again?" In their opinion, Lin Beiyang still had hundreds of thousands of savings in Tianyue restaurant that had not been used up, so he would definitely go here. "No, we're going to Shangxianju tonight." "Shangxianju?" Yu Xiaobai was very surprised when he heard about this restaurant, but after a moment's thought, he said, "That's right, Brother Lin, with your status and assets, it's normal for you to go to Shangxianju for dinner." Yu Xiaobai's reaction attracted the attention of the other 2. Gao Yi asked, "Xiaobai, is this Shangxianju restaurant also a very high-end restaurant?" "It's more than high-end. Tianyue restaurant is just a little brother to it." This metaphor allowed the 2 to imagine what kind of restaurant it was. Yu Xiaobai continued, "You must be a member to eat at this restaurant, and the minimum requirement to become a member is assets of more than 5 million. The highest level membership requires more than 5 billion. Each meal costs at least 20,000 to 30,000 per person. Although you can become a member with 5 million, it is not certain whether you can come in to eat. For example, my dad is also a member of Shangxianju, but he has only eaten here once." The 2 of them immediately lost their composure. They can understand that it takes 5 million to become a member, but it is difficult for them to understand that one has to have assets of 5 billion to become a member of the highest level. To them, 5 billion is no different from an astronomical figure. 5 billion. Gaoi shook his head. If you calculate based on working 100,000 yuan a year, it will take 50,000 years to earn that much money, and this is just the threshold for becoming a member. I can't even imagine it. Yu Xiaobai then briefly introduced the membership threshold amount that he knew about. The two people who heard it were dumbfounded. In particular, the calculation unit was 10,000 yuan at the beginning, but later it became 100 million yuan. At the same time, the three were very curious about what kind of membership Lin Beiyang was. Brother Lin, you are a green card member at Shangzi Anju and now you have started to become a blue card member. The green card is between 100 million and 500 million, and the blue card is between 500 million and 2 billion. They all agreed that Lin Beiyang's assets should be about the same between the two. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what kind of member I am. What matters is that I'm not treating you tonight, and I'm not paying for the meal. Someone else is treating and paying for it." He changed the subject. If I tell these three people that I have a gold card, it will probably create a sense of alienation among them. I am now very good friends with the three of them and I don't want to create any distance between us because of this. The change of subject was successful and their attention was immediately drawn to it. Ah. Brother Lin, this isn't your treat. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to go along? After all, this is Shangzi Anju. If it was an ordinary restaurant, they wouldn't care. Since they brought themselves with them, they would definitely not mind. Just going to a restaurant like this is definitely not appropriate. Lin Beiyang said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I've already told him about this matter, and he even strongly invited the three of you to go together. You know him, after all." No? This made the three of them a little confused. After learning what kind of restaurant Shangzi Anju is, I felt that it was impossible for someone I knew to treat me to a meal here, with the exception of Lin Beiyang, but he was not the one paying the bill. "Beiyang, who is this? Why would you invite us to dinner?" "Don't worry, you will know when you get there. Anyway, I didn't say anything. If you don't believe me, you can just ask and you will know." The three got into the car with doubts. If Lin Beiyang didn't tell them, they wouldn't know, so they could only wait and see when they reached their destination. Chapter 97. Why is it called Shangzi Anju? Let's go upstairs. When they arrived at the door, Lin Beiyang said to the three people. The three of them looked up at the 68-story building that reached into the sky at the same time. Gao Yi couldn't help but ask, "Beiyang, is Shangzi Anju restaurant in here?" "Yes, on the 66th floor." When they heard about the 66th floor, the three of them became nervous again. Generally, more than 30-story buildings are high enough to be viewed from above, let alone two 30-story buildings. "Go up first, don't keep people waiting too long." "Good." Arriving at the 66th floor, Gao Yi sighed again. "I finally understand why this place is called Shangzi Anju." "Why?" Zhao Tongpu asked subconsciously. "Old Zhao, if it's daytime and there are a lot of clouds, wouldn't it feel like standing in the clouds when standing here? And don't the gods in ancient mythology live above the clouds? So it's very appropriate to call it Shangzi Anju." After hearing Gao Yi's explanation, several people nodded in support. It's true. Even if it's not daytime, looking out from here now, I feel like I can see half of Jinan City. It's worthy of being a restaurant that requires a minimum of 5 million to apply for a membership card. Yu Xiaobai couldn't help but say. Zhao Tongpu smiled and said, "I originally thought that there was no difference in the urban area, but now I know that the difference is so big. I think I am really a country bumpkin coming to the city." Listening to the size of the three people, Lin Beiyang smiled and said, "Okay, let's go in." Good. As soon as I entered, a waiter came over immediately, just like last time. "Sir, do you have a reservation or a membership card?" Before he could open his mouth, a voice came from the side, "Mr. Lin, you are here." At first glance, isn't that the waiter from last time? Yeah. Lin Beiyang replied indifferently. "Mr. Lin, I see there are 4 of you. Do you need a private room?" Ever since she learned about Lin Beiyang's identity last time, she has been worried that she would be fired. Not only was he not fired, he even got a salary increase. From then on, everyone was very serious in receiving guests. At the same time, I am also paying attention to when Lin Beiyang will come next time. Lin Beiyang thought it was normal for her attitude to change. It would be abnormal if you still act the same after knowing your identity. No need, I have an appointment with someone, his last name is Run. You are Mr. Ren's friend. Please come this way. Then the four people were brought to where Ren Xiangdong was. Brother Lin, you're here. Seeing him coming, Ren Xiangdong quickly stood up to greet him. The three people in the dormitory had never seen Ren Xiangdong before. This was the first time they met him, so they didn't know him. However, they all felt that he was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't tell his specific name. Lin Beiyang introduced with a smile, "Senior, these three are my roommates." After hearing the introduction, Yu Xiaobai was the first to step forward and say hello, senior. My name is Yu Xiaobai. Senior, I'm Gao Yi. Senior, my name is Zhao Tongpu. Since I don't know him, there will be no mistake in calling him by the same name as Lin Beiyang. But the three were curious. Since he is a senior, he must be older than them. Lin Beiyang is 19 years old this year, and this senior looks at least 24 years old, so why is he called Brother Lin? Refer to the three people in the dormitory. Except for Yu Xiaobai, who is younger than Lin Beiyang, so he is called Brother Lin. The other two are at least 1 year older, so they are directly called Beiyang. Although I was curious, I didn't ask any further questions. Let me introduce you. This is Ren Xiangdong, a famous junior at Jinan University. When they learned his identity, the three were stunned. There is another idea in my mind. What is going on? Some time ago, the two had a conflict over Shin Xinjuan's matter. Only a few days have passed, but how come they seem to have such a good relationship, and it seems to be something special? Lin Beiyang saw what the three were thinking, smiled, and said, I know you are confused now, I will explain the details later. Don't stand, let's sit down and talk. Ren Xiangdong pointed to an empty seat. He added, sorry, I'm using my dad's green card, so I can only choose this place. The location is not very good, just a little better than the last time I came. Because I have a green card, just like the last time so you came, I can only choose a seat in the lobby. If you want a better seat, you must be a higher level member. It's okay. I have a membership card here. Let's change seats. After saying that, he looked at the waiter and asked, is it okay to prepare a private room for me now? Of course it's no problem, Mr. Lin. You can use all of our private rooms directly. Although it did not specify which level of card it was, we can tell from this sentence that the membership level must be very high. At least start with a blue card. Then, several people came to the private room. It is indeed a private room that can only be used by higher level members. It is the best location in terms of both environment and view. Mr. Lin, I'm the manager on duty at Shangzi Anju today. I just learned about your visit. According to the boss's request, I'll give you a 50% discount. Here's the menu for you to take a look at first. The manager on duty will provide personal service, which is something that a blue card holder cannot do. Now Ren Xiangdong feels even more that the dinner invitation tonight was the right one, and Lin Beiyang's strength is stronger than he imagined. Maybe it's the highest level gold card. That can only be owned by bigwigs with assets of more than 5 billion. The assets are more than 10 times higher than those of his Ren family. With such a strong support, there is no need to worry about the development of the company. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Even the three people in the dormitory could see the difference. A low-level card cannot allow one to use any private room at will, nor will there be a duty manager to personally receive guests, so the card level must be very high. It's just that I didn't say it, and it's not easy to ask. Lin Beiyang took the menu without hesitation and ordered 5 set meals, which cost about 80,000 yuan in total. With a 50% discount, it was not too expensive. Brother Lin, how about 2 bottles of this wine? Ren Xiangdong said, pointing to one of the bottles of wine. Lin Beiyang took a look and saw that one bottle cost more than 50,000 yuan. Okay, then I'll have 2 bottles, and then I can call a designated driver. The other 3 found it unbelievable when they found out the cost of the set meal and wine they ordered. This means that the total cost of this meal for 5 people was 180,000 yuan. Even with a discount, it still costs 90,000, which is much more expensive than what I had before at Tianyue restaurant. While waiting for the food to be served, Yu Xiaobai asked, Brother Lin, what's going on? It's a good opportunity to talk to you guys. Soon, the 3 of them understood the whole story. Let them be surprised at Lin Beiyang's strength again. Not only did he spend 450 million to buy Ren Jian's company, he also invested 200 million in Ren Xiangdong's company. I finally understand why the relationship between the two suddenly became so good. This is the reason. It would be strange if the relationship was not good. Finally, Ren Xiangdong said, 3 juniors, when you get to school, I will introduce you to some people. They are basically junior students from your school of economics. You can look for them if you have any questions. Thank you, senior. It's okay. You are Lin's roommates, so it's only natural that you should do this. Besides, this is just a trivial matter. The 3 of them naturally would not refuse. They were dissatisfied with Ren Xiangdong before because of Lin Beiyang. Now that we have reconciled, I naturally won't have any more thoughts. Chapter 98 Someone Visits. The next morning, Lin Beiyang came to the military training ground carrying the things he had packed yesterday. Deng Jun saw him coming over and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? You're carrying such a big bag, and you haven't finished your work yet?" "I'm sorry, instructor. I've been a bit busy lately. I may need to take a few days off." Lin Beiyang stated the purpose of his trip. He thought moving should be the last thing to do. After that, I just need to prepare for the welcome party and there is nothing else to do. If there are system tasks, it is a different matter. Deng Jun smiled and said, "I know you are not an ordinary person. You are so good at fighting and drive such an expensive car. I heard that you are a celebrity in the school recently." Lin Beiyang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would pay attention to this aspect. As if he could see what he was thinking, Deng Jun smiled and said, "As a military training instructor, I know a few things about the school." "You're joking, instructor. I'm not a famous person at all. I just got a lot of attention recently." "Okay, I'll give you 2 more days off this time, but let's agree that you can't take another leave after this one until the military training is over. After all, you are my assistant, so it's not good to ask for leave at any time," Deng Jun said seriously. Lin Beiyang thought for a moment and thought that nothing else would happen next. "Even if you have time, you can use the lunch break and evening break to do it." "Okay, then I'll take 2 more days off." "Then go ahead." With 2 more days of vacation, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. After leaving the military training ground, he drove a sports car to Donghu Villa again. The door was already opened before the car arrived. This time the security guard at the door was not the same person as last time, but a stranger. "Hello, Mr. Lin. You know me?" "Yes, we will remember every owner of the villas in Donghuju, and we will also remember visitors, so that we can recognize them and avoid mistakes. We have remembered your car and license plate, and I saw it when you came over." "I see. Thank you for your hard work." Hearing this, the security guard immediately said respectfully, "Don't suffer." After saying that, Lin Beiyang drove into Donghu residence. When I came to the second door, it opened directly just like the previous one. "Enter Villa number 1 again, which should now be called Guanshan Garden." The villas in Donghuju had no names at the beginning and were simply referred to by number. However, after someone purchases the property, the homeowner will be provided with several alternative names to choose from, which will be changed to the name of the villa after selection. Otherwise, you can't always call it Villa number 1, Villa number 3, or Villa number 18. It sounds awkward. 3 names were offered to Lin Beiyang, and then the name Guanshan Garden was chosen. It matches this villa very well. First of all, standing here is like standing on the top of a mountain. You can see the entire mountain and have a feeling of being high above. There is no other name that can give it. The security captain did not tell him, but a person in charge of Donghuju contacted him to inform him of the matter and decided on the name. Standing at the door, there is already a plaque on it with the 3 words Guanshan Garden. Not surprisingly, this was changed after he finalized the name. After entering the villa and putting his things away, Lin Beiyang felt a little empty. It seems that having a house that is too big has its downsides. It's too quiet. The whole building has 3 floors. The top floor is where the villa owner lives and is also equipped with reception and entertainment areas. Some close and important collaborations can be discussed here. The second floor is mainly used and lived in by guests. There are 3 large bedrooms in total, as well as a reception area and entertainment area. As for the first floor, it is mainly used for reception, and there are also nanny rooms, housekeeper rooms, etc. In short, the villa has everything you need. At this moment, Lin Beiyang was lying on the sofa in the reception area on the first floor. He searched and found out the price of this sofa was around 250,000 yuan, and was shocked. Then I remembered that the whole villa belonged to me and I didn't need to worry about anything. It's okay even if it's broken. Just as I was thinking about something, the doorbell suddenly rang. There is a special video area, and after the call was connected, it was found that it was the security guard at the second door. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I hope I didn't disturb you." "No, what's the matter?" "Mr. Chun from Baiyunshan Villa wants to visit you. Do you agree or refuse?" "If you agree, I will bring someone in. If you don't agree, I will refuse, Mr. Chen." Hearing this, Lin Beiyang frowned slightly. "How come someone visits me right after I moved in?" "Baiyunshan?" "Baiyunshan is villa number 5, the security guard explained. Hearing that the villa number was relatively close, he thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let him in. You will know the purpose of your visit after we meet." "Okay." 2 minutes later, the doorbell rang again. Lin Beiyang opened the door and saw two people behind the security guard. They looked very unfamiliar and he definitely had never seen them before. These two people look very similar, they must be brothers. The man in front had a dignified look and a strong aura, and it seemed that he was of some importance. The person behind him has a much smaller aura. "Mr. Chen, this is Mr. Lin, the owner of our Donghuju Guanshan garden." After hearing the introduction, the person behind him quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Hello, come in." "Thank you very much. Since we've agreed to let them visit, there's no need to block them from the door." The security guard said again, "Mr. Lin, I'm just outside the door. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." "Good." Back in the villa, Lin Beiyang said calmly, "Please sit down and have a drink." The two people who came in were also looking around the villa and asked, "Is Mr. Lin alone?" "I just moved in, and I'm alone. We don't drink the water, so we won't bother you." "Just kidding, if there is a babysitter, she won't refuse if you offer her water. Even if the host pours them some water, they wouldn't dare drink it and simply refuse it." Seeing that they refused, Lin Beiyang was not polite and showed no intention of getting up. "I wonder what you two are here for." We two brothers were shocked to hear that the number 1 villa in Donghuju was sold. We were also very curious about which big shot bought it from the Wang family. So we came here today with a small gift to visit Mr. Lin and make friends with him. However, we didn't expect that Mr. Lin was younger than we thought. We were really shocked. After saying this, he asked the people behind him to take out the prepared gifts. Then he said, "This is a small gift prepared by Chen. Because I don't know what Mr. Lin likes, I brought a painting by Shi Tao, a famous painter in the late Ming dynasty. It is currently estimated to be worth about 7 million. Please accept it." When I heard about the gift he sent, I realized that he was worthy of being the one who could afford villa number 5 in Donghuju. It was worth 7 million yuan, and he gave it to me on our first meeting. It's like being able to buy your own Lamborghini. He didn't answer. No one gives gifts for no reason. Such a valuable thing. There must be some purpose. I don't even know the identities of these two people yet, so how could I agree to it? At least we have to find out who the two people are before deciding whether to answer the call or not. If I can accept it, I certainly won't refuse something that is delivered to my door. Chapter 99: The Shocked Chen Brothers. Put the calligraphy and painting aside for now. The two thought he was dissatisfied. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Beiyang said first, "Mr. Chen seems to have not introduced himself yet." Chen Jianghai smiled awkwardly. Then he remembered that he seemed to have not introduced his identity since he entered the door. The main reason is that the impact brought by Lin Beiyang was too great. From the beginning, it was speculated that his status was very high, so high that even the Wang family, the top family in Jinan City, had to give up. Such people either come from provincial capitals or from the capital. Someone was asked to investigate, but there was no result. Today, when I learned that he had returned to the villa, I hurried over to visit him with some things. Who knew that the buyer was actually a young man who looked only in his 20s? Fortunately, he was very strong inside and his facial expression did not change much, otherwise it would be obvious that he was very surprised. This made Chen Jianghai more certain that Lin Beiyang did not come from the provincial capital, but from the capital. If it is a big family in the provincial capital, although it is stronger than the Wang family, the latter is a local tyrant and is not so easy to suppress. If it could be bought, it would have been purchased long ago. Before, there was a big family coming from the provincial capital whose assets were twice that of the Wang family, but in the end they had to leave in disgrace. The result was completely different for the people coming from the capital. That was a place with giants, and it was more than enough to deal with the Wang family. Just imagine if their Chen family could establish a relationship with a young man from a big family in Beijing, it might only be a matter of time before they surpass the Wang family. Mr. Lin, my name is Chen Jianhai. I am the current head of the Chen family in Jinan City and the chairman of the Chen Group in Jinan City. This is my third brother, Chen Jianshui. I wonder if you know anything about our Chen family. Lin Beiyang had already roughly guessed the identities of the two people, but not sure. He took the initiative to reveal his identity, and it turned out to be correct. It seems that they are the only family with the surname Chen who can afford Villa number 5 in Donghuju. Learn something about the purpose of Patriarch Chen's visit this time. Chen Jianhai smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. I have no other ideas. I just want to make friends with you. This small gift is just my sincerity. If Mr. Lin likes something, please tell me. It is not a problem to get it. It can be seen that he wants to make friends with me. If my guess is correct, it should be related to Villa number 1. According to information found on the internet, this was developed by the Wang family, whose family assets amount to over 100 billion. Villa number 1 remained unsold until the system rewarded it to me. Make it easy for others to associate it with your own strength. Master Chen, I like a lot of things and dislike a lot of things. One of them is that I don't like beating around the bush. I prefer to be straightforward. If you just want to be friends with me, then you can leave. Chen Jianhai knew very well that this was an attempt to drive him away. If you leave the villa even a step, your chance of coming back next time will be 0. He smiled and said, Mr. Lin, may I ask what is your relationship with the Wang family? He needs to first figure out the relationship between Lin Beiyang and the Wang family. See if there is any need to continue talking and verify the initial guess. Lin Beiyang thought that it was indeed the case and it was related to the Wang family. Master Chen, I don't know who the Wang family you are talking about is, but I can tell you very clearly that it has nothing to do with you. Lin Beiyang was telling the truth, but it sounded completely different to Chen Jianhai. He thought that Lin Beiyang knew too many Wang families, so he was not sure which one he was talking about. He quickly explained, it's our Wang family from Jinan City, the developer of Donghuju. Lin Beiyang shook his head, I don't know him. Chen Jianhai could see that he didn't seem to be lying. Don't you really know him? But this villa is right here, how could I not recognize it? He said carefully again, Mr. Lin, there are 20 villas in Donghuju. The higher the number, the cheaper the price, but the lowest price is 120 million yuan. For example, my villa number 5 is priced at 500 million yuan. However, villa number 1 is only being repaired and not sold. Someone once offered 1.5 billion yuan but the Wang family refused to sell it. I wonder how much you spent to buy this place. I said I don't know the Wang family. Also, I said I didn't spend a penny on this villa. It was given to me by someone else. I don't know if Patriarch Chen believes it or not. Lin Beiyang still did not lie. It was originally a gift from the system. He had no idea whether he had spent any money or how much he had spent. Chen Jianhai was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Someone offered 1.5 billion to buy it, but the Wang family directly refused. No matter what they said, it was useless. But when it came to Lin Beiyang, it was actually given as a gift. It was impossible for him to ask the Wang family whether it was a gift, but this possibility was very high. In this case, Lin Beiyang's strength was even stronger than he imagined. At this time, Chen Jianhai signaled to Chen Jianshui. The latter understood what his eldest brother meant, and they both stood up. He bent down and said, I believe it, of course I believe it, but I don't know what Mr. Lin is doing in Jinan City this time. Although my Chen family is not the top family in Jinan City, it is also a first-class family. We have some say in Jinan City and can do some things for Mr. Lin. I hope there will be such an opportunity. The two of them now had only one thought in their minds, which was to hold Lin Beiyang's thighs tightly. Even the Wang family was willing to give away the number 1 Donghuju villa in order to make friends with them, so of course he could offer up his entire family. As long as he makes the right friends, the top families in Jincheng City will increase from 3 to 4, and his Chen family will have a place. Lin Beiyang smiled slightly. I didn't expect that villa number 1 has such a function. Through what I learned here from Chen Jianhai today, combined with information from the internet, he knew more about the villa. If his guess was correct, Chen Jianhai should think that the Wang family gave him this villa for the same purpose as his, which was to make friends with him. Just imagine, if even the top family, the Wang family, wants to make friends with them, what does his Chen family count for? Ding! A new mission has been released. Chen Jianghai's request is accepted. The mission reward is a Ferrari LaFerrari. Looking at the mission reward, Lin Beiyan's eyes lit up. Isn't this Rafa? If you agree to the Chen family, you can also get a car. This deal is a sure win. Master Chen is very thoughtful. I am currently a freshman at Jinan University, so there is not much I can do to help. Mr. Lin just went to college? Chen Jianhai was stunned. Yes, I'm a freshman. I thought that these young masters from big families were different, and they actually came to Jinan City to study in university. Mr. Lin, don't worry, it doesn't matter whether it's a big thing or a small thing. Lin Beiyang thought for a moment and said, Master Chen, I do need help with something. Mr. Lin, please go ahead. It's like this. I've acquired and invested in several companies in the past few days, with a total of about 1.5 billion. Send someone to help me keep an eye on the financial aspects. In a word, you don't have to manage these companies, but you can't let any problems occur. In addition to Mingyue Jewelry, Lin Beiyan planned to have someone keep an eye on the financial aspects so that he could feel at ease. As a result, Chen Jianghai became more confident that he was very powerful. It was impossible for his Chen family to spend 1.5 billion in just a few days. He nodded quickly, Mr. Lin, I promise to complete the task. Chapter 100 Mission Reward, a Ferrari. Ding! Chen Jianghai's requested task has been completed. The task reward, a Ferrari LaFerrari, has been parked in the Dongyuju Guanshanuan garage. The key has been issued to the left pocket of the pants. Please check it carefully. Lin Beiyang didn't care whether parking the car in the garage would arouse suspicion. Since it stops here, it means the system will solve it. Mr. Lin, could you please tell me which companies they are? I forgot to tell you that there are 4 companies in total, namely Tiantian Food Company, Xiangdong Technology, Taihe Mall and Wanfeng Mall in University Town. It has now been renamed Beiyang Mall. I will say hello to them. Chen Jianhai silently memorized the first 3 companies and went to handle them as soon as he left. I was stunned again when I heard the last company. He also paid attention to the recent news that a Wanfeng shopping mall was sold, and asked someone to investigate who the buyer was. I was too busy to ask for the result. Wanfeng Group is well known across the country, and it is even more difficult to buy a shopping mall alone. But in Jinan City, it may not be as shocking as buying Villa No. 1 in Dongyuju. After all, Wanfeng Group is too far away, while the Wang family's businesses are everywhere in Jinan City and are easier to access. Only now do I know that the person who bought Wanfeng shopping mall and moved into Dongyuju No. 1 villa is the same person. Chen Jianhai can understand. Even the No. 1 Dongyuju villa was a gift from the Wang family, so it shouldn't be very easy to buy a Wanfeng shopping mall. I guess there is nothing in Jinan City that Lin Beiyan can't buy. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin could even purchase Wanfeng Mall under Wanfeng Group. Chen really admires him. I will immediately arrange for the most professional personnel to go to the 4 companies after I return. Master Chen, I trust you to do your job. I believe you can do it well. Chen Jianhai smiled again and said, Mr. Lin, do you have anything else I can help you with? For example, if there is anything you are interested in, I can help you ask. Lin Beiyang understood what he meant. The reason why he was so willing to help me was simply because he felt that he was very powerful and wanted to curry favor with me in exchange for rewards so that the Chen family could move to a higher level. There is nothing else to ask now, just ask for help. We just want to see if the Chen family can do it. How could they be willing to give it up? Agree because of system tasks. I can't actually provide any help. I don't have any other ideas for now. I will notify Patriarch Chen when the need arises. Hearing Lin Beiyan's refusal, Chen Jianhai was slightly disappointed, but not worried. As long as you let yourself help, it means there is a chance. At this time, Chen Jianhai suddenly thought of something. By the way, is Mr. Lin interested in the auction? Auction? Yes, there will be an annual auction at Heshan Auction House tomorrow. It is the largest auction in Jinan City and is hosted by the top family Dong family. It includes ancient calligraphy and painting, modern calligraphy and painting, porcelain, jewelry, etc. Last year, the highest auction price was a painting by Mr. Wu Qinshua, with a turnover of 21 million. There are also some jewelry. Lin Beiyan's knowledge of auctions came only from TV dramas. Haven't seen it in person. The main thing is that there is a threshold to get in, not to mention that the prices of things inside are not cheap. After hearing what Chen Jianghai said, I immediately became interested. he also wanted to buy a gift for Su Yu. I haven't made up my mind yet. There are jewelry at the auction, I can take a look. I still have about 3 million in my card, so buying one shouldn't be a problem. Okay, that's interesting. What's the exact time and location? Mr. Lin, the time is from 7 to 9 o'clock tomorrow night. I will send someone to pick you up then. No, just tell me the address and I'll drive over tomorrow. Okay. Then Chen Jianhai told him the exact location. Lin Beiyang nodded slightly and said, I will come on time tomorrow. Then I look forward to Mr. Lin's arrival. Then he picked up the painting and said, would you like to see this painting? Stay here. I'm worried that there are no decorations in the villa. This is just right for you. Okay, how about I hang it up for you? Hearing that Lin Beiyang accepted the gift, Chen Jianhai was finally relieved. As long as you accept the gift, everything else will be easy. It's okay. I can just hang the painting myself. Chen Jianhai assessed the situation and knew that he should leave. He stood up and said, Mr. Lin, my two brothers are sorry for disturbing you today. If you have nothing else to do, we will leave first. At this time, Lin Beiyang said slowly, Master Chen, there is something I think I need to remind you of. Please explain clearly, Mr. Lin. Your Chen family's children have been bullying others recently. I hope that the head of the Chen family and your brothers can discipline them properly. He did not name anyone. There is a high possibility that Chen Zi's brothers are in a similar situation as him. If you want to strike, strike it all at once. Hearing this, Chen Jianhai broke out in a cold sweat. It was obvious that someone from the Chen family had provoked Lin Beiyang, or was met by him. Mr. Lin, I don't know who you are talking about. I will discipline him when I return and make sure the same thing doesn't happen again. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that they are part of the Chen family. Master Chen, do you understand? Lin Beiyang said in a cold voice. As the system rewards increase, Lin Beiyang's temperament and momentum are slowly changing. Normally, he looks no different from an ordinary person, but the smell he exudes is particularly obvious. Clear. Okay, you guys go back. Okay. After leaving the villa, Chen Jianhai was still a little scared on the way back. Third brother, you are worthy of being a young master from the capital. Your aura is very strong. I still feel the cold sweat on my body. Chen Jianxue obviously felt it. He echoed, yeah, when Mr. Lin gave the warning at the end, I felt like I was in an icy cave. Don't say too much for now. When you go back, tell those bastards at home to be careful recently. If they accidentally provoke Mr. Lin, even 10 Chen families will not be enough. I understand, Big Brother. I will tell Big Brother about what happened today and ask him to pay attention as well. By the way, ask the company to prepare 100 million yuan in funds. Chen Jianhai gave an order after considering it. Brother, what do you need 100 million for? Chen Jianxue was a little confused. There seems to be no place to use so much money right now. Chen Jianhai rolled his eyes at him and said, what do you know? For Mr. Lin, a mere 7 million worth of calligraphy and painting is nothing. Naturally, he should prepare a more substantial gift. When he makes a move, all of them are acquisitions and investments worth hundreds of millions. Do you think a painting is enough? At this point, Chen Jianxue clearly understood, I understand, Big Brother. I will ask the company to prepare immediately. After the two left, Lin Beiyang looked at the calligraphy and paintings left in the villa and picked them up to take a closer look. I watched it for a full minute before putting it down. It's not that I understood the content of the calligraphy and painting, but I can't understand why it is worth 7 million. In his opinion, 70,000 yuan is too much. But Chen Jianhai would not lie to me. If he said 7 million, then that was the amount, not less. After thinking about it, I just found an empty spot on the wall to hang it up, which also added a decoration to the villa. Chapter 101, The acquaintance seems to be in trouble. Chen Jianhai and the other man left less than 10 minutes later. The security guard rang the doorbell again. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang from Qinxing Garden in Villa number 11 wants to visit. Do you want to allow them to come in or refuse? No need to think about it, most likely he has the same idea as Chen Jianhai. Let them in. Receiving once is receiving, and receiving twice is also receiving. Let us see what we are here for this time. When this person came in and saw Lin Beiyang, he was slightly stunned. There was only one thought in my mind, how could he be so young? Despite the doubts, it is certain that the young man in front is the owner of Villa Number 1, and I am extremely curious about his identity. Come in. Thank you, Mr. Lin. After sitting down, he immediately took out the things he had prepared and said, Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Mo. I'm very sorry to bother you. This is just a small gift as a token of my respect. I wonder if you will like it. Seeing that Lin Beiyang didn't react, he quickly opened it and continued, this is a Vacheron Constantine worth more than 4 million. I think it suits your temperament, Mr. Lin. I couldn't help but smile when I looked at the watch. First, Chen Jianghai gave him paintings and calligraphy worth 7 million yuan, and then Zhang Mo gave him watches worth 4 million yuan. It's said to be a small gift, but in fact the price is not low at all. What can I do for you, Mr. Zhang? I heard that Donghuju Number 1 villa was for sale, so I came here specially after learning the news. I just wanted to make friends with Mr. Lin. Stop, let's talk about what we want to say. If you're just visiting, you can leave your contact information and leave. If you have something else, just tell me directly. Lin Beiyang tried to stop him from continuing. Zhang Yamo was somewhat unsure of Lin Beiyang's character. I had been wanting to visit for a while, but when I came over just now I learned that they were already entertaining someone, and I was curious about who it was. Later I found out that he was from the Chun family. He looked very happy when he left, which probably meant that the talk went well. It also proved that the owner of the villa was very powerful, at least stronger than the Chen family. Zhang Mo's strength is not as good as that of the Chun family, and he is worried that what he can bring out will not satisfy Lin Beiyang. However, he still said, I really just want to make friends with Mr. Lin. Just about to refuse. The system sound rang again. Ding! A new mission has been released. Agree to be friends with Zhang Mo. The mission rewards you with 5 free tickets to the Heshan auction tomorrow night. Every time you complete a system task, you can always get good stuff. This time is no exception. The mission rewards are easy to understand. It should be something I buy at the auction tomorrow night, and there are 5 times when I don't have to pay for it myself. Just when I was saying that I couldn't buy anything good with only 3 million, who knew that the system would send good things to my door? Since Mr. Zhang wants to be friends with me, there is no reason to refuse. You can leave your contact information and we can get in touch later if there is a chance. Just as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The mission of making friends has been completed. The mission reward is 5 free chances to go to the kindness auction tomorrow night. The upper limit of a single payment is 1 billion. 5 free order opportunities, with a maximum limit of 1 billion per order. This means that the system directly gave a quota of 5 billion. Then you can just buy the most expensive things, the system will pay for it anyway. I just hope that something expensive will appear this time, otherwise the credit limit will be wasted. Zhang Mo nodded, took out his business card from his pocket and said, Mr. Lin, this is my business card, please take a look. I took the business card and saw that it was the chairman of the liquor company. That's the liquor business. Okay. Then Zhang Mo took out the gift again and said, Mr. Lin, look at this watch. Since you have agreed to make friends, there is no reason to refuse the gift. Stay it looks good, and I just happen to be in need of a watch. Receiving the gift meant accepting it, and Zhang Mo finally felt relieved. So he said, then I won't bother Mr. Lin for now. Good. After seeing Zhang Mo off, Lin Beiyang returned to the villa. If one person comes and activates a task, will there be one next time? Maybe someone will come to visit. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after Zhang Mo left, someone came over. However, there was no mission this time. In the end, Lin Beiyang directly refused. After seeing this man off, he prepared to leave the villa. Without the mission, there is no need to continue receiving these people. He said he was visiting and making friends, but in fact his thoughts were very clear. The main reason is that Lin Beiyang gets everything directly from the system, so even if he makes friends with these people, there may not be much benefit. I had promised you a mission before, so I had to accept it. Come to the garage. Located on the basement level. There are 5 parking spaces in total. The Lambo is parked in parking space number 1, and there is now a car parked in parking space number 2 which was originally empty. The red body and graceful lines make it worthy of being a car worth tens of millions. There is no one who likes sports cars who doesn't like LaFerrari, and Lin Beiyang is no exception. The launch price was over 20 million, and now it is said that someone once spent over 40 million to buy it, which shows how expensive and rare it is. Lin Beiyan was a little excited as he took out the keys and got into the car. These cars that we could only admire from a distance before, we never expected that one day we could not only touch them, but also sit in them and drive them away. Start the engine, and the roar makes people want to drive it. When the car passed in front of the security guard, he was shocked and confused at first. I don't remember Lin Beiyan driving this car. Isn't there only one purple Lamborghini? When did he get another one of this car? I thought about it for a while and then didn't think about it any more carefully. Driving onto the street, tens of millions of cars drive differently. It's a feeling that can't be achieved by a car worth hundreds of thousands or millions. The rate of turning heads on the road is also higher. I originally wanted to pick up Suyu, but I just called her and found out that she had gone back to the countryside and would not be back until tomorrow. After driving for about half an hour, Lin Beiyan arrived at Taihao Mall. I looked at the time and realized it was already 11:50, time for lunch. After parking the car, Lin Beiyan entered Taihao Mall again without notifying anyone. After the last incident, the mall began to pay attention to avoid the same thing from happening again. Lin Beiyan will take another turn to see if the same situation will occur. But this time Lin Beiyan was very satisfied. From the first floor to the third floor and then down from the third floor, the shopping environment has been greatly improved. At the same time, the phone numbers of a vice president and general manager were also published in some areas of the mall. This phone number is specifically used for customers and merchants to make complaints. I have to say that I have thought of many ways to avoid it. Back to the third floor, Lin Beiyan randomly found a Sichuan restaurant and walked in. After entering the store, find a seat and sit down under the guidance of the waiter. As soon as I sat down, I found that there was an acquaintance sitting next to me. What a coincidence! Lin Beiyan greeted with a smile. It's you! What a coincidence! Are you here for dinner? The girl responded. Of course, I can't just sit in a restaurant and drink water. She seemed to know that what she said was wrong, so she changed her words. It's just a meal, how about we join in? I also want to thank you for standing up for me last time. Sure, but there's no need to thank me. I believe anyone else would stand up in that situation. This girl was the one I met at Taihao Mall that day. Her name was Zhao Yi. The girl next to her is not the same person from last time. After Lin Beiyan sat down, Zhao Yi said to the girl next to her, Zhao Jia, I'm sorry. I didn't thank him for helping me last time. It just so happens that we met today. I'll give him his share of the money later. No, we're ordering separately so we can pay separately later. The girl called Sister Zhao frowned slightly and looked at Lin Beiyan. Then he shook his head and said, I have 2 friends coming over later. It's not appropriate for him to have dinner with us. Besides, you don't need to thank him for what you said. He didn't speak for you directly. Zhao Jia, you didn't tell me at the beginning that you had friends coming over. Isn't this the same thing I told you last time? There's a rich second-generation young man who likes you very much. His family has at least tens of billions of assets. If you agree, you won't have to live so poorly in the future. You don't have to run around doing part-time jobs for others every day. I would like to agree, but he doesn't like me. No, I've never met him, and whether he's rich or not has nothing to do with me. If they really want to come over, I won't eat this meal. Lin Beiyan, who was sitting opposite, already understood what was going on. Zhao Yi is very beautiful, so it's normal for a rich second generation to like her. But she should really dislike the rich second generation. So the rich second generation contacted the pretty girl next to him, and found an excuse to ask Zhao Yi out for dinner, and they took the opportunity to come over. It would be fine if it happened in school, but this happened outside, and who knows what might happen. Sun Jiao's expression changed immediately. No, they are already on their way. You have to eat today's meal whether you want to or not. You have to know that this rich second generation has billions of dollars at home. He can't run away. And you can leave, but I remember that your family is from a county under Jinnan City, but I can't guarantee that they can run away. This is already a clear threat. Then she continued, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. He's just handsome, and you become interested in him after what happened last time. But don't you see what he looks like? His clothes are cheap. It's a blessing that his family can afford tens of thousands of dollars. Wouldn't it be good for you to follow a rich second generation? You can have everything you want, and your parents' lives will improve because of you. I remember you have a younger brother who just started high school. In a few years, he will also thank you. After that, Sun Jiao looked at Lin Beiyang and said, I think you heard it very clearly just now. If you know what's best for you, leave quickly and shut up when you go back. Some people are not people you can mess with. Be careful not to cause trouble for yourself. If you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving. At this moment, Zhao Yi was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. They were sitting against the wall, in the corner. Zhao Yi was sitting inside, and Sun Jiao, who was sitting outside, could just trap her inside and prevent her from coming out. I guess this location was chosen specifically. As for Lin Beiyang, the waiter saw that he was alone, so he arranged a seat in the corner, which led to this scene. Zhao Yi was obviously frightened and was leaning against the wall, feeling a little scared and at a loss. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. It would be fine if I hadn't met him, but since I have met him, I can't just ignore it. Although I don't know who the rich second generation is, judging from his behavior, he is probably not a good person. If Zhao Yi fell into his hands, the consequences could be imagined. What are you laughing at? You really think you are so great? I tell you, appearance is not important. What is important is whether you have money and ability. If you don't want to leave, then wait and see if you can still laugh later. Sun Jiao stared at Lin Beiyang fiercely. Then you'll see if I can still laugh later. I didn't expect to encounter something like this now. Seeing that Lin Beiyang was not afraid at all and just sat there without leaving, Sun Jiao quickly took out her cell phone and asked the rich second generation to come over immediately. At the same time, Lin Beiyang was also editing the information on his mobile phone. If he really wanted to take action, he could immediately call the mall security to maintain order. Sun Jiao couldn't help but sneer again. It only shows that you are a frog in the well. Chapter 102. My dad is Zhang Yimou. Lin Beiyang still didn't change his clothes. The reason is that I don't have time to buy it for the time being. The watch Zhang Yimou gave him was nice, but he forgot to take it when he left, so now he looks no different from an ordinary person. Without anything to prove my identity, it's normal to be misunderstood. The food was served quickly. Lin Beiyang smiled and said to Zhao Yi, don't think about anything else, let's eat first. Lin Beiyang, you'd better leave quickly. Zhao Yi said worriedly. She was no longer in the mood to eat. Although she was naive, she also knew that they were ordinary people, and once the rich second generation came, she would really not be able to leave. It's okay. I want to see if this kind of thing can happen in broad daylight. As he said this, he took a bite of the beef and sour soup on the table. He nodded and commented, not bad, this beef tastes very good, you guys try it quickly, it's just a little sour. Lin Beiyang won't leave because he has the confidence. This rich second generation is only worth a few billion. If you can't solve the problem, ask Chen Jianghai to help. I believe he will be happy to help. Seeing that he was determined not to leave, Zhao Yi took out her phone and said, Sun Jiao, if you don't let me leave, I'll call the police. Sun Jiao had no intention of stopping her. Instead, he smiled and said, just call. If you don't know the number to call the police, I can help you call. Then we'll see whether I'm helping you or Brother Chen. It seems that Sun Jiao is very confident and is not afraid of what Zhao Yi says at all. Even so, she chose to call the police, which was her only option at the moment. After the call, Zhao Yi felt much more relieved. Lin Beiyang, I've called the police. They said they'll be here soon, and we can leave now. Lin Beiyang thought that it wouldn't be that easy to leave. Sun Jiao dared to let her make the call, probably because she had the confidence from being a rich second generation. Otherwise, he would have snatched the phone away to stop it. How could he not be worried at all? Zhao Yi is still too naive. Of course, Lin Beiyang had nothing to worry about. 3 minutes later, two figures appeared at the door of the restaurant. Sun Jiao quickly stood up and greeted, Brother Chen, here. After learning about what happened just now, I only know that Brother Chen's real name is Zhang Chen, but I have no idea what his family does. Hearing the voice, the two came over with smiles on their faces. As he walked over, the man in front looked at Zhao Yi sitting in the corner and smiled even more. You can't refuse to have dinner with me again today. I saw her by chance 2 days ago and was attracted to her at first sight. But my repeated invitations to dinner were all rejected. So I tried to contact one of her roommates, Sun Jiao. I came up with this idea today to ask the person out. I don't know you and I don't want to have dinner with you. Let me go back to school. Go back to school? No, I can't. I finally have a chance to have lunch with you. How can I miss it? I have called the police and they will be here soon. Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. I'm telling you the truth. Today's meal is settled. No one can help me. The task he gave Sun Jiao was to hold Zhao Yi back until he arrived. Any method will do. As for calling the police, there is no need to worry, just let her call directly. Otherwise, Sun Jiao wouldn't be so confident. After he finished speaking, he noticed Lin Beiyang, who was sitting opposite him. He frowned and realized he didn't know this person. He turned around and asked Sun Jiao, "Who is he?" "Brother Chen, he was an accident, and he is also a blind man." Then Sun Jiao explained Lin Beiyang's identity to Zhang Chen. Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, "So you want to be a hero and save the beauty? You didn't leave even after knowing my identity. I can only say that you are courageous. Courage can be twice the result with half the effort if used in the right place, but the consequences of using it in the wrong place are very serious. Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave." He thought it was the same as himself. After learning the whole story, he began to threaten. Lin Beiyang was staring at Zhang Chen very seriously at this moment. He always felt that this person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. "I had this feeling when I appeared at the door, and it was even more so when I got closer." "Are you Zhang Chen? I feel like you look familiar." "Ha ha ha, are you scared now? And you're still thinking about getting closer? I tell you it's impossible. The ending was doomed from the moment you stayed." Lin Beiyang shook his head again. "No, I really think you look familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before, but I can't remember where for a moment." "Okay, stop talking nonsense, just wait for me." At this time, Lin Beiyang suddenly stood up and said, "I don't know what you rely on, but you dare to do such a thing in the restaurant during the day. It seems that this situation occurred because of your poor parenting. I think it is necessary to teach your parents a lesson." "Teach me a lesson, who do you think you are?" After saying that, Zhang Chen was about to take action. As a result, as soon as he stretched out his hand, Lin Beiyang grabbed it and he couldn't get away. "Let me go. I said I would teach you a lesson on behalf of my family." Then he started to use force. Feeling his hand becoming more and more painful, Zhang Chen began to panic. He quickly said, "Let me go. You dare to attack me? Are you looking for death? Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, let go." With a cracking sound, I don't know if it was a dislocated bone or something, but his hand turned completely red. Lin Beiyang then slowly let go. "This is a lesson for you. If I see you again next time, it won't be so easy to solve." At this moment, Zhang Chen gritted his teeth in pain. After doing all this, Lin Beiyang stretched out his hand and said to Zhao Yi, "Get up, let's go." Zhao Yi looked at the scene in front of her with a dazed look on her face. He dared to do this even though he knew that the person in front of him was a rich second generation with a net worth of billions. It was not until Lin Beiyang asked her to leave that she stood up in shock. Sun Jiao, who was sitting next to them, was dumbfounded. She really didn't expect that Lin Beiyang would dare to attack Zhang Chen. Seeing them about to leave, Zhang Chen endured the pain and said to the man beside him and Sun Jiao, "Stop them and they can't leave. Since they have called the police, wait for the police to come and solve the problem. No one in Jinan City dares to attack me, Zhang Chen." Despite their fear, the two men quickly stopped in front of them. "Lin Beiyang, let's leave quickly." Zhao Yi was already extremely scared and at this moment just wanted to leave the restaurant. Lin Beiyang looked at the two of them coldly, "Get out of the way." The two were frightened and subconsciously tried to move aside. At this time, the police entered the hotel. Then I saw the situation here. When the police arrived, other people soon noticed the situation and came over to watch the fun. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Now let's see what you do now." There were 3 policemen in total. The leader was in his 40s, and the 2 men on either side were probably in their 20s. "I'm Zhao Zhengli. Who called the police just now?" Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "It's me." "What's going on?" Zhao Yi recounted what had just happened in detail. After listening to it, he nodded and said, "You mean, your roommate Sun Jiao asked you to go out shopping with her, and then invited you to lunch at noon? In fact, she wanted to introduce you to a rich second-generation man. You didn't want to leave, but she didn't let you leave. So you called the police, right?" After Zhao Yi finished speaking, the older policeman repeated what had just happened. "Yes. Officer, don't listen to her nonsense. That's not the case at all." Zhao Yi said angrily, "I promise that every word I said is true, and there are surveillance cameras in the store, so they should be able to see the whole process that just happened. Sun Jiao also quickly waved her hands and said, "Officer, it's not what she said. We are just from the same dormitory and came out to have a simple lunch. These two are just my friends. I didn't mean to force him. Alright, everyone, come back with us. The restaurant has surveillance cameras, and we will investigate what happened. Officer, you see, my left hand was pinched like this. I think I should go to the hospital first." Zhang Chen raised his hand and said. Although the hand is not as red as before, it can still be seen that it is a little distorted. Zhang Chen added, "My father is Zhang Mo, the chairman of Qingzhou Group." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Zhongli's face changed drastically. Qingzhou Group is very famous in Jinan City. Because except for some very famous liquors on the Jinan market, the rest are basically liquors produced by Qingzhou Group. It covers everything from ordinary wines costing dozens of yuan to high-end wines costing tens of thousands of yuan. For example, people in Jinan City usually choose Qingzhou's brands when they go out for a drink. It turned out to be Master Zhang. Seeing that he was recognized, Zhang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "My father has a good relationship with one of your directors. I hope this matter can be properly handled." The meaning is obvious. If it is not handled properly, the deputy director will know about this matter, and it will not be easy to resolve after knowing it. Zhao Zhengli said seriously, "Mr. Zhang, please rest assured. I will definitely give you and Chairman Zhang an explanation on this matter." With the assurance, Zhang Chen nodded. Then he looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "Did you see that? I only need one sentence to get the desired result, and you can only go in. It seems that you are still a student. If you go in, I am afraid that you will be completely ruined. I gave you a chance just now, but you were unwilling to cherish it." Zhao Zhengli waved his hand and said, "You two take them back. I'll send Master Zhang to the hospital for a checkup. If the case is serious, these two may be suspected of intentional injury. They must be kept under strict supervision." This time Zhang Chen nodded with more satisfaction. Obviously the desired result. Lin Beiyang also smiled. He finally understood why Zhang Chen looked so familiar. It turned out that he was Zhang Mo's son. The two had just met in the morning, so it was normal to feel a little familiar when seeing his son in the afternoon. After all, they were father and son. Especially in terms of facial features, they are extremely similar. What are you laughing at? You can still laugh in this situation. Now it seems that you may have some problems with your brain. I finally know why you look familiar. It turns out that you are Zhang Mo's son. We just met this morning. This is the first time I see you. I have to say that you look a lot like your father," Lin Beiyang said with a smile. Zhang Chen couldn't help but snort coldly. Our Qingzhou Group's wine is very famous in Jinan City. Many people know my father. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous for you to say such things now? Officer Zhao, you should quickly have them taken away. Take away. As soon as Zhao Zhengli saw them, he knew they were students. How could they know Zhang Mo? Just like what Zhang Chen said, there are so many people in Jinan City who know him, and everyone can say they know him. But one-sided knowledge and mutual knowledge are two different things. The onlookers all knew that it was probably because Zhang Chen was in the wrong that the other party resisted. But now he was about to be arrested. They didn't dare to stand up and say anything. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door of the restaurant, "Chairman." Chapter 103 I Really Know Your Dad. The sudden call of chairman attracted the attention of everyone present. I wonder who this person is calling. Shang Chengzhou trotted into the crowd and said to Lin Beiyang, "I'm sorry, chairman. I rushed here as soon as I found out. I'm not too late, am I?" It's not too late. You know the whole story very well. Officer Zhao is going to take me away directly. Shang Chengzhou immediately spoke in a serious tone, "Officer, this is Mr. Lin Beiyang, the chairman of our Taiha Mall. I don't know why they want to take him away." After hearing this, everyone present became restless. At noon, I come to Taiha Mall, and basically students or residents from nearby come to eat. They knew the mall had been here for a few years, but they had no idea the chairman was so young. Impossible, how could you be the chairman of Taiha Mall? Zhang Chen looked incredulous. Lin Beiyang looked like a student and was dressed very casually, which was not the appearance of a chairman. Sir, just because you don't know doesn't mean it's not the case. In the past week, Mr. Lin has successively acquired 51% and 27% of the shares of the company that owns Taiha Mall. He now owns a total of 78% of the shares. He is not only the largest shareholder but also the chairman of the company. After saying this, everyone was surprised again. Suddenly someone in the crowd said, "I heard a few days ago that Taiha Mall changed its chairman, and he was very young. I didn't expect this to be true." Yes, I have heard about this incident, but I just thought it was a joke at the time. Apparently the conversations among the crowd confirmed this. Zhao Yi was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. I knew from our previous chat that Lin Beiyang was a freshman at Jinan University, and judging by his clothes, I thought his family background was similar to mine. Who knew he was the chairman of this mall? Zhang Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Lin Beiyang, so this is what you rely on, but your small Taiha Mall has at most 200 to 300 million, not even a fraction of my company. I advise you to follow Officer Zhao obediently. Although it will be embarrassing after entering, with your worth, you should be able to get out earlier by spending some money." Zhao Zhengli reacted immediately. He was also surprised just now. Because Lin Beiyang was too young, he would not have any other identity, and he turned out to be the chairman of the mall. Suddenly I didn't know what to do. After hearing Zhang Chen's words again, he made a decision immediately. Anyway, it is definitely true that he took action. Even if he is the chairman of the shopping mall, so what? Can he be compared with the Qingzhou group? Lin Beiyang was not angry either. He shook his head and said, "Zhang Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Call your dad and ask him to come over. Then you'll know." "Ha ha, you said to ask my dad to come over, so I have to call? Don't you think you are that important? I don't know how many people like you want to see my dad." Shang Shengzhou, who was standing by, shook his head when he heard this. Although he was not clear about Lin Beiyang's specific strength, it was definitely more than that. After all, if they can afford Wanfeng Mall, how could they be afraid of Qingzhou Group? Maybe they can also buy it directly. Therefore, it should be true that Lin Beiyang knows the chairman of Qingzhou Group. I gave you the chance to call me, but you didn't cherish it. So I'll make the call myself. As for how Zhang Yamo taught you a lesson, that's not something I should know. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call. As soon as the call was connected, a cheerful voice came from the other end. "Mr. Lin, I'm surprised to receive your call. Mr. Zhang, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Let me get straight to the point. I have something I need you to solve. The address is Furong Sichuan Restaurant on the 3rd floor of Taiha Mall. The matter is related to your son Zhang Chen." Hearing this, Zhang Mo's heart skipped a beat. At first, he thought that Lin Beiyang asked him for help with something, so he could get a favor. But the last sentence made him realize that things were not as simple as he thought. It was obvious that Zhang Chen was the one causing trouble, and the target was Lin Beiyang. Suddenly, cold sweat began to break out on my body. I have finally established a good relationship with Lin Beiyang. If this relationship breaks down, the loss will be huge. You should know that someone offered 1.5 billion for the Donghuju No. 1 villa, but it did not impress the Wang family. The one who made the offer was the Dong family, which is also a top family. Didn't you see that even Qin Jianhai from the Chun family was trying to curry favor with him? What could I possibly count for? Although we don't know how Lin Beiyang got the villa, it proves that he has a very good relationship with the Wang family, and he may even be someone that the Wang family cannot afford to offend. He quickly said, "Mr. Lin, give me 20 minutes, no, I will be there within 15 minutes. Lin Beiyang glanced at the time and said, "It's 12:25 now. I'll give you 15 minutes. If it's not 12:45, I'll handle it myself. Don't worry, I'll be there." Good. After learning that it was Zhang Mo's son, Lin Beiyang was no longer worried at all. I didn't think of him at first. Because Sun Jiao described assets as several billion, but Qingzhou Group should be around 15 billion. The difference between the two is several times, which is naturally unexpected. After hanging up the phone, Lin Beiyang said, "Zhang Chen, your dad will be here in 20 minutes. Zhang Chen laughed again. "Don't say that, it's a waste if you don't study acting. Your acting is too realistic. I'll give you 20 minutes. If you don't get 20 minutes, you're done. As for me, I'm going to the hospital first. You can't leave." Zhang Chen immediately said, "Officer Zhao, you see he still dares to threaten me, which shows how serious the situation is." Zhao Zhengli nodded and said, "Please be careful with your words. It is Mr. Zhang's freedom to go wherever he wants. We cannot interfere. As for you, you cannot leave until you are cleared of any suspicion. Lin Beiyang, what should we do?" Zhao Yi at the side asked in a low voice. Shang Chengzhou smiled and said, "Don't worry, the chairman's strength is more than that. If nothing unexpected happens, the call just now was made to Zhang Mo, and he will definitely arrive within 20 minutes. Ah? Really? Of course it's true." Shang Chengzhou had no doubts. He originally thought that Lin Beiyang was stronger than Zhang Mo. Just as Zhang Chen took a step forward, the phone in his pocket rang. Seeing that it was his father calling, he frowned slightly. I wondered if the call Lin Beiyang just made was real. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. As soon as I picked up the phone, an angry voice came from the other end. "You bastard, where are you now?" Zhang Mo is the one who has the final say at home and is the only person Zhang Chen is afraid of. Although I had been angry before, I had never been this furious. Carefully replied, "Dad, I'm outside right now." "I know you're outside, exactly where?" He didn't dare to tell the address casually, as he would be finished if he was caught, so he answered with gritted teeth, "In Taihao Mall." Zhang Mo thought so. He quickly said, "I don't care what your situation is now. Stay where you are. I will come over right away. If I don't see you when I come over, I, Zhang Mo, will treat you as if I don't have a son like you." I originally wanted him to apologize to Lin Beiyang. If I think about it carefully, it's not just a phone call, and even if I apologize, it would be very perfunctory. It's better not to apologize until you get there. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen was still a little confused. Even forget the pain in your hands. No matter what mistakes I made before, the most I got was a beating. As for directly kicking him out of the house, such a thing has never happened before, let alone severing the father-son relationship. Looking at Lin Beiyang again, there were some changes in his expression and eyes. He didn't know whether this matter had anything to do with Lin Beiyang, and now he could only wait for his father to arrive. Lin Beiyang didn't say anything. He knew that the call just now must have been from Zhang Mo. After all, Zhang Chen, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped where he was. "Young Master Zhang, aren't we leaving?" Seeing that he didn't move, the man who came with him just now asked in a low voice. Zhang Chen's face looked bad at the moment. He shook his head and said, "Don't leave in a hurry. My dad said he'll be here soon." "Uncle Zhang is really coming over?" "Well, I don't know if it has anything to do with him. I can only wait and see when I get there." At this time, Zhang Chen noticed the crowd outside and said to Zhao Zhengli, "Go and get everyone outside to disperse." He already felt that what was going to happen next might not be a good thing. If someone outside recorded the situation here and sent it out, it would be very troublesome. Zhao Zhengli didn't understand what he meant, but he nodded anyway. "Okay, I'll get someone to do it right away." After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lin Beiyang also said to Shang Chengzhou, "Go tell the owner of this restaurant to let all the customers inside leave first, and today's losses will be paid according to yesterday's turnover." "Director Lin, will the mall pay this money?" "No, someone will come to pay later." "I see." 3 minutes later, all the guests in the restaurant left, and all the guests watching outside were separated. Although I can still see what's going on inside, it's not particularly clear. Another 10 minutes passed, and a figure ran in breathlessly, then came to the crowd, his eyes fixed on Lin Beiyang. He reached out and wiped the sweat from his face. After taking 2 deep breaths, he said, "Mr. Lin, I'm not late, am I?" He checked the time and shook his head, saying, "It's been exactly 20 minutes since we hung up the phone." "You're not late. Just as long as you're not late." Zhang Yimou ran all the way, fearing that he would miss out. Fortunately, the villa is not far from here. 20 minutes is just enough. If it's too late, once Lin Beiyang leaves, the conflict will have no way to be resolved. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. As soon as his father came in, he went towards Lin Beiyang and called him Mr. Lin very respectfully. It seems that not only do they know each other, but Lin Beiyang is not as ordinary as imagined. "Dad," Zhang Yimou said with a gloomy face, "you still have the nerve to call me dad. I will deal with you after I find out what happened." Then he said to Lin Beiyang again, "Mr. Lin, please rest assured. I will definitely let my rebellious son give you an explanation. I'm waiting for you." Then Zhang Yimou turned around and looked at Zhang Chen. "Tell me everything you have done, you rebellious son." If it happened at home, Zhang Chen could find an excuse and would not go out of his way to investigate. But in the current situation, it is impossible to find other excuses to fool people. I could only bite the bullet and recount in detail what had just happened. When Zhang Chen told Zhang Mo the purpose of his coming here, he was so angry that he was shaking all over after hearing it. He didn't know whether he was angry or scared. he said angrily again, "you rebellious son." Lin Beiyan was very curious about how Zhang Mo would deal with this matter. If it were something else, he wouldn't pursue it too much. Just like the Ren Xiangdong incident. Although there were contradictions and conflicts, nothing excessive was done. Plus, with system tasks, it is easy to reconcile. This time is definitely different. Chapter 104, Processing Results. Dad, he's just a student, the chairman of this mall. Is he worthy of your treatment and flattery? Look at my left hand, it's been messed up by him. If I don't go to the hospital, what if something goes wrong? As soon as Zhang Mo came in, he naturally saw that his hand was injured. But no questions were asked. There was no opportunity to ask in this case. I was furious when I heard Zhang Chen's words again. You are still trying to quibble with me now, right? You only know that Mr. Lin is the chairman of this mall, but do you know that Mr. Lin is also the owner of Donghuju No. 1 Villa and the boss of Wanfeng Mall? After leaving the villa in the morning, Zhang Mo rushed to the company without stopping. Quickly send someone to investigate Lin Beiyan's recent situation in Jinan City. Since he was able to acquire No. 1 Donghuju Villa from the Wang family, it is impossible for him to remain unknown. You don't know until you investigate. Once you investigate, you'll be shocked. Lin Beiyang is indeed a freshman at Jinan University, but he also owns several companies, including Wanfeng Mall, which is worth about 1 billion yuan. After learning this, Zhang Mo was secretly delighted that he had established a connection with Lin Beiyang. At the same time, I also know why the Chen family would rush to visit and why the Wang family would sell Villa No. 1 to Lin Beiyang. Their true strength must be extraordinary. I still fantasize that someone can help me next time. That's why when I received the call just now, I was so angry and rushed over in a hurry. On the one hand, he was worried that the newly established relationship with Lin Beiyang would be broken, and on the other hand, he was even more worried about dealing with the Qingzhou group. Let the Chen family take action and you can still be fearless. Anyway, the difference in strength is not that big. The worst that can happen is that both sides will suffer losses. But once the Wang family takes action, he will have no power to resist at all. Moreover, even the Wang family wants to be on good terms with Lin Beiyang. Will the other two top families do the same? He didn't dare to think about it and just ran over here. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's face was full of disbelief, and the people around him were also very shocked. They don't know about Donghuju Villa, but they know about Wanfeng Shopping Mall. This is one of the few large commercial entities in Jinan City, and its value starts at least hundreds of millions. I didn't expect that Lin Beiyang is the boss here. What shocked Zhang Chen the most was the Donghu Villa. His family bought a villa here, knowing that the smaller the villa number, the higher the value and status. I also know that Villa No. 1 will only be repaired and not sold. No matter how much you pay, it will not work. Some people wanted to buy it for 1 billion, but they didn't agree to spend 1.5 billion. After all, the Wang family is not short of money. I originally thought that Villa No. 1 would never be sold, but today I received this shocking news. Zhang Chen didn't understand why his father was angry. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real talent. Zhang Chen panicked. He finally understood why his father wanted to curry favor with Lin Beiyang. Obviously, it is an existence that their family cannot afford to offend. If not now, when will you apologize? Moreover, Zhang Chen knew that if Lin Beiyang was really angry, his life would definitely be difficult. It's not worth it to offend someone you can't afford to offend for the sake of a woman. He has all the women he wants, so why bother with this one? Zhao Zhangli on the side was also a little worried. He didn't expect that a seemingly ordinary student would make the chairman of Qingzhou Group so respectful. He also knew how difficult it was to buy Wanfeng Mall. Fortunately, he hadn't taken action yet, otherwise they would definitely be the ones in trouble. As for the others, they were even more surprised. Zhang Chen, who was very arrogant at the beginning, suddenly became very respectful. He no longer looked confident as before. Lin Beiyang sneered and said, I said I would teach you a lesson, do you believe it now? Believe it, believe it. Zhang Mo said sincerely, Mr. Lin, you are a great man and don't bear grudges. Please don't be angry with me. What happened today is related to me. I didn't teach him well. I am willing to make up for it. Hearing this, Lin Beiyang looked at Zhao Yi. Whatever apology you accept, you can just ask directly. Yes, you can bring them up. Zhang Mo added. Zhao Yi understood that Lin Beiyang was someone they couldn't afford to offend. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "He just needs to apologize to me." Hearing this, Zhang Chen ran over without saying a word, bent over and said, "Zhao, I was wrong in this matter. I express my sincere apologies to you here and promise that this kind of thing will not happen again in the future." Good. Although she had Lin Beiyang's support, Zhao Yi still did not make any requests. He directly accepted Zhang Chen's apology. Seeing this, Lin Beiyang naturally wouldn't say anything more. Zhao Yi's problem was solved, and so was his problem. "Boss Shang, I was able to solve this problem today because I encountered it. But if I hadn't encountered it, wouldn't Zhang Chen have succeeded? In addition, I wonder if I have done something similar before." Zhang Chen waved his hands and said, "Mr. Lin, no, I promise this is the first time I've done something like this. Although I had many women before, they were just for fun, and they all followed me voluntarily. I didn't force them. It was just that after I saw Zhao Yi, I had feelings for her, and I did something like this in a confused state." Of course, Lin Beiyang would not believe it just because of his words. "I don't know whether you have done this before, but I know you did it today. Director Zhang doesn't know how you are going to deal with this matter." Zhang Mo didn't know what kind of outcome Lin Beiyang wanted. "Think carefully about what you can give." Finally, he said helplessly, "Mr. Lin, I am willing to pay 50 million in cash compensation." He knew that this little money was nothing to Lin Beiyang. But it is still a huge amount of money for him. Although Qingzhou Group is worth more than 10 billion yuan, it does not have much actual liquidity. It is also difficult to come up with a large amount of cash at one time, which may affect its subsequent development. Lin Beiyang didn't say anything. After about a minute of silence, Zhang Mo said again, "Mr. Lin, I will add another 50 million, a total of 100 million. Still no answer. Zhang Mo still hopes to solve the problem directly with money. He did think about giving Qingzhou Group shares directly. He owned 99% of the shares anyway, and Zhang Chen owned 1%. If you want to give, it should start at least 3%. According to the current valuation of the group, it is about 450 million, not to mention there is still room for appreciation. As for cash, although it will affect some subsequent plans, it is much better than bleeding heavily." There was no choice but to grit his teeth and say, 200 million. This was the limit of the cash he could come up with. In fact, Lin Beiyang was also thinking about how to solve it. It's unrealistic to send it directly to Zhang Chen. He just ordered people to do this, and it was actually Sun Zhao who did it, so it would only take a few days at most, and there would be no consequences in the end, so it was very easy to solve. It would be enough to beat Zhang Chen up again, there's no need for that. Cash seems to be the best option. But Lin Beiyang didn't want to accept it. "After thinking about it, I suddenly came up with a very good solution. 200 million in cash is fine." When Zhang Chen heard that it would cost 200 million in cash to solve the trouble he had caused, he could do nothing even though he was heartbroken. The most important thing now is to make Lin Beiyang accept his apology. There is no money to be earned. The others were even more stunned. That's 200 million in cash, just for an apology. "Okay, Mr. Lin, please give me your card number and I'll have someone transfer it to you right away." Lin Beiyang shook his head and said, "You don't have to transfer the money to me. You can donate part of it directly, and you can use the rest to set up scholarships, etc. You can also invest in building schools that provide free education. In short, all the 200 million in cash can be used for charity." These words shocked everyone again. No matter who it is, they will accept 200 million in cash without hesitation. But unexpectedly, Lin Beiyang asked Zhang Mo to use all the money for charity. Zhang Mo was also slightly stunned. "Mr. Lin, are you sure?" "I'm sure. Remember what you said, the total is 200 million. I'll take a look at your results. If you're satisfied, then we'll stop here. If even this is a problem, then I can only solve it in my own way. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. I will have someone come up with a plan after I return. I will personally monitor this matter and send you the results when there are any." Zhang Mo has already thought it through. "I started doing this after I got back. Although it will cost 200 million in cash, such a major event can be publicized by the city and provincial media. This is a great publicity for the group's name and reputation. Imagine what a company with a market value of 15 billion would think if it took out 200 million in cash for charity. We'll definitely support. Even if there are doubtful voices, there won't be too many." And with Lin Beiyang watching over him, he certainly wouldn't just talk the talk and not do anything. Anyway, all the projects need to be announced to Lin Beiyang, so it is better to announce the results directly when the time comes, which can also serve as a good publicity. This can also affect the sales of the group's products and perhaps even develop more markets. You should know that his company's various series of wines are only selling well in a few nearby cities, and not so well in other places. This is a good opportunity. At first I was reluctant to give it, but now I give it willingly. Good things will outweigh bad things, and it can also resolve the conflict between him and Lin Beiyang. Okay, I'm sure you won't have any problems. By the way, Mr. Lin, can we add your name to the announcement when it's released? We'll release it under the name of our group and yours together. Okay, but don't make my name known too much, just mention it once. Lin Beiyang thought about it and decided that he could mention it, but not too obviously. I didn't pay the money myself, I just asked Zhang Yamo to do this. Zhang Yamo understood the meaning of this sentence and nodded, I know what to do. Mr. Lin, do you need anything else? The restaurant was unable to operate normally during lunchtime because of this incident. Mr. Lin, I will give you 3 times the compensation and ensure that the restaurant will not suffer any losses. 200 million yuan has been spent, and Zhang Yamo doesn't care about these few $1,000s at all. No matter how good the business is, triple compensation will not exceed 50,000 yuan. Okay, I don't have any other questions for now, but I need to trouble Officer Zhao with one thing. When Zhao Zhengli heard that the topic had come to him, he quickly asked, Mr. Lin, please speak. He saw the scene clearly, and when he saw Lin Beiyang asking him questions, he naturally did not dare to relax. It's like this. You should know the situation very well. The reason why this happened is because of Zhao Yi's roommate Sun Zhao. I don't know if you can control her behavior. Of course we can, and it's ours to control. After saying that, he ordered someone to control Sun Zhao. Now she panicked. I quickly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, please let me go. Lin Beiyang didn't even look at him. Sun Zhao quickly grabbed Zhao Yi and said, I beg you, it's my fault, I shouldn't have done this, please let me go. Zhao Yi was a soft-hearted person, and seeing her so pitiful, she was about to speak. Lin Beiyang took the lead and said, think about it yourself. If you hadn't met me today, what would the result be? Then consider whether to forgive her. She hesitated. Zhang Yamo immediately added, Officer Zhao, I have a good relationship with your director Han. I will treat him to a drink some other day. It seems that nothing is said, but in fact it is very clear. Zhao Zhengli said, I will pass on Director Zhang's words to Director Han. We will definitely handle this matter seriously. Okay, then, get down to business. Lin Beiyang didn't know how long Sun Zhao would stay in there, but he knew that she would not be able to come out for a long time. Chapter 105 Supercar Club. Mr. Lin, if there is nothing else, I will take Zheng Chen and leave first. After Zhao Zhengli and his men left, Zhang Yamo proposed to leave. You guys go now. Besides, I was very careful when I did that. He will only be in pain for a few days at most. He won't be injured. If you're worried, you can take him to the hospital. I felt familiar with Zhang Chen the first time I saw him. Thinking that he might be the son of an acquaintance, he did not kill him. The pain will gradually ease after 2 or 3 days. If you really can't bear it, you can choose painkillers. Otherwise, if you use too much force, your whole hand may be disabled. Okay, Mr. Lin. The father and son left the restaurant. As soon as they got out, Zhang Yamo took him to the hospital for a checkup. After they left, Lin Beiyang said to Shang Chengzhou, Mr. Shang, you stay here and solve this problem. Got it, Chairman. After doing all this, Lin Beiyang said to Zhao Yi, who was still in a state of shock, let's go too. Where are you going? Zhao Yi asked subconsciously. Of course we're going to have lunch. Aren't you hungry? Lin Beiyang said with a smile. Just 3 dishes were served and I didn't eat a single bite after that. He only ate a few bites, but those few bites were not enough to fill him up. I'm not very hungry, can I go back to school directly? It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Even if I were to eat, I probably wouldn't be able to eat it. Okay, I'll take you back then. Thanks. Arriving at the garage and looking at the red sports car in front of her, Zhao Yi hesitated, is this your car? Yes, get in the car. I opened the car door carefully and got in. I was very nervous, worried about bumping into something or making a mistake. She didn't know the price of the car, but she knew it must be expensive. They were silent all the way until they got close to the school. Zhao Yi said, thank you for today. It's okay. It's just a small favor. Just be more careful next time you make friends. Don't let this happen again. I was able to handle it today. If I wasn't here, you should know the consequences. I see. I met the wrong person and I will be more careful next time. Lin Beiyang knew that he couldn't blame her for this. She and Sun Jiao were roommates, and it was normal for them to go shopping together. Who would have thought that they would encounter something like this? Just pay attention. While waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, a green Lamborghini drove up and stopped on the side. The people in the car looked at Lin Beiyang and exclaimed, "Fuck, brother, I'm not mistaken about your car, it should be a LaFerrari." Seeing that it was a young man who was about the same age as him and seemed to like cars very much, he nodded and said, "Yes, it's LaFerrari. I never thought I would see a LaFerrari with my own eyes, and it has a Jinan license plate. It would cost at least 30 million to buy it. The 3 cars donated by the system all have Jinan City license plates. I guess it has something to do with where he is." The car was given by the system, and Lin Beiyang didn't know the specific price. I casually replied, "The price is about the same." Amazing. You may not be able to buy this thing even if you have money. I offered 32 million before but still couldn't buy one. And brother, your car looks very new. Sure enough, he is a person who likes cars very much. Most likely he is some rich second generation from Jinan City. Brother, I really like the car. Can you please leave your contact information so that I can touch it next time? It would be best if I can drive it for 2 laps. Don't worry, I have absolutely no other ideas. Lin Beiyang did not answer, but pointed ahead and said, "The light is green." After saying that, he continued driving towards Jinan Normal University. The owner of the Lamborghini didn't seem to want to give up, so he stepped on the accelerator and followed. At this time, Zhao Yi was even more shocked. She thought the car would cost at most 5 million, but she didn't expect it would cost 30 million. I couldn't even buy it, and I was a little discouraged and didn't say a word along the way. When they were almost at the school gate, she said, "Lin Beiyang, I'll get off here." No need to drive to the school gate. If you get off the car at the school gate and someone recognizes you, and it's a car worth tens of millions, no explanation will be of any use and it's easy to be misunderstood. It's okay, it's just a few steps away. In a blink of an eye, the car stopped in front of the school gate. Be careful when you get off the bus. Good. When Rafa appeared in sight, many people looked over. When he stopped at the door, some bold people came forward directly. No one cared about Zhao Yi, who got out of the car. She also took advantage of everyone's attention and quickly left. Someone in the crowd whispered, "Is this a Ferrari? How come I haven't seen it before? It doesn't look like 458, nor does it look like 488. Anyway, I haven't seen it. It can't be a fake shell." Someone began to express doubt. While they were talking, a Lamborghini stopped behind them. Then a man got out of the car and said, "They are a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world." Some people were dissatisfied after hearing this and were about to speak, but they held their breath when they saw the car he was driving. This car is not cheap either. What? No one is talking anymore? A voice immediately came from the crowd, "So what if he's driving a Lamborghini? Can you recognize it?" Joke. The man snorted coldly and continued, "This car is a LaFerrari, which means LaFerrari in Chinese. The suggested retail price is 22.5 million, but the actual price is around 30 million. There are only a few dozen of them in China." Most of the people who gathered around were boys, and they were all shocked when they heard the model of the car. Especially the price, which is as high as 30 million. For students in school, it is an astronomical figure. At the same time, someone took out their cell phone and started searching. Sure enough, the picture I searched out was exactly the same as the car in front of me. After saying that, he walked over to Lin Beiyang. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Brother, can I get to know you? My name is Wang Qingfei." Lin Beiyang frowned slightly. But he still stretched out his hand and replied, "Lin Beiyang, what's the matter?" It turns out to be Brother Lin. I don't have anything else to do. I just simply like this car, and I hope to invite Brother Lin. What invitation? This is the school gate, there are too many people here, why don't we find a place to talk slowly? Although this man spoke in a frivolous and playful manner, his gestures told Lin Beiyang that his family must be no ordinary family. At least he is famous in Jinan City. Thinking that I had nothing to do anyway, I might as well see what he wanted to do. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." "Okay, I know a good coffee shop." "Brother Lin, you drive behind me." Then the two came to a cafe. I originally thought it was a street-side place, but I didn't expect it to be in a high-end leisure park. As soon as I arrived at the door, the receptionist came forward and said respectfully, "Brother Wang, you are here. Well, please park the car for me." "Okay." He turned around and looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "Brother Lin, just give him the car keys and he will park it for you. If any accidents happen during this period, this store will compensate for the repair costs. If it can't be repaired, we will compensate you in full." "Okay." Lin Beiyang threw the key to the man without hesitation. He didn't see the parking lot just now, so he guessed there must be a special area. And these people are responsible for parking. Holding Lin Beiyang's key, Wang Qingfei said, "Remember, this car is worth more than 30 million yuan. Be careful when parking it. Don't let anything go wrong that you can't afford to pay for." The parking attendant was shocked when he heard the number was over 30 million. He knew Wang Qingfei, but Lin Beiyang was a stranger to him. Judging from the car he was driving, it was a Ferrari, estimated to be worth around 4 or 5 million. He might be a rich second-generation person I just met. But I never expected that this car is worth more than 30 million. "Don't worry, Brother Wang. Are you still not confident about our parking skills? That's good." After walking into the store and sitting down at a random place, Wang Qingfei said with a smile, "Brother Lin, what would you like to drink?" "I'll just have a cup of this." He pointed to the items on the menu. "Okay." After calling the waiter and ordering 2 cups of coffee, Lin Beiyang asked again, "Now you can finally tell me what's going on." "Okay, then I'll get straight to the point." Brother Lin looks unfamiliar. There are only a few wealthy young men in Jinan City. I think I've met all of them, but I'm a stranger to Brother Lin. And his car has a Jinan City license plate. The reason why you don't know me is very simple. I'm from Sanjiang City, and I came to Jinan City to study in university. This surprised Wang Qingfei. At the same time, it is understandable. He understood why he had never seen Lin Beiyang before. It turned out that he was not from Jincheng City. He came here to study at university and bought a car and got a license plate. I see. I was wondering why I hadn't seen it before. Now I know. Tell me what happened. Brother Lin, do you know our Jincheng Supercar Club? Have no idea. Lin Beiyang had already guessed his purpose. Let me introduce you first. The minimum entry threshold for our supercar club is a standard supercar worth 2 million. Only after approval by the president and vice president can one join. We currently have 21 members, including 1 president and 2 vice presidents. There is no membership fee. Hearing this, Lin Beiyang nodded slightly. This probably brings together most of the rich second generation in Jinan City. After all, it is not easy to buy a supercar worth more than 2 million in Jincheng City. As one of the vice presidents, if I want to invite Brother Lin to join, I only need to fill out basic information at that time. No further review is required. Your car is the best proof. We will occasionally hold offline gatherings, and there are many other benefits. Ding, a new mission has been released. Join the Jinan City Supercar Club. The mission reward is a top-of-the-line Pagani Huayra. New tasks. Hearing the familiar system voice, Lin Beiyang smiled slightly. Just after being rewarded with a sports car, another one comes. Isn't this function? The official price is 29 million, and the price with the best configuration is definitely unknown. Although it is not a global limited edition, the price here is very expensive. It's just a supercar club. There's nothing wrong with joining and there's no membership fee. Brother Lin, you are smiling so happily, did you agree? Of course, what reason is there to refuse something like this? Haha, that makes sense. Lin Beiyang is not interested in any offline gatherings. He was happy because a system task was released. That's all. If it wasn't a system task, they probably wouldn't agree. In Wang Qingfei's view, it was completely different and he felt that it attracted him. Ding, the task of joining the Jinan City Supercar Club has been completed. The task reward is a top-of-the-line Pagani Huayra, which has been parked in parking space number 3 of Donyuju Guanshanuan Villa. The key has been issued to the left pocket of the pants, please check it carefully. I felt something extra in the left pocket of my pants, and it was obviously a key. Chapter 106. There are other supercars. Brother Lin, welcome to join the Jinan City Supercar Club. Lin Beiyang nodded slightly in response. If it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't choose to join. Brother Lin, do you have time in the next few days? What? Is there something wrong? It's like this. According to the club's arrangement, every new friend will have a simple meet and greet session and offline activities after joining. You will be required to attend at that time. Is it necessary to participate? Lin Beiyang frowned slightly. He didn't really like to participate in such activities. Wang Chengfei nodded and said, yes, the main purpose is to introduce it to everyone. I can't be the only one who knows about it. As for offline activities, they are usually racing cars. We are a supercar club. If the supercars are not used for racing to show their performance, wouldn't it be meaningless? That makes sense. The performance of supercars is much stronger than other cars, and a group of rich second generations gathered together, which is the best activity. Lin Beiyang was not interested in a simple meeting. When I learned that there was a competition, I immediately had the idea and wanted to go and see it. I haven't been free recently. I guess I won't be free until around September 18th. Can you see if you can arrange it? Okay, no problem. We have plenty of time. We can do it any time. But they will definitely be very excited when they know that your car is a LaFerrari. Lin Beiyang had promised the instructor that he would not ask for leave anymore, and it would be bad if he broke his promise. According to the school's latest military training schedule, the military training parade and welcome party will be held on the 17th. That is Friday. Then we have 2 days off, Saturday and Sunday, and classes will officially resume on Monday the 20th. I happen to have time these 2 days. Okay, then you decide. I'm free on the 18th and 19th. Just let me know when you've made your arrangements. Brother Lin, let's leave our contact information. I'll let you know the specific time after we confirm it. The two then added each other's contact information. Wang Chengfei suddenly thought of something. By the way, Brother Lin, besides this LaFerrari, do you have any other supercars? You can report them to me for registration. What's the point of registering? In addition to Jinan City, there are 4 other supercar clubs in the province. Although they are of the same nature and do not interfere with each other, they are actually secretly competing with each other. Everyone wants to suppress the other. Since we are a supercar club, we naturally compare the value and quantity of supercars. Wang Chengfei explained it very clearly, and Lin Beiyang certainly understood it. Rich second generations like them like to compare themselves with others. The same is true for supercar clubs. According to him, there are currently 5 companies in the province, and they are only ranked 4th, not far behind the last one. They may be surpassed at any time and become the last one. Now with his joining, not only can the team secure the 4th place, but it can even move closer to the 3rd place. Brother Lin, your LaFerrari is worth more than several cars. In addition, each person can register multiple cars. For example, in addition to this car, I also have a Mercedes-Benz AMG SLS worth more than 3 million. If you have other supercars, you can also register them. I do have 2 supercars, but I'm not sure what kind of information I need to provide. When Wang Chengfei heard that Lin Beiyang had something else, he immediately became interested. If you can own a LaFerrari, your other supercars must not be too bad. In fact, his guess was correct. You need 3 photos of the car, 2 for the exterior and 1 for the interior, as well as the vehicle's registration certificate. That's fine. I can provide it to you when I get back. That's great. This way, maybe we can jump to 3rd place and don't have to stay at the back. It can be seen that Wang Chengfei is very happy. In his excitement, he did not forget to ask, by the way, Brother Lin, I don't know what car it is yet. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, one is a Lamborghini Aventador, and the other is a Function. When he heard the word Lamborghini, Wang Chengfei's smile became even more obvious. He knew that the car was worth more than 7 million, which increased its value. When I heard about the second car, I was completely surprised. The wind god that Lin Beiyang mentioned was definitely not the Dongfeng wind god. There is only one possibility. Brother Ling, is it Pagani's Huayra? Wang Chengfei subconsciously changed his address, even though Lin Beiyang was much younger than him. Right. After getting a positive answer, Wang Chengfei didn't know what to say. His family is very rich, but he can only buy cars that cost 3 million or 8 million yuan, and no one costs more than 10 million yuan. The inconspicuous Lin Beiyang can easily buy a car like LaFerrari or Fengshen. The minimum value is 7 million and the maximum can reach over 30 million. It means that 2 cars of your own are less than half the price of one other person's car. Brother Lin, you really gave me a surprise. I was thinking that I could maintain the 4th place and try for the 3rd place, but now you can just take the 2nd place. I wonder if the people from other clubs can still laugh when we meet next time. I believe that others will be equally excited when they know about it. Lin Beiyang's focus was not on this, but his words reminded him. How about this? I'll send you the information of 1 car for registration first, and I'll give you the other 2 cars later. I don't like being disturbed. Wang Chengfei was still a little confused, but he nodded immediately when he heard the last sentence. Brother Lin, why don't you just send me the information of the 3 cars for registration, and I won't talk about this matter after I get back. He knew that Lin Beiyang liked to keep a low profile and didn't like to be too high profile or disturbed, otherwise how could he have discovered it only now? If I go back and tell others, they will definitely come after me and ask, and they will also find Lin Beiyang. After all, these 2 cars are cars that everyone likes very much, so how can we miss them? In order to avoid causing trouble and misunderstanding, it is better not to join the club to prevent problems from happening. That's fine. Lin Beiyang accepted his suggestion. Just now, when Wang Chengfei learned that he still had a Fengshen, his eyes lit up. If you knew all this, you would probably be the same as him. Wang Chengfei, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Okay, I'll take you there. Wang Chengfei was still thinking about going to his house to see the other 2 cars. It's not that I doubt it. After all, the Rafa car is proof enough. Mainly out of curiosity. That's a car worth more than 30 million yuan, who wouldn't like it? If Lin Beiyang hadn't said that, he would definitely ask. It's just that he didn't like being disturbed, and it wouldn't be nice if he brought it up again, so he suppressed the urge to go and take a look. Watching Lin Beiyang drive away, Wang Chengfei drove away without thinking much. At this moment, in one of the girls' dormitories at Jinan Normal University, Zhao Yi was surrounded on the bed by her 2 other roommates. Both of them had smiles on their faces, and it was obviously not a bad thing. You actually hid such an important thing from us. Yes, if it hadn't been exposed today, we would still be kept in the dark. Zhao Yi said with a puzzled look on her face, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You're still trying to make excuses, right? We saw it clearly. Hearing this, she immediately became nervous, thinking that she had her face covered when she got off the car, and left so quickly that there was no way she could be seen. She still shook her head and said, I really don't know. See, I knew this girl wouldn't admit it. She will only confess if we produce evidence. One of them said with a smile. It looks like he knows something. After that, one of them took out his phone, opened a picture and said, look for yourself. Zhao Yi took the phone and after seeing the picture, she lay on the bed like a deflated ball. The picture above is none other than the picture of myself getting out of the car. It not only captures myself, but also Lin Beiyang's profile. You should admit it now. Tell us how you found a boyfriend who is handsome and rich. He is not my boyfriend. Zhao Yi shook her head. I don't believe it. How could he send you back if he wasn't your boyfriend? One of them immediately retorted, obviously not believing it. The other person nodded and said, that's right. You said you went out to eat with Sun Jiao at noon, but now Sun Jiao hasn't come back. It turns out that you went out to eat with your boyfriend. If he hadn't sent you to the school gate, we wouldn't have known. After that, she said longingly, it would be great if I could find a boyfriend like this. I heard from others that this car is worth tens of millions. You don't have to go out to work in the future, and you can just stay at home and be your rich wife. Zhao Yi knew that if she didn't explain, her 2 roommates would think more and more outrageous. And Sun Jiao might not come back, we'll know sooner or later anyway. It is better to explain it clearly first to avoid misunderstanding. Then Zhao Yi shook her head, he is really not my boyfriend. As for what happened at noon, I can explain it clearly. Okay, then explain it to me. The 2 were stunned when they learned what happened at noon. I couldn't believe it and said, you are kidding me. Do you think I'm joking? I guess the instructor will find an excuse soon to mention Sun Jiao's dropping out of school. As for Lin Beiyang, you know Zhang Wei. He's the boy who spoke for us at Taiha Mall last time. I admit that I was interested in him at first, but after knowing my identity, we were destined to be from different worlds, so I don't think he would be interested in me. After all, with his identity, do you think there would be a lack of girls around him? Zhang Wei nodded. I was wondering why he looked familiar. It turned out to be him. What you said seems to make sense. Zhao Yi couldn't help but sigh. She did have the idea of liking him at first. Lin Beiyang was handsome and, like herself, willing to stand up and help others. In fact, I thought about meeting him again, but I never had the chance. The reason I invited him to dinner today, in addition to expressing my gratitude, was also to get his contact information so that we could chat. Who knew something like this would happen later? In addition, after learning about his identity, I immediately gave up this idea. Other people's cars cost tens of millions, but we're just an ordinary family. The two people are not from the same world at all, and their meeting was a coincidence. As for treating him as a boyfriend, it is simply impossible. Instead of worrying about it, it is better to give up immediately. Otherwise, you will be the one who gets hurt in the end. This can be said to be a sober truth. Then, the two of them did not continue to pester Zhao Yi to explain, obviously wanting to slowly digest the news. Chapter 107 Conflict. Yeah, are you back? After lunch the next day, Lin Beiyang called Suyu. Not yet. I got home around 5 p.m. Is there anything wrong? Suyu asked subconsciously. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? I just miss you, don't you miss me? Suyu laughed like a silver bell and said gently, yes, of course I do. That's why I'm so anxious to come back to see you. Hee, that's fine. I do have something to ask you, but I'll tell you when you come back. Lin Beiyang couldn't help but smile. Good. At 4 p.m., Lin Beiyang received a message that Suyu had already arrived home, so he drove over. After knocking on the door, it was Suyu who opened it for him. Lin Beiyang was slightly stunned. He felt that Suyu was particularly beautiful today. Seeing him standing there in a daze, she smiled and said, It's not your first time here, why are you standing there in a daze? Come in. Lin Beiyang suddenly had an idea and kissed her directly. When their lips touched, Suyu was completely stunned. Then she felt an electric current running from head to toe. Her mind went blank and she didn't know what to do. Lin Beiyang was thinking, girls' lips are so soft. 3 seconds later, the two separated. At this time, Suyu came back to her senses and touched her lips and said, Did you kiss me just now? Well, yeah, your lips are not only soft, but also a little sweet. Suyu's face turned red all of a sudden. Hate it, that was my first kiss, you have to compensate me. Okay, I have to compensate you. Can I give you a few more kisses as compensation? Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the side, ahem. The two turned around and saw Su Guoqiang standing at their door. Seeing that he was staring at him, he said expressionlessly, You young people can let loose, but you still need to pay attention to your image at the door. It's not too late to talk after you go in and close the door. Dad. Suyu called out coquettishly, becoming even more shy. Uncle Su. Lin Beiyang was also a little embarrassed. He flirted with Suyu, but was caught by her father. If he was too thin-skinned, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Let's go in and talk. Good. After entering the house, Su Guoqiang asked with a smile, Beiyang, are you here to pick up Yeye? Well, there is an auction tonight. I received an invitation, so I came over to take her to have a look. Hearing this, Suyu said, Is this what you wanted to tell me on the phone this afternoon? Yes, it's about the auction. At this time, Su Guoqiang asked, Is this the annual autumn auction of Heshan auction? Hear Su Guoqiang say it. It was obvious that he also knew about the auction. But if you think about it, it is understandable. After all, Mingyue jewelry was worth 200 million yuan before, so it should have been among the invited guests. Uncle Su knows about this auction? Yes, of course I know. Heshan Auction Company is ranked among the best in the province. For this autumn auction, which only takes place once a year, the minimum invitation threshold for locals is assets of no less than 500 million, and the minimum invitation threshold for outsiders is 1 billion. I am not among the invited companies, but it is normal for you, Beiyang, to be invited. Lin Beiyang was a little surprised when he heard about the invitation qualifications. I originally thought Mingyue jewelry should be among the invited guests, but I didn't expect it was not even qualified. There are not many companies and families in the entire Jinan city with assets exceeding 500 million. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, Uncle Su, how about coming with us to take a look? Su Guoqiang waved his hand, Forget it, I won't get involved with you young people, you guys go ahead. Okay. Then he looked at Suyu and said, yeah, go change your clothes, we'll have dinner and then go over. Then wait for me. Suyu went upstairs to change clothes, while Lin Beiyang and Su Guoqiang sat on the first floor discussing the matter of Mingyue jewelry. After a while, Suyu came downstairs after changing her clothes. He walked up to Lin Beiyang and said, let's go. At this moment, Suyu was wearing a very simple black V-neck dress, matched with a black handbag in her hand, which set off her temperament and figure very well, giving people a strong aura feeling. Lin Beiyang was surprised. Suyu usually prefers black when dressing, and no matter what kind of combination she wears, she always gives people the image of an ordinary queen. Although the color scheme is also black tonight, it is a completely different type when the temperament and aura are released. Why? Can't I do this? Then I'll go change. Seeing that Lin Beiyang didn't say anything, she thought there was something wrong with what she was wearing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Beiyang immediately shook his head and said, no, I think it's very beautiful, but it's a little different from usual. So do you like me as I usually am, or as I am now? Without even thinking, he answered subconsciously, I like them all. Cough cough. The familiar coughing sound came again. Lin Beiyang took Suyu, whose face was slightly red, and left the villa. After having dinner at a random restaurant, the two came to the venue where the Heshan Auction Company would hold the auction tonight. The two were stopped as soon as they reached the door. The person in charge of security on the left said, sir, please show me your invitation. Do you need an invitation to enter? Lin Beiyang said with a frown. Chen Jianhai only said that there would be an auction held by Heshan Company here tonight, but did not say that an invitation was required. But this can't be blamed on him. It was because I didn't ask clearly, and I also told him that I could come over. Yes, you must have an invitation. If you have a friend inside, you can ask him to come out to pick you up. Each invitation can bring one person in. As he spoke, his face was clearly filled with disdain. Obviously, they didn't think the two would have any friends in there. Suyu was fine, as she had dressed up specially, but Lin Beiyang was still wearing his same clothes, and it seemed the prices wouldn't be too high. Beiyang, do we really not have an invitation? I thought it was like any other auction, no invitations were needed, so I didn't get one. It's okay, I'll just make a phone call and have someone come out to answer the door. Then he took out his cell phone. Just about to call Chen Jianhai. A voice came from the side saying, look, where did this bumpkin come from? Do you think you can come and go as you please in the cafeteria? That's right. You dare to come here and try to get in without even looking at where this place is. If it were me, I would have wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Mr. Li, you are right. I thought it was just someone else's casual remark before, but I didn't expect to actually meet such a person today. At this time, He Shindong looked at Suyu beside him. Suddenly my eyes brightened. He could tell at a glance that Suyu was very simple and absolutely a virgin, so when would he take action? He whistled and said, Beauty, your boyfriend is just a bumpkin, and he wants to pretend to be rich by taking you to this kind of place. In fact, he can't even get in. Otherwise, you can follow me, your brother, and I promise to take you in to see the world. On the other side, Li Bowen also smiled and said, Don't worry, beautiful lady. Follow us in and we guarantee you won't suffer any loss. There will be an auction here tonight. I can buy anything you like as long as it doesn't exceed 1 million. You just need to accompany us for one night. Suyu's face was cold, she knew what they meant. Pa! Lin Beiyang slapped each of them twice. He knew that it was useless to talk or reason with these people, and the easiest way was to take action directly. These 2 slaps are a lesson. If I hear such words again, it won't be so simple. If you think your mouth is useless, I can help you tear it all apart. You dare to hit me? You're looking for death. As soon as Li Bowen stretched out his hand, Lin Beiyang grabbed it and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall. Even though he didn't use his full strength, it was still something he couldn't bear. Boy, I think you are tired of living. Pa! Before he could finish his words, Lin Beiyang slapped him again. If you don't want to be beaten, shut up. At this time, the third person pointed at him and said, You are done. One of them is the eldest son of the He Group, and the other is the son of the president of the Jinan Chamber of Commerce. Be prepared to bear the wrath of both families. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be in prison for the rest of your life. The women around you will not have a good ending either. It seems that my words don't seem to have any effect. In this case, then you should go and accompany them. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew out and lay beside Li Bowen. The two men lay on the ground wailing, only He Jindong stood aside with his face covered, his eyes full of resentment. Lin Beiyang smiled and said, I know you are not convinced. You can hit me or continue talking. If you don't have the courage, just call your family over. But I still have to remind you that if I hear any unbearable words again, you will bear the consequences yourself. The scene that happened at the door shocked everyone around. Someone immediately whispered, he's done. The He family has tens of billions of assets, and He Jindong is the favorite grandson of the old man of the He family. It is said that someone accidentally bumped into him last time and was beaten half to death. He is still in a coma. As for the president of the Jinan Chamber of Commerce, he is also not a simple person. He is supported by several major groups and families and has tens of billions of assets. This kid is obviously a pauper. If it were me, I would just run away and run to a place where no one can find him. Just as he finished speaking, someone else said disdainfully, run away? I tell you, it won't be long before the two families know what happened here and they will definitely block the entire city. Do you think you can run away? It seems so. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Lin Beiyang's expression did not fluctuate at all. Just hit them if you want to, who told them to speak rudely to Suyu? The beating was considered a light punishment. And the three of them were not feeling well. He Jindong's face was red and swollen, and he had difficulty speaking. It would take a few days for the swelling to go down. As for the other two, their conditions are more serious and they will need to stay in the hospital for at least a few days if nothing unexpected happens. Especially Li Bowen, who was kicked when Lin Beiyang was angry. The other one was better because he just spoke for the two of them and did not say anything bad to Suyu. But Suyu was very worried after knowing the identities of the three people. He whispered, Beiyang, why don't we leave? Don't be afraid. They won't dare to do anything with me here. Let's go in and participate in the auction. Really? Of course it's true. Don't forget that I invested 500 million in Mingyue jewelry before. Don't you think I don't have the strength? Hearing this, Suyu thought about it carefully. Lin Beiyang not only invested 500 million yuan in his own company, but also spent 880 million yuan to buy Wanfeng Mall. Not only is he rich, he is also powerful. Thinking of this, I nodded and stopped worrying. Yes, I believe you. Just trust me. Chapter 108, Taking Action Again. After finding Chen Jianghai's number, Lin Beiyang dialed it. After just 2 rings, a voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Lin, have you arrived yet? I'm at the door now, and security said you can't come in without an invitation. Chen Jianghai suddenly realized what was going on and quickly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'll be right out. The person at the door said that only 2 people can enter with 1 invitation, and I have 2 people with me now. I see. 2 minutes later, Chen Jianhai appeared at the entrance of the venue. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I forgot to leave you an invitation when I left. I kept you waiting for a long time. It's okay. It's not your fault. It's my own fault for not thinking it through. Lin Beiyang didn't care. This matter had nothing to do with him. Seeing that he really didn't mean to blame him, Chen Jianghai breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Suyu next to him and asked, Who is this? This is my girlfriend, Suyu. Since Chen Jianghai was warned, he should have listened to me. When chatting with Su Guoqiang, he said that the pressure from the Chen family has gradually decreased in the past 2 days and can be said to be negligible. In addition, with the cooperation with Lei Shang, the focus has begun to shift, so he is not very worried. Then he introduced Suyu. He is Chen Jianghai, the head of the Chen family. Hello, Miss Su. Hello, Master Chen. After learning about Chen Jianghai's identity, Suyu was slightly stunned. Wasn't it Chen Zai from the Chen family who wanted to forcefully marry me? Why did Lin Beiyang and Chen Jianhai seem to have a good relationship? But he didn't show it nor ask, so I guess there must be a reason. And since they will introduce each other, they will definitely explain the reason to me when the time comes, so there is no need to ask now. At this time, Chen Jianhai suddenly noticed the situation around him. Especially when he saw He Jindong, his expression suddenly changed. The He family is nearly twice as strong as the Chen family. As for the eldest son of the He family, he has met him several times, so of course he knows him. Although the light outside was dim, the red and swollen faces could still be seen clearly. Because I was very close to Lin Beiyang, I had a bad feeling. After thinking for a while, he asked, Mr. Lin, do you know what happened outside? Don't ask, I beat them all. Although I had some guesses in my mind, I was still surprised when I heard it. Mr. Lin, this. Chen Jianghai wanted to continue speaking, but Lin Beiyang interrupted him. They spoke rudely to Su Yu. Patriarch Qin should understand that words can cause trouble. As for the fact that one of them is the eldest son of the Yi family and the other is the son of the president of the Chamber of Commerce, I don't care at all. If their family has any dissatisfaction, let them come to me directly. Chen Jianhai smiled bitterly. I knew that Lin Beiyang was very powerful, but I didn't expect that he even looked down on the Yi family. But when I think about the relationship between him and the Wang family, there is nothing to worry about. No matter how powerful the Yi family is, they dare not confront the Wang family head-on. You have to know that Lin Beiyang is someone who even wants to be on good terms with the Wang family. Thinking of this, Chen Jianhai, who was originally a little worried, suddenly felt relieved. Chen Jianhai suddenly thought of something else, and then said with a smile, Mr. Lin, please rest assured. I invited you to attend the auction tonight, and it was these people who spoke rudely to Miss Su first. Our Qin family cannot ignore this matter. Mr. Lin, you just need to attend the auction tonight with peace of mind. In Chen Jianghai's view, this is a good opportunity to get closer to Lin Beiyang. The Yi family may not be a big deal in Lin Beiyang's eyes, but it is very difficult for the Chen family to deal with. If we really stand on opposite sides, it is likely that both sides will suffer. I will stand up and block it for him now. It would be best if I can block it. Even if I can't, I believe Lin Beiyang will take action. Don't even think about losses when the time comes, maybe there will even be benefits. Wouldn't this bring us closer together? Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Mr. Lin, this is the invitation to tonight's auction. Please keep it. Chen Jianhai took out a new invitation and handed it to Lin Beiyang. Looking at the invitation, Lin Beiyang took it and handed it to the security guard at the door and said, Can I go in now? The security guards naturally saw what just happened. Unfortunately, before they could react, the matter was over. At this moment, Lin Beiyang was about to go in with the invitation, but he was suddenly in trouble. After thinking for a moment, he took it and checked it, then returned it to Lin Beiyang and said, Sir, of course you can go in. Okay. After saying that, he walked into the venue. At this time, the person on the right said, Let them in. What if something goes wrong? What are you afraid of? We are from Hushan Company. Behind Hushan stands the Dong family. Our mission here is to check the authenticity of the invitation. As for other things, it has nothing to do with us. The invitation in his hand just now is real and valid. Why should we stop him? Do you dare to ask the people behind us to give an explanation? That makes sense. After Lin Beiyang left, the discussion started again. I was wondering how he was so confident. It turns out he has something to do with the Chen family. So what if it's related to the Chen family? Don't forget that the Yi family is much more powerful than the Chen family. Didn't you see that Patriarch Qin was very polite to him just now? If the Chen family is trying to curry favor with him, they might be stronger than we thought. Patriarch He and Chairman Li are both inside. There will be something interesting to watch later. In that case, let's go in quickly. Then, everyone took out their invitations and started to enter. The people watching around were all those who had just barely met the invitation qualifications. Now I am no longer interested in the auction, I am more curious about how this matter will develop. At this time, He Tianhua and Li Xian were chatting and laughing inside. Everyone knows that the two companies have a very good relationship. Then someone walked up to the two of them and said a few words, but their faces changed and they ran out immediately. After seeing the appearance of their sons, their faces became extremely gloomy. Son, whoever beat you like this, I will make him pay the price. Li Xian said to Li Bowen lying on the ground. Li Bowen kept wailing and was obviously unable to answer the questions. He Zhendong said, Dad, Uncle Li, I don't know who he is, I only know his last name is Lin, and he seems to have a good relationship with the Chen family. My surname is Lin. He Zhendong frowned. Then he said, Old Li, are there any big families with the surname Lin in our Jinan city and the provincial capital? Li Xian thought for a moment and shook his head. No, there are only some small families that are not well known. No matter who he is, if he dares to hit my son, he will have to pay the price. Otherwise, where will the reputation of our He family be in the future? Old Li, have someone send Bowen to the hospital first, and we will go in to find him. Li Xian nodded, then looked at the two bodyguards behind him and said, What are you still standing there for? Send Bowen to the hospital first. Only after Li Bowen and another person were sent away did the three of them enter the venue again. Although Li Jindong was also beaten, it was only on the face and did not affect his movements. After looking around, He Jindong immediately saw a few people in the crowd, pointed and said, "Dad, where are they? Let's go over there." After approaching, He Jindong pointed at Lin Beiyang again and said, "Dad, he was the one who beat me." He Tianhua frowned slightly. "I thought he was about the same age as them, but I didn't expect him to be a young man." But since he dared to hit his son, he didn't care who he was. He said to the bodyguards behind him, "Go, arrest him for me." Just as he was about to take action, Chen Jianhai stepped forward and said, "Let's see who dares to touch Mr. Lin." Then he said, "He Tianhua, Mr. Lin is my honored guest. Please come to the auction. What do you want to do?" "What? Don't you know what he did? He openly beat my son at the door. It's the same as slapping our He family's face. Naturally, he has to pay the corresponding price. He deserves to be beaten. If someone hadn't stopped me, I might not be able to stand here and talk," Lin Beiyang said coldly. He didn't take them seriously at all. He was about to continue attacking but was stopped by Su Yu. That's why He Jindong was able to continue standing in the end, otherwise he would have ended up like Li Bowen. He Tianhua said again, "Shen Jianhai, look at what he said, isn't he just a woman? She can do whatever she wants, but she dared to kill my son just because of this matter. I must take him away today no matter what." Li Xian also stood up and said, "That's right, she's just a woman. It's her blessing to like her, and we should cherish her. Besides, we have to take this woman away as well." On the way in, they had learned the specific reasons for the conflict. They didn't think it was their son's problem, but rather Su Yu's problem. Pa! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Beiyang attacked again, this time slapping Li Xian in the face. "Who do you think you are to point fingers here? Your son is the one who caused trouble because of his mouth. It is true that like father, like son." Everyone present looked at Lin Beiyang in disbelief. "I just beat their son, and as long as the compensation is in place, I can actually leave completely in the end." Unexpectedly, it hit Li Xian directly in the face, making reconciliation basically impossible. It's nothing to Lin Beiyang. As Su Yu is his girlfriend, she would naturally teach someone a lesson if someone said something rude. Li Xian was equally incredulous and immediately said to the two remaining bodyguards behind him, "What are you standing there for? Come on." On the other side, He Jindong also ordered the bodyguards behind him to take action. The next second, Lin Beiyang also made a move. There was no mercy this time. Without exception, all 6 people lay on the ground, wailing continuously. Once again, everyone was shocked. For someone of their status, for bodyguards are standard. Moreover, these bodyguards are very capable and can easily deal with 3 or 5 adults if they are determined to kill them. As a result, they were all knocked down by Lin Beiyang with one move. Soon what happened here attracted the attention of the venue security. "What happened here?" asked a middle-aged man. Then someone recognized him as Dong Xinxing, the third brother of Dong Xinhong, the current head of the Dong family, and also the chairman of Heshan Auction Company. He Tianhua then recounted in detail what had just happened. Dong Xinxing frowned, looked at Lin Beiyang and said, "Is what he said true?" Lin Beiyang nodded, "That's true, but I didn't mean to do it." If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for not being able to control their mouths. He Tianhua immediately retorted, "Even if Shindong was wrong, you shouldn't have been so harsh, and you openly hit President Li of the Chamber of Commerce. In short, don't even think about leaving today." Then he looked at Dong Xinxing and said, "Boss Dong, as the person in charge of the Heshan auction, I have no other requests, just take him away." I said it's impossible. If you want to take Mr. Lin away, you can take me, Chen Jianhai, away first. Chen Jianhai pushed back again. Chapter 109 The auction begins. Several people refused to give in to each other. He Tianhua wanted to take people away. Chen Jianhai stepped forward to strongly stop it. His eyes turned to Dong Xincheng. He is the person in charge of Heshan auction and also the person in charge of this auction. If any conflict occurs in the venue, it should be he who should resolve it. After thinking for a moment, Dong Xincheng said, "I don't care about your personal conflicts. You can go out and solve them. I don't know about the previous conflicts and I don't want to care about them. But from now on, if something similar happens again, I will have to ask you to leave and put you on my Heshan auction blacklist." He didn't take sides, nor did he offer to help solve the problem. Just say that it can't happen again from now on. Even if Tianhua and Li Xian were angry, there was no way they could take Lin Beiyang away. The Hashan auction is not a cause for concern, but standing behind it is the Dong family. The two of them combined are no match for him, so how could they possibly attack again? All he could do was threaten him, "Kid, just stay here for now. You'll be in trouble when you get out. The Chen family can't protect you." After saying that, several people left. Chen Jianhai said with some concern, "What about Mr. Lin? They are coming for me. What are you worried about? If Patriarch Chen feels that he will be affected, he can keep a certain distance from me. I believe they will not embarrass you." Chen Jianhai hesitated for a moment and then said, "Mr. Lin, I firmly stand on your side, but the Yi family is not as simple as it seems. I am certainly not afraid of them coming openly. At worst, both of us will suffer. I am afraid that they will come secretly." Lin Beiyang smiled. He had already thought of a solution the moment he took action. Otherwise, how could they act so recklessly? With his current strength, he certainly can't confront the Yi family head-on, but he can take advantage of the situation. "Master Chen, don't worry. They can use whatever methods they want. Anyway, you and I can leave safely tonight. If you are worried, you can also make arrangements in advance. Since their Yi family is not simple, is your Chen family simple?" The Chen family was able to grow their family assets to 20 billion, which is not just a simple performance. Chen Jianhai looked at Lin Beiyang's confident look and nodded subconsciously, "Mr. Lin, I will arrange it. I trust you. Mr. Lin." As the two were talking, a voice came from behind them. Lin Beiyang turned around and saw Zhang Mo and Zhang Chen, father and son, walking towards him. "Mr. Lin, I thought you would come to the auction, and I should have invited you to come along. It's Mr. Zhang. I didn't know about the auction at first. It was only after Patriarch Chen mentioned it that I found out." As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Zhang Chen's hand, which was bandaged. As if noticing Lin Beiyang's gaze, Zhang Mo immediately explained, "Please don't mind, Mr. Lin. It will be safer to go to the hospital for a checkup and bandage." "It's okay. It's normal for you to be worried." Lin Beiyang didn't care. Anyone would go to the hospital for a checkup to avoid any sequelae. This simple conversation shocked Chen Jianhai, who was standing by. Of course he knew Zhang Mo, who was the chairman of Qingzhou Group, and his wine products were very famous. I didn't expect to know Lin Beiyang. It would be fine if they just knew each other, but it was obvious that there had been a conflict between the two of them. As expected, his son's hand was messed up like this by Lin Beiyang. Not only were they not angry, but they seemed to have a good relationship. During the conversation, Zhang Mo kept a low profile and showed respect for Lin Beiyang, from which we can see who has a higher status. Zhang Mo was also surprised. He saw everything that happened here just now. The reason why he didn't stand up was that he wanted to see the relationship between Lin Beiyang and the Chen family. As a result, the Chen family would rather confront the Yi family head-on and speak to Lin Beiyang, which proves that his guess was correct. Lin Beiyang is someone that even the Chen family cannot afford to offend, and he silently sympathizes with the Yi family and the Jinan Chamber of Commerce. They probably won't be able to take revenge. Then someone else came forward to greet Lin Beiyang. "Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lei." After greeting each other, Lin Beiyang introduced the identities of the three people to each other. It was a very simple matter, but the three people had different opinions about Lin Beiyang. Chen Jianhai and Zhang Mo felt that Lin Beiyang was more successful than they had imagined. He even knew entrepreneurs from the neighboring city and had a huge network of connections. Lei Xing thought similarly, believing that Lin Beiyang's network of connections was enormous. "I have connections with many large local companies and families, and I feel that the decision to partner is the right one." At this time, Chen Jianhai said with a smile, "Everyone, the auction will start soon. Let's go and take a seat first to avoid delay." "Good." His proposal was agreed by several people and they walked towards the venue. On the way, Suyu whispered, "Beiyang, thank you. You are my girlfriend, this is what a boyfriend should do. If I don't protect you, who will I protect?" Suyu was very happy. The arms around Lin Beiyang tightened. In fact, she was also very worried at the beginning, which was why she spoke up to dissuade Lin Beiyang from continuing. As she learned more, she felt more at ease and felt that there must be a way to solve it. After they left, some people started discussing again. The first person said, "I originally thought that his backer was the Chen family, but now it seems that this is not the case. Yes, the man just now should be the chairman of Qingzhou Group. He seems to have a good relationship with this young man. There is also a wealthy businessman from outside. I wonder what the He family will choose. If it were me, I would definitely not let it go. Otherwise, if word gets out, people would think I was scared. He Tianhua and the others did not leave, so they naturally saw this scene. Li Xian frowned and asked, "What should we do now? This kid knows a lot of people. We must make him pay the price. So what if he knows the Chen family and the Qingzhou group? I don't believe they will go head to head with us for him. In the end, both sides will suffer losses. I believe they will understand. Do you want to swallow your anger in silence?" He Tianhua said viciously. He Tianhua now has only one thought, that is, he must pay the price. Hearing the last sentence, Li Xian suddenly thought of the slap just now. He shook his head. "You're right, there has to be a price to pay." Then the two of them began to arrange something. When they arrived at the auction venue, Shen Jianghai said with a smile, "The seats are not fixed, everyone can sit wherever they want." Then a few people chose a few positions in the middle. About 10 minutes later, the auction officially began. A middle-aged man walked out from the back and said to everyone, "Welcome everyone to our Heshan Autumn Auction this year. I am your old friend Yan Zhang, and I am in charge of hosting today's auction. We are all acquaintances, so without further ado, let's get straight to the point of starting today's auction." Before coming, Shen Jianhai gave a detailed introduction to this auction. The items come from sellers from all over the country, some of whom sign up voluntarily and some of whom send invitations through the auction. The duration is generally 3 hours. That is, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. sharp. Of course, depending on the auction situation, it will usually end early. Shen Jianghai whispered, "Mr. Lin, I can pay for the items you are interested in buying tonight." "Then thank you for your kindness, Master Chen. However, I can pay for the things I like myself." Don't forget that he has 5 chances without having to pay a penny. There is no need to ask Shen Jianhai to pay when there is such an opportunity. He had already thought about Lin Beiyan's rejection. So he continued, "According to what I have learned, this auction is different from the previous ones. There are several very expensive items, starting at least 100 million yuan. If Mr. Lin needs them, I can provide them." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Mo nodded and said, "Yes, I heard that there are several high-priced items in this auction, so not only our Jinan city has been invited, but also some other powerful families in the province. It is estimated that the transaction volume of tonight's auction will set a new record." Lin Beiyang didn't care about these. He smiled and said to Suyu next to him, "If you have something you like, tell me later. Don't be afraid of the high price." Is it really possible? Certainly. The auction has officially begun during the conversation. Because it is an invitation-only auction, there is no distinction between categories and everything starts directly in order. The first item to appear was a vase, with an estimated value of 110,000 yuan and a starting price of 80,000 yuan. After 4 people bidding, it was finally bought by an old man with a white beard for 130,000 yuan. The valuation is just an approximate market price given as a reference. But for those who like it, even if the price is higher than the estimated price, they can accept it. These items are originally collectibles, and there is a possibility that the price will increase. Maybe next time I meet someone I like more, the offer will be higher. Next is the second lot. Yan Zheng smiled and said, "This is a small ink-painted bowl from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. It has been authenticated by our auction house and other cooperating auction companies as a genuine product. Our auction house values it at 600,000 yuan. There is no starting price. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 20,000 yuan. Everyone, start bidding." 500,000, the first person directly offered a price of 500,000. Surprisingly, it was the old man who first bid for the porcelain. It can be seen that they seem to like porcelain-related things very much. The main thing is that this valuation is given by Heshan Auction Company, not the market price, which is equivalent to being given according to their purchase price. It really depends on personal preference. Similarly, items worth 600,000 yuan are estimated to be sold between 550,000 and 700,000 yuan. If the price is raised further, I will give up unless I really like it. Just as he finished speaking, the second person raised his sign and said with a serious smile, "Okay, this gentleman bids 520,000. Is there a higher price? Okay, this old man will directly offer 600,000. Now this gentleman has raised the price to 620,000. The auction was intense, and Yan Zhang said 3 numbers in a row. It's two people competing with each other. In this case, there will generally not be a third person joining in unless he also likes this thing very much. Otherwise, it will just raise the price. Whitebeard raised his placard again and said with a serious smile, "The old gentleman has already offered 650,000. I wonder if this gentleman wants to raise the price further." He began with provocative words, almost asking me by name whether I was still interested. In Lin Beiyang's opinion, this small bull will belong to Whitebeard if nothing unexpected happens. The middle-aged man raised the price by 20,000 yuan each time, but the old man with white beard raised the price by no less than 50,000 yuan each time, and it was obvious that he was determined to win. The middle-aged man still chose to raise the price, still to 20,000, and the old man, as expected, raised it again to 50,000, bringing the price to 720,000. This time the middle-aged man finally gave up the competition. As the solemn sound of the hammer rang out, the porcelain bowl once again belonged to the old man with white beard. Judging from the situation, there will be bidding when porcelain becomes available later. Chapter 110. My money really came from the wind. Lin Beiyang was not interested in the next few auction items. This time he only bought the expensive ones, not the right ones. In short, the higher the price, the better, otherwise it would be unworthy of the reward given by the system. Qin Jianhai, Zhang Mo, and Lei Shang next to them all bid several times. Except for Qin Jianhai, who won a painting worth more than 5 million yuan, the other two got nothing. Soon it was time for the 10th item to be auctioned. The staff opened the two small boxes and showed what was inside. Yan Zhang immediately introduced, "The next auction item is a pair of rings, divided into men's and women's. Everyone here today should be married. It would be appropriate to buy one for yourself and one for your wife. If you don't have a wife, you can buy one for your lover." After saying this, everyone burst into laughter. "If I buy it in this case, I can only give it to my wife. If I give it to another woman, wouldn't I be caught?" First, the women's ring has a 2.1 carat fancy purple pink diamond on the top and other diamonds totaling 1.2 carats. The men's ring has a 2.2 carat sapphire and 1.3 carat diamonds. The last two rings will be valued at 12 million by our auction house. There will also be no reserve price auction. Each bid must not be less than 100,000. If the bid amount is less than 10 million, it will be unsold. You can start bidding now. It seems that there is no reserve price, but it is actually 10 million. If the price cannot be reached, the item will fail to be sold, which means no one can get it. Putting the two rings together and projecting them on a big screen is very attractive. A lot of people have already shown interest, including Lin Beiyang. He whispered, yeah, I think these two rings are good. If you like them, we can buy them." Suyu looked at the ring on the stage, her eyes revealing that she wanted it. But he said, "Forget it, it's too expensive." Lin Beiyang smiled slightly, "It's okay, as long as you like it we will buy it." As he was speaking, 6 people had already started bidding, and the price had risen from 6.66 million to 8 million. At this time, Lin Beiyang directly raised his sign and said, 12 million. Without further ado, he directly raised the price by 4 million to the estimated price given by Hashan Auction. When everyone saw it and found out it was Lin Beiyang, they all became interested. He acted very strongly just now. I wonder how he will perform in the current bidding. When people heard the price of 12 million, they immediately withdrew. 13 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Beiyang raised the price by 2 million yuan again and said, 15 million. 15.5 million. At this time, some people continued to bid. Lin Beiyang said without hesitation, 20 million. Just after he finished speaking, another person shook his head to show that he gave up. Now it's just him and another person left to continue. Suyu pulled his clothes and said, "Beiyang, why don't you just forget it, it's too expensive." Lin Beiyang took her hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your husband lacks everything except money." "You are not my husband." "Hey, the host just said that I bought it as a gift for my wife." "You can't be my lover." This time Suyu was speechless. Several people around shook their heads after hearing this. No one else is so good at flirting with girls, but they don't doubt Lin Beiyang's words at all. If he has no money, no one else can be considered rich. The only remaining person indicated again, 22 million. 30 million. Lin Beiyang didn't want to say anything more to him and directly widened the gap. Sure enough, he shook his head and chose to give up. Yan Zhang was smiling happily at this moment. As the auctioneer tonight, he will receive a commission if the price exceeds the estimated price, so he naturally hopes that the price will be as high as possible. He also understood that these 2 rings should be at their limit. After all, the estimated value was 12 million, and the quoted price was 30 million, more than double. So he said, "Is there anyone else bidding? If not, these 2 rings will belong to Mr. Number 33. It is impossible for Yan Zhang to know everyone's name, but as everyone has a number, he usually just says the number. 35 million. When everyone thought that it would belong to Lin Beiyang, a sudden voice attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over to watch the fun. Lin Beiyang took a look and found that it was He Tianhua. I guess he didn't want to see me taking over the pair of rings, so he deliberately raised the price. But he was not worried. You know, it was 1 billion each time. Could He Tianhua also follow? Without thinking, he gave the price directly, 100 million. Wow! The whole audience was shocked. They thought 35 million was already outrageous, but Lin Beiyang didn't even give them a chance to watch the fun and offered 100 million. At this time, his eyes fell on He Tianhua, to see if he dared to follow. If Lin Beiyang doesn't want it after he offers again, he will have to spend more than 100 million to buy it. It is basically impossible to default on a debt. Moreover, they are all well-known figures, how could they refuse to pay? He Tianhua's face also looked a little unhappy. He originally wanted to play with him, but who knew that he would not give him a chance? After thinking for a while, he said, "I'll add another 10 million. He is. I bet that Lin Beiyang will definitely make an offer, otherwise it would be a huge loss to spend more than 100 million to buy 2 rings. I'll add 20 million. Lin Beiyang did not disappoint him and gave a price very confidently. At this time, it had reached 130 million, which was equivalent to spending 10 times more. What others didn't know was that Lin Beiyang hoped he could raise the price further. You have to know that the amount is 1 billion, which is only 1/10 of it. If it weren't for the fact that a direct bid of 500 million was too outrageous, he would have wanted to shout out, "Give up, Lao He. There's no need. He will definitely make another move later." Although He Tianhua didn't want to, he nodded and gave up bidding. Yan Zhang also knew that He Tianhua had chosen to give up, so he hammered, "Congratulations to Mr. Number 33 for buying a pair of wedding rings for 130 million. After taking the ring off, Yan Zhang continued with the next round of auction. All items are paid for in one lump sum after the auction ends, and are still kept at Heshan auction. A kind person does not have to worry about the buyer not paying, and similarly, the buyer does not have to worry about the item being fake. This thing is guaranteed by Heshan auction. If a fake is found, the consequences will be serious. Anyway, so far, there have been no fakes in the autumn auction. Mr. Lin is really generous." Chen Jianhai couldn't help but say, "Master Chen, what you said is wrong. How can I care about the price of something I like? Let alone 130 million, even if it was 1 billion, I would buy it without hesitation." The people who heard it were dumbfounded. I thought, is this the second generation of super rich? He said 1 billion as if it was a joke. Yeah, we can wear it after the auction is over." Suyu was shocked. She thought 30 million was more than enough, but who knew they would spend 130 million on it and act like nothing happened? "Beiyang, I know you have money, but you can't waste it like this. If it happens again next time, I won't take it anymore." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lin Beiyang did not bid for the next item. "It's not that I don't like it, it's just that the price is too low, the highest is only 50 million. As another auction item came to an end, Yan Zhang suddenly became serious. "Everyone, the next piece of collection is one of the highlights of tonight. Our auction house cannot give a specific price, but the last time this item was auctioned was more than 10 years ago, and the transaction price was 150 million. We went through a lot of trouble with the owner before he was willing to sell it." This sentence caught everyone's attention. It was worth over 100 million more than 10 years ago, let alone now. When it was displayed on the projection screen, some people who knew the business had already seen it. "It's actually Wang Meng's Autumn Mountains. Yeah, I didn't expect this to be among the items auctioned today." Everyone was talking about it. Although Lin Beiyang was not very clear, he was more concerned about the price. "I thought I would finally have time to spend money." Zhang Yemo seemed to see that he had an idea, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Lin is interested in Wang Meng's paintings?" "No. He really doesn't know him." Zhang Yemo didn't know what to say, so he smiled and said, since Mr. Lin is not interested in this painter, why would he want to buy him? He would have to pay at least 200 million yuan to buy him. I just felt that the villa was too empty, so I thought of buying some and hanging them up. It's only 200 million yuan, so I can buy 3 or 4 at a time, which should be enough. Zhang Yimou and Chen Jianhai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ever since the incident with the ring, they had prepared themselves mentally. When I heard this, I couldn't help it. Mr. Lin, your money didn't come from the wind, did it? Lei Sheng said jokingly. Hearing this, Lin Beiyang felt that what he said made sense and nodded slightly. It was probably blown by the strong wind. Although it is a gift from the system, it is no different from being blown by strong winds. It is just a different way of expressing it. Now, the three of them were completely speechless. Suyu pinched his arm and said angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't do that again?" Yeah, don't worry about me. Well, I'm here tonight to spend money. In a word, the more I spend, the better. Do you think this is a movie? $1 billion has to be spent within a month. Lin Beiyang has seen this movie, called The Richest Man. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, I am different from him. Isn't that right? I mean, he has to spend 1 billion within a month to complete the task, and I need to spend 5 billion tonight. Isn't that a big difference? If someone else said this, they might take it as a joke. When Lin Beiyang said it, it sounded like the truth to everyone. His serious look and tone didn't sound fake at first glance. This is even more surprising. Lei Sheng thought his company was not even worth 5 billion. Zhang Yimou didn't dare to think about spending 1/3 of his company's assets in one night. Chen Jianhai also thought that 5 billion was a quarter of the Chen family's assets. It seemed that all the previous speculations were correct. Lin Beiyang was the super-rich second generation from Beijing. As for the authenticity, we can verify it right away to see whether he is joking or will really buy it. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Yan Zheng on the stage smiled and said, "It seems that someone here has already guessed it. Yes, it is Wang Meng's Autumn Mountains. According to the seller's intention, the starting price is 150 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 5 million. Anyone interested can start bidding. This kind of calligraphy and painting has only room for appreciation and basically will not depreciate. It is reasonable to use the transaction price of that year as the reserve price. Even if the auction is successful, there will be no loss. However, it is impossible to buy it at the starting price. Many people speculate that if you don't have 200 million, you shouldn't get involved because it's not enough to offer several times the price.